beyond the 9 heavens. Billowing white clouds filled the sky as countless great cultivators streaked across the heavens like falling meteors. The wind trails they left behind caused the surrounding clouds to tremble. Wave after wave of powerful beings descended from all directions, while spirit beasts wheeled through the air. The crowd surged endlessly. Celestial chimes rang without pause. With each great cultivator's arrival, a primordial bell tolled in welcome. Over 3,000 beings had gathered to hear the Dao ancestor Hongjun preach the Dao. Those who secured a place at the front of the Dao venue could ask the saint their questions. With fortune, they might even catch the saint's eye and receive personal guidance. Driven by such stakes, great cultivators from all directions pushed forward with desperate determination. This was not merely enlightenment. It was a karmic opportunity none could afford to miss. The Mingi cult master, radiating the Blood Sea's aura, transformed into a streak of light and collided midair with Tongtian ahead. Neither would yield. Behind them, 2 fairy maidens shimmered with radiant light, drawing every gaze. Wrapped in thick layers of luminous, auspicious clouds tinged with the colors of sun and moon, they turned countless heads in an instant. The 2 fairy maidens possessed outstanding grace, focused solely on pressing forward, unaware they had been observed countless times. In the war-torn Great Wilds, such beauty would inevitably attract scoundrels. A group of armored demon warriors atop the clouds looked up at the 2 fairies. Fair maidens were scarce among the demon race, especially those of the Taiyin physique. The warriors exchanged glances, then shot forth into the sky. First to strike wins the prize. Let each show their skill. Thunder rolled across the sky. A string of demon warriors descended rapidly from the celestial curtain, leaving heavy void cracks in the sky wheel that were soon covered by new clouds. They finally halted before the 2 sisters. Where might the 2 fairies be headed? Amidst the auspicious clouds, the sisters' delicate celestial vessel shimmered faintly, reflecting the colors of sun and moon. Xi He and Changxi stared in shock at the cultivators before them. We are Xi He and Changxi of the Taiyin Star. We travel to receive the Dao ancestor Hongjun's teachings. May we ask why you block our path? The group before them exchanged glances. Though the Taiyin Star neighbored the Taiwu Star, the Taiyin Star was small in size, and great cultivators rarely hailed from there. Moreover, only 2 women stood before them. A glint of greed flashed through the demon warriors' eyes as they spoke with brazen disrespect. Though receiving the Dao ancestors' teachings is indeed important, the road ahead is long and lonely. Why not travel together and discuss the great Dao? Would that not be wonderful? Indeed. Might the 2 fairies have Dao companions already? Hearing the lewd remarks from the warriors ahead, Xi He and Changxi's beautiful eyes widened in anger as they retorted. How dare you go too far? Hearing Xi He and Changxi's angry rebuke, the demons felt no shame, instead laughing more brazenly and becoming increasingly insolent. Most demon women were bold and fierce by nature. Such gentle and serene fairies only added to their desirability in the demons' eyes. They had traveled far seeking Dao cultivation, never expecting to encounter such scoundrels. Yet the sisters were not impulsive. Seeing the enemy's numbers, they knew a real fight would likely cost them dearly. Moreover, if this delay continued, they might miss today's sermon. The sisters were surrounded by demon warriors. This was intolerable. Just as Xi He and Changxi prepared to summon their spiritual energy for battle, suddenly a surge of powerful crimson demon force tore through the void, crossing 1,000 miles in an instant and tearing the surrounding clouds apart. A figure in blazing crimson, Yu Yuan, descended with overwhelming spiritual power beside Xi He and Changxi, scattering all those nearby. You've truly disgraced the entire demon race. At a time like this, instead of hurrying to enlightenment, you linger here to harass fairies. No wonder you amount to nothing in the great wilds. Sensing the terrifying demon chi and oppressive aura radiating from him, the mere weight of his bloodline alone was enough to make them unable to breathe. Having long heard that Lord Baizhe had divined a demon emperor's birth today, they dared not cause trouble at this moment. They all bowed their heads reverently and fled quickly. Xi He and Changxi looked at the crimson-robed youth before them with greatly increased goodwill and greeted him with a curtsy. We are Xi He and Changxi of the Taiyin Star. Many thanks to you, friend Taoist, for your timely aid. Yu Yuan scratched his crimson robe somewhat embarrassedly. It's nothing. We're neighbors after all. Helping each other is only natural. Besides, those scoundrels are of my demon race, so cleaning them up is just a matter of household discipline. By the way, I am Yu Yuan of the demon race. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to call on me. Xi He and Changxi exchanged a smile, finding themselves drawn to this person's straightforward and cheerful nature. Then, friend Taoist, why don't we travel together? If we have insights from cultivation, we can share them. Yu Yuan observed the 2 sensible fairies and worried they might encounter more danger, so he agreed. Traveling together would also allow him to protect them. The 3 chatted freely along the way and soon arrived above the 9th heaven. A majestic palace gate stood between heaven and earth. Immortal cranes called in unison the laws of Dao were woven into existence itself, inspiring awe in all hearts. This was the Dao ancestors' residence. the sacred ground of the Taoist sect. Xi He and Changxi saw the towering palace ahead, and could not help but smile with joy. Ahead lies the Tao ancestor Hongjun's venue, the purple firmament palace. Let us hurry over. Let us not miss the Tao ancestor sermon. Suddenly Jieyin and Zhunti arrived at the same time. The five stood side by side before the palace gates, yet none showed any intention of yielding. Jieyin and Zhunti addressed the three before them. We are Jieyin and Zhunti of Mount Shumi. Might the three Taoist friends allow us to pass first? Yu Yuan naturally knew that the earlier one entered the Tao ancestors' sermon, the closer to the front they would be, and the greater the opportunity. These two old Taoists were clearly trying to seize the advantage. Yu Yuan said arrogantly, I won't yield. Just then Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, who had just arrived behind them, caught the dramatic moment. The Wu tribe had been formed from Panga's essence and blood after he opened the heavens. They possessed no nascent soul whatsoever. The Tao ancestors' sermons were like playing a lute to a cow for them, but to show respect to the ancestor, they had still come. They never expected to arrive just in time for this show between the demon race and the two Western Taoists. Since the sermon was useless to them anyway, they might as well enjoy the spectacle. Jieyin and Zhunti were no small names in the great wilds. Being blocked by this unknown, well, how could they not be furious? But this demon Yu Yuan, they had never seen him before, utterly without propriety. Watching the arrogant Yu Yuan refuse to let them pass, how could the two Western Taoists feel pleased? If friend Taoist insists on this, do not blame us for being impolite. Now they were locked in fierce combat. Neither side yielded. Yu Yuan stood alone before the two sisters, saying, Xi He Changxi, go inside first. Let me deal properly with these two old Taoists. Outside the Zixiao Palace. Old Taoist. This brat of the Yaozu has quite the nerve today, he's bound to endure some hardship. Di Jiang shook his head helplessly. Many great cultivators gathered nearby to watch the spectacle, and some even set up gambling tables betting on who would emerge victorious. Later cultivators who had arrived for unknown reasons also stopped to watch at the entrance of Zixiao Palace, mainly because the fight up front was blocking the palace gate. Moreover, they did not recognize Yu Yuan of the Yaozu, but they did recognize the two Western sages Jieyin and Zhunti. Both were at the mid-stage Golden Immortal realm. If those with lower cultivation levels dared to approach, they risked incurring the wrath of the two Taoists, which would hardly be worth the cost. Left with no choice, they could only wait for the duel to be decided before entering. Xi He and Changxi cast a grateful glance at Yu Yuan, then swiftly made their way inside. How could the two Taoists accept the sight of the two immortals walking past Yu Yuan? They immediately launched an attack, a raw Buddhist Dharma technique aimed at capturing the two maidens. Yu Yuan deflected the assault with the chaos bell, channeling his spiritual energy to grip the bell firmly in his hand. This chaos bell was originally the axe handle of the heaven-splitting axe, one of the three supreme innate treasures. Its formidable defensive power was arguably unmatched in the primordial world. Heavenly thunder roared, and the oppressive aura of a mighty expert swept in. Jieyin, unwilling to be outdone, finally unleashed his own treasure, the blue lotus banner. A lotus blossom instantly bloomed, shooting forth a devastating relic of immense power that struck again. On the other side, Zhunti brandished his treasure, the seven treasures tree, and charged in. Yu Yuan expanded the chaos bell to envelop himself, then summoned the Hichu Luoshu to launch attacks with formations. One for defense, one for offense, handling the situation with ease. The cultivators who arrived later were bewildered. Why had Jieyin even resorted to such a devastating treasure as the relic? Inside Zixiao Palace, a purple-robed elder radiated an overwhelming aura seated within, Tao ancestor Hongjun. He was not unaware of the events outside. Yet as he observed Yu Yuan of the Yaozu with his divine sense, he found himself unable to deduce the youth's future. He had only taken human form today, yet he was already a variable. Logically, he should be the emperor of the Yaozu, but the Tao ancestor could see nothing of his future. After several exchanges, Zhunti glared fiercely at the ground, raised his hand, and pressed down lightly. Suddenly, an oppressive aura flooded the area outside Zixiao Palace, making it hard for those nearby to breathe. If not for the fact that this was Zixiao Palace where they dared not cause destruction and incur the Tao ancestors' wrath, the place would have likely collapsed long ago. You young whelp of the Yaozu, you will regret your actions today. I have a name. Yu Yuan of the Yaozu. You keep calling me young whelp, but why don't you teach me a lesson? Just because I'm younger I have to let you win. Don't you know that in the primordial world power is what matters? Yu Yuan freely operated the chaos bell, shielding himself thoroughly. Almost every attack from the two Taoists was solidly blocked. More and more cultivators gathered to watch, and some began to voice their discontent. When will these three Taoists finish their fight? I'm still waiting to enter and comprehend the Tao. This young Yaozu is far too formidable. 2 against 1, and Jieyin and Zhunti still can't take him down. Yu Yuan and the Jieyin-Zhunti pair no longer hesitated. Seeing that the Tao ancestors' sermon was about to begin, they all intensified their attacks. Yu Yuan directly summoned the chaos bell, which could suppress the Honghuang world and twist the power of time and space across the heavens. The bell's chimes resounded. Zhunti was also surprised that Yu Yuan of the Yaozu was so powerful and began to bring out his treasures, the 7 treasures tree and the 6 roots pure bamboo. The bamboo expanded in the air, spiritual energy condensing within it. Each strike was enough to shatter heaven and earth, yet it was still solidly blocked by the chaos spell. Carelessly one might even be trapped by the formations cast by the Hichu Luoshu. With these 2 combat-sealing treasures, Yu Yuan had no worries. Moreover, he had refined the chaos spell up to the 21st layer. Though not fully mastered, it was more than enough to thoroughly thrash these 2 shameless Westerners. Jieyin and Zhunti employed a myriad of techniques, but still could not win, especially against the chaos spell. No matter what treasure they used to attack, it was always defended. Moreover, the Hichu Luoshu was insidious. It constantly manifested strange formations, and one could easily be trapped within the charts. The 2 Taoists were now furious to the extreme, yet utterly powerless. And with so many cultivators watching, they would surely lose all face after today. They exchanged glances, determined not to let this young Yaozu leave alive. Just as they joined forces to unleash all their treasures in one final strike. The gates of Zixiao Palace swung open, and 2 young attendants emerged. They waved their horsetail whisks and spoke bluntly to the brawlers below. The Dao Ancestors' sermon is about to begin. Please cease your brawl immediately. If you provoke the Dao Ancestors' wrath, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Hearing the attendants' words, Jieyin and Zhunti seized the opportunity to stop, for the Dao Ancestor Hongjun was truly not to be trifled with. Young whelp of the Yaozu will spare you today out of respect for the Dao Ancestor. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Yu Yuan found their threats amusing. Jieyin and Zhunti, you are Western patriarchs after all. You even used the 7 treasures tree and still couldn't win. If you can't beat me, just say so. Don't shamelessly use the Dao Ancestor's face as an excuse. Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. As long as the Dao Ancestor didn't intervene and he didn't provoke the crowd, dealing with these 2 was more than manageable. The ancestral witches watching from the side, and the 3 pure ones inside the palace who had been observing the fight with their divine senses, all had mixed expressions. Fuxi and Nuwa were astonished. The chaos spell of Yu Yuan of the Yaozu was so formidable. Even they themselves might struggle against both Jieyin and Zhunti. Yet Yu Yuan handled them so effortlessly. It seemed the primordial world would soon have another seat of power. Speaking of which, the Yaozu had yet to crown a new emperor. With this one's abilities, it would be entirely justified for him to succeed the throne. But was Yu Yuan of the Yaozu too arrogant? After all, Jieyin and Zhunti were prominent figures in the primordial world, while Yu Yuan of the Yaozu was just a newcomer. Yet he openly tore into them like this. In the primordial world, those who failed to cultivate goodwill and were arrogant and self-satisfied often invited enemies to slay them. This Yu Yuan of the Yaozu was simply inviting disaster. Of course, Yu Yuan cared nothing for what others thought. He swaggered into Zixiao Palace ahead of Jieyin and Zhunti. This left the other cultivators even more astounded. Not only had he been verbally relentless, but he had also entered Zixiao Palace before Jieyin and Zhunti. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. Inside the Purple Heaven Palace, all the renowned figures of the primordial world had already arrived. Yu Yuan walked into the palace with a trace of disdain. His crimson robes instantly became the focal point, drawing countless furtive and appraising glances. The assembly whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the origins and background of this demon race cultivator. Others discussed the Dao Ancestors' forthcoming lecture. At the very front, the 3 pure ones, being incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, sat huddled together disdainfully, ignoring everyone around them. In contrast, Nuwa, also born from Pangu's essence, yet possessing a gentle nature, quickly blended in with the crowd. Even the Changxi sisters were seen laughing and chatting with her in the rear. Fuxi stood to the side, observing whether the Wu tribe had all arrived. Kunping sat at the very front with his eyes closed, quietly awaiting the old ancestor's arrival. Behind him were Jieyin and Zhunti, who deliberately kept their distance. After advancing further, he saw Xinyuanzi and Hongjun chatting beside the 3 pure ones. Hongjun was renowned throughout the primordial world for his approachable nature and friendship with all. With clever words, Jieyin and Zhunti managed to swap Hongjun's seat. Looking down upon Xinyuanzi in the 3rd row and knowing only one of them could claim a front seat, they set their sights on Kunpeng, who was dozing nearby. Zhunti stepped forward and spoke to Kunpeng in a blunt manner. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, we have traveled a great distance. My brother Jieyin and I hail from the Western Paradise. It would be more conducive to our enlightenment if we sit together. Would you do us the favor? Kunpeng raised his eyes, preparing to refuse, but Hongjun, acting out of goodwill, interjected. These 2 are inseparable. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, switching seats would suit everyone perfectly. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun chimed in from the side. You are merely dozing here alone with no one to converse with. It would be better to yield your seat to others. Who did not know that among the 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi Tianzun's position was second only to Hongjun Daozu himself. After this, Kunpeng said no more and yielded his seat to Zhunti. He took a seat in the 2nd row and resumed, closing his eyes in meditation. Jieyin and Zhunti, relying on their sheer impudence, successfully secured positions in the 1st row. After swapping seats, Jieyin and Zhunti deliberately provoked toward Yu Yuan's direction, an act naturally observed by the other cultivators. The three pure ones and Yuan, already seated at the very front, all turned their gazes toward Yu Yuan in unison. Yu Yuan of the demon race was the first to dare challenge in front of Hongjun Daozu's gates. At this moment, Jieyin and Zhunti realized the gravity of the situation, drenched in cold sweat, hoping the Dao ancestor would not take out his wrath upon them. This was the Dao ancestor's sacred domain, and his abilities were matchless. How could he not have noticed? His failure to intervene amounted to tacit approval. Yet remarkably, the Dao ancestor showed no sign of blame. Yu Yuan paid no mind watching the two monks who had usurped other seats, yet still dared to provoke him. He whistled and spoke. "What are you looking at? Showing off by stealing other seats, thick-skinned and inferior in ability." Upon hearing this, Jieyin and Zhunti were about to fly into a rage. Tong Tian watched the three with clear displeasure. "This is a Holy One's sacred domain. How dare you cause chaos within? Western disciples, and this young companion of the demon race, you were already audacious enough to cause disturbance outside the Purple Heaven Hall. Why must you continue your unruly display within this sacred ground?" At these words, the Golden Immortals behind Tong Tian rose first, and all 3,000 attendees glared angrily at Jieyin, Zhunti, and the indifferent Yu Yuan. Hongyun and Jun Yuan, two close friends who had been engrossed in conversation and oblivious to the commotion outside, now regretted yielding their seats to Jieyin and Zhunti. Their overly accommodating nature had brought them disgrace. Yet since Jieyin and Zhunti were renowned figures throughout the primordial world, showing anger now would make them appear lacking in magnanimity. They could only swallow their frustration. Meanwhile, as Tong Tian's closest brothers Yuan Shi Tianzun and Lao Zi watched, Lao Zi, who followed the natural way of all things, had no desire for conflict. While Yuan Shi Tianzun refrained from reprimanding Jieyin and Zhunti, he wasted no kindness on this nameless young demon, cursing angrily. "Such ignorant behavior! Do all of your demon race exhibit such conduct?" With two of the three pure ones speaking, the crowd exchanged glances, too fearful to say a word. This demon cultivator Yu Yuan had struck against an immovable pillar today. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Yu Yuan, who was not the easily appeased type like Zhen Yuanzi, responded sharply. "Your three pure ones are nothing special. The three of you can sit together and call yourselves brothers simply because you were born from Pangu's primordial spirit. You yourselves know that once separated, you are no longer the three pure ones. You are merely uniform in color and utterly insignificant. If it were not for the fact that I only just completed my transformation today, you primordial spirits of Pangu would be little more than empty air, and I could burn you all into cosmic waste with a single flame. Why don't we fight it out?" After speaking, Yu Yuan raised his middle finger at them. Though the three pure ones did not understand the gesture, they recognized the extremely arrogant demeanor and understood it was a clear provocation. Yu Yuan watched as Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian across from him were enraged by his words, their beards bristling and eyes blazing. Lao Zi was equally displeased. Though Lao Zi had not cursed him directly, "Who asked you to be part of the three pure ones faction?" His chaos spell could withstand a saint-level attack, so even if these three pure ones, only late-stage great Daluo Golden Immortals, combined their strength, he could handle them with ease. Adding Jieyin and Zhunti to the mix would not be difficult either. Suddenly, a ceremonial bell tolled from outside the Purple Heaven Palace, and the celestial music fell silent. A robed elder gradually materialized upon the high platform. Everyone understood. The ancestor Hongjun was about to begin his sermon. The assembly fell quiet as well. Inside the palace, ancestor Hongjun sat elevated upon the cloud platform. Seated at the very front were the disciples of the three pure ones and the 6 sages, including Yuan, along with the Taoists Jieyin and Zhunti, who had taken Hongyun and Kunping's places. Yu Yuan took a seat in the 6th row from the back. He did not want to sit too close and risk forming karmic ties with the sages, yet he could not sit too far away either, since proximity aided comprehension of the Tao. At the very back of the crowd sat the 2 ancestral Wu. For them, comprehending the Tao was undoubtedly beyond their understanding, so they simply settled down in the rear, some lost in thought, others drifting into sleep. Yu Yuan also hastened to enter meditation. This was the pinnacle of the current primordial world. Regardless of the 3 pure ones and Jieyin and Zhunti, who were now barely containing their fury, Hongjun Daizu began to speak. When the chaotic void first opened, the Tao gave birth to all things. The Tao is like the great emptiness encompassing heaven and earth, covering the universe. Hongjun's teachings were truly all-encompassing, containing not only the 3,000 great Taos, but also the path for great Daluo Golden Immortals to reach the peak of cultivation. Yu Yuan noticed the 6 people seated on the meditation cushions ahead, the 3 pure ones Yuan, Jieyin, and Zhunti. All 6 wore expressions of deep reverence as they gazed at the ancestor, as though nothing of what had just occurred had reached their ears. He also found a place to sit and listen with a tranquil mind. During the pauses in the sermon, Yu Yuan sensed probing glances from various great powers, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that, though subtle, was unmistakable. Yu Yuan remained secretly vigilant in his heart, while simultaneously gaining a deeper understanding of Hongjun's true strength. However, Yuan walked upright and acted with integrity, and he had no fear, for it was not something he had chosen to do. He had been inexplicably transported through time and had devoured them against his will, and outcome without a cause could not be considered his fault. Because he had devoured Jun and Taiyi and possessed the Chaos Bell along with the Hichu Luoshu with such treasures in hand, he could simply develop in obscurity. With these two artifacts, he need not worry about any sages. Moreover, these two treasures were his natal artifacts, so he had no fear of them being taken away. As long as he did not become the Demon Emperor and stayed out of the war between the Wu and Demon clans, he could protect himself in the primordial world, let alone contending for luck or merit. Without these, there would be no karmic ties, and even the sages could do nothing to him. He could drift through the ages until the investiture of the gods, invincible like the sun. Although he did not want to be the sun either. If he became too arrogant, he might end up sealed, but this was the primordial world. If he held back, he would probably die even faster. Just like with Kunpeng and Nuwa. Why did Junyi not ask Nuwa to switch seats, but instead asked Kunpeng? Because Nuwa was far more powerful. Among the 6 sages of the primordial world, she was the first to attain sagehood with boundless merit and good connections, so she could not be easily offended. Kunpeng was born from chaos and primordial chaos, an ancient chaotic divine beast. He usually roamed the heavens and earth to cultivate, neither socializing nor accumulating merit. If not him, then who else? Hongjun withdrew his gaze from Yu Yuan and continued his lecture. All beings of heaven and earth, everything has its Tao. The crowd also set aside their restlessness and focused on enlightenment. The Tao was profound, rising and falling like waves. Yu Yuan felt as if he were floating among the clouds, ethereal and untraceable, yet also connected to all things mysterious and infinite. When chaos first parted, the primordial world was filled with chaotic energy. To awaken sentience within the Chaos Bell was 1 in 10,000. It was not easy for living beings to take form, and even after transformation, they had to seclude themselves for years to stabilize their forms. Especially for Yu Yuan, who had just traveled through time and devoured Jun and Taiyi, his chi was not yet stable, yet he forcibly broke through to take shape. Having just arrived at Zixiao Palace and fought with Jieyin and Zhunti, it would not be easy for his future cultivation. If he could not control it, he might even damage his foundation. Fortunately, as time passed, Hongjun's lecture proved profoundly mysterious. He felt not only that his form had become as solid as gold, but also that his cultivation was steadily advancing. Yu Yuan could clearly sense his cultivation instantly rising to the mid-stage of the great Daluo Golden Immortal, hovering on the edge of the peak stage. Among the more than 3,000 listeners, half had broken through like him. Many Golden Immortals had directly become great Daluo Golden Immortals. The Tao Ancestors' lecture was truly boundless in its profundity. As the lecture ended, most had improved their cultivation and were immersed in contemplation. Yu Yuan, having just stabilized his new realm, was about to relax, when he suddenly sensed Hongjun staring at him. Yu Yuan had no choice but to close his eyes and pretend to be dead. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the child attendant began to announce, "The lecture is over." Everyone snapped open their eyes, their enlightenment ceasing. They were deeply gratified and felt they had gained immensely, yet lamented that the time was far too short. The disciples of the 3 pure ones looked at Hongjun with eager eyes. "Master, could you teach a little more? Your disciple has just begun to understand." Before they could finish, the child attendant interrupted. "The Tao Ancestor lectures once every millennium. You may all come again to listen in the next 1,000 years. Hongjun glanced at the child, who understood. However, in this first lecture, the Tao Ancestor is considering taking disciples. At these words, the crowd grew excited, each showing their best side, hoping to catch the Tao Ancestor's favor. A sage taking disciples. What a rare opportunity. Since the dawn of chaos, I have cultivated the Zhaohua Jade Dai, attained sagehood, and merged with the heavenly Tao. This is my first lecture, and I should accept many disciples to spread the teachings across the primordial world and benefit all living beings." When the Tao Ancestor himself spoke of taking disciples, every cultivator present was thrilled. Only Yu Yuan, Dijiang, and Zhuyin remained indifferent, looking as if they were just there for the spectacle. Hongjun addressed the 3 pure ones who stood at the very front. "You 3 are the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Your enlightenment and cultivation are closest to heaven and earth, and your future is limitless. You may become my disciples. Your disciple pays homage to the master." The 3 pure ones immediately knelt and bowed devoutly. Hongjun then looked at Nuwa, who sat beside him. "Nuwa, you are the incarnation of Pangu's right brain with boundless merit that benefits all beings. You may become my disciple. Your disciple pays homage to the master." Nuwa bowed excitedly. By now everyone realized that those accepted as disciples were almost all seated in the front row. Indeed, when it came to Jieyin and Zhunti, the two were ecstatic, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked at Hongjun. After a moment of silence, Hongjun spoke. "You two will have great fortune in the future. You may become my registered disciples." Registered disciples, not personal disciples. The two were puzzled, but dared not question the master's decision. After that, no matter how much others begged Hongjun to accept them as disciples, he did not speak again. At that moment, Kunpeng glared fixedly at Red Cloud, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Zhunti. He had been dozing on the front row cushion, but they had manipulated him into switching seats. The most guilty was Red Cloud, whose good intentions had led to a bad outcome. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked indifferent, for the three pure ones did not think much of Kunpeng. Zhunti too was unconcerned, completely immersed in the joy of being accepted as a registered disciple. While the crowd kept begging Hongjun to accept them, Hongjuan's gaze fell on the Demon Clan member Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan of the Demon Clan, you are commendable in all aspects. You may become my disciple. At these words, everyone was astonished. But Yu Yuan immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, ancestor, but this child is unruly and lacks ambition, unworthy of being the Dao ancestor's disciple." The crowd was utterly stunned. What others dreamed of this fellow was doing. He had actually rejected Hongjun the ancestor. Yuanshi Tianzuan had been basking smugly in the pride of being taken as a disciple by Hongjun. Just when he believed their six were set in stone, Hongjun announced his intention to accept that demon beast as a disciple. He had always held the utmost contempt for such creatures. How could he possibly endure this? What enraged him further was that this demon beast dared to refuse its own teacher. Rising from his meditation cushion, he cried out in wrath, "You are but a demon beast who has only just undergone metamorphosis today. The fact that you may enter Zixiao Palace to listen to these lectures is already the greatest honor of your existence. A creature like you should have been born in the barbaric wastelands. Even if I were to take you as a disciple, it would be like offering fine delicacies to a wild boar, utterly wasted. How utterly ungrateful, you filthy mud of a demon beast. You know not the height of heaven nor the depth of the earth." Hearing such insults directed at himself, Yu Yuan retorted without showing any weakness, "You well know that I, having just undergone metamorphosis today, am able to come and listen to Grand Ancestor Hongjuan's teachings. How about you, Yuanshi Tianzuan? Have you already undergone metamorphosis for 1,000,000 years as a sentient being from birth? It took you so long to even have the opportunity to hear Grand Ancestor Hongjun preach the Tao. So what if I am a demon beast? Did I eat your flesh? Are you merely envious of me?" Yu Yuan was careful with his words. He had praised Hongjun while simultaneously insulting Yuanshi Tianzuan. As long as Hongjun did not intervene, all would be well. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was shaken with astonishment. What? This is the sacred dojo of a saint. How dare this demon beast be so bold? It has just refused Grand Ancestor Hongjun and now dares to insult his disciple within the ancestor's own domain. All present gazed at Yu Yuan in shock, forgetting in that moment to kneel and continue begging Hongjun to take them as disciples. Yuanshi Tianzuan at this point was utterly incensed. He was indeed furious. This demon beast, only on its first day of metamorphosis, had already been chosen by its master to be accepted as a disciple. Yet this ungrateful creature not only dared to refuse its teacher, but carried itself with such arrogance. "You trifling child, do you think I would be jealous of a mere demon beast? Today I will ensure you die without so much as a grave to mark your passing, and you will regret ever coming to the primordial world." Yu Yuan sprang up from his cushion in the rear, showing no deference whatsoever to Yuanshi Tianzuan, and directly hurled the chaos bell at him. Witnessing that enormous chaos bell spinning rapidly through the air and bearing down upon him, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately summoned his grain of millet pearl. The battle quickly erupted within Zixiao Palace. Jieyin and Zhunti, having already tasted the devastating power of the chaos bell, immediately dodged to the side, pretending the matter did not concern them as they took shelter. After several exchanges, no matter how the grain of millet pearl attacked from the air, it was relentlessly struck down by the chaos bell. "You old wretch. Once I shatter your precious bead, let us see how arrogant you can still be." Hongjun observed the chaos bell and knew that even he would find it difficult to suppress such a supreme treasure. Seeing his disciple faltering in the exchange, he hastened to issue a sharp rebuke. "Cease this immediately." Out of respect for the Dao ancestor, Yu Yuan halted his attack. Yuanshi Tianzuan, also fearing his master's wrath, hastily retreated and ceased his movements. However, Hongjun now harbored a measure of wariness and heightened awareness toward him. The 3,000 present were all stunned speechless. This demon beast's strength was so formidable, it could actually overpower Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yet their pressing concern remained securing Hongjun as their master, so they prostrated themselves in a great mass. "We beseech the saint to grant us another chance. Our cultivation has been arduous. We implore you to accept us as your disciples." All begged Hongjun for an opportunity to become his disciples. Yet after what had just transpired, his own disciple had been refused by that demon beast Yu Yuan, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, his very own disciple, could not prevail against a creature that had only just undergone metamorphosis. Hongjun's heart was thoroughly displeased. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he mounted his clouds and departed, leaving behind only these words: "Those fated to walk with me have already been taken as disciples. In another 1,000 years I shall open the Tao once more." Should fate allow, you may return then. With that, he vanished without a trace. Yu Yuan, seeing no further prospect ahead, also prepared to depart. This time the three pure ones, as well as Jieyin and Zhunti, did not seek trouble with him again, for they were well aware that they stood no chance against him. Furthermore, before they left, Yu Yuan deliberately flashed them a mocking smile, nearly causing them to tear out their beards in fury. As he was just exiting the gate, he encountered Xi He and Changxi, who were congratulating Yuan on becoming Hongjun's disciple. Congratulations, Yuan, on becoming a disciple of the saint. We are filled with envy beyond measure. You flatter me. All of you focus on your cultivation, and you shall each attain your own destined opportunities in time. Shortly thereafter, the two sisters spotted Yu Yuan and approached him with joyful greetings. Fellow Taoist Yu and you are truly extraordinary, daring to refuse even the direct disciple position granted by Grand Ancestor Hongjun himself. This is an opportunity we could only dream of attaining. Indeed, who would have imagined that Ming Dao possesses such formidable strength? Even fellow Taoists Yuanshe, Tianzu, and Jieyin and Zhunti were no match for you. Yu Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed by their praise. Yuan also cast a scrutinizing glance at the demon beast before her. She had just witnessed firsthand, within Zixiao Palace, just how fierce and formidable this creature truly was. She then offered a polite bow before departing alongside her elder brother Fuxi. Xi He and Changxi spoke with a smile. Fellow Taoist Yu Yuan, after listening to the Tao ancestors' teachings, we both felt deep revelations. Might we travel together and exchange insights? A person of your caliber must surely be able to offer us great guidance. Yu Yuan smiled. There is nothing to it. What insights could I possibly possess? I have no grand ambitions at all. You two ladies are merely being too kind to me. The two sisters found this fellow not only forthright and courageous in his actions, but also remarkably endearing, and they deeply wished to befriend him. After leaving Zixiao Palace, Xi He and Changxi no longer concealed their intentions and spoke directly. Fellow Taoist Yu Yuan, we also gained much within the palace. Not only has our cultivation advanced, but we also received guidance from Grand Ancestor Hongjun. We have achieved something new in our spiritual refinement. You previously assisted our sisterhood, and we remain deeply grateful. We trust you are a person of righteousness and integrity. Why not become friends and journey through the primordial world together, looking out for one another? Changxi added to her elder sister's words. Exactly. Furthermore, fellow Taoist, you have only just undergone metamorphosis today. The primordial world is plagued by constant warfare. Having a friend here provides additional protection. What say you, fellow Taoist Yu Yuan? Yu Yuan had never contemplated such an offer. At present, he had only just completed his metamorphosis and possessed no friends within the primordial world. Moreover, since arriving, he had already offended the three pure ones, Jieyin and Zhunti, in a single encounter. He had also refused Hongjun's offer to become his disciple. If any of those scheming ones were to set a trap for him one day, he would be dead for certain. Yet the two ladies spoke correctly. When traveling abroad, one always needs a friend to watch their back. These two were at least the goddesses of the lunar stars, naturally possessing extraordinary divine power. With their protection, he would have added assurance. Such a thing brought only benefit and no harm. To refuse would be the act of a fool. He promptly replied with wholehearted sincerity. In that case, I am most grateful to both of you lovely ladies. Please look after me in the future. Should I act recklessly or unintentionally offend you in any way, I ask that you bear with me. The two ladies covered their mouths and smiled shyly, yet they understood well that this fellow was simply straightforward and spoke without guile, though his heart was not wicked at all. Yuanshe Tianzuan had been basking smugly in the pride of being taken as a disciple by Hongjun. Just when he believed their six were set in stone, Hongjun announced his intention to accept that demon beast as a disciple. He had always held the utmost contempt for such creatures. How could he possibly endure this? What enraged him further was that this demon beast dared to refuse its own teacher. Rising from his meditation cushion, he cried out in wrath. You are but a demon beast who has only just undergone metamorphosis today. The fact that you may enter Zixiao Palace to listen to these lectures is already the greatest honor of your existence. A creature like you should have been born in the barbaric wastelands. Even if I were to take you as a disciple, it would be like offering fine delicacies to a wild boar, utterly wasted. How utterly ungrateful, you filthy mud of a demon beast. You know not the height of heaven nor the depth of the earth. Hearing such insults directed at himself, Yu Yuan retorted without showing any weakness. The three-legged golden crow soared freely through the sky, with three figures seated upon its broad back. They were Yu Yuan, Xi He and Changxi. The golden crow had once been the true form of Jun, but now it had been transformed into his personal mount, traversing the vast primordial world. The two sisters marveled at the magnificent and mighty golden crow, yet their joy far outweighed their awe. Though Yu Yuan belonged to the demon race, he chose not to follow the path of Jun and Taiyi to become the demon emperor. Instead, the three of them, Xi He, Changxi, and Yu Yuan, wandered freely, cultivating and exploring as they pleased, unburdened by imperial duties, living exactly as their hearts desired. Accompanied by Xi He and Changxi, the trio journeyed through many wonders of the primordial world. Their first destination was Sun Star Yu Yuan's birthplace, a realm formed from Panga's left eye dominated by swamps and jagged rocks baking under unbearable heat. Ever since achieving his transformed form, Yu Yuan had simply clung to the Fusang tree, and upon completing his transformation, he had immediately rushed to the Zixiao Palace. He had never even had the chance to properly behold the majestic grandeur of his birthplace. Next came the land of the Wu tribe, where dense forests thrived and countless tribal members gathered to sing, dance, hunt, and live in carefree liberty. Then came the Lunar Star, home to Xi He and Changxi, a place sparse in human habitation. Yet everywhere white moon laurels grew in abundance and jade rabbits darted across the ground. It was indeed a delightful immortal realm. In such breathtaking beauty, it was no wonder the two sisters possessed such gentle dispositions. They later visited the Three Immortals island of Penglai. Surrounding the island was a mystical formation shrouded in clouds and mist, likely conjured by the Three Immortals dwelling within. Only distant glimpses of rugged mountains and valleys could be seen, a true utopian paradise. Afterward came the divine land of Dongxing, an expansive territory rich in resources where even Mount Kunlun, the abode of the Three Pure Ones, was located. Then came the Western realm, where Jieyin and Zhunti cultivated Buddhism. As for those two shameless individuals, the moment they reached the border they withdrew. Next was the Nanzhan continent, the place most fitting the atmosphere of the primordial world. Endless warfare among demons, humans, Taoist sects, and Buddhist orders. Due to differing orthodoxies, conflicts erupted constantly. Finally, they reached Beiju Luzhou, where the Wu tribe and the demon race resided. In truth, a great war would unfold there in the future, but for now peace still held. Rather than becoming entangled in tribal matters, they quickly finished their tour and departed. The three witnessed majestic mountains and rivers, the myriad forms of all living beings. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous rare spiritual materials and extraordinary beasts, sparing nothing of value. Now they had arrived at the southern reaches of the primordial world. Yu Yuan cradled a pile of heavenly mountain holy snow lotuses freshly harvested from the frigid wastelands, along with a collection of spirit materials that had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years to achieve transformation. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yu Yuan and were uprooted without warning. Xi He, Changxi, come quickly. See what treasures I have found. The two sisters had just set up a grill over the southern polar sea, roasting fish they had caught. Just as they were about to call Yu Yuan over to taste their meal, a mournful cry suddenly pierced the air, so heart-wrenching that it instantly captured their attention. It seems there is a divine beast nearby, but judging by its cries it appears to be trapped. Xi He spoke with puzzlement. A divine beast. Changxi immediately explained. Divine beasts are plentiful throughout the primordial world. If its cry can pierce through mountains and valleys, its cultivation is considerable. Given time, it will be able to transform and cultivate further. However, an immature divine beast remaining exposed is easily hunted, either by its own kind to absorb its cultivation or by predators as prey. The three proceeded cautiously toward the source of the sound, and suddenly discovered a gravely wounded young phoenix, its body riddled with scars, trapped in a narrow cliff crevice covered in blood on the verge of death. Sharp claw marks marred the young phoenix's body, evidence of a fierce battle with another divine beast. Defeated, it had been hurled from the cliff and become lodged in this crevice. Depleted of strength and unable to summon his divine power, he could only wail pitifully, hoping to attract his kin for rescue. The primordial world was treacherous. Summoning his own kind might bring salvation, but it could also attract his mortal enemies. That would be the moment of his certain demise. Yet the young phoenix had no other option. Moved by compassion, the two sisters resolved to save him. He is far too pitiful. Look, he is still a cub bearing such grievous wounds. If we do not save him, he will surely perish here. Very well. You two are far too kind-hearted. One day someone will sell you out, and you won't even realize it. Yu Yuan, moving on behalf of the two sisters, struck, directly shattering the surrounding rocks. Instantly, the two sisters channeled their spiritual energy, enveloping the phoenix in a protective barrier and drawing him down to the ground. They then fed him the spirit materials they had gathered and used their spiritual energy to heal his wounds. After a long while, the phoenix awoke and realized that these beings before him were his saviors. Moreover, Yu Yuan radiated an aura no less imposing than that of the demon emperor himself, making the phoenix even more wary of causing trouble. Rising from the ground, he immediately lowered his great phoenix head before the three and spoke. I am Honghuang of the Phoenix clan. I am deeply grateful to you, my benefactors. Observing the humble demeanor of the phoenix before him, Yu Yuan teased him curiously. You are a phoenix yourself, are you not? Logically, few divine beasts could defeat you. How did you end up trapped in a cliff crevice? And staying here so long? Aren't you afraid of drawing your enemies? Honghuang scratched his head awkwardly with one of his massive feathered wings, embarrassed. I had ventured out to hunt for food when a blue bird took notice of me. The Bluebird clan and our Phoenix clan have always competed for resources. Unfortunately, it was an elder blue bird, and I could not defeat it. Spotting a crevice, I deliberately fell in and played dead. The blue bird was too large to descend and check, so I escaped. I do not know how many days I remained trapped below. After some time passed, and I confirmed the blue bird had departed, I dared to cry out. I feared no one would come to rescue me. Fortunately, I encountered you, my benefactors. The young phoenix's mind was like that of a child, speaking with growing emotion. He nearly shed tears. Yu Yuan and the others were equally captivated by the phoenix's endearing naivety. Not long after his rescue, 3 enormous phoenixes suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding the area. Seeing his clansmen arrive, Honghuang greeted them with great excitement. He then explained the entire matter. The 3 elder phoenixes quickly lowered their aggressive postures and spoke gratefully. The Phoenix clan has long guarded the southern reaches of the primordial world alone. Our numbers are scarce, and our bloodline thin. We are deeply grateful for your righteousness in saving Honghuang. Might I invite you to be our honored guests? Honghuang looked at his benefactors with eager anticipation. In the primordial world, those who repaid kindness were inevitably held in high esteem. The 2 sisters waited for Yu Yuan's response. It was clear they both wished to go. Yu Yuan smiled and replied, "We happen to be touring the primordial world ourselves. If it pleases you, I would welcome the opportunity to visit the Phoenix clan." Upon hearing their benefactors agree, the Phoenix clan immediately offered themselves as mounts, carrying the trio toward the gathering grounds of the Phoenix clan, the southern pole of the primordial world. The Phoenix clan. After the Dragonhan tribulation, the Phoenix clan withdrew from the primordial world, forever guarding the southern pole. This place became their dwelling, where they perpetuated their bloodline and accumulated merit to benefit future generations of the Phoenix clan. Gazing ahead as they crossed over the mountain peak, a small island suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Spiritual energy from the Phoenix surrounded the area. Were it not for clan members, any intruder would surely be repelled. Beyond the formation, mists swirled and clouds drifted, winds danced with thunderous harmonies, forests grew dense with extraordinary flowers and fruits. Truly worthy of being the new blessed land of the Phoenix after the Dragonhan tribulation. Other Phoenix clan members, seeing their elder bring outsiders into the sacred grounds, curiously gathered around. Who are they? Demonic beasts. And 2 immortal maidens. After the elder explained the circumstances, the hostility and curiosity of the other Phoenix gradually transformed into friendliness. The elder issued a decree. In gratitude for the 3 distinguished friends' aid in rescuing our Phoenix bloodline, I hereby order a grand banquet today to honor you. Upon hearing that the Phoenix had specially prepared a banquet in his honor, Yu Yuan's excitement surged instantly. Faced with such an opportunity to feast freely, Yu Yuan would naturally not decline. Moreover, this was his first invitation to a banquet since entering the primordial world, and he was quite curious about what a Phoenix deity's feast would be like. Night fell upon the banquet. Most of the Phoenix clan had not yet taken human form. Ordinarily, they would pile meat, spirit fruits, and fine wine together, dancing and singing in the air. But today, to accommodate the transformed Yu Yuan and the 2 immortal maidens, they had specially carved fine phoenix wood overnight to craft tables and chairs. They served exquisite delicacies, phoenix wine and phoenix fruits. Each item consumed, greatly benefiting cultivation. At the very center, a massive grill stood upon which roasted a 5-spirit pig, its fragrance wafting in every direction. Yu Yuan did not hold back, diving straight into hearty eating and drinking. Seeing this demonic beast so unrestrained, the Phoenix grew even more uninhibited. The 2 immortal maidens, Xi He and Changxi, initially drank wine as well, but soon grew so delighted that they danced gracefully at the center. Their light veils fluttered, their movements exquisite, drawing continuous applause from the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan members were extraordinarily warm and passionate. One among them, a golden immortal who had taken human form, raised his wine cup and toasted Yu Yuan. "I am Fengqing, cousin of Honghuang. Honghuang is the only son of my aunt. This time he went out on his own to temper himself, and we never expected such grave danger. Had we known, we would have accompanied him. Fortunately, we encountered each of you. I rank first among the top 10 warriors of my generation in the clan. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to ask me." Having spoken, he drained his cup in one swallow. Yu Yuan and the others returned the courtesy. Then an elderly man emerged, his body covered in vibrant red phoenix feathers. The moment he appeared, the other phoenix fell silent. "I am Jiofeng. Because I possess 9 heads, that is how I am named. I am the elder of this Phoenix clan. I thank you, noble benefactors, for saving my clan members. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not stand on ceremony." He then presented each of the 3 with a Phoenix token, continuing, "This token carries my unique divine sense. Should you need assistance in the future, you may rely on this token to summon my clan members to help." Yu Yuan naturally knew this figure's identity. Who would not recognize the future ancestor of the Phoenix? A person of great renown in the primordial world. Such goodwill Yu Yuan and the others readily accepted, though none had anticipated the Phoenix clan to be so extraordinarily hospitable. Even Honghuang had not anticipated that his ancestors valued him so highly. Tears of gratitude filled his eyes. He vowed to train diligently henceforth and repay his clan. In truth, there was another reason. Everyone could sense that the demonic energy emanating from Yu Yuan was extraordinary. Furthermore, it was widely known that he had rejected Hongjun, the ancestral lord's offer to take him as a disciple. Moreover, he had soundly beaten Jieyin and Zhunti at Zixiao Hall, as well as Yuan's heavenly master. This incident had spread throughout the great wilderness. Coupled with Yu Yuan's unpretentious and free-spirited nature, the Phoenix clan leader, drawing upon 10,000 years of experience, was certain this was the person of destiny. This youth was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Better to forge a favorable bond now, so they might meet again in the primordial world in days to come. However, during the banquet, just as everyone was enjoying lively conversation, old Honghuang, hosting a grand banquet here. May I join, I wonder? A formidable wave of demonic energy suddenly approached. After a fierce gust of wind passed, a demonic beast appeared before them. Indeed, a powerful demon king among the demonic race. His body was covered in black, mane fur shaped like a tiger with faint black spots visible. A pair of enormous black horns grew from his head, and vast black wings sprouted from his back. He had pierced straight through the Phoenix Ridge formation from the skies above and burst in. Truly the ferocious beast Changxi of the primordial world. Changxi was infamous throughout the primordial world for his viciousness and power. Whatever he set his sights upon, even if it lay at the ends of the earth, he would seize by force. The Honghuang clan leader, watching Changxi burst through the formation, loudly demanded an explanation. My Phoenix clan has never harbored enmity toward you. How dare you barge in so recklessly? Do you have no respect for us whatsoever? Changxi threw back his head and laughed wildly into the air. I hold no grudge against you, but there is something here that I desire. Changxi was renowned across the primordial world as a beast of unparalleled malice. He appeared only either to plunder magical treasures or to devour living beings. The Phoenix clan suddenly grew tense. Could this not be here to hunt their clan members? Changxi slowly paced about with a wicked grin. Rest assured, none of you shall escape. I want your Phoenix lives, yes, but more importantly, you demonic beast, hand over your chaos bell. Yu Yuan had initially thought Changxi harbored grievances against the Phoenix clan. Who would have guessed this creature came specifically for him? Truly a notorious beast of the primordial world, not only infamous, but utterly insatiable. Changxi fixed his gaze tightly upon Yu Yuan and spoke. You have only just attained human form. How could you possibly be so powerful? They say you were no match for Yuan's heavenly master Jieyin or Zhunti when relying on that treasure. You could only defeat them because of it, is that not so? And you dared to challenge Saint Hongjun directly. Your confidence stems entirely from that treasure. Your own cultivation is merely mid-stage Daluo Golden Immortal, nothing more. Yu Yuan regarded the figure before him with wariness, surprised that his true strengths had been read so thoroughly. Greed for his magical treasure had awakened along with designs to seize it. He gazed coldly at Changxi and said, So, you intend to steal my chaos bell, my born companion treasure, and you also covet it, truly oblivious to your own demise. Changxi's eyes turned vicious. Had you willingly handed it over, I would have spared you flesh-wounding suffering and granted you a quick death. As for the two immortal maidens beside you, I shall treat them most carefully. Upon hearing this, the other Phoenix were instantly shocked. So this was the person who had refused to become a disciple of Hongjun, the ancestral lord, at Zixiao Palace not long ago. Though stunned, they understood that Changxi's purpose today went beyond merely seizing magical treasures. He sought to devour all the Phoenix lives as well. Watching the provocation of the Changxi Demon King on the wall, Yu Yuan instructed Xi He and Changxi to protect the Phoenixes of the Phoenix clan that had not yet taken human form. After all, the battle between Demon Kings was something they could not withstand. The Phoenix clan was not to be trifled with either. How could they stand by and watch Changxi bully the savior of their kin? Not only did Changxi covet Yu Yuan's treasure, but he also sought to devour the entire Phoenix clan. Such an outrage. Did he think the Phoenix clan had no one? The Phoenix clan leader immediately stepped forward and cursed. Changxi, you intrude upon our territory, destroy our formation, and now seek to seize our benefactor's treasure. That makes you our enemy. Do you truly believe we are defenseless? Swords were drawn and bows bent. The Phoenix clan leader, along with Honghuang and the others, prepared to strike against Changxi. Suddenly, Yu Yuan placed his hand on the Phoenix clan leader's arm, stopping him as he spoke. I appreciate the goodwill of the Phoenix clan, but your people cultivate here and accumulate merit. You rarely venture outside. It would not be good for you to incur such karma on my account. Let me handle it. After all, he is merely a demon king. I hold him in no regard. Besides, the Phoenix clan had only just helped them once. If he truly faced difficulties in the future, he could not waste this opportunity on fighting Changxi. Hongjun was the pinnacle of combat power in Honghuang. Changxi was at best a demon king. Whether he was instigated by others or driven by his own greed, since he dared to provoke Yu Yuan, he would have to rely on his own luck. Changxi glared fiercely at Yu Yuan before him. In the great wilderness, he often killed for treasures and had never failed. Moreover, before coming he had learned that the Phoenix clan was accumulating merit. Senseless slaughter would surely harm their virtue. Besides, only a few of them had taken human form. This time to seize the Chaos Bell, he had come in his true form. When a beast used its true form, its power multiplied 100-fold. Seeing the aggressive Changxi before him, Yu Yuan had no choice but to display his true power. He summoned the Chaos Bell, which grew larger under his control. When the bell rang, heaven and earth changed color, thunder roared, and it enveloped the Phoenix clan. Earlier he had only used it for defense outside the Zixiao Palace, not unleashing its full might. Now with no sages present he had no more reservations. Changxi had come for the Chaos Bell. Seeing the power of such a treasure with his own eyes, his eyes gleamed, and his desire to seize it grew even stronger. Changxi let out a roar, and a surge of black chaotic power came crashing forward. The surrounding trees collapsed, shaking the mountains and earth. Under this immense pressure, the Phoenix clan Xi He and Changxi quickly formed seals to erect a barrier. They could sense that if it came to a fight with the Phoenix clan, even the clan leader might not be a match. Then everyone looked at Yu Yuan with concern. Yu Yuan, not to be outdone, manipulated the Chaos Bell to shield himself. Xi He and Changxi. The Chaos Bell and Changxi's power clashed in midair. In no time Changxi was sent reeling backward. Changxi realized that the treasure's power was too great. Head-on confrontation was futile. Only by eliminating the being before him could he have a chance to obtain the Chaos Bell. With a sweep of his tail, countless mountains and trees collapsed instantly. Seizing the moment, he manifested clones and swiftly attacked from behind Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, seeing the afterimages around him, simply enlarged the Chaos Bell and shielded himself within it. No matter which direction Changxi struck, he was helpless. However, Yu Yuan had no intention of letting Changxi go while staying sheltered inside the Chaos Bell. He then projected phantom images of the bell, which shot out in all directions. In the void, Changxi was struck by the Chaos Bell and spat blood. Though the Demon King was powerful, he ultimately succumbed under the suppression of the bell. Xi He and Changxi, seeing Yu Yuan defeat Changxi, could not help but exclaim joyfully, "Well done, brother Yu Yuan. Press the attack, don't let him escape." Changxi got up from the ground knowing he was no match. He gathered all his strength and hurled a sphere of spiritual energy forward, but Yu Yuan easily broke through it. However, Changxi had already fled in disgrace. Yu Yuan dusted off his hands and decided not to pursue. After being wounded by the Chaos Bell, this Demon King would not recover for at least a decade. Moreover, given this creature's character, he must have made countless enemies in Honghuang. Yu Yuan was not worried about retaliation. In his current injured state, Changxi was no match even for the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan erupted in excitement upon seeing Yu Yuan's victory. After tidying up the surroundings, they all congratulated him. "Brother Yu Yuan, truly remarkable. Now I'd like to see which bold fool dares to covet Brother Yu Yuan's treasure." Brother Yu Yuan's treasure is truly invincible. This battle not only made Yu Yuan famous among the demon race, but also deepened the Phoenix clan's understanding of his strength. From a distance, the Phoenix clan leader watched Yu Yuan surrounded by the crowd, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. His judgment had been correct. Yu Yuan would surely achieve greatness in Honghuang. He must be befriended, never opposed. Yu Yuan had originally intended to keep a low profile and survive in Honghuang. He thought that as long as he did not interfere in the battles between the Wu and Yao races and did not offend the sages, he could protect himself. But now it seemed far from easy. His treasure had been coveted after just one appearance at the Zixiao Palace. He had not changed anything since his transmigration. The only change was that the demon race had lost its 2 demon emperors. No wonder they were not prominent. As soon as he took form, someone came to invite him to be the demon emperor. Last time they flirted with Xi He and Changxi. This time, they came for the Chaos Bell. Was no one considering becoming the demon emperor and leading the demon race? Thus he understood even more profoundly, no one in the demon race wanted to be the demon emperor. He certainly would not rush to his death. To prevent Changxi from retaliating and harming the Phoenix clan, Yu Yuan along with Xi He and Changxi helped reinforce the sealing barrier for the Phoenix clan the next day before departing. As they departed, the Phoenix clan members danced and sang in the sky to bid them farewell. The 2 sisters were also reluctant to part, and after leaving they hugged the fruits gifted by the Phoenix clan, munching on them incessantly. Suddenly along the way, a jade rabbit spirit found them and said something to the 2 sisters. Xi He and Changxi became anxious and spoke to Yu Yuan. "Daoist Yu Yuan, recently there is a jade rabbit ceremony on the moon star. We 2 sisters must return first to oversee the affairs. We shall go back to the moon star. Next time we meet, we can roam the heavens, cultivate together, and exchange insights." Yu Yuan looked at the 2 fairies, feeling reluctant, but understanding that all feasts must eventually end. He smiled and said, "Fairy, please go ahead and attend to your matters. If you need anything, you can come to me." The 2 sisters returned a gesture of courtesy, then rode the clouds and departed. Watching the 2 sisters' departing figures, Yu Yuan felt somewhat bored and didn't know where to go next. Suddenly Yu Yuan discovered that on top of this mountain there was a celestial ladder leading straight to the heavenly realm. On the mountainside, there were demon clan members farming ahead with houses one after another among the mountains. Outside the courtyard, mulberry and silkworms were drying in the sun, and the foot of the mountain was covered in year-round snow. Yu Yuan realized that he had arrived at Buzhou Mountain, the territory of Xi and Yuan. Speaking of which, the conflict between the Wu clan and the demon clan was becoming increasingly acute. The Wu clan had 12 ancestral witches, and just one of them, Gonggong, who possessed the power to command floods, caused immense suffering to the demon clan. After the Wu clan, other excellent Wu clan members were born, such as Hui, who later even killed Dejuan's 9 sons. In contrast, on the demon clan side, the only notable ones were Nuwa Fushi and a few demon kings. Moreover, there were evil demons like Changxi, who did nothing for their kind. So overall, the Wu clan was growing stronger while the demon clan was weakening. If Jun and Taiyi had not been devoured by him, the demon clan might still have some capable figures to hold on for a while. At this thought, Yu Yuan felt a twinge of guilt, but he quickly shook his head and snapped back to clarity. Although Yu Yuan was a demon clan member and had accidentally devoured 2 successive demon emperors, he refused to be morally blackmailed. He himself was barely able to protect himself. Yuanshi, Tianzu, and Jieyin and Zhunti were probably still looking for an opportunity to kill him. These matters were not his concern. Then he quickly walked to the foot of Zhou Mountain, where he happened to encounter Fushi and Nuwa siblings who were traveling. Fushi, with his extraordinary wisdom and skill in deducing the heavenly secrets, had already seen the imperial fortune on Yu Yuan during the time at Zixiao Palace. Now, with the Wu clan growing increasingly arrogant, disregarding the demon clan, and even the 3 pure ones beginning to look down on them, how could Fushi let go of a talent like Yu Yuan? Fushi directly stepped forward to greet him. Daoist Yu Yuan, your demeanor remains as impressive as ever since Zixiao Palace. Are you also here at Buzhou Mountain for training? Have you gained anything? Yu Yuan was blocked by this unexpected greeting. It would be impolite to leave now, so he could only force an awkward smile. After all, Yu Yuan was a transmigrator, so he naturally held reverence for the human emperor Fushi and the mother of the earth Nuwa. He then descended from the clouds, politely cupped his hands, and said, I am Yu Yuan of the demon clan. I apologize for the intrusion. I have been cultivating and traveling through the primordial world and happened to pass by here. I never expected this to be Buzhou Mountain, the place where Pangu finally fell. Naturally, I wish to come and see, hoping to sense if there is any great fortune. I have only just arrived, and as for gains, there are none. Nuwa, gentle and kind with the talent to create all things, saw that Yu Yuan had an extraordinary bearing. Coupled with his recent fame for defeating Changxi, she became curious and stepped forward to speak. I heard that Daoist Yu Yuan recently dealt with the fierce beast Changxi. Well done. That demon king is a scourge. The entire primordial world has long been clamoring for his demise, and even our demon clan has been complaining about him. Your action is truly satisfying. That fellow really deserves a beating. Unfortunately, he escaped last time. Next time we meet, I will skin him alive. Daoist, how about we travel together? Fushi extended an invitation. Daoist Yu Yuan is also a demon clan member. In fact, we are all of the same kind. We can help each other. Yu Yuan hadn't expected Fushi to be so enthusiastic, but he wasn't that naive. Fushi wanted to recruit soldiers and horses for the demon clan, making him the foolhardy strongman. Then Fushi continued speaking. Now the demon clan is declining. The Wu clan is constantly seizing demon clan territory. If this continues, I fear the demon clan will become the prey of the Wu clan, who in the primordial world doesn't know the difficult situation of the demon clan. Fushi was still waiting for Yu Yuan's response, but unfortunately what Yu Yuan said was completely different from what he had expected. Yu Yuan nodded and said, Alas, the demon clan is truly pitiful. They can only rely on the hard efforts of Daoist Fushi and Nuwa. Fortunately, the Wu clan cannot cultivate the primordial spirit. The primordial world is vast, and it cannot become the Wu clan's domain alone. There will always be a place for the demon clan. He would not be foolish enough to be manipulated into standing up for the demon clan, get crushed by the Wu clan, and then be suspended in the sky to serve as a target for Hui. Nuwa had long seen this demon clan member's straightforwardness and boldness outside Zixiao Palace, and she said warmly, Daoist Yu Yuan, why not come to my dwelling as a guest and share cultivation insights? How about it? Upon hearing such an invitation from Nuwa, Yu Yuan was extremely excited. Who was this? This was Nuwa, the direct disciple of Hongjun, the first of the 6 saints, and capable of creating all things. Who wouldn't like Nuwa? However, Yu Yuan had other plans in mind. He recalled a legend about the 7-colored gourds. It was said that near Buzhou Mountain, once every 10,000 years, a 7-colored gourd vine would appear bearing 7 gourds, each containing a miraculous power. Now nearly 10,000 years had passed since the last appearance of the gourd vine. Yu Yuan guessed that the time was about right. He then said to Nuwa, Thank you, Daoist Nuwa, but I have matters to attend to, so I won't go to your place. Next time we meet, we can discuss cultivation insights. Thank you for your hospitality. Then he transformed into a golden crow and flew toward the place where the 7-colored gourds were born. Fushi, stroking his chin in place, said, Little sister, you're not good enough. You couldn't even keep Daoist Yu Yuan. Nuwa looked at Fushi with a dark face and scolded, "Brother, weren't you right there? You said a whole lot, but Daoist Yu Yuan didn't give you face either." Fushi suddenly looked up, and then looked as if he had a sudden realization. "I suddenly remember that there is a flood in the east. I must hurry and take people to deal with it, otherwise the flood might burst in a couple of days and endanger the crops." Then he dashed away in a flash. Nuwa expressed contempt for her brother's behavior. Watching the departing figure of Daoist Yu Yuan, she couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and anticipation. This person is truly strange. He dared to offend the three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti in Zixiao Palace, and even refused Hongjun Laozu. He has the strength of a demon emperor, but does not take the position. Truly unfathomable. I wonder when we will meet again. After some time, Yu Yuan had arrived at a peak in the southern part of Buzhou Mountain. In his memory, this was the very spot where the seven-colored gourds would appear. He followed the mountain range and found a crevice in a cliff. Several vines had already grown inside the crevice, and soon these vines would be covered with gourds. He used a transformation technique to conceal the spiritual energy of this place, making it look like any other mountain. Then he began to cultivate. I seem to have forgotten something. While cultivating, Yu Yuan had smoothly broken through to the late stage of the Daluo Jinxian realm, and it was only during the process of stabilizing his breakthrough that he realized something important had slipped his mind. Right? Honghuang and Zhuangmo. These two harbingers of disaster were originally destined to be appointed by Hongjun as the leaders of all male and female immortals in the prehistoric world after the first sermon. Yet Hongjun failed to bestow such titles upon them. How peculiar, most peculiar. What a pity, truly a pity. If these two had been in theft, the prehistoric world would have seen endless turmoil. Neither Honghuang nor Zhuangmu was any pushover, or else Yu Yuan would never have described them as portents of disaster. They say Hongjun loves to stir up trouble, but these two were not far behind. Especially once they possessed Hongjuan's imperial decree, their schemes only grew more brazen. Unfortunately, these two have yet to receive their enfeoffment. Otherwise, there would be quite the spectacle to behold. That's odd. Originally, after these two disasters received their appointments and ran amok across the realm, Dongwang Taiyi was the one who eliminated them. But Dongwang Taiyi is no more now, and Yu Yuan has no interest in interfering. By that logic, the prehistoric world has already begun deviating from its destined course. Let them wreak havoc, for it concerns me not. I shall merely watch how the heavenly way and Yu Hongjun attempt to restore order. It is nearing ripeness. Yu Yuan relished the prospect of chaos. With the chaos bell, a primordial supreme treasure, capable of obscuring celestial omens, he felt no need to tread carefully as others did, ever fearful of offending the heavenly way or Saint Hongjun. Gazing upon the seven-colored gourd, Yu Yuan noticed it was on the verge of maturity. Perhaps another few hundred years, or a millennium, and it would be ready for harvest. After confirming the gourd was in sound condition, he closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. At the Honghuang temple within Xinyuanzi's cultivation grounds, Hongyun had just emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the Daluo Jinxian realm. He was joyfully debating the Tao with Xinyuanzi, his closest confidant, though Xinyuanzi's cultivation vastly exceeded his own, standing at the mid-stage of Daluo Jinxian. Mid-conversation, Hongyun paused abruptly, drawing Xinyuanzi's puzzled gaze. Raising his hand to divine, Hongyun announced with delight, "Good friend, I have cast my fingers and foreseen an opportunity awaiting me. I shall be but a moment. Venture forth, but shun all conflicts. And if you encounter one beyond your capacity to challenge, withdraw immediately." Hongyun's penchant for meddling in affairs and courting trouble had worn Xinyuanzi to the quick. Sensing his companion's intent to depart, Xinyuanzi hurried to warn him. "You may go, but do not act recklessly. Do not interfere in matters that do not concern you. Should any opportunity fall into the hands of someone far more powerful, depart at once. Never entangle yourself in such affairs lest you lose your life." "I am fully aware, good friend. I shall take my leave." Hongyun chuckled wickedly, plucking two lifespan fruits, as though they were his own, leaving behind a trail of mischievous laughter as he departed from the Honghuang temple. Xinyuanzi, accustomed as he was, still found himself utterly exasperated. Many would beg for a single lifespan fruit, yet Hongyun treated them as though they grew in his own garden, devouring them without a thought for his host's feelings. After Hongyun's departure, Xinyuanzi's disciple could barely contain his frustration. "Master, this uncle of ours has the thickest skin I've ever encountered. He's nearly consumed all the lifespan fruits." "Oh well, let him eat them." Xinyuanzi chuckled and shook his head, taking it in stride. For what were a few fruits? After all these years, he had long grown weary of the abundance his grove produced. At that very moment, on the opposite flank of Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa emerged from her cultivation seclusion and sensed that something momentous was about to come into being. With her brother Fushi still encased in meditation, she set forth alone toward the source of that awakening. Far away on Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones also opened their eyes in unison. Treasures aligned with destiny could be sensed naturally, and when fate called, they followed without hesitation. The three pure ones immediately terminated their seclusion, for this particular period of meditation had reached its natural conclusion. Once they claimed their destined treasure, there would be ample time to refine their cultivation further. The next sermon at Zixiao Palace would not convene for another full epoch, still distant ahead. Less than a fraction of that vast cycle had yet elapsed. None could have imagined that the treasure had already been seized by Yu Yuan, yet all hastened toward their fates nonetheless. Approaching Buzhou Mountain, Hongjun crossed paths with Nuwa and harbored hopes of forging a connection. But she glanced through him as though he were invisible, forcing a rueful smile as he abandoned the notion. Nuwa's standards at this juncture were exceedingly high, rendering ordinary beings beneath her notice. Hongyun's rejection stung quietly, so he kept silent, though he noted with some interest that Nuwa shared his same objective. A sense of foreboding took hold. Should there be but a single object of desire, how would they divide it? Conflict was inevitable, and should it erupt, the consequences would be dire. Nuwa was already formidable, and now bearing the mantle of a saint's disciple. Few dared provoke such a figure. Not everyone could match Yu Yuan's ruthlessness, crushing opponents regardless of their station. Nuwa shared Hongyun's apprehension, yet her nature recoiled from strife, and she harbored no intention of driving anyone away. Though their paths had diverged, both headed toward the same destination, arriving there in short order. Yet before them lay a bell shrouding the surrounding terrain, an artifact both recognized with startled hesitation. This was no ordinary treasure. Yu Yuan had wielded it against Yuanshi Tianzuan himself. What manner of claim did this represent? Enveloping an entire mountain range with such a treasure sent an unmistakable message: this territory belonged solely to Yu Yuan. The spoils within were his alone, unrelated to anyone else. Those wise enough would depart in silence, those who refused would face combat. Treasures rightfully belong to those capable of claiming them. The unworthy deserve no share. Within the chaos bell beside the seven-colored gourd, Yu Yuan naturally sensed Nuwa and Hongyun's arrival. Opening his eyes, he regarded them and spoke in a resonant voice. Esteemed friends, I discovered this treasure first, and it rightfully belongs to me. You would do well to withdraw before unnecessary conflict arises. Both Nuwa and Hongyun nearly choked on their astonishment. At long last, the audacious claim that discovery alone warranted ownership. Such presumptuous logic defied all reason. Brother, does this not strain the bounds of reason? Hongyun could not contain himself. Nuwa remained silent, though regret stirred within her. Why had she not sought to cultivate favor with Yu Yuan beforehand? Now trapped in an untenable position, she faced either open conflict. She could not hope to win or acceptance of loss. The treasure held profound significance for her, and resignation felt impossible. What was she to do? Watching Hongyun's boldness, Nuwa breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Someone willing to bear the brunt was always preferable. Begone. Yu Yuan's eyes snapped open, fury radiating from his voice. What of it if I am domineering? Hongyun, if you contest this, enter and fight, or vanish from my sight. Should you provoke me, not even Zinyuanzi could shield you. You. Absolutely unreasonable. Hongyun recoiled in shock, trembling with indignation. While he had encountered arrogance before, nothing compared to this brazen audacity. It was not that Yu Yuan looked down on Jun Yuanzi, but rather that Jun Yuanzi's character. If he were a bit more assertive, it would be passable. But unfortunately, he was too soft, at most capable of protecting Hongyun and nothing more. I give you face, yet you refuse to take it, so don't blame Yu Yuan for turning against you. Yu Yuan is not afraid of offending anyone. If you have the guts, kill me, but if not, don't loiter here and annoy me. Scram. Hongyun's face flushed red with anger, rendered speechless by the rebuke, and dared not utter harsh words against Yu Yuan, lest Yu Yuan make him suffer. Nuwa, standing nearby, also looked grim. The words were directed at Hongyun, but they also served as a warning to her. I am taking the treasure, you have no share. Either leave, or fight your way in. We'll settle it with a battle. Who afraid of whom? The title of a saint's disciple does not intimidate me. What should be done? The treasure was important, and Nuwa was unwilling to let go, but Yu Yuan clearly refused to give it up, intending to monopolize it. What could they do to him? Just as Nuwa was at a loss, a colorful cloud flew from the horizon. The three pure ones approached Mount Buzhou slowly. Seeing them arrive, Nuwa's eyes lit up. Perhaps the arrival of the three pure ones was a good thing. Maybe they could suppress Yu Yuan. If they could suppress him, everyone would have a share of the treasure. If not, they could only stand by idly watching Yu Yuan take everything with no benefit to them. After more than 1,000 years in seclusion, their mood had improved, and their strength had increased. The three pure ones were in a good state of mind during their journey. But when they arrived at Mount Buzhou and saw Nuwa and Hongyun along with the greatly enlarged chaos bell, they were stunned. What was going on? Why did they always run into this Yu Yuan wherever they went? Could it be that he intended to hog the treasures? Junior sister, what is this? Unable to speak, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan remained silent, so Tongtian stepped forward to ask. Nuwa smiled helplessly and said, 3 senior brothers, I am at a loss. This place has been taken over by fellow Daoist Yu Yuan, who ordered us to leave quickly. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Already displeased with Yu Yuan, Tianzhuan exploded upon seeing this. What exactly did Yu Yuan mean? Monopolizing the treasures alone. If it were just one item perhaps, but to take so many all for himself. Was he not afraid of choking? Scram. The chaos bell suddenly shrank and rammed straight toward Tianzhuan. Yu Yuan sneered. I said Tianzhuan, stay far away, or I will beat you every time I see you. Madman. This Yu Yuan was a madman, and an untouchable one at that. Seeing the chaos bell charging, Hongyun's eyelids twitched. He quickly fled. Treasures were all illusory, even if there were treasures one needed to live to enjoy them. Getting beaten half to death was one thing, but being killed outright would be the greatest loss. Hongyun hid far away, and Nuwa was no better. She dared not withstand the attack of the chaos bell. If Tianzhuan could not endure it, she certainly could not either. Tianzhuan at least had Laozi and Tongtian to help him, but who did Nuwa have? Fushi was still in seclusion. Even if he were here, he might not dare to strike at Yu Yuan. Damn it. What did I say before? Laozi was furious, almost wanting to strangle Tianzhuan. He had repeatedly warned him not to provoke Yu Yuan. Had he forgotten that after just 1,000 years in seclusion? How could Laozi not be angry? But anger aside, he could not simply watch Tianzhuan be battered by the chaos bell. Helpless, he had no choice but to summon the heaven and earth Honghuang pagoda, placing it before him to clash with the chaos bell. Fortunately, the impact was not strong. The pagoda was knocked away, and the chaos bell returned to Yu Yuan's hand. Fellow Daoist, do you truly intend to oppose the three pure ones? Laozi's face was dark and grim, almost dripping with ink. He did not wish to court trouble, but that did not mean he feared it. If Yu Yuan pressed too hard, Laozi would be fully prepared to lead Tianzhuan and Tongtian into a great battle. Treasures belong to the strong. In the Zixiao Palace, did you three pure ones not also rely on strength to seize the cushions? Besides, someone's mouth is too foul and deserves a lesson. Yu Yuan did not care about Laozi. He sneered coldly. This treasure belongs to me. All of you leave quickly. If you dare approach again, do not blame me for disregarding courtesy. Elder brother, let us fight him. This is utterly intolerable. Tianzhuan could no longer hold back. He had just been drenched in cold sweat. Yu Yuan had attacked him again for no reason. A completely irrational madman. Shut up. Laozi snorted coldly. You are best at stirring up trouble, Tianzhuan, and best at saving face, but in the end you always drag us into cleaning up the mess. Tianzhuan stared at Laozi in shock, unable to believe that Laozi was scolding him. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do wrong? Ha ha ha. The conflict among the three pure ones made Yu Yuan burst into laughter. At this rate, the three pure ones might split up before even attaining sagehood. Laozi ignored Tianzhuan and looked at Yu Yuan. Fellow Daoists, take a step back, and we can all meet again with goodwill. What do you say? Sorry, no. Yu Yuan grinned. There was a saying in the primordial world, never trust the words of a sage. For the sake of profit and advantage, what wouldn't these sages do? Smiling on the surface, but scheming behind your back, making you completely unaware of being sold out. Fight or not? Yu Yuan clearly refused to show any respect. The question of whether to fight or not lay before Laozi. He glanced at Tongtian and Tianzhuan. Both remained silent, leaving the decision to him as the eldest senior brother and disciple of the saint. In terms of strength, the three were naturally not afraid of Yu Yuan, but the most embarrassing issue for the three pure ones was that they lacked suitable magic treasures. Laozi possessed the heaven and earth Honghuang pagoda, his innate treasure. But since their transformation, they had mostly cultivated within the Kunlun Mountains and never ventured into the primordial world. Without proper weapons, how could they fight Yu Yuan? Tianzhuan and Tongtian's stance was clear. If Laozi gave the order, they would follow. Laozi narrowed his eyes and glanced back at Nuwa. Seeing that she seemed to share the same intention, he took a deep breath, ready to make a decision. As for Hongyun, Laozi had already disregarded him. He did not think much of Hongyun, nor did he consider him an ally. Hongyun felt inexplicably humiliated. Enraged, he turned and left. He would not take the treasure, nor would he meddle in this affair. The saint's disciples who held themselves aloof could fight for it themselves. He only hoped they would end up losing face instead of the treasure. How embarrassing. Still calling themselves disciples of saints, yet unable to handle a single Yu Yuan, utterly disgraceful. It seemed a fight was inevitable. Yu Yuan smiled faintly and summoned the Hichu Luoshu. With the Hichu Luoshu for defense and the Chaos Bell for attack, let's see what they could do. The Hichu Luoshu was one of the top-grade innate spiritual treasures, a decent artifact, but it paled in comparison to the Chaos Bell, a supreme innate treasure. Still, even a top-grade innate spiritual treasure was not something everyone could possess. What allowed Dejuan to fight on equal footing with 2 or 3 ancestral witches? Besides his own strength, the Hichu Luoshu was the key. Although it could not compare to the Chaos Bell, it was still impressive. Dongwang Taiyi, for his part, had been arrogant for a time, wielding the unrefined Chaos Bell to fight multiple ancestral witches without losing, which was truly remarkable. If the 3 pure ones were also time travelers at this moment, they would surely blurt out a curse. Damn, One chaos bell was already hard to handle, and now you pull out a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Can't we have a fair fight? At present in the primordial world, most spiritual treasures were in the hands of Hongjun. Before Hongjun distributed the treasures, many were empty-handed. Even if they had artifacts, they were mostly insignificant, let alone top-grade innate spiritual treasures or supreme innate treasures that could decide the outcome of a battle. In the primordial world, magical battles were not like those in fantasy novels where a powerful artifact could break any spell. Here a formidable treasure could break all techniques. Try to fight that. Did they think themselves the 12 ancestral witches? Yu Yuan wore the chaos bell overhead and draped the Hichu Luoshu over his body. The three pure ones nearly vomited blood. Before the fight began, Yu Yuan was already in an undefeated position. What the hell was there to fight? Although the Heaven and Earth Xinhuang Pagoda was a merit-based supreme treasure, remember that the chaos bell's attack could penetrate. Utterly unscrupulous. Could this fight even go on? Tong Tian twitched his mouth and looked at Laozi. Laozi's face darkened, and for a long while he could not speak. I will remember this. Let's go. There was no way to fight. If Yu Yuan only had the chaos bell, they could still try, as they outnumbered him, and the bell might not be able to protect him completely. A supreme innate treasure was not something ordinary people could fully refine. Laozi, with the merit-based Heaven and Earth Xinhuang Pagoda, knew that it was impossible to fully refine such a treasure at the Golden Immortal realm. Only at the quasi-sage or sage realm could one fully refine and unleash its true might. If they attacked in numbers, Yu Yuan might be defeated, but with the Hichu Luoshu in play, there was no need to start the fight. Laozi was not insane, nor was he as impulsive as Yuan Tianzuan. Since there was no way to fight, why stay? Go home and cultivate. He would return another day to reclaim his dignity. Treasures were important, but was face not important. Leaving in disgrace was shameful, but being beaten and then leaving in disgrace would be even more shameful. If word got out, he would not dare to call himself a direct disciple of Pangu and a disciple of the saint. Hey, don't go. Come fight. Seeing the three pure ones turn and leave without even taking the treasure, Yu Yuan shouted, causing Laozi, who was walking in front, to stumble, nearly falling off the auspicious cloud. The three pure ones were driven away, and Hongyun had been driven away by them. Only Nuwa remained. Yu Yuan turned back and smiled. All who should leave have left. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, do you still want these things? This item is fated to be with me. Nuwa was helpless. She truly did not want to let go, but would Yu Yuan be willing to give it to her? I also think you are fated to be with me, fellow Taoist. Yu Yuan laughed heartily. Nuwa's face froze, then flushed red. Shameless. And she had thought so highly of him before. It was truly blind. Hearing this, Nuwa, now disregarding any treasures, turned and left in anger, saying, What do you mean by destined for you? Utter nonsense. I have never seen such a shameless person as you. What man would snatch away the things his beloved woman desires? Finally gone. Yu Yuan laughed heartily, gazing at the nearly ripe seven-colored gourds, his smile growing ever brighter. It might not be obvious yet, but once these gourds ripen, each one will be a supreme innate spiritual treasure of the highest order. How could he simply give them away? In the future, Hongjun will distribute treasures among you. But who will Yu Yuan turn to? If I seek them on my own, it will be too late, for I transformed too late, and all the treasures are already in Hongjun's hands. What can I do? So all the blame lies with Hongjun. Go and complain to him. Besides, one must strike a sage early, or else it will be too late to fight them later. Bullying a sage must be done early, or else they will come to bully you. Truly a treasure. The seven-colored gourds ripened quickly. Yu Yuan cheerfully collected them, tossing them into a small realm within the chaos bell, along with the gourd vine and the 9 heavens yang earth beneath it. You Nuwa, after becoming a disciple of the sage, have grown arrogant, haven't you? Without these things, I wonder how you will create humanity and attain sagehood. The day will come when you'll beg me. And the three pure ones don't think you're so formidable just because you're disciples of the sage. If you anger me, I'll make sure your disciples dare not even step out of your sect. If you have the ability, keep following me, or else Yu Yuan will strike at your disciples. The barefoot fears not the shoot. Come on, let's hurt each other. After taking all the good things, Yu Yuan left contentedly, returning to the Sun Star to continue his closed-door cultivation. The next sermon is still over 100,000 years away. A long time. He must strive to break through to the peak of the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible, so he can keep pace with others. Others may do as they please, but Yu Yuan must keep up. Now that he stands opposed to the three pure ones, if he does not wish to be bullied, he must catch up with all his might. Infuriating. 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 Having returned empty-handed and instead filled with rage, Red Cloud returned to Zhun Yuanzi's 5 villages temple. Seeing Red Cloud return with a grim face, cursing and swearing, Zhun Yuanzi was puzzled. Fellow Taoist, what is the matter? Don't even mention it. It's infuriating. That Yu Yuan is utterly tyrannical. When the treasure appeared, he wanted to take it all for himself, not sparing a single share for us, and even told me to get lost. Speaking of this, Red Cloud was hopping mad. That is indeed a bit too domineering. Zhun Yuanzi frowned slightly, then quickly shrugged it off. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Besides, Yu Yuan even dared to strike at disciples of sages, let alone you, Red Cloud. Only with sufficient strength can you have the capital to speak. Otherwise, anything else is useless. Let Yu Yuan be, he has the strength and the capital. What angers me most is the three pure ones and Yuan. These disciples of sages are so self-righteous and aloof. Yu Yuan was right to target them. Infuriating beyond words. They humiliated me for no reason. It drives me mad. At this moment, Red Cloud's hatred for the three pure ones and Yuan far surpassed his anger toward Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan was merely domineering, telling him to leave. But the three pure ones, they directly insulted him. Unforgivable. What was going on? How did the three pure ones and Yuan insult you? Jin Yuanzi was completely baffled until Red Cloud recounted everything. Only then did Jin Yuanzi understand. It was because of this. Sometimes you must never casually ignore others. You might think, I don't want to bother with him, or what else should I do? But others don't see it that way. Those with small minds might even hold a grudge against you. Red Cloud was exactly such a case. Thus his resentment toward the three pure ones and others exceeded even his anger at Yu Yuan. In fact, what had the three pure ones done? Nothing. They had done nothing except ignore him, refusing to include him in their small circle. In truth, Red Cloud truly did not qualify to join that group. Alas, fellow Taoists, do not be angry. None of these parties are easy to provoke. Why involve yourself in the middle? What else could Jin Yuanzi say? Avenge him. Not a chance. If Red Cloud went, he would suffer. If Jin Yuanzi went, he would not fare any better. Not everyone can ignore the status of sage disciples like Yu Yuan does. Besides, are the three pure ones so easy to deal with? They beat the crap out of you, believe it or not. As for the remaining Yuan, would you even have the face to strike at her? A grown man, utterly shameful. As for Yu Yuan, he is the most dangerous, utterly reckless, caring not who you are striking at. Well, he even cursed in the sage's dojo right in front of the sage, and the sage did nothing. He struck directly in the Zixiao Palace, and the sage only stopped him after the fight. That says it all. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. You are right, fellow Taoist. I am merely venting, feeling aggrieved. However, it's also good. What I, a poor Taoist, cannot obtain, you disciples of sages cannot obtain either. Panga's true lineage. Disciples of sages. Very impressive. The things I, Red Cloud, cannot obtain, you cannot obtain either. What are you so smug about? Thinking of this, Red Cloud felt balanced. One word described it: blissful. Back at Mount Kunlun, Laozi said nothing, simply left behind the words closed-door cultivation and entered his chamber alone. Previously, the three of them had always cultivated together, occasionally discussing the Tao. But this time Laozi was truly angered. He chose to cultivate alone. After all, he was the eldest. Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tong Tian dared not defy him, at least not for now. It was the same as how Tong Tian currently dared not offend Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Laozi's action darkened Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face. He snorted coldly, turned, and left without even greeting Tong Tian. Clearly he was displeased with Laozi. Among the three pure ones, both Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan had entered the chambers they thought they might never use. Only Tong Tian remained gazing at the empty hall, letting out a long sigh. Troubled times indeed. Ever since encountering this Yu Yuan, all sorts of misfortunes have arisen. Even the once inseparable three pure ones have developed cracks. Laozi grows increasingly dissatisfied with Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan in turn finds Laozi more and more disagreeable. You can't be fierce to outsiders, yet you only bully me, your younger brother. Do you have any dignity as an elder brother? Utterly detestable. A step forward in strength is indeed cause for celebration. On the other side, Fushi emerged from seclusion, a smile on his face. The anger earlier from Yu Yuan's taunting had dissipated, but he did not expect to see Yuan running back, her face flushed red. Fushi swore that since their transformation, this was the first time he had seen his sister make such an expression. Her face was completely red, as if from embarrassment. What had happened during his seclusion? Little sister, what is this? Brother, don't ask. It's all your fault. You wanted to befriend that Yu Yuan for no reason, and he has stolen my opportunity. Yuan gnashed her teeth. Not only that, he even verbally teased me. Utterly shameless. What a... Fushi was dumbfounded. Hadn't Yu Yuan left long ago? How could he have stolen your opportunity? When did he tease you? Seeing Fushi's bewildered expression, Yuan angrily recounted the events. Fushi frowned. Just as Yuan thought he would take her side, he suddenly said, truly one with the bearing of a king. His actions are indeed domineering. Not bad, not bad. I did not misjudge him. Since their transformation, Yuan had never experienced being so angry that she spat blood. Now she did, directly caused by her own brother Fushi. Yuan's blood-spitting startled Fushi, who thought she had been injured by Yu Yuan. After learning the truth, he was embarrassed. To have made his own sister spit blood with anger. He must be the first in the primordial world. Unique with no second. Domineering and unreasonable and utterly shameless, casually teasing others. She had originally thought he was a good person and wanted to invite him home. Yuan truly regretted it. Her impression of Yu Yuan was undoubtedly deepening, but not in a good way. Great king, it's terrible. That red fiend has brought his men to hunt on our mountain again. What a... In his cave, the great demon Changxi, who had been in closed-door cultivation to recover his strength, jolted awake and roared, "That damned red fiend is here again. How many times is this? Does he even let me sleep and cultivate? My minions follow me out. Let us go kill that damned red fiend." The primordial world is vast and boundless. There are countless wild beasts running around. Why do you Wu clan people not like hunting beasts but instead target my Yao clan? Changxi was furious. He was the mountain king of the surrounding area with countless Yao clan members under his command. As the mountain king, he naturally had to step in to resolve such matters. If he pretended not to know, word would spread and he would lose face. Although the various great demons of the Yao clan had lost face to the Wu clan more than once, but no one wanted such trouble to fall on their own head. Strangely enough, in the past, the Wu clan merely hunted some mindless, ferocious beasts and wild animals to survive, but as the 12 ancestral witches grew stronger and the Wu population steadily increased, their appetites began to expand. Unless absolutely necessary, they paid no heed to those ferocious beasts and wild animals, instead targeting the Yao clan for slaughter. As for the reason, the Yao clan's cultivators had tastier meat, that was all. Moreover, the more powerful the Yao, the larger their true forms. Hunting one formidable Yao was enough to feed many Wu for a while. Why would anyone bother with ferocious beasts and wild animals then? They would inevitably hunt Yao clan members for food. Deep in the mountains, a towering great witch with a dark complexion, leading many of his kin, was hunting Yao clan members. The party had already made some gains, with several clansmen carrying prey back. Roar! Changxi, with the body of a fierce tiger and wings on its back, let out a furious roar and charged out with many lesser Yao, bellowing, "Qi Gui, it's you again. The Honghuang is vast. Why must you repeatedly come to provoke this king?" Qi Gui was not surprised by Changxi's appearance. Instead, he gave a leisurely grin. "Anyway, you can't defeat me. Besides, your Yao clan reproduces quickly. What's the big deal about killing a few for food? You yourselves eat each other all the time, and you dare to criticize me, a great witch. All right. Next time I won't come to your territory. I'll take my leave now." Qi Gui waved his hand with a smile, as if he were chatting and joking with an old friend rather than crashing the place and hunting down the other subordinates for food. How infuriating. No one could endure such an insult. "Qi Gui, die for me." Changxi roared and charged forward. "Minions, follow your king and kill them. Slay these damned Wu people. Kill." A great battle was about to erupt. Even though he was no match for his opponent, Changxi had to fight Qi Gui to the death, lest this fellow repeatedly cause him trouble, making the great Yao of the clan look down on him and turning him into a laughingstock. What a rare sight. Changxi actually attacking was something Qi Gui hadn't anticipated. Facing the dense army of Yao, Qi Gui showed no panic. Instead, a flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes. He hoisted his weapon and roared, "Clansmen, follow me. Kill." Fighting. When had the Wu clan ever feared anyone? Not to mention Qi Gui, a formidable great, which even the ordinary Wu clansmen dropped their prey and charged toward the Yao army with loud cries. Though they were few and might fall in battle, there were only Wu who died in combat, none who were weak or feared war. Even if death came, they would die with pride. Such was the nature of the Wu clan. From the 12 ancestral witches down to the ordinary Wu clansmen, not one was not warlike. Even among their own kin, they could fight to the death over a minor disagreement, let alone when waging war against another race. The slaughter continued unabated, but in this engagement the Yao clan had the advantage due to their sheer numbers. Even though the Wu individuals were stronger, they were eventually overwhelmed by the tide of the Yao army. Without Qi Gui's support, the ordinary Wu clansmen kept falling, though they dragged many Yao down with them. This loss enraged Qi Gui deeply. Changxi. Qi Gui's entire body was enveloped in a layer of dark red flame. His stature swelled, his heart consumed by fury. He plunged into the Yao army like a tiger into a flock of sheep, slaughtering Yao clansmen without mercy, making Changxi gnash his teeth in rage. Though Changxi could not defeat Qi Gui, he could hold him back. But after seeing his clansmen nearly wiped out, Qi Gui was provoked and abandoned him, charging straight into the Yao army. Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, Changxi was furious. Forced to join the fray, he hoped to overwhelm Qi Gui with numbers. Unfortunately, the idea was good, but reality was cruel. Soon reinforcements arrived for the Wu. Seeing them, Changxi had no choice but to flee with his remaining lesser Yao. Having gained little advantage, Changxi instead found himself pursued. Such situations were common in the Honghuang. Changxi was just one example. Many great Yao were suffering endlessly because their territories were too close to the Wu's domain, and as the Wu population kept growing, they expanded into surrounding areas, steadily compressing the Yao's living space. In a valley, many great Yao of the clan gathered together. Baize, dressed in a white long robe with a resolute face, sighed deeply. Not long ago, Changxi fought with the great witch Qi Gui, killing many Wu. But when Wu reinforcements arrived, Changxi was instead hunted and nearly perished. If this continues, it will be dire. Leaderless. That was the Yao clan's predicament at this moment. They had numbers, all the great Yao were assembled, but they lacked a leader. More precisely, they lacked someone who could stand against the 12 ancestral witches. It was not required that one person defeat all 12 ancestral witches, but at least they had to be able to match them in strength. Only then could the Yao clan's advantages be fully realized. What need for so much talk? Return and strike directly. I refuse to believe that the Wu clan fears death. Guoche slammed the table in frustration. If we cannot slay the ancestral gods, surely we can kill ordinary Wu clan members. The demons have attempted to ambush the ancestral gods before. In the early days of the conflict between the Wu and demon clans, when Hongjun had yet to achieve saintly ascension and the Purple Sky Palace had not yet begun its sermons, several great demons joined forces to besiege Xuanming, one of the 12 ancestral gods, due to territorial disputes. The outcome was devastating. 2 great demons were crushed on the spot, while 3 more fled in retreat. Thereafter, none of the demon lords dared speak of ambushing the ancestral gods again. Are you afraid of death, or are you still among the Wu clan? Someone countered immediately. Guiche's eyes widened in anger. Neither this nor that. Then what would you suggest we do? Perhaps we should invite the demon teacher back into service once more. As a woman, Xi Yuan possessed a gentler nature, intended to think further ahead, unlike the other demon lords who were quick to anger and act impulsively. Xi Yuan's voice was soft and soothing, but few demon lords cared to notice such things at this moment. With their race being systematically hunted to near extinction, who would concern themselves with whether a woman's voice was pleasant? Futile, Baize sighed. The demon teacher has already made clear he will not intervene. Even if he were to come out of retirement, he could not possibly subdue all 12 ancestral gods. Among the great demon lords, Kunpeng as demon teacher was indeed a figure of considerable stature. Though he was cowardly and cunning, fleeing at the first sign of trouble, he truly possessed formidable power, capable of facing an ancestral god single-handedly. No other demon lord could manage such a feat, not even Fuxi. What then was to be done? Were the demons to simply await death, gradually hunted to extinction by the Wu clan? As time passed, the Wu population would only continue to grow, compressing the demon clan's territory further, and disaster was inevitable. Baize, the chief strategist of the demon clan, felt the weight of sorrow. The current situation was dire, and they had to find a way to break through this predicament. Guiche Qinyuan, come with me to find the demon teacher and persuade him to act. We shall seek out a noble master to aid us. Very well. Guoche and Qinyuan agreed, yet something felt off. Wasn't the plan to recruit Kunpeng? Why the shift toward inviting Kunpeng alongside a noble master? Pulled along by Baize, they stumbled out of the valley, still dazed, unable to grasp his true intentions. A noble master? Could it be a great power among the demon clan? Who might this person be? Though both Guoche and Qinyuan had encountered Yu Yuan in the Purple Sky Palace, neither had connected him to this plan. Beyond the northern seas lies the Kuan fish, whose name is Peng. To address the crisis facing the demon clan, Baize led Guoche and Qinyuan to the northern sea in search of Kunpeng, hoping he might offer assistance. The demon clan urgently needed a powerful figure to deter the Wu clan and unify leadership. Yet Baize knew Kunpeng fell short as a ruler, merely a reserve option. His flawed character could never truly command the other great demons. If he cannot even control the demon lords, how could he hope to confront the 12 ancestral gods? The demons revered Kunpeng not for his personal charisma or martial prowess, but because he created the demon script. Kunpeng's charisma. Better to discuss strength. While formidable among the demon clan, he still lacked the authority to subdue hundreds of great lords, a gap yet to be bridged. Coupled with his troubled nature, Kunpeng was destined never to rule the demon clan. What they truly needed was a ruler of unmatched power, bold in temperament and decisive in action. A sovereign capable of crushing both the Wu clan and their 12 ancestral gods. Not a timorous, scheming figure consumed by consequences before even beginning. Without question, Kunpeng embodied the latter. Yet Baize saw clearly. Despite his reputation as a strategic leader, he possessed abilities not unlike Fuxi's. Where Fuxi could discern Yu Yuan's kingly bearing, Baize could do the same. Earlier at the Purple Sky Palace, Baize had been preempted by Fuxi in attempting to forge a bond with Yu Yuan. Then Yu Yuan clashed with the 3 pure ones, sending others scattering for cover. When primordial treasures collided, the shockwaves alone could prove fatal. Before Baize could approach Yu Yuan, the latter departed with Fuxi. No opportunity for conversation arose. Yu Yuan's true form was the 3-legged golden crow, giving him ties to both Guoche and Kunpeng. Baize resolved to bring them along to invite Yu Yuan from retirement. Alas, Dongwang Taiyi no longer existed in this world, or he would surely have spat blood in outrage, cursing you spineless creatures. When I subdued you, I struck you from top to bottom with the chaos bell before you swore allegiance. Why should Yu Yuan be any different? Why should you proactively invite him rather than being compelled? Baize, accompanied by Qin Yuan and Guoche, came to pay respects to the demon master. Upon arriving at the North Sea, Baize bowed slightly and announced his purpose in a clear voice. Inside the meditation hall, Kunpeng opened his eyes, a flicker of gloom passing through them. He wondered why Baizé had come to see him. Could it be that he wanted to involve him once again in the affairs between the demon and Wu tribes? At the thought, Kun Peng grew displeased. He had already explicitly refused. Yet Baizé was now seeking him out again. Having missed the chance to secure a seat, Kun Peng had been brooding ever since returning from the Purple Firmament Palace, and even the breakthrough in his cultivation failed to lift his spirits. What he didn't know was that after the second sermon, he would be so frustrated he could spit blood. Though he wanted to turn them away, Kun Peng couldn't bring himself to be so rude. He raised his hand and waved. The bone-chilling waters of the North Sea slowly parted, revealing a massive whirlpool. "Come in, all of you. Descend." Baizé smiled, gripping his fan tightly, and plunged into the whirlpool first, followed by Guiche and Yu Yuan. "What business do you have with me, master?" Inside the hall, Kun Peng gestured for them to sit, and asked casually. Although he didn't say it outright, his attitude made it clear to Baizé better not mention anything about the demon and Wu tribes. "I have no interest." Oblivious to the tension, the thick-skinned Guiche did not react. Baizé and Yu Yuan's smiles froze as they understood that Kun Peng was not exactly welcoming. Yu Yuan's expression darkened. Baizé, however, merely smiled unconcerned and explained, "The demon master misunderstands. Although we have come to invite you out of seclusion, it is not to suppress the great demons or lead the demon tribe against the Wu tribe." That was a relief. Kun Peng exhaled, his tone softening. He forced an awkward smile and asked, "Then what do you wish me to do?" "We wish to ask the demon master to act as a mediator, to accompany us to the Sun Star and persuade the great demon Yu Yuan to emerge." He had tried before, but failed. Now they would try again to see how things stood. Whether Yu Yuan acknowledged it or not, he was inherently a member of the demon tribe. Just as Nuwa wished to distance herself from the tribe, denying it didn't change the fact that one belonged to it. Oh, Kun Peng was taken aback, the image of Yu Yuan smashing the primordial origin celestial with the chaos bell flashing in his mind. That one didn't seem easy to negotiate with. Would a rash visit anger him? After all, Kun Peng had no grudge against Yu Yuan. So it was him. Guiche and Yu Yuan finally understood, but neither objected. Yu Yuan's strength was already formidable, and with a supreme treasure in hand, he dared to strike even the disciples of a sage, the three pure ones no less, let alone the insignificant Wu tribe. Moreover, Yu Yuan was decisive and domineering. If he decided to strike, he would do so, without any hesitation or mercy. The demon tribe indeed needed such a fierce figure to hold the fort. "Then I shall accompany you." After a moment's deliberation, Kun Peng reasoned that since he bore no enmity with Yu Yuan, the latter would have no reason to trouble him. He agreed. Being the demon master wasn't easy. With fame came the obligation to do something for the tribe when necessary. Fortunately, as long as it didn't involve his interests or force him to confront the Wu tribe, Kun Peng would not refuse. Excellent. With Kun Peng's consent, Baizé smiled in satisfaction. The four of them then left the North Sea, soaring into the void toward the Sun Star to seek Yu Yuan. Reading novels, one often thinks that the distance from the primordial desolation to the Sun Star is not far. In reality, even a great Daluo Golden Immortal would need to fly for a long time to reach it. One can understand from the fact that Zhunti and Jieyin always arrived late for events. The primordial desolation is truly vast. Even if you are a great Daluo Golden Immortal or a sage, you cannot instantly teleport from one end to the other. It wasn't that Jieyin and Zhunti wanted to be late. They simply set out at the same time as others, but from the distant west they always ended up last. Among the myriad celestial stars, the Sun Star was the most dazzling. From a great distance, one could sense the scorching solar true fire upon it. In contrast, the Moon Star seemed rather desolate. The Sun and Moon were the centers of the celestial array, which is why Dijun was able to design the Zhou Tian Xing Do array based on the countless stars. The treasures have been retrieved, but what to do with them? On the Sun Star, not far from the Fusang Tree, Yu Yuan had built a golden palace. Perhaps due to having devoured Dijun and Donglong Tai, his previous preference for white had shifted to a fondness for gold. The majestic golden palace was Yu Yuan's residence and meditation hall. Strangely, the gate was engraved with a few bold characters, giving it an unusual appearance. Lin Yuan Pavilion. People who would name their cultivation grounds after such a moniker. Yu Yuan was truly one of a kind in the primordial era. Within the palace, Yu Yuan sat upon a meditation cushion, gazing at the items lying on the ground. 7 gourds of varying hues, each radiating the aura of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, along with a single vine, an item inextricably linked to Nuwa's future creation of humankind. Without these, Nuwa would be unable to bring forth the human race in such a brief span. As for the 9 heavens breathing soil resting nearby, it was of paramount importance. Without it, humanity simply could not have been created. The vine and the 9 heavens breathing soil were manageable. Store them away. When this stubborn little Sundarin Nuwa eventually attains sagehood and comes to beg him, she will have plenty to savor. At that time, he would also receive a considerable share of merit. Truly a win-win situation. Just thinking about Nuwa having to swallow her pride and come begging to him brought Yu Yuan immense satisfaction. Because you became a sage's disciple, you think you can afford to be arrogant. Keep it up, I'll be watching. The only troublesome matter was those 7 gourds. In truth, with the Chaos Bell and the Hichu Luoshu at his disposal, these 7 gourds were of little consequence to Yu Yuan. Yet adhering to the principle that one must secure one's own interests or face heaven and earth's condemnation, he had seized them all by force. If he hadn't been so domineering, others would have claimed them, not out of malice, but they might well have brandished them before him as a source of annoyance. Though all 7 were top-grade innate spiritual treasures, even within the same tier there existed vast disparities. These 7 gourds, even when refined into magical artifacts, would only rank as mid-tier among the top-grade innate treasures. The 4 great lotus thrones, the god-slaying spear, and the universe cauldron were truly supreme. Especially the god-slaying spear and the universe cauldron, which represented the pinnacle of attack and creation respectively. Given his needs, ordinary magical artifacts were simply inadequate. Very well, I'll store them away for now. They may prove useful in the future. After a moment's thought, Yu Yuan sighed and put the items away. He had exhausted himself seizing these treasures, yet had no idea what to do with them. Yu Yuan found himself in quite the predicament. Who was approaching? At that moment, Yu Yuan noticed someone drawing near the sun star. Looking up, his divine sense enveloped the void, revealing 4 figures passing the moon star and heading toward his sun star. What are they here for? Recognizing Baizhe, Kunpeng, and the others, Yu Yuan didn't think much of it. Were they here to invite him out again? The great demon Baizhe, accompanied by the great demons Guiche and Qin Yuan, along with demon preceptor Kunpeng, pay respects to the esteemed Taoist. Drawing closer to the sun star, Baizhe couldn't help but marvel once more at the endless solar flames shrouding it. A reputation well deserved. Even a great Daluo Golden Immortal would suffer terribly if touched by such fire. Only someone like Yu Yuan, born within those solar flames, could wield them so effortlessly. Come in. The blazing fire parted, revealing a doorway wreathed in flame. Baizhe smiled and nodded to the other 3 before stepping inside, with the rest following at a leisurely pace. Fusang. Upon crossing through the solar flames and arriving at the sun star surface, Baizhe froze for a moment at the sight of the Fusang tree, rising 3,000 zhang high and spanning 1,000 zhang in circumference. His gaze then shifted to the palace beside it, and he paused when he saw its name. A magnificent golden palace bearing the name Lin Yuan Ge. It seemed quite odd, genuinely strange. It was like seeing someone hang a grand palace name on a thatched hut or wooden shack, something difficult to accept. But I do it for my own pleasure. Does naming something require catering to others' sensibilities? What an absurd notion. Yu Yuan would never concern himself with such matters. This was his territory, his rules. He would live as he pleased. I wonder what brings my fellow Taoists to my humble Lin Yuan Ge. Fortunately, while guarding the 7 colored gourds, he had also gathered some spiritual fruits. Otherwise, with no provisions for guests, the situation would have been rather awkward. Yu Yuan even entertained a mischievous thought. Kunpeng dwelled in the northern sea where nothing thrived. The cold was brutal, the seawater could freeze people to death, and even weaker cultivators' primordial spirits could be immobilized. He wondered whether Kunpeng's hospitality involved slaughtering large fish and serving them on the table. With a casual wave of his hand, 4 meditation cushions appeared opposite him, and he gestured for the 4 to take a seat. He lounged back in his seat without any inclination to rise. Had anyone else behaved thus, Kunpeng would have been the first to lose his temper. But considering Yu Yuan was someone who dared strike even a sage's disciples, he likely held little regard for them. Allowing them entry to the sun star, offering spiritual fruits and cushions, was already more than generous. The group pretended as though nothing had happened. Once seated, Kunpeng remained silent, while Guiche examined the unbothered Yu Yuan before grabbing a spiritual fruit and devouring it, an act that made Qin Yuan beside him want nothing more than to strangle him. Are you really this hungry? You've gone millions of years without eating and somehow survived, yet the sight of a few spiritual fruits makes you lose all restraint. This prompted Baizhe, who had been about to speak, to twitch the corners of his mouth as he chose to ignore Guiche. What an amusing creature. Observing Guiche's antics, Yu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that Yu Yuan showed no signs of anger, Baizhe let out a relieved sigh, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke with a tone tinged with flattery. I wonder what this friend thinks of the current plight of the demon race in the primordial world. How else could one view it? We fare ill. The witch clan grows ever powerful, while our demon clan lacks a leader, no commander to rally us. How can we oppose the witches? The 12 ancestral witches alone are more than enough to give us a formidable challenge. The moment Baizhe began speaking, Yu Yuan understood their purpose. After all, Baizhe had visited him once before, when Yu Yuan first took human form. Then, Baizhe was just about to continue, when Yu Yuan raised his hand to interrupt. Baizhe, an honest man, speaks plainly. The situation of the demon clan, whether the witch clan is strong or not, none of it concerns me, Yu Yuan. I have no interest in meddling in the affairs between the witch and demon clans. If you seek someone to suppress the great demons and lead the demon clan against the witches, you have come to the wrong person. Seek another. So resolute. This time all the words he had prepared still remained unspoken before being rejected once more. His expression grew urgent at Yu Yuan's uncompromising tone, which carried no hint of jest. Fellow Daoists, though our demon clan boasts great numbers, and could withstand a war of attrition against the witches, we remain fractured like scattered sand. As you have observed, without a leader to unite us, we face suppression from all sides by the witch clan, and none can contend with the 12 ancestral witches. I implore you. This poor Daoist lacks the ability to help. Please excuse me as I see you off. Yu Yuan shook his head and pointed toward the void. A resonant bell toll echoed through his ears, gradually penetrating into his mind, and even his primordial spirit. Bei's Kunping Gui Che and Xing Yuan's faces turned pale. Before they could recover, the scene shifted around them. They had been transported out of the palace by Yu Yuan, leaving the solar star and appearing in the void. How had Yu Yuan accomplished this? Their faces drained of color as they realized they had no defense against it. They hadn't even prepared themselves before being expelled. This demonstrated that if Yu Yuan wanted them dead, it would be effortless. He simply needed to constrain their time and shatter the surrounding space. Trivial matters for the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell excels precisely at binding time and suppressing space. Though Yu Yuan had been comprehending the laws of time and space through the bell, achieving this feat required its power. His own abilities alone could not have done it so subtly. In the void, Beis remained composed while Gui Che and Xing Yuan's hearts raced from terror. What terrifying technique was this? Yu Yuan could eliminate them effortlessly. The gulf between them was simply that vast. Kunping, normally confident, felt his spirits sink. He had never particularly minded Yu Yuan's presence before, reasoning that strength alone did not warrant conflict since he had no quarrel with Yu Yuan. But now his perspective had shifted. He resolved quietly to keep his distance from Yu Yuan whenever possible. Yu Yuan was simply too dangerous, a threat best avoided entirely. You are still too young. Watching Bai Zhe and the other four depart in silence, Yu Yuan smiled and closed his eyes to resume cultivation. He divided his awareness threefold, cultivating, refining the Chaos Bell's constraints, and comprehending the laws of time and space. To pursue these two fundamental laws, he had even set aside his greatest mastery over the fire element. To stand as an equal among saints and speak with them, he needed power, and the laws of time and space offered the optimal path, the best choice available at present. With sufficient comprehension, Yu Yuan was confident he could contend with the major saints, with the sole exception of Hongjun. None of the three pure ones, Nuwa or the Western saints, had walked the path of time and space. This was Yu Yuan's advantage. For this reason, he had to set aside fire and fixate solely on time and space. The plan to persuade Yu Yuan to emerge and lead the demon clan against the witches had failed. Bai Zhe and the four returned to the primordial world in disgrace. The demon clan's plight remained unchanged. The great demons continued fighting among themselves, each refusing to yield to another. They revered Kunping because he had created the demon script, and they respected Bai Zhe for his intelligence and cunning. But to place either of them above all others, that was absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Most of the 3,000 listeners from Zixiao Palace remained in seclusion. Yu Yuan's latest act, again suppressing the three pure ones and frightening away their saint-level disciples like Nuwa, monopolizing treasures, spread throughout the primordial world, astonishment rippling through all living beings once more. Beating Yuanshi Tianzuan at Zixiao Palace was bad enough, but this latest act was even more brazen. Many were discussing the matter. As for how the news spread, simply ask Hongjun, that notorious gossip, to find out. The news made the three pure ones and Nuwa clench their teeth in fury, wishing they could tear Hongjun apart. Yu Yuan himself would never boast about such things, that was simply not his nature. The three pure ones and Nuwa, having suffered humiliation, naturally kept quiet. Only Hongjun, shifting from initial frustration to schadenfreude, and then carelessly letting the details slip, was responsible for the leak. And so the three pure ones and Nuwa gained yet another unwanted fame. To be precise, it was the disciples of the saints who had made a name for themselves once again, leading many to feel that the so-called disciples of the saints were nothing to boast about. Particularly the 12 ancestral witches held even less regard for these self-proclaimed saints and their disciples. With a thunderous boom, golden flames surged toward the heavens atop the Taiyang star, as if the true fire of the sun throughout the entire Taiyang star had grown restless. Having secluded himself for many years, Yu Yuan's realm had broken through once again at an astonishingly rapid pace. From his transformation to the present, barely 1 yuan hui had passed, yet he had already reached the peak of the Daluo Jingxian realm, which was simply terrifyingly fast. He was almost catching up to Laozi and the others. With his strength breaking through 2 more layers of the Chaos Bell's restrictions had been refined, leaving Yu Yuan in excellent spirits. Calculating the time, it was time to set out, so he left the Taiyang Star and headed for the Zixiao Palace. This time he could not afford to be late, or he truly might be locked out. Yu Yuan had inquired before, never expecting Hongjun to secretly leave him a small door. Though the main gate should have been closed long ago, it was deliberately kept open for several more years. Otherwise, given the short time since Yu Yuan's transformation, there would not have been enough time to reach the Zixiao Palace. What was Hongjun thinking? Yu Yuan did not know, but as long as it was not scheming against him, he did not care. Fate and destiny could go take a hike. Yu Yuan would not wade into the muddy waters of the Wu Yao calamity. Fellow Taoist. On the way, Yu Yuan was contemplating the laws of time and space when he heard someone calling out. He stopped and looked, laughing at what he saw. Fushi flew up happily while Nuwa followed behind with a stern expression. Smiling, he nodded to Fushi as a greeting, then turned to Nuwa. Fellow Taoist, that day this poor Taoist said we are destined to meet. And look, fate has brought us together again. Cough cough. What the hell was this? Starting already upon first meeting. Fushi's eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping open, as if a fist could fit inside, staring at Yu Yuan in utter disbelief. Though he knew his sister was naturally gorgeous, a peerlessly beautiful woman, did Yu Yuan really have to be this blunt? Flirting with his own sister right in front of him. Nuwa nearly spat blood from anger. Was this what they called being destined? If her eldest brother had not rushed up directly, do you really think they would have crossed paths? Shameless. Nuwa's face flushed with rage. Fushi gave an awkward smile, quickly changing the subject. Matters between men and women. He as her brother had best not meddle. As long as Yu Yuan was not forcing himself upon his sister, everything else was fine. As for snatching opportunities and resources, each person was entitled to their own efforts. In this regard, Fushi was quite open-minded. Were it anyone else, they would have already been plotting to fight Yu Yuan to the death, wanting to maintain harmonious conversation. Dream on. Fellow Taoist, I heard that the great demon Bays led followers to the Taiyang star. Nuwa was thoroughly exasperated, and Yu Yuan refrained from further provocation, heading toward the Zixiao Palace together with Fushi. As for Nuwa, just let her follow behind. She was quite the tsundere. Yes, that is indeed the case. They said the demon clan is a scattered motley crew with no unified leadership, constantly suppressed by the witch clan, and wished to ask me to suppress the great demons and command the demon clan. Yu Yuan sighed, and showing no concealment, laid everything bare. Unfortunately, this poor Taoist has not the slightest interest in the Wu Yao conflict. I only wish to cultivate diligently and roam freely across the primordial world, that is all. Pausing for a moment, he deliberately cast a glance at Nuwa. If possible, finding a few companions as stunningly beautiful as fellow Taoist Nuwa would be even better, to raise a brood of little golden sun crows and live a carefree, leisurely life. Nuwa nearly crashed headfirst into Fushi. Could such words even come from a human being? Fushi was utterly embarrassed. Hey big bro, are you seriously developing feelings for my sister? But can we at least act normal? If you like someone, pursue them properly. This behavior is making an older brother feel incredibly awkward. Nuwa quickened her pace, unwilling to stay near Yu Yuan any longer. She felt that continuing to be in his company would drive her mad. Before Nuwa could depart, an even more dismal situation arose. Yu Yuan spotted two graceful figures approaching from afar and smiled. Two fellow Taoists, how have you been lately? Hearing someone addressing them, Changxi and Xi He stopped. Seeing Yu Yuan, their eyes brightened, and they flew forward eagerly. Changxi and Xi He pay their respects to the three fellow Taoists. Shall we travel together? How agreeable. Watching Changxi and Xi He chatting and laughing alongside Yu Yuan as they headed toward the Zixiao Palace, Nuwa felt a ball of frustration lodged somewhere between her throat and heart, neither rising nor descending, making her feel utterly wretched. Of course, this was not jealousy nor envy. It was merely that she felt Changxi and Xi He had lost their minds. How could someone as shameless as Yu Yuan be so popular? Changxi and Xi He must have been bewitched. Like her own brother, they kept throwing themselves forward eagerly. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Yuan's true form was the three-legged golden crow nurtured by the Taiyang star, while Changxi and Xi He were born of the Taiyin star. Yu Yuan possessed a special allure toward the sisters of Taiyin, who otherwise in the original primordial world Changxi and Xi He would never have married Dijun simply because Nuwa spoke a single word. Without such innate factors at play, Changxi and Xi He would not have spared them even a second glance. Two moon goddesses with beauty, strength, and deep roots. Why should they both become Dijun's wives? Just because Nuwa said so. In that case, it's a pity Nuwa didn't become a matchmaker. The group arrived at Zixiao Palace, where many had already arrived, including the Sanqing and the Western figures Jieyin and Zhunti. With a clear schedule, the two did not want to lag behind others and set off early, arriving at the same time as the Sanqing. The Sanqing, sitting on their cushions, pulled long faces as they saw Yu Yuan entering with Changxi and Xi He chatting and laughing. Jieyin and Zhunti watched everything with smirking faces. Nuwa walked to her seat and sat down without greeting the nearby Sanqing, Jieyin, or Zhunti. She closed her eyes to rest. She was mentally exhausted, having been thoroughly angered by Yu Yuan along the way. For now, she just wanted peace and quiet, unwilling to speak. More and more people entered Zixiao Palace. Apart from the snoring of the two ancestral witches Dijiang and Gomong, who were sound asleep, almost everyone who had attended the previous sermon had arrived. Dong. The gates of Zixiao Palace closed tightly, and a bell toll rang out. Hongjun's figure appeared on the high platform. The Tao has no words, yet can be spoken. How all things can be the Tao. Hongjun did not waste time. He had no opening remarks, and did not even open his eyes to glance at the people in the palace. He began the lecture as soon as he appeared. The sermon began. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they listened intently, including Yu Yuan. The three sermons, the first was mainly limited to the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, while the second corresponded to the quasi-saint realm. As for the final sermon, it mostly covered the cultivation of saints, which almost no one could understand. Only after becoming a saint would one realize what Hongjun had said. What's going on? Could it be that I, Yu Yuan, am exceptionally gifted? As if I combined the talents of Jun and Taiyi. Hongjun had barely begun his sermon, when Yu Yuan felt his three flowers stir restlessly, as if something was about to burst forth. He could sever a corpse, and it was the most difficult to sever the self-corpse. Was it his imagination? Yu Yuan had only recently broken through to the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal, yet in less than 100 years of listening to the sermon, he was already able to sever a corpse. Even Laozi, who had long reached the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal and had been suppressing his breakthrough, was no more than this. This meant that Yu Yuan had not only caught up with the others, but had surpassed them all, even overtaking the Sanqing and leaving Laozi behind. This speed was too fast. It made even Yu Yuan himself a bit uneasy. After all, sometimes breaking through too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. By the same token, suppressing one's realm for too long was also not good. Could it be that because my transformation into human form was so difficult and took so long, I am now having a burst of progress? Just then Hongjun was speaking about severing the three corpses. Yu Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to sever a corpse. Since he could no longer suppress it, why bother? Sever the corpse directly. After all, with the chaos bell, severing it would be harmless. So while listening to Hongjun's sermon, Yu Yuan used the chaos bell to sever his self-corpse. The process was so smooth that it felt unreal, giving Yu Yuan the urge to think he was dreaming. A man dressed in white, identical in appearance to Yu Yuan, appeared, causing many in Zixiao Palace to stare in shock, even forgetting to listen to Hongjun's sermon. This is a severed corpse. No way is Yu Yuan trying to defy the heavens. During the last sermon, he was only at the initial stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, and he broke through to the middle stage midway. Reaching the peak after just one aeon is already unbelievable, and he clearly hasn't even stabilized his realm, yet he breaks through again and directly severs a corpse. What is this? It made many who had been hiding in seclusion for countless eons still unable to break through feel like banging their heads against the wall. The Sanqing's primordial spirits trembled, nearly losing their composure. Even Hongjun on the high platform couldn't help but frown slightly, opening his eyes to glance at Yu Yuan. The process was too smooth, he was a bit stunned. Yu Yuan did not disturb others and silently greeted his self-corpse, then stored it into his three flowers. His own aura underwent an earth-shattering change as he entered the quasi-saint realm. Before breaking through, Yu Yuan claimed he could thrash Yuan Tianzuan. Now he said he could grind everyone in Zixiao Palace except Hongjun into the ground. And this was not the greatest surprise. The greatest surprise was that as his strength broke through two more layers of the chaos bells, originally hard to refine restrictions were broken. There were 36 layers of restrictions. Only 11 remained to completely refine the chaos bell. It was an unexpected delight. Yu Yuan calmed his mind, refusing to let his emotions affect him, and continued listening to the sermon. He would deal with any issues after the lecture ended. Yu Yuan could still listen attentively, but others could not. For instance, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Yuhua. The heavenly Tao is unjust. Yuanshi, Tianzuan roared inwardly, feeling the heavens were unjust. He was born from the primordial spirit of Pangu, the true lineage of Pangu, while Yu Yuan, though also connected to Pangu, was far inferior to the three pure ones. Why did Yu Yuan acquire a divine treasure of creation upon his transformation, while he did not? Why did Yu Yuan break through as effortlessly as eating and drinking while he could not? Seeing Yu Yuan had already severed his corpse and entered the quasi-sage realm, Yuanshi, Tianzuan grew increasingly anxious. Nuwa, on the other hand, was somewhat bewildered. How could a shameless person like Yu Yuan receive the favor of the heavenly Tao? Otherwise, why would his cultivation progress so smoothly? Unfortunately, they only saw Yu Yuan's smooth cultivation, not the agony of his arduous transformation. Originally meant to transform in the same era as the three pure ones, he was forcibly delayed by countless years, driving Yu Yuan into a frenzy. Calm your mind. Suddenly Hongjun, who was preaching, gave a low shout. Yuanshi Tianzuan felt his mind nearly explode. On the high platform, Hongjun coldly stared at him and continued his lecture. If it were anyone else affected, Hongjun would not bother. But Yuanshi Tianzuan was different. He was his disciple, a future sage, one who would carry the lineage of Taoism. Seeing him on the verge of giving birth to an inner demon from anxiety, how could Hongjun stand by? Thus he pulled Yuanshi Tianzuan back, awakening him. Overwhelmed with shame and remorse, Yuanshi dared not think further. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and listened intently. Laozi and Tongtian sighed inwardly, pretending not to hear. Clearly Yu Yuan had nearly become an inner demon for Yuanshi Tianzuan, which was hardly auspicious. Yet it was Yuan Tianzuan who had provoked it himself, and he could neither resolve nor comprehend it. It could only be said that this calamity was his own doing, and no one else was to blame. No one else noticed Hongjun's action, for with his powers silently warning Yuan Tianzuan and pulling him back was far too simple. A trivial matter. Without Hongjun's intervention, Yuan Tianzuan would have surely fallen, his inner demons surging a catastrophe no less severe than a tribulation. As time passed, Yu Yuan, whose aura was still unstable after his breakthrough to the quasi-sage realm, gradually calmed, and his restless energy slowly dissipated. At that moment, Hongjun stopped his lecture. The crowd showed signs of regret, feeling that this millennium had passed too quickly. They were in the midst of enlightenment when it abruptly ended. After the lecture, Hongjun, like last time, looked at the crowd, without speaking, clearly indicating that the question time had arrived. But opportunities were few. Hongjun might answer a few questions, or perhaps none at all. Seeing this, Laozi quickly spoke. "May I ask, teacher, how does a disciple determine the path to enlightenment?" Hongjun replied calmly, "The 3,000 great Daos all lead to enlightenment. The method of severing the 3 corpses can also lead to enlightenment." Hongjun said no more on this matter. Having himself attained enlightenment through severing the 3 corpses, he naturally would not guide his disciples toward other paths. Moreover, he had no such inclination. The 3,000 great Daos all lead to enlightenment, but that was before the rules of the great Tao and the heavenly Tao were perfected. Yu Yuan silently added in his heart, "What does the 3,000 great Daos all lead to enlightenment mean?" It is true that when the rules were incomplete, one could indeed attain enlightenment, like Pangu, who achieved it through sheer power. Now that the rules of the great Tao and the heavenly Tao are complete, try achieving enlightenment through sheer power. You would find it 1,000 times harder even to enter the quasi-sage realm. The method of severing the 3 corpses can lead to enlightenment. The crowd was jolted. Laozi also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing his path might conflict with the 3-corpse method. Having asked this question, Laozi fell silent. As the senior disciple, he did not wish to monopolize the opportunity. He looked at the others, but Yuan Tianzuan, who usually liked to speak up, was now eerily quiet, showing no intention of asking anything. Tontian found this strange. After waiting a while, and seeing Yuan Tianzuan remain silent, he had to ask, "May I ask, teacher, what is a sage? Is the number of sages limited?" Hongjun glanced at Tontian and said, "A Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal can be a sage, but a sage is not necessarily a Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. Since Pangu split heaven and earth, the rules of the heavenly Tao have been perfected. In the primordial world, the number of sages is 9 at most. 9 is the limit, meaning apart from Hongjun, only 8 more can become sages." The crowd in the Zixiao Palace was taken aback, and many grew anxious. Before they could continue, Hongjun said, "I wield the supreme artifact of creation and have passed down the Taoist lineage. Among my disciples there will be several sages. A sage's primordial spirit is entrusted to the void immortal through countless kalpas. Not becoming a sage, one remains, but a mere ant." "What does that mean? Not becoming a sage means one might die in a kalpa?" Many gasped, tension rising. They wanted to know how the positions of sage were allocated, or whether one could attain sagehood through personal cultivation. This was crucial to everyone. Some also realized something, and instinctively looked toward the front where the 3 pure ones Nuwa, Jieyin, and Zhunti sat. Their hearts sank. Hongyun and Kunpeng were especially sensitive about these matters. If the seating arrangement determined such outcomes, the 2 of them would be devastated, Kunpeng above all. Though Hongyun was a mild-mannered man, he at least possessed self-awareness. Kunpeng, however, did not. He would think in extremes that losing his sacred position was entirely Hongyun's fault. He would surely exact revenge upon Hongyun. He might even kill Hongyun. Do not doubt it. Kunpeng could and would commit such acts. "Please, master, seeing how arduous our cultivation has been, grant us the sacred position." No one knew who cried out first, yet the 3,000 listeners in Zixiao Palace were swept along. Even the Sanqing and Nuwa disciples of sages themselves could not resist, and all shouted as they knelt before Hongjun. Only Yu Yuan, fully aware of the situation, remained seated without any intention of moving. In that moment, Yu Yuan instantly became an outsider. After a few shouts, everyone sensed something amiss. When they noticed some looking backward, they followed their gaze. Seeing Yu Yuan sitting blank-faced, neither kneeling nor shouting, they were dumbfounded. Without becoming a sage, one remains an ant. Anyone could perish during the calamity tribulation. Do you, Yu Yuan, not care at all? Or have you already uncovered some hidden truth? The mysteries continued to multiply. Hongjun furrowed his brows once more. It was Yu Yuan who caused Hongjun to frown again. Hongjun could not understand what was going on with Yu Yuan. Possessing the bearing of an emperor, yet desiring to lie idle like a salted fish, carefree, and managing nothing else. Others feared him and dared not provoke the disciple of a sage, yet Yuan repeatedly stirred up trouble again and again, leaving the Sanqing and Nuwa thoroughly humiliated. Others were terrified by the thought that those unmade into sages are merely ants, all fearing death itself. Yet Yu Yuan, sit motionless where you are. What do you mean by this? Could there truly be someone who does not seek to attain the way and become a sage? Is it mere coincidence that Yu Yuan belongs to this easygoing go-with-the-flow sort? That cannot be right. If so, Yu Yuan would yield like Xinhuanzi at every turn rather than striking back like a madman whenever provoked, acting with arrogance and domineering force. Yu Yuan was unaware of the countless questions Hongjun contemplated. At this moment he felt somewhat helpless. Once again he had become an outsider, but what choice did he have? I wish to obtain the primordial violet Qi and achieve the way to become a sage, so that I need not fear other sages or fall victim to schemes. Even if the primordial world were destroyed, it would not matter. But such matters, are they something Yu Yuan can decide? As panic gripped everyone, Hongjun spoke. The Sanqing are formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, the true lineage of Pangu, and may become sages. The Sanqing achieving sagehood was inevitable, otherwise why would they receive so many benefits? Though Hongjun's words left the Sanqing somewhat embarrassed, the surprise quickly masked their discomfort. For their Pangu lineage was constantly being bested by Yu Yuan, which was deeply shameful. Nuwa will have great fortune in the days to come, and may also achieve sagehood. I knew it. It had become unmistakably clear. Sanqing first, followed by Nuwa, proceeding according to the seating arrangement. None were fools. As when he accepted disciples, Hongyun bore it with only regret, but Kunping's eyes turned crimson with fury. Whoever achieved sagehood no longer mattered to him. He fixed his gaze fiercely on Hongyun, eager to kill him right there in Zixiao Palace. Noticing Kunping's unmasked killing intent, Hongyun feared and drew closer to Xinhuanzi. Xinhuanzi sighed, knowing Hongyun faced grave trouble for having offended countless people over the seating arrangement. Should someone take the lead, countless others would gladly join in opposing Hongyun. This was certain. What of us? Jieyin and Zhunti were still smiling, but their expressions slowly froze as Hongjun paused. Master, you cannot do this. If we cannot achieve sagehood, what use is this seating? Zhunti and Jieyin grew anxious at once. Fortunately, Hongjun had not forgotten them. Looking at the two anxious figures, he hesitated briefly. You two shall also encounter great opportunities and blessings in the days ahead, and may achieve sagehood. Upon hearing these words, a weight lifted from Zhunti and Jieying's hearts as joy filled them. Their master was indeed the fairest. They too could become sages. Master, long may you live. Today your master shall grant you the opportunity to achieve the way. With these words, Hongjun raised his hand, and several streams of primordial violet Qi erupted forth. 3 surged directly toward the Sanqing, entering their bodies. Nuwa received one as well, followed by Jieyin and Zhunti. Within Zixiao Palace, many eyes stung with tears of longing. They had noticed that another stream of primordial violet Qi remained in Hongjun's grasp, swirling about playfully rather than departing. There remained one more sacred position. The crowd realized this. Master, this disciple is unconvinced. Jieyin and Zhunti are people of the West. Why are they able to become sages while we from the East are denied the treasures needed for Tao proof? Perhaps it was jealousy driving him, but the ancestral lord of Mingyi pointed at Jieyin and Zhunti and loudly demanded answers. Are you mad? Those who obtain the treasures needed for Tao proof will become sages. You are insulting future sages. Do you understand what you are doing? Many felt the ancestral lord of Mingyi had lost his mind. If he had time to concern himself with such matters, he would do better to focus on securing that final strand of primordial purple Qi. You insolent fool. Jieyin and Zhunti, who had been cheerful moments before, suddenly darkened their expressions and glared at the ancestral lord of Mingyi with visible displeasure. Clearly both had taken note of him. Given the chance, they would surely seek retribution against the ancestral lord of Mingyi. Yet he proved too formidable. Even sages could do nothing against him. I hide within the boundless sea of blood. What can you do? If you dare drain the entire sea and come kill me instead, that depends on whether the ancestral Tao patriarch permits it. Master, we are equally unconvinced. Without a leader, things remain manageable. But once someone took the initiative, even those who thought the ancestral lord of Mingyi acted foolishly began shouting along, hoping Jieyin and Zhunti would relinquish their positions as sages. Why should we give what belongs to the East to those from the West? Your seats were gifted to you by our charity. Unfortunately, they had greatly underestimated the shamelessness of Jieyin and Zhunti. The two remained utterly unmoved, sitting serenely upon their cushions with eyes closed. I sit with eyes closed in meditation, having seen nothing and heard nothing. How tedious. Watching thousands of people squabble over the opportunity for Tao proof and the primordial purple Qi made Yu Yuan feel nothing but boredom. What is the point? Even if one cannot achieve Tao proof and become a sage, as long as one's strength is sufficient, sages dare not provoke them. Once one becomes a sage, concerns multiply. But if you dare to fight and make trouble, even sages will show you some measure of respect. Very well. Seeing how arduous your cultivation has been, I shall bestow upon you this final strand of primordial purple Qi. Hongjun seemed to transform into a kindly old man, understanding the hardships of everyone's cultivation. With reluctance, he released the final strand of primordial purple Qi, which immediately darted about beneath countless greedy eyes like a frightened child scurrying through the crowd. However, those who sought to seize it feared provoking Hongjun and dared not use their magical powers, relying only on physical force in their attempts to capture it. They could not grasp the primordial purple chi and could only watch helplessly as it darted about, eventually curving around and slipping into Hongyun's body. It must be understood that Hongyun stood aside and did not join the scramble. Not that he lacked desire, but rather that he lacked the courage. He had already offended many by yielding his seat. Should he attempt to seize the primordial purple chi, regardless of whether he succeeded, acting openly would mean antagonizing others, effectively signing his own death warrant. Even if he managed to snatch it, he would not enjoy peace unless he truly achieved Tao proof one day. Otherwise, countless eyes would remain fixed upon him. The others were disciples of sages, and since the sages themselves had declared they would become sages, no one dared to touch them. But what of Yu Hongyun? Men die for wealth, birds perish for food, and this was the primordial purple chi capable of enabling Tao proof and sagehood. As the primordial purple chi entered Hongyun's body, Hongyun stood frozen, and those around him were equally stunned. The scene nearly made Yu Yuan laugh aloud. Was it unexpected? Did it surprise you? Unfortunately, it was useless. Without the ability to refine it, even possessing the primordial purple chi would not grant sagehood. Damn it! Why did Hongyun receive this? Countless people felt unwilling to accept this. Hongyun went from shock to joy, his face splitting into a broad smile. But Hongjun promptly delivered a bombshell to him. The great Tao produces 50, yet only 49 are utilized. A sliver of heavenly secret escapes. Should one seize this opportunity, Tao proof and sagehood may still be attained. The meaning was clear. The primordial purple chi was not fixed and could be seized by force. Everyone rushed to grab it, believing that whoever claimed it would achieve sagehood. I must say Hongjun's tactic was both cunning and ruthless. Even knowing this, they had no choice but to comply, to kill Hongyun. As for why this was necessary, perhaps only heaven knew. Being a good person gets you nowhere. If even heaven cannot bear to watch, it will seek your destruction. That is the clearest proof. Bathed in murderous gazes from all around, Hongyun's heart nearly burst from sheer terror. Xuanyuanzi was at once astonished and elated, delighted that his old friends still had a chance at Tao attainment, yet deeply concerned about the great trouble that was about to descend upon them. Before the assembled immortals could fully digest what they had just heard, Hongjun continued, "Dongwenggong Zawangmu. Your disciples are present." Hearing Hongjun summon them, the two who had been fixated on Hongyun immediately rose and paid their respects. Gazing at the pair, Hongjun declared, "I perceive that the primeval world is in utter chaos. I hereby confer upon you the titles of Supreme Lord of Male Immortals and Supreme Lord of Female Immortals, that you may govern all immortals under heaven." Supreme Lord, Dongwenggong and Zawangmu were utterly stunned, as were the others. Being the head of all immortals, did that mean they held jurisdiction even over the disciples of saints, second only to Hongjun himself? As expected, what was destined to arrive had arrived. Watching the overjoyed Dongwenggong and Zawangmu, Yu Yuan sneered inwardly. "Rejoice while you can. Let us see who comes to crush you." After bestowing their magical treasures, Hongjun departed, and Zixiao Palace was about to close its doors. The assembly dispersed one by one. The three pure ones were the fastest to leave, eager to return and refine the primordial purple chi for their upcoming breakthrough. Laozi also prepared to perform the act of severing the self. As for Yuan Shitianzuan, he dared not provoke Yu Yuan any longer, fearing another crushing defeat. Everything would have to wait until after his own Tao attainment. Who do you think you are, Yu Yuan, claiming you can fight a saint? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even a century is but a blink. For me, Yuan Shitianzuan, an eternity of waiting is no burden at all. Xuanyuanzi promptly summoned the Earth Book to shield Hongyun, and together they made their escape. Immediately, a number of cultivators gave chase. Meanwhile, some who knew their strength was insufficient dared not join the scramble. Instead, they went to flatter Dongwenggong and Zawangmu, hoping to build goodwill and avoid future grievances or persecution. Preposterous. Yu Yuan chuckled and shook his head, rising to depart. Friend seems to hold the supreme lords of male and female immortals in low regard. Just as Yu Yuan stepped out of Zixiao Palace, eager to leave, Fushi and Baze approached him. Earlier, the two had been huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Perception varies from person to person. Yu Yuan offered a faint smile. As long as they did not provoke him, all was well. He cared not whether they were supreme lord of male immortals or female immortals. If they came after him, he would reduce them to nothing, rendering them unworthy even of becoming a ghost immortal. Such bold words. Niwa, arriving a moment later, let out an irritated hum. Now that she had obtained the primordial purple chi, crucial for her own Tao attainment, her confidence had returned in full. Some particular quality of hers had surfaced. Yu Yuan burst into hearty laughter, neither acknowledging nor retreating from her challenge. Instead, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Niwa. How about we return together to celebrate with something truly romantic?" "You?" Niwa lost her composure entirely, her face flushed with anger. "You shameless man." Let us see whether this fellow Taoist Niwa can escape fellow Taoist Yu Yuan's grasp. It does not look promising." Baze narrowed his eyes and nodded approvingly, finding Yu Yuan utterly commanding. This was precisely how a sovereign should carry himself. So what if the other was a saint's disciple? What of a future saint? If I say we are destined, then we are destined. Try denying it. I dare you. We shall see how this plays out. Unfortunately for Baze, his telepathic message went astray. Such words he would never dare speak to Nua's face, lest she take a grudge against him. But transmitted speech was safe from her ears, except he had sent it to Fushi. What in the world does that mean, bro? So any woman Yu Yuan sets his sights on is supposedly bound to him. She is my sister. And you ask a poor Taoist such questions. Have you no sense of shame? Under Fushi's bewildered and exasperated gaze, Baze suddenly realized his mistake. The person beside him was Fushi, not the one-track-minded Guizhou who always followed him. Instantly his face burned with humiliation. Please do not take offense, fellow Taoist. I spoke in jest. Truly I meant no harm. Baze hurriedly apologized. You're right. I'm supposed to believe that. Fushi rolled his eyes and let out a long sigh. Enough. Enough. I have long grown accustomed to it. Let them be. I shall not meddle. Ha, dear friend, pray walk slowly. The more Yu Yuan spoke, the faster Nua fled. See, to handle a proud and sunder a woman, one simply needs to strike boldly. Once you act decisively, she has no recourse but to retreat. Absolute depravity. Just as Yu Yuan was about to renew old acquaintances with Fushi, and Baze, a sarcastic voice drifted over. East King Duke emerged from a circle of encircling figures. Seeing Yu Yuan teasing Nua and now considering himself the supreme master of male immortals across the primordial realm, he felt compelled to intervene. And so he began laying into Yu Yuan's faults. No sense of shame. Just as Yu Yuan was about to catch up with Fushi and Baze to resume their old camaraderie, a sarcastic voice drifted over. Their Dongwangong emerged from a surrounding crowd. Seeing Yu Yuan teasing Nua and now considering himself the supreme master of male immortals across the primordial world, he felt it was only proper to intervene in such matters. And so he set about listing Yu Yuan's transgressions. To proposition another's companion is simply shameless. What a spectacle this will become. Will they actually come to blows? The Lord of the East and the Queen Mother were only recently consecrated by the Tao ancestor as the foremost among male and female immortals, respectively governing all immortals under heaven. Would Yu Yuan truly dare to lay hands upon them? He hardly dares to. Those who had not yet departed paused in their tracks, including Changxi and Xi He, who were about to return directly to the lunar star. Even they stopped curiosity getting the better of them. The two sisters fixed their beautiful eyes upon Yu Yuan, wanting to see how he would handle this situation. Before the watching crowd, Yu Yuan turned and gazed at the Lord of the East, too eager to seek death. What? The Lord of the East was taken aback, then chuckled. You wish to kill this immortal? Pointing at himself, he could not help but burst into laughter. I am the foremost among male immortals consecrated by the Tao ancestor, and you would dare kill me right outside the purple firmament palace. Yu Yuan, have you lost your mind? Confident to the end, the Lord of the East feared nothing from Yu Yuan, for he firmly believed Yu Yuan would not dare to move against him. Everyone understood the terrifying power of a saint and knew they were beyond reproach. Otherwise, so many people would not have been fawning over the Lord of the East and the Queen Mother, circling them like flies, as if writing curry favor across their faces. Ha, and what of it? Would you, Yu Yuan, dare to kill this Taoist? Yu Yuan's smile was brilliant. The next moment, the very fabric of space rippled and Yu Yuan appeared directly before the Lord of the East. His hand closed around the Lord's throat in an instant. Solar true flames erupted upon his palm, so swift that the Lord of the East could not even muster a reaction before being completely restrained. Yu Yuan was indeed formidable, and the Lord of the East had been far too careless, believing Yu Yuan would never dare touch him. Yet Yu Yuan truly did dare. In truth, this so-called foremost title among male immortals mattered little. As long as he was not killed within the purple firmament palace, Hongjun would not intervene. Yet the Lord of the East had taken a chicken feather for a decree, truly believing Yu Yuan would not dare to act against him. This was nothing short of an old man consuming arsenic, seeking death itself. Only those who had experienced the true horror of the solar true flames could comprehend them. The Lord of the East immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Those nearby were terrified and scrambled to keep their distance, unable to believe Yu Yuan had actually struck. This was no jest. He intended to burn the Lord of the East alive with solar true flames until his form and spirit were completely destroyed. Form and spirit both annihilated. How terrifying. One must not provoke such a person, truly must not. Everyone shuddered in unison. Ha, keep causing trouble then. Yu Yuan laughed heartily, then swept his hand, enveloping the stunned Queen Mother and vanishing into the void. I care not whether you are the foremost of male immortals. Since you seek death, this Taoist shall grant your wish. None shall save you. I, Yu Yuan, have spoken. A string of agonized screams echoed behind them as the Lord of the East was dragged away, burning all the while. The onlookers instinctively turned their heads toward the purple firmament palace. Yet the purple firmament palace remained utterly motionless. Hao Tian and Yao Qi, serving as young attendants, trembled and repeatedly warned themselves not to provoke Yu Yuan. It was too terrifying. He dared to kill someone consecrated by the Dao ancestor, striking right outside the Purple Firmament Palace. Such sheer domineering arrogance. This man was a madman. Yu Yuan's actions would directly lead to Hao Tian and Yao Qi assuming control of the heavenly court and managing the primordial world in later ages. They would rather oppose other saints than provoke Yu Yuan, not even daring to utter a word in his presence. They could not be certain whether Yu Yuan would actually kill them. Other saints certainly would not dare, for they had to consider the Dao ancestor's existence, but Yu Yuan might not care. If they were killed and some random pair were chosen to replace them as the heavenly emperor and queen mother, to whom would they cry for justice? Teacher, will you not intervene in this? Yu Yuan had already become lawless. The two glanced toward Hongjun, but alas, Hongjun sat like a meditating monk, as if unaware of everything occurring outside the Purple Firmament Palace. Die! In the void, the Lord of the East did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before Yin brutally burned him to death with solar true flames. His form and spirit were completely annihilated, leaving behind only several magical treasures. Among them was the dragon head cane that Hongjun had just bestowed, still warm from his hands. With a flick of his wrist, Yu Yuan gathered the items. These trash magical treasures did not warrant a glance. He only collected the dragon head cane. At the very least, it was in supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Even if he never used it, it could serve as a future favor. Having killed the Lord of the East, Yu Yuan turned his cold gaze upon the Queen Mother. Do you wish to die or live? Dao. Taoist friend, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all the Lord of the East. I am innocent. The Queen Mother was nearly urinating herself, stammering as she begged for mercy. Yu Yuan had casually seized the Lord of the East and burned him alive, then swept her away. Such power was far beyond anything she could resist. Besides, Hongjun showed no response to this, leaving Shi Wangmu almost desperate. Damn Dong Wanggong, why did you have to provoke that scourge for nothing? Now look at this. You died and dragged me down with you. Lift your head, Yu Yuan said coldly. Shi Wangmu quickly lifted her head. Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes, slightly scrutinized her for a moment, then let go and said calmly, I heard there is a yellow mellow plum tree in West Kunlun. My hermitage lacks something to entertain distinguished guests. Go bring it. You have a bit of elegance. Henceforth stay at my hermitage as a maidservant. Yes, yes. Having narrowly escaped death and believing she was doomed, Shi Wangmu hurriedly nodded in agreement, caring about nothing else. What is losing face compared to losing one's life? As for the yellow mellow plum, Shi Wangmu did not care. As long as she could survive, she would give it away. Being asked to be a maidservant was nothing. If Yu Yuan had told her to warm his bed, Shi Wangmu would have nodded at that moment. Her mind was a mess. She needed a moment. The onlookers, seeing Shi Wangmu obey like a little spirit beast, could hardly wrap their heads around it. Changxi and Xi He widened their eyes, their beautiful orbs almost popping out. Yu Yuan smiled slightly at the two. Fellow Taoists, you are welcome to visit my hermitage soon. I look forward to your arrival. With that, Yu Yuan vanished into the void. Shi Wangmu almost collapsed onto the cloud. Sister, can we not go? I feel that fellow Taoist Yu Yuan has suddenly become somewhat terrifying. Changxi tightened her grip on Xi He's hand, a bit frightened. Xi He was speechless with a wry smile. If you're told to go, then go. What's there to fear? We sisters haven't offended him. At most. Xi He felt embarrassed, unable to finish the sentence. She felt that Yu Yuan had set his sights on them. His words just now were equivalent to, will you come yourselves, or shall I come find you? Moreover, Yu Yuan had directly turned Shi Wangmu into a maidservant, making people realize that he might be very interested in the matter of Dao companions. Oh, otherwise, why would he keep staring at Nuwa? Perhaps they could cater to his taste. Baizhe suddenly turned to look at Fushi. Fushi was startled, coughed, and said, cannot speak of it. Shaking his head, he left, first chasing after Nuwa. As for what methods Baizhe would use to win over Yu Yuan, he did not care if Fushi would not involve himself in such matters. I can't even manage my own sister, how could I bother with these? Admittedly, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu were indeed quite unlucky. Dong Wanggong was fine. He brought trouble upon himself and died, but Shi Wangmu had done nothing and yet suffered as well. This proves that you must never associate with those who are prone to misfortune, or you will also be dragged into it. But why did the Dao ancestor remain silent? They were the leaders of male and female immortals that he had appointed. Now the male leader was killed and the female leader was taken as a maidservant. This was simply unheard of. Was it because the Dao ancestor did not care about these matters, or did he have some other intention toward Yu Yuan? Some questions can be pondered in the mind, but never act on them recklessly, or you will die. Who knows? Yu Yuan stirred up trouble outside the Zixiao Palace, and the Dao ancestor showed no reaction. But if you do the same, you will die. And you will die horribly. Go bring your belongings and come. Don't even think about running, because you cannot escape. Entering the primordial world, Yu Yuan casually tossed Shi Wangmu aside, sat on a cloud, closed his eyes to stabilize his aura, and ordered Shi Wangmu to return to West Kunlun, gather her possessions, and come find him. As for fleeing, you could try to see if you could escape. Rest assured, master. I would never dare to have any such thoughts. The image of Dong Wangong being burned alive was still lingering in her mind. The mere thought of that scene made Shi Wangmu shiver. This man before her was a ruthless one. He would kill you if he said so, hit you if he said so. He was not to be provoked. Previously being appointed as the leader of female immortals, Shi Wangmu was proud for a while. But unfortunately the good times didn't last long. Her beautiful dream was shattered by Yu Yuan. What bullshit about being the leader of male and female immortals. In front of someone stronger than you, it amounted to nothing. As for the dream of the Dao ancestors standing up for them, forget it. Dong Wangong was killed outside the Zixiao Palace, which meant that Dao ancestor Hongjun would not intervene for them. Shi Wangmu understood this clearly. Being a docile little maidservant would bring no trouble. But if she disobeyed, her fate would be no better than Dong Wangong's. Thus Shi Wangmu had no thought of resistance or escape. She obediently returned to West Kunlun, prepared to pack her belongings, and moved to the Sun Star to become Yu Yuan's maidservant. Jin Yuanzi, do you truly believe you can protect this Hongyun for the rest of your life? Die. The area around Yu Yuan was serene, but the other side was a different story. Led by Kuanping and Mingyi Laozu, a group of pursuers relentlessly chased Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, terrifying the latter so much that he fled in panic. Though he had transformed early and had deep roots in terms of strength, Hongyun was nothing but a weakling. If not for Jin Yuanzi's protection, he would have been killed long ago. Hurrying away from Zixiao Palace, Jin Yuanzi used his accompanying treasure, the Earth Book, to wrap around Hongyun and flee together toward Wuzhuangguan. As long as they entered Wuzhuangguan, they would be safe. The Earth Book, combined with the formation of Wuzhuangguan, made it impossible for Mingyi Laozu and the others to break in. On the road, they encountered an ambush, and Jin Yuanzi was flustered. Fortunately, despite his amiable nature, his strength was considerable, and he shielded Hongyun tightly. In doing so, he himself sustained a minor injury. A stab from Mingyi Laozu's sword that did not harm his foundation, but required a long period of recuperation. This left Hongyun filled with shame and guilt. He secretly vowed that once he attained the Tao and became a sage, he would make those who surrounded him today pay dearly. Alas, in his dreams, he would never realize that he would never attain the Tao and become a sage. The Hongming purple qi bestowed by Hongjun could not be refined at all, rendering it utterly useless. Within Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's eyes, like those of a celestial being, fixed intently on Yu Yuan and Hongyun, who was being shielded by Jin Yuanzi as they fled. Hongyun's persecution was no surprise to him, for possessing the Hongming purple qi was a sin in itself. Others possessed the Hongming purple qi, but because they were disciples of saints, no one dared to snatch it from them. Hongyun, however, was different. His possession of the Hongming purple qi would inevitably invite fervent plunder. Indeed, many sought the opportunity to attain the Tao. Yet what puzzled Hongjun was that Yu Yuan showed no reaction. After entering the primordial world, he calmly began to cultivate, stabilizing his own cultivation without any intention of joining the scramble. The course of destiny had changed, becoming inscrutable. Even with the creation jade disc in hand, Hongjun felt bewildered. For now the demon clan was leaderless, while the witch clan grew stronger day by day. The developmental trajectory of the two clans had begun to deviate, and even this slight deviation could affect the entire development of the primordial world. Yet Yu Yuan did not interfere, did not intervene. He did nothing but simply refused to involve himself in the demon clan's mess. He would not meddle in demon clan affairs, nor would he seek to seize the Hongming purple qi. What exactly was Yu Yuan intent on? Was he too timid to act? Not at all. He dared to strike at Yuanshi Tianzuan outside Zixiao Palace, forcing back the three pure ones, seizing the treasures, and then killing Dong Wangong in a single move. Everything proved that Yu Yuan was a bold and reckless fellow. Yet why would such an audacious person stand aloof from these matters? Fellow Taoist, you are quite carefree, beginning your cultivation right here above the myriad clouds. A burst of laughter rang out. Yu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Bai Zhe, who had arrived with Gish, and said calmly, above the myriad clouds, no one would think of me cultivating here, and besides, few dare to come looking for trouble with me. A burst of laughter rang out. Yu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Bai Zhe, who had arrived with Gish, and said calmly, above the myriad clouds, no one would think of me cultivating here, and besides, few dare to come looking for trouble with me. You're awesome, fine. Bai Zhe's mouth twitched, utterly at a loss as to how to respond. In the current primordial world, aside from the sage Hongjun, who would dare to provoke Yu Yuan, a powerful quasi-saint? This was not yet the era of saints emerging in multitudes and quasi-saints being everywhere. Even in that era, Yu Yuan could confidently say, who would dare to come after me? Besides, he was merely cultivating normally, which could be stopped at any time. It was not a breakthrough requiring seclusion. Impressive. Gish, a great demon, gazed at Yu Yuan, whose aura was ethereal and unattainable, and was filled with admiration. His eyes held a hint of respect which made Bai Zhe's heart ache. For Guha was among the great demons, known for being unruly and lawless. That even he held Yu Yuan in such deep respect showed that if Yu Yuan stepped forward, the many great demons of the demon clan would be thoroughly subdued. Thus, why would the demon clan still need to bow to the witch clan's whims? Unfortunately, Yu Yuan had no such desire. There were some matters that could not be mentioned too much lest they cause displeasure. Baize was well aware of this. Fellow Taoist, I hear many are contending for the last opportunity to attain the Tao. Yet you cultivate here. Could it be that you have no interest in achieving sainthood? Within Zixiao Palace, when Baize posed this question, Hongjun's eyes suddenly opened, startling Yin and Yaoqi. Before they could recover, they found themselves expelled from the hall, forced to cultivate outside. Who does not wish to become a sage? An existence that obtains the chance to attain the Tao, achieves the primordial, entrusts the primordial spirit to the void, remains imperishable through countless kalpas, and is immortal and indestructible. Yu Yuan chuckled lightly and said, could it be that you have forgotten the words of the Tao ancestor? Without becoming a saint, one is ultimately an ant. Then why are you not tempted? Baize also became interested. Since Yu Yuan also wished to become a saint when everyone is desperately trying to kill Hongjun for the Hongmeng purple chi, why didn't you go? Glancing at Baize, Yu Yuan said, why were the 3 pure ones Nuwa and the 2 from the west able to become disciples of the saint? Why were they destined to be saints? Baize was taken aback. Fellow Taoist, were you sleepwalking at the Zixiao Palace? Baize paused for a moment and replied, the Tao ancestor said that several of you are people with great fortune and great destiny in the future and can become disciples of the saint and can be destined saints. In that case, why force it? If one truly has that great fortune and great destiny, they will surely become a saint. If not, what use is obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi? Yu Yuan shook his head with a smile, looking carefree. Damn it, if the Hongmeng purple chi couldn't even help one achieve the Tao after obtaining it, what was Yu Yuan sitting here thinking about? Saints are powerful. Who wouldn't want to become a saint? That seems quite reasonable. If one's fortune is insufficient, how can one achieve the Tao and become a saint? The threshold for sainthood is not that low. Baize's mind was a bit confused by Yu Yuan's words. Gishu was nearby, had his eyes light up. He did not think about those complicated issues. He just became more and more admiring of Yu Yuan. I have received your teaching. After a long while, Baize came to his senses and bowed deeply to Yu Yuan. Then he no longer spoke about the Hongmeng purple chi, but instead asked Yu Yuan for guidance on the doubts regarding the Tao of severing the 3 corpses. After all, while others were still groping in the dark, Yu Yuan had already severed 1 corpse. Naturally, he could ask for guidance on any doubts. Baize did not feel ashamed to do so. Remaining silent and fumbling on one's own only to end up in an awkward position that would be spread around. That would be truly shameful. As for Baize's inquiries, Yu Yuan generously answered them one by one. Master. After an unknown period of time, the Queen Mother of the West, who had returned to West Kunlun to fetch something, came back. Yu Yuan stood up and straightened his clothes. Fellow Taoist, I will take my leave now. If you have time, you are welcome to come to my Linyuan pavilion to discuss the Tao with me. I will surely come to disturb your cultivation soon. Baize agreed with a smile. Yu Yuan laughed heartily. He liked making friends with such intelligent people. Then he took the Queen Mother of the West and returned to the Sun Star. Plant that yellow middle plum beside the Fusong tree. You go and rest now. If you have any doubts in your cultivation, you may come and ask me. After returning to the Sun Star and giving instructions, Yu Yuan began to go into seclusion. Even with 1 more person and 1 top-grade innate spiritual root, the Sun Star remained as desolate as before. Having completely resigned to her fate, the Queen Mother of the West had no other thoughts and settled down in Linyuan Pavilion. Seeing Yu Yuan in seclusion, she also entered into seclusion. To be honest, the Queen Mother of the West indeed had many doubts about cultivation, but she dared not go to Yu Yuan to ask him to resolve her doubts. In the end, it was because she was frightened. The image of the Eastern King being burned to death by the sun, true fire, was deeply etched in her primordial spirit, something she could not forget. The Sun Star was very quiet, but the primordial world was the opposite. Jin Yuanzi, even at the cost of injury, managed to protect Hongjun and entered the Honghuang temple. Kuanping ancestor Mingyi and others who wanted to seize the Hongmeng purple chi were furious, but could do nothing against Jin Yuanzi hiding inside the Honghuang temple. To everyone's astonishment, these people actually joined forces to surround the Honghuang temple and set up simple cultivation grounds outside. We'll guard your Honghuang temple tightly. Oh, we don't believe you won't come out. Among the demon race, after the great demons left the Zixiao Palace, some participated in the siege of Hongjun, while others returned to the primordial world to go into seclusion. Years later, the great demons who emerged from seclusion had all advanced in strength, directly leading to an escalation of conflicts with the Wu tribe. With greatly increased strength, many great demons gained confidence. Previously, many of them would be chased by the great shamans, but now they were no weaker than these great shamans, so they naturally would not tolerate the Wu tribe's attitude. Unless the 12 ancestral shamans stepped in, relying only on some great shamans could no longer suppress these great demons. Moreover, as time passed and the population grew, the foot of Buzhou Mountain could no longer accommodate so many members of the Wu tribe. Not only was food becoming scarcer, but the resistance of the demon race was also intensifying. So the 12 ancestral shamans gathered to discuss a countermeasure. In the midst of their discussion, the 12 directly entered the void and fought fiercely. After a great battle, a countermeasure emerged. The 12 ancestral shamans officially split up. Except for Dijiang, the other 11 ancestral shamans took some of their clansmen and left Buzhou Mountain to settle elsewhere. The once tightly united Wu tribe was divided into 12 major tribes, each ruled by an ancestral shaman, and the tribes were named after the ancestral shamans. The Wu tribe split apart, becoming 12 tribes, which greatly alleviated the food pressure caused by the population. At the same time, it also intensified the conflicts between the Wu and demon tribes. Previously, the Wu tribe had incessantly hunted the demon race's people, but at least the scope was confined to the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. However, the Wu tribe had since fractured into 12 separate tribes dispersed throughout the primordial realm, and conflicts erupted with relentless frequency. Not only did skirmishes with the demon race persist, but numerous others had found themselves at odds with the Wu tribe as well. When the Wu tribe members staked their claims, they paid no heed to whether someone had already established a cultivation grounds there. They simply seized what they wanted. Did you object? Then they beat you senseless. Before long, countless cultivators across the primordial world found themselves weeping in frustration. The fortunate ones were simply chased off and battered, while the ill-fated were dealt a single fatal blow. The Wu tribe had effectively become the primary source of discord throughout the primordial world. The demon race, which should have forged a unified front against them, remained fractured and disorganized, utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance, which only served to embolden the Wu tribe's increasingly brazen conduct. In particularly unfortunate timing, one Wu tribe faction had been steadily pushing deeper into the central territories, edging close to Mount Kunlun, and faithfully this very tribe was the Zhurong clan. The reason for relocating their tribe so far inland, beyond the demon race's inability to mount any coordinated opposition, was simply that Zhurong wished to distance himself from Gonggong, an individual he found insufferable. Years later, upon the sun, Star Yuan stepped forth from his seclusion. His retreat had yielded considerable results. Another layer of the Chaos Bell seals had been successfully refined, bringing him incrementally closer to fully unlocking all 36 layers. His divine sense swept outward, and perceiving that the Queen Mother of the West remained deep in seclusion, Yu Yuan departed from the Sun Star and made his way into the heart of the primordial world. A breath of fresh air after years of secluded cultivation was altogether welcome, yet Yu Yuan had not anticipated that upon entering the primordial world, he would encounter news that left him quite astonished. That a mob had been doggedly hunting Hongjun was hardly astonishing. Yet the sheer audacity of these cultivators stationing themselves directly outside the Five Trees Temple, displaying an unyielding determination to seize the primordial purple chi at any cost, surely that crossed into recklessness. Hongjun's circumstances must be wretched. Merely considering that unfortunate soul brought a smirk to Yu Yuan's lips. See what comes of playing the selfless benefactor, helping countless beings and reaping nothing but hostility in return. Beyond Jin Yuanzi, none gave a thought to whether Hongjun lived or died. Many silently hoped for his swift demise, so they might sever all karmic entanglements without delay. Judging by his predicament, Hongjun likely lacked the courage to attend the forthcoming sermon at Zixiao Palace. Combined with the current tensions between the Wu and demon tribes, the primordial world was veering sharply off its destined path, its ultimate destination entirely uncertain to Yu Yuan. As I suspected. How captivating this all unfolds to be. Driven by mounting population pressures rather than fear of the demon race, the 12 ancestral Wu tribes, whose natural domain should have centered upon Mount Buzhou, had instead scattered across the length and breadth of the primordial realm. Good heavens! The Zhurong clan had pushed all the way to Mount Kunlun's outskirts, while Gonggong's tribe had settled perilously close to the western regions. What madness possessed these two ancestral Wu? So the axiom held true: distance has no bounds, only ever increasing. Neither the western regions nor Mount Kunlun would know peace again. Yu Yuan laughed, a deeply satisfied, almost wicked mirth coloring his expression. What manner of individuals were the 12 ancestral Wu? Their tempers were as volatile as wildfire, particularly Zhurong and Gonggong, whose irascibility was matched only by their defiance. By establishing their domains so proximately to Mount Kunlun and the western frontier, they had effectively guaranteed conflict between the Wu tribe and the Three Pure Ones, as well as between the Wu and the western sages Jieyin and Zhunti. With the demon race neutralized, the burden of containing the Wu tribe fell squarely upon the future sages. Yet here lay the paradox: these beings of transcendent power could not wholly subjugate the Wu, for the tribulations they wrought were precisely what drove the evolution of the primordial world itself. How diverting. Truly exquisitely entertaining. The spectacle proved so captivating that Yu Yuan abandoned any intention of wandering the primordial world or returning to the Sun Star for further meditation. Concealing his presence beneath the veil of the Chaos Bell, he positioned himself beyond Mount Kunlun's borders, content to observe and await the friction between the Zhurong clan and the Three Pure Ones. His own severing of the self had only recently been completed, and with further cultivation advancement unlikely in the immediate term, he saw no reason not to linger within the primordial world and witness the unfolding drama. Laozi, he presumed, had likewise completed the severing of a flesh divinity. His initial act had been the sundering of the self, much as with Yu Yuan, whose status as a transmigrator rendered the process singularly straightforward. Laozi, conversely, had chosen the path of Wu Wei, the doctrine of non-action. This route rendered the severing of self remarkably effortless. Yet once embarked upon this way, one approached an existential void even more absolute than the Buddhist teaching of emptiness, wherein emotions themselves were reduced to mere mechanisms. Those who tread this path became, in colloquial parlance, mere instruments devoid of feeling. Yet the mastery of emotion did not equate to its complete eradication. Should one dare transgress Laozi's deepest boundaries, they would discover swiftly enough that wrath too had its place. A land of verdant peaks and crystal streams. My sons, I depart for the Pangu temple to draw upon the baleful Qi for cultivation. Tend to your affairs with diligence. Do you understand? Despite the division of their tribes, the 12 ancestral Wu seldom lingered among their own people when untroubled. Their true sanctuary remained the Pangu temple, where the concentrated baleful energy sustained their cultivation in ways no other locale could match. In the vast primordial world, countless locations harbored gathering sinister Qi, yet the 12 ancestral witches would never deign to compete with the lesser great witches or ordinary clan members for such trifles. Moreover, that mere wisp of sinister Qi meant nothing to the 12 ancestral witches. For genuine cultivation, one still had to seek out the Pangu Divine Temple. Thus, once the tribe stabilized, Zhu Rong set off toward Mount Buzhou with great satisfaction. The place chosen by this ancestral witch. Could someone like Gong Gong ever compare? Every matter required contesting for supremacy. This was simply the daily routine between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Yet Zhu Rong's ability to select a location was genuinely formidable. He relocated the entire tribe to the foothills of Kunlun Mountain. As one of the great treasured lands of the primordial world, Kunlun Mountain would undoubtedly descend into chaos, with Zhu Rong's tribe settling nearby. This was an inevitable outcome. What of the three pure ones? What of the disciples of saints? Zhu Rong cared none of these matters. Besides, Kunlun Mountain was the Tao stronghold of the three pure ones. His tribe had not crossed into Kunlun's territory. What business did it concern them? The primordial world was so vast. Were the three pure ones permitted to monopolize the finest locales while his witch tribe was doomed to linger beneath Mount Buzhou? What kind of rotten logic was that? The demon race numbered in the billions, and while the witch tribe was not as populous, their numbers were hardly small either. Even divided into 12 great tribes, each tribe's population remained terrifyingly vast. More people meant greater consumption meant the need for constant hunting. This was precisely why the witch tribe favored hunting the demon race. The flesh and blood of the demon race sustained them for far longer, unlike wild beasts and ferocious beasts, which left one hungry again soon after eating. A great quantity meant nothing. Furthermore, a single demon race individual was large enough in size to suffice for many hunts of ordinary beasts and ferocious beasts combined. Settled beyond Kunlun Mountain, the witches of Zhu Rong's tribe began hunting the local demon race beings for food. Some who did not even qualify as demon race suffered as well, and even the spiritual beasts of Kunlun Mountain itself fell to their blades. The primordial world teemed with countless races. Not every race could be classified as demon race. But the witch tribe cared nothing for such distinctions. Edible, delicious, and filling. These were the only criteria that mattered. What race they belonged to, what status they held, whether beast, demon race, or even spiritual beast, none of it mattered to them. Die your great witch. A wounded spiritual crane attempted to flee, but the great witch Xing Tian would never permit it. His massive axe fell with tremendous force, cleaving the spirit crane that sought refuge within Kunlun Mountain's territory. Warriors, gather the prey. Let us return to the tribe. How utterly gluttonous. Above the cloud layer, Yu Yuan watched as the witches mercilessly hunted the surrounding demon race, showing no mercy even to members of other races and spiritual beasts. I wonder whether the three pure ones will cough blood upon learning of this. They should be nearing their emergence from seclusion. No. Yu Yuan calculated the timeline and felt the time was ripe. Laozi had surely already severed his first corporeal form. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian would lag behind, for they lacked a suitable treasure. The Tao of severing the three corporeal forms meant that the superior the treasure used in the severing, the greater the strength bestowed upon the resulting corporeal form. An innate supreme treasure was ideal, lacking that a merit treasure or top-grade innate spirit treasure would suffice. Unfortunately, neither Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, nor Tongtian possessed such things. Only Laozi held the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda, a merit treasure. Thus Laozi was able to sever a corporeal form before the other two, the most difficult of all the corporeal form of the self. The seven-colored gourd which Yu Yuan had entirely appropriated could indeed be used for corporeal severing, but it remained in his possession. The three pure ones had not so much as caught a fart from it, returning empty-handed. Not only did they gain nothing, but they were also driven half-mad with rage. Without a suitable treasure to sever their corporeal forms, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian could only suppress their ambitions for now. It was only after the third preaching that Hongjun distributed innumerable treasures, allowing the three pure ones to truly flourish. A pity no suitable treasure for corporeal severing. Within the great hall, Tongtian opened his eyes and sighed. His realm had reached its peak, yet he lacked the means to sever his corporeal form. The bitter taste of owning nothing was indeed unpleasant. At this moment, Tongtian felt a twinge of envy toward Laozi. Even before attaining human form, Laozi had been accompanied by the heaven and earth mystic Yellow Pagoda, a merit treasure. While everyone else was impoverished, Laozi had already been capable of direct corporeal severing without needing to suppress his cultivation. Unfortunately, Tongtian did not share such fortune. Fortunately, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not either. With this thought, Tongtian's heart grew somewhat easier. People were bound to feel disparity, but whenever one reminded oneself that many others in this world shared the same miserable fate, one's spirits would lift considerably. What a pity about that seven-colored gourd. Tongtian could not help but recall the seven-colored gourd of old. In its mature state, it was a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Certainly not the pinnacle, but at least sufficient for corporeal severing. Yet it was of no use whatsoever, snatched away by Yu Yuan. The mere thought of the domineering, outrageously arrogant Yu Yuan gave Tongtian a headache. Such a person was untouchable. Unless one possessed overwhelming power to suppress him, he was simply beyond reach. After a brief moment of reflection, Tongtian rose and straightened his Dao robes. He asked, "Has anything significant occurred in the mountains recently?" Within the Taoist temple, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan transformed some spirit herbs and spirit cranes into young acolytes tasked with guarding the temple. Mount Kunlun was their abode, the domain of the three pure ones. Ordinary beings would not dare to cause trouble there, so Tongtian's question was merely routine. Yet no sooner had he asked than a problem arose. The young acolyte who had been cultivating awoke, knelt before Tongtian, and wept bitterly, while recounting the crimes of the Wu clan, leaving Tongtian, who had only asked casually, utterly stunned. Something truly happened. "My lord, while you were in seclusion, a tribe of the Wu clan called the Zhurong tribe settled outside Mount Kunlun. They have been ruthlessly hunting the surrounding demonic beings, and even my spirit crane kin have been slaughtered in numbers, taken by those ignorant ones as food." What? Tongtian thought his ears were deceiving him. Did the Wu clan not dwell at the foot of Buzhou Mountain? Why have they come to settle outside my Kunlun? "I know not, my lord," the acolyte replied, shaking his head with reddened eyes. "It is said that the 12 ancestral witches have parted ways, and the ancestral, which Zhurong has brought his tribe to settle near Mount Kunlun. Now fear gripped every being on Mount Kunlun. None knew when the Wu clan might strike, slay them, and drag them back as food." It was utterly terrifying. In the past, the demonic race had been feared, now compared to the Wu clan, the demons seemed far less dreadful. Yet these Wu clan members were terrifyingly powerful, with thick hides and tough flesh. Ordinary beings were no match for them. At the same cultivation level, they utterly dominated any other race. When a particularly troublesome foe appeared, the great witches of the tribe would be dispatched to slay them with full force. Tongtian's face changed. He quickly raised his hand to divine, his heart sinking like lead, then he swiftly left the temple. The once tranquil Mount Kunlun had lost its former peace. Not only was it in chaos, but a baleful aura of blood and murder hung in the air, undoubtedly the result of the Wu clan's arrival. Too many living beings had been slaughtered, causing the blood aura to congeal and linger in the sky. Yet the Wu clan cultivated only the physical body, not the primordial spirit, so they could not see this. Even if they could, they would not care. Moreover, the Wu clan required baleful energy for their cultivation. If they settled in a place for too long, the area would become saturated with such energy, much like the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Those who had transformed early knew that the baleful energy there was not always so dense. Ever since the 12 ancestral witches took form, and the great witches and common Wu clan members began to appear, the baleful energy around Buzhou Mountain had grown thicker day by day. If this continued, a sacred immortal land like Mount Kunlun would be utterly ruined. To the three pure ones, this was no less an insult than having a public latrine built at their doorstep. After all beings in the primordial world knew that the three pure ones' abode was on Mount Kunlun, and that they were the true descendants of Panga, disciples of the sage and future ordained sages. The Wu clan relocating their tribe here was a direct slap in the face to the three pure ones. Two elder brothers, some problems have arisen on Mount Kunlun. Please emerge from seclusion and deliberate together. Clearly none of the three pure ones wished to clash with the Wu clan, at least not Tongtian. If he acted poorly, he would face criticism from Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Especially Yuanshi Tianzuan, whose lectures always gave Tongtian a headache. Therefore, upon learning of this matter, Tongtian did not act alone, but chose to inform Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Though the Wu clan had not directly attacked, their actions were even more intolerable than a direct assault. What is it? Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, even if Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan had harbored any anger, it had long dissipated. Upon receiving Tongtian's notice, they immediately emerged from seclusion and appeared beside him. Two elder brothers, just look for yourselves. The Wu clan's behavior is utterly excessive. Tongtian did not know how to explain, so he let them see for themselves. When they did, they would understand. Having just emerged from seclusion, and knowing nothing of recent events, Laozi and Yuan Tianzuan frowned slightly, then looked out. The sight left them frozen in place. Mount Kunlun was a celestial paradise, and its outer reaches were not much inferior. Spirit roots everywhere, spirit fruits covering the mountains, and spirit beasts roaming freely. Because it was near the three pure ones' abode, no one dared to cause trouble here. Thus, these ordinary spirit roots and fruits had enjoyed a peaceful growth environment, and the spirit beasts had multiplied in number. But now the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Was this still the land outside Mount Kunlun? How had it become such a ghastly sight? Countless spirit grains had vanished, the fruit trees had been ravaged, the ground was pitted, and scarred bloodstains and battle marks remained in many places, and a thick aura of blood and baleful energy drifted. Not just the congealed blood, but also the gathering of baleful energy. Gazing at the devastating chaos before their home, Tongtian's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he declared, it was the Wu clan. During our seclusion period, the Wu clan's population swelled and conflicts arose among the 12 ancestral sorcerers, leading to a separation. That ancestral sorcerer Zhurong relocated his tribe beyond my Kunlun mountain, and thus it has come to this. Countless spirit roots, spirit fruits, and spirit herbs fell victim to this devastation, and the spirit beasts were all treated as members of the demonic race and slaughtered for food. Preposterous. Before Tongtian could finish his sentence, Yuan Tianzuan erupted in furious curses, his long white beard trembling with rage. This was a direct slap in the face to the three pure ones. The Wu clan had done this deliberately. This is simply too much. Not only was Yuan Tianzuan beside himself with rage, but even Laozi felt deeply disturbed. What a pristine immortal sanctuary had been reduced to such a ghastly state solely because of the arrival of the Wu clan people. How could this be justified? Even the demonic race dared not come here to cause trouble. Although those spirit beasts were technically members of the demonic race, yet they had long severed their ties with the demonic race and belonged to the spirit beast faction of Kunlun Mountain. In other words, they were spirit beasts nurtured by Kunlun Mountain, and such a statement was absolutely without flaw. And now these spirit beasts were being hunted and devoured on the pretext that they were members of the demonic race. How could the three pure ones accept this? Just look at how this place had been ruined beyond recognition. Haha, this is absolutely hilarious. From above, Yu Yuan's gleeful laughter echoed, provoking the displeasure of the three pure ones, who glared upward in fury. Unexpectedly, Yu Yuan was also here. Upon seeing him, Yuan Tianzuan's irritation surged, though he restrained himself from erupting. He knew that even if he would one day become a sage, he was no match for Yu Yuan at present. He would endure for now and settle the score with this Yu Yuan after achieving sagehood. Tongtian frowned in silence. Laozi spoke in a detached tone, since you do not cultivate at the Sun Star, what business brings you to my Kunlun Mountain? Watching the show. Yu Yuan was remarkably candid and direct. The Wu clan is a formidable enemy of our demonic race. Having concluded my seclusion, I heard news that the 12 ancestral sorcerers had split into separate tribes. I specifically came to investigate the situation of the Wu clan tribe, only to discover that the Zhurong tribe had relocated beyond the borders of Kunlun Mountain. Yu Yuan's blunt candor left Laozi at a loss for words. If it were anyone else, perhaps they might have been more tactful. But did Yu Yuan need to? I am simply here to watch the spectacle. What of it? Moreover, this is not Kunlun Mountain itself, but the area beyond Kunlun Mountain. Does the entirety of Honghuang belong to Kunlun Mountain's territory? If I, Yu Yuan, had entered the bounds of Kunlun Mountain, that would be one matter. But I did not go inside. Why should you concern yourselves with what I do here? I certainly did not come seeking to catch up with the three pure ones. There is nothing worth discussing between us. I should also congratulate you, Taoist friend, on severing one of your splits and attaining the esteemed rank of quasi-sage. With those words, Yu Yuan offered a half-hearted, insincere congratulations on Laozi's successful splitting and realm breakthrough. Laozi paid it no mind whatsoever, while Tongtian pretended not to hear. It was Yuan Tianzuan, however, who, though this concern had nothing to do with him, was infuriated to no end. Even Yu Yuan could not fathom what he was angry about. Yu Yuan made no criticism of you. Why are you angry? Burning with excessive rage harms the liver. Take it easy. I thank you for your kind words, Taoist friend. Please make yourself at home. Laozi responded with an expressionless remark, then proceeded toward the Zhurong tribe with the intent of demanding an explanation. Yuan Tianzuan and Tongtian immediately followed in his wake. As for Yu Yuan, if he wished to watch, then let him watch. It was no great matter. After all, he had not ventured into the sacred grounds of the three pure ones. Why should they concern themselves with what he did? Despite his inner discontent, Laozi could only treat Yu Yuan as if he were invisible. Zhurong's actions were undoubtedly a direct affront to the three pure ones. The three pure ones would certainly demand an explanation, and with Zhurong's temperament, a great show was about to unfold. Unexpectedly, before the great war between the Wu and demonic clans had even begun, the Wu clan had already clashed with the three pure ones. Such a grand spectacle must not be missed. Yu Yuan immediately followed behind, while the three pure ones treated him as though he did not exist, dismissing him as mere air. Sigh, I should not have laughed. Then I could have secretly observed the show. But now it is too late. However, who cared? Watching covertly or watching openly, the result was the same. As long as there was great drama to witness, why bother fretting over such trivialities? For the Wu clan people of the Zhurong tribe, this was yet another beautiful day. Having separated from the great Wu clan on Buzhou Mountain and relocated beyond Kunlun Mountain, every day was a beautiful day for the people of the Zhurong tribe. The resources here were not as scarce as the fringes of Buzhou Mountain. Demonic race beings were everywhere. Spirit fruits grew abundant on every hill, and spirit roots and spirit herbs were plentiful, offering virtually everything one could desire. Every day they could easily obtain vast amounts of food, which for the Wu clan people was simply paradise. As for whose territory this was, did it truly matter? Since their tribe had arrived, this was now the territory of the Wu clan people, and all others should yield. What vermin dares spy upon my Zhurong tribe? As the three pure ones flew above the Zhurong tribe and swept their divine sense across the settlement, a fierce shout erupted from within the tribe. The three pure ones' expressions stiffened, slowly flushing crimson, a murderous impulse rising within them. Even Laozi could barely contain himself. The other party had the audacity to describe the three pure ones as mere rats. A burly figure flew out from the tribe, Xing Tian, carrying two massive axes, glaring at the three pure ones with displeasure. The Wu clan cultivated only the physical body, not the primordial spirit, but that did not mean they were unaware when someone scanned them with divine sense. Xing Tian, who had been sleeping in the tribe since the tribe being spied upon, and immediately flew into a rage. He charged out with his axes, eager to see which reckless fool dared to provoke them, courting death itself. Upon recognizing the visitors, Xing Tian grinned and said, "So it's the three disciples of the saints. I wonder why you aren't cultivating in your Dao fields, but have come to my Zhurong tribe instead, eh?" Xing Tian's tone was casual, showing no special respect for the high status of the three pure ones. In the eyes of the Wu clan, aside from themselves, everyone else was an outsider, regardless of origin or race. Outrageous. You Wu clan members, instead of staying at Mount Buzhou, come to our Kunlun Mountains and wreak havoc everywhere, yet you have the audacity to ask me what I am doing here. Before Laozi and Tongtian could speak, Yuan Tianzuan could not help but curse. Vermin. I think you Wu clan people are the real vermin. Each one grotesque in appearance, no better than the Yao clan. Some of the Yao clan had incomplete transformations, while others deliberately retained distinctive parts of their original forms to appear fierce and imposing. Thus the Yao clan was indeed a motley and bizarre bunch, and the Wu clan was no better. Look at the 12 ancestral witches, the many great witches, and even ordinary Wu clan members. All were similarly strange in appearance. None of your damn business. Xing Tian held no reverence for the three pure ones or the disciples of the saints. In this world, aside from the vanished Pangu, only the 12 ancestral witches commanded his respect. Everyone else could go to hell. After all, the Wu clan dared to speak against even Hongjun, let alone Yuan Tianzuan. And so Xing Tian immediately blurted out a phrase that Yuan Tianzuan would never forget for the rest of his life. Our Wu clan split up and settled where we please. What business is it of yours? Is this your home? Is Mount Kunlun your three pure ones' Dao field? Are all other places yours too? Ta-ha-ha. Yu Yuan, watching from the clouds, burst into laughter again. It had to be said that this phrase was magical. Ever since it was first sprayed in Yuan Tianzuan's face inside the Zixiao Palace, it had become the most hated phrase for Yuan without exception. Unexpectedly, Xing Tian was so gleeful that he directly imitated Yu Yuan and sprayed it out. Cursed by the words he hated most in this life and mocked by Yu Yuan, a being almost like an arch-rival, Yuan Tianzuan nearly lost his mind. Beast, die for me. In a fit of rage, Yuan Tianzuan struck out directly. Laozi and Tongtian did not stop him because Xing Tian's words had also insulted them. If they could not defeat Yu Yuan, could they not handle a mere great witch? A giant hand descended from the sky, reaching for Xing Tian. Xing Tian, not expecting Yuan to attack, without warning raised his axe and slashed at the giant hand. Get out of my way. Boom. Lightning wrapped around the giant axe and struck the giant hand. Each ancestral, which was an incarnation of a law. Great witches were relatively weaker. Although Xing Tian was imposing and formidable, he was no match for Yuan Tianzuan. The giant axe descended only to be forcibly suppressed by the giant hand, which struck Xing Tian, sending him flying into the Zhurong tribe, toppling countless tree houses and shaking the entire tribe several times. The surrounding Wu clan members stared in shock, realizing that the powerful great, which they revered, was so easily defeated. In truth, Yuan Tianzuan was still very strong. He had merely chosen the wrong opponent initially. With the Chaos Bell in hand, Yu Yuan could easily thrash Yuan. But while Yu Yuan could do that, Xing Tian, a great witch, could not. Even if it were Zhurong himself the ancestral, which it would not be that terrifying. For Xingtian, a great witch at the early Golden Immortal stage, facing Yuan Shi Tianzuan, was inviting a beating. Fortunately, the Wu clan possessed immense strength and thick skin, so the attack was not too severe for Xingtian, but it hurt, and was very humiliating. Zhurong had gone to the Panga temple, leaving Xingtian and a few other great witches to guard the Zhurong tribe. Now that he had been so thoroughly beaten, he would surely be mocked by the other great witches. Preposterous. How dare a mere great witch provoke him, courting death? After slapping Xingtian away with a single palm, Yuan Shi Tianzuan felt he had regained some dignity. He flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly, striking a pose of a lofty expert. If I were you, I'd hit and run. Yu Yuan looked at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who had started to show off after a single successful strike, and found it amusing. He kindly reminded him, "It's just a fight. Best to flee quickly, retreat back to the dojo, or else it will be troublesome. Only your demon clan would fear the Wu clan." Yuan Shi Tianzuan ignored Yu Yuan, merely snorting inwardly. What he failed to notice was that the expressions of Lao Zi and Tongtian had gradually turned serious, because every member of the Zhurong tribe, regardless of strength, glared at them with fury, as if ready to fight to the death. The situation seems unfavorable. Flee if you can't win. Surrender if you can't win. This is not the style of the Wu clan. Unless you can overpower and suppress everyone with overwhelming force, do not think you can provoke them and walk away freely. Offend one and you offend all. Kill. In an instant, the entire Zhurong tribe erupted with thunderous war cries. The other great witches pulled Xingtian out of the pit, brandished their weapons, and roared, "Sons, these three pure ones have gone too far. Follow me, the great witch in charge." Kill them. Kill. Everyone, young and old, responded, leaving the three pure ones momentarily stunned. These Wu clan people are all mad. Knowing they are outmatched, they still want to fight to the death. The very existence that dares to point at Hongjun's nose and curse. Do you think the Wu clan is easy to deal with? If they were easy to deal with, how could they oppose the demon clan? Though the demon clan is constantly beaten, it is actually the Wu clan that grows weaker from the fighting, given their limited population. No matter how powerful an individual is and how fearless they are, if the numbers are insufficient over time, they will be worn down to a lone commander. Several wars between the Wu and demon clans suffice to show how terrifying the demon clan's numbers are and how fierce the Wu clan's fighting spirit is. You seek death. We three pure ones have not yet made a move, yet you reckless Wu clan people want to kill us. You are simply courting death. Thereupon Yuan Shi Tianzuan no longer held back, and even Tongtian and Lao Zi joined the fray, though their methods were much milder and not as fierce as Yuan Shi Tianzuan's. Almost in one encounter, several great witches were sent flying and could not get up for a long time, while a large number of ordinary Wu clan members perished in the chaos, leaving the entire Zhurong tribe in disarray. Boring. Watching the three pure ones slaughter the weak here, Yu Yuan had no interest in lingering. He summoned an auspicious cloud, soared to a higher place, and lay down leisurely, even taking out a few spirit fruits to nibble on. How could one watch a show without snacks? Though the battle below stirred not a single spark of interest in him, one must be patient. What is boring now may not remain so forever. The real show is yet to come. The Wu clan. If you strike one, a group comes. If you strike a group, the primordial witches come. If you even strike a primordial witch, then I'm sorry. All 12 primordial witches will arrive together, and then you will witness the might of Panga's true body. If the Wu clan's great killing weapon were not used against the demon clan, but instead against the three pure ones, Yu Yuan would absolutely die laughing. Slaughtering the weak is indeed boring. After killing a portion of the people, the three pure ones immediately stopped. They did not want to stain themselves with too much blood or incur too much karmic consequence. If not for Xingtian's extreme provocation, they would not have acted at all, merely forcing the Zhurong tribe to relocate. Move away at once. If this poor Taoist discovers you killing spiritual beasts of Mount Kunlun or digging up spiritual roots and herbs again, do not blame the three pure ones for being unkind. With that, Yuan Shi Tianzuan paid no heed to the turmoil of the Zhurong tribe, left a few harsh words, and drifted away. The events at the Zhurong tribe could not be concealed. News would inevitably spread. The tribe members would also send someone to invite the primordial witch Zhurong back to seek justice for the tribe. The situation showed no signs of calming down. Instead, it escalated further. Yu Yuan could not help but sigh. The primordial world had indeed been led astray. It seems this is not my fault. It should be like this. Whatever happens, it's none of my business. Don't drag me, Yu Yuan, or the demon clan into everything. After all, if the demon clan had not unified and lacked a leader, they could not exert enough pressure on the Wu clan to force them to unite against the demon clan. Then some beings in the primordial world would suffer misfortune, such as the three pure ones now. Even if the relocation of the Zhurong tribe was not deliberately aimed at the three pure ones, it remains an indisputable fact that the three pure ones suffered as a result. Given Zhurong's fiery temper, he would certainly storm their doorstep directly. Even if he couldn't prevail in battle, other ancestral witches would come to his aid. Though the 12 ancestral witches often fought among themselves and engaged in chaotic skirmishes, they were exceptionally united when facing external foes. When the time came and the 12 ancestral witches gathered in full force, the 3 pure ones would have a taste of their own medicine. And the 3 pure ones, being men of great pride, claimed themselves as the orthodox lineage of Pangu, while the 12 ancestral witches insisted they were the true descendants. Neither side would back down easily or bow their heads. It might even escalate into a battle for the title of Pangu's true heir. How would the Dao ancestor turn this situation around? Gazing at the devastated Zhurong tribe with many dead and wounded, Yu Yuan squinted his eyes. This trip into the primordial world was worthwhile. Otherwise he would have missed this grand spectacle. Since the birth of the Wu tribe, there had never been an instance where someone directly attacked their tribal grounds. The 3 pure ones' action was equivalent to slapping the 12 ancestral witches across the face several times and then spitting twice for good measure. One could imagine how furious the 12 ancestral witches with their explosive tempers would be. Splendid, truly splendid. Yet watching the drama alone was somewhat dull. Why not bring a few others along to watch? With that thought, Yu Yuan left Kunlun Mountain and flew toward Buzhou Mountain. It would still take some time for the Zhurong tribe to notify Zhurong, so by the time he brought people back, the timing for watching the spectacle should be just right. By the way, he could also prepare more spiritual wine and spiritual fruits. Yu Yuan of the Sun Star has come to visit fellow Taoists Fuxi and Nuwa. Flying above Buzhou Mountain, Yu Yuan arrived outside the cultivation grounds of Fuxi and Nuwa and announced his identity. Inside the grounds, Fuxi and Nuwa had already emerged from seclusion. Having attended the Dao lectures twice, the siblings had gained much, their strength improved, and they were on the verge of severing the 3 corpses, lacking only a little. Moreover, they had no suitable treasures to use for severing the corpses. It had only been a short while since they emerged from seclusion. Fuxi and Nuwa were sitting together discussing the Dao, exploring the difficulties encountered in their cultivation, when Yu Yuan's voice suddenly reached them. Fuxi was startled, his wine flask pausing midair, while Nuwa's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine from her cup. It was clear that their minds were disturbed. There was no help for it. Nuwa now dreaded hearing Yu Yuan's voice or seeing him. Every time Yu Yuan encountered her, he would inevitably tease her, flirt, and provoke her, causing Nuwa great distress. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent suitor. This proverb holds true anywhere. Since her transformation, Nuwa had never experienced matters of the heart. Encountering Yu Yuan, who played by no rules and acted recklessly, it was difficult for her state of mind not to be disturbed. Her heart was tossed up and down by Yu Yuan, making it unbearably uncomfortable. As Fuxi said, if there were genuine feelings, they should be straightforward and act accordingly. But Yu Yuan did not. He simply kept teasing, making it impossible to tell if he was sincere or just doing it on purpose. Men might not mind merely thinking Yu Yuan was impressive, but women could hardly withstand it. Ahem, Yu Yuan, fellow Taoist, has arrived. I wonder what business he has. Seeing his sister's mind unsettled, Fuxi coughed lightly, wanting to gauge Nuwa's opinion. Should they meet or not? Nuwa shot Fuxi a glance and slowly set down her wine cup, saying, perhaps the fellow Taoist has come to see you, elder brother. Really? Why would Yu Yuan come to see him? Fuxi was taken aback, gave an awkward smile, and when he saw his sister's gaze turning dangerous, quickly said, right, Yuan, fellow Taoist must have come to see me. In that case, I shall go and receive him. Watching Fuxi go to welcome their guest, Nuwa sighed. Her elder brother was good in every way except that he was too easily fooled by Yu Yuan. This was a headache. Strangely enough, if it were anyone else, Fuxi would not only refuse to be fooled, but would barely acknowledge them. But when it came to Yu Yuan, Fuxi's intelligence seemed to plummet by dozens of percentage points, allowing Yu Yuan to lead him astray with just a few words. Opening the mountain gate, Fuxi smiled and said, I wonder what business brings you to our door, fellow Taoist. Nothing much, I came to chat, and also to invite you both to bring wine and spiritual fruits to watch a grand spectacle. Yu Yuan replied with a smile. What? Fuxi was utterly confused. You came all the way to find us siblings just to watch a show. Fuxi had thought Yu Yuan was after Nuwa, but apparently not. He had overthought it. But watching a show was one thing. Why bring wine and spiritual fruits? Not only Fuxi, but even Nuwa, who had been mentally preparing herself inside the grounds, was stunned. What show? Fellow Taoist. I'll forget the fellow Taoist. Hurry up and pack your things. Where's Nuwa? If we go too late, we'll miss it, and we might even be mistaken for helpers. Getting involved in a great battle is no fun. Yu Yuan pushed Fuxi, urging him to move quickly and pack up. Nuwa, having heard this outside, took a deep breath and also began to prepare herself. To be honest, it was rather embarrassing. Since transforming into his human form, Yu Yuan had been either busy cultivating or occupied with other matters. He had never brewed spiritual wine or attended to such tasks, and he possessed none in his holdings. Without cola to drink, they could only sip spiritual wine to pass the time and heighten the atmosphere while watching the spectacle. Before long, the utterly bewildered Nuwa and Fuxi were led away from the Taoist compound by Yu Yuan. Along the way to Kunlun Mountain, the siblings remained thoroughly confused, unable to fathom what Yu Yuan was planning. What grand spectacle was worth dragging them along and boasting about so magnificently? They were at a loss. Yet as they drew nearer to Kunlun Mountain, an unsettling feeling grew within them. This was the route to Kunlun Mountain. Could Yuan's so-called spectacle involve heading straight to Kunlun to provoke the three pure ones? The mere thought of Yuan seeking trouble with the three pure ones threw both Fuxi and Nuwa into turmoil, especially Nuwa. She and the three pure ones were now sworn siblings. Following him blindly along would surely brand her and Fuxi as his accomplices. Fellow Taoist, are we heading to Kunlun Mountain? Yuan glanced back at Nuwa and replied, indeed. Otherwise, where would one find such entertainment? If you were merely seeking ordinary conflicts, you could simply head to the witch tribe's hunting grounds. There would be no need to come all the way to Kunlun Mountain. I'd be a fool to believe you. Nuwa's face plainly declared her utter disbelief. Fuxi, caught between amusement and exasperation, stepped forward to mediate. Fellow Taoist, even if you harbor grievances against the three pure ones, there is no need to confront them so directly. Regardless, they are disciples of the saints and future celestial appointed sages. Please think carefully. What nonsense is this? Who told you I intend to attack the three pure ones? Yuan snapped. What do you know? If you intend to strike at a sage, you must do it early. Otherwise, you will never overcome them. Moreover, I am not seeking trouble. I am merely going to watch the spectacle. There is no need to fear being dragged into conflict. The three pure ones, and I bear no grave enmity, so why would I attack them outright? In that case, all is well. Fuxi and Nuwa exhaled in relief. Wait, something about those words felt deeply troubling. Strike at a sage early, or you will never overcome them later. Nuwa's luminous eyes widened in shock as she stared at Yuan, her beautiful gaze filled with astonishment. Could Yuan's repeated beatings of Yuanshi Tianzuan have been driven by this very reason? An utterly shameless display. Good thing we arrived on time. You two were taking far too long. Outside Kunlun Mountain, Yuan cast a glance at the chaotic Zhu Rong tribe below, then reclined comfortably upon the clouds and gestured for Fuxi to produce the wines and spiritual fruits. The preparations were underway. Fuxi, who could never stand up to Yuan, laid everything out. Nuwa, witnessing the disordered and loudly cursing Zhu Rong tribe, asked in astonishment, "Are these the witch tribe? Were they not settled at the foot of Mount Buzhou? When did they arrive beyond Kunlun Mountain? That is not the point. The real question is whether we should pay them a visit." Fuxi remarked with quiet resignation. Yuan rolled his eyes. "I am done with you. To be a spectator of drama, one must cultivate broad-mindedness. Even if the world shatters, it concerns oneself not. Without such detachment, what spectacle could one possibly watch? Best not to, or you risk being drawn into an immense conflict. The witch tribe, burdened by overpopulation and plagued by internal strife among the 12 ancestral sorcerers, eventually split into 12 great tribes. That settlement below belongs to the Zhu Rong tribe, who migrated all the way from Mount Buzhou. Along the way, they slaughtered numerous spirit beasts of Kunlun Mountain and clashed with the three within, suffering heavy casualties on both sides. Given the witch tribe's vindictive nature, they would never tolerate such an insult. Moreover, ancestral sorcerer Zhu Rong is absent from the tribe. Once word reaches him, can you imagine what will unfold? Need I even guess? They would surely strike directly, and when they falter, all 12 ancestral sorcerers would mobilize. Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged weary sighs within their hearts. Regardless of how one viewed it, Yuan appeared to be reveling in their misfortune. Yet this spectacle was indeed extraordinary. They had anticipated a massive clash between the witch tribe and the demon clan, but instead of the prophesied war erupting, the witch tribe found itself locked in confrontation with the three pure ones. Yuan's reasoning held weight. Visiting at this juncture would indeed paint them as allies of the three pure ones, yet simply watching without engagement would make the three pure ones suspect they had come to mock them openly. Either path offered no favor. After weighing the consequences, Nuwa and Fuxi ultimately abandoned any thought of paying a visit to the three pure ones. Within the Taoist compound, the three pure ones discovered that Yuan not only came to watch the spectacle alone, but had also brought Nuwa and Fuxi along, even setting out wines and spiritual fruits. A sight that filled them with seething resentment, with Yuanshi Tianzuan nearly contorting his nose in rage. "Move aside. I demand to see ancestral Wu Zhu Rong." The messengers dispatched by the Zhu Rong tribe arrived without pause at the Panga Divine Temple at Mount Buzhou, eager to enter, but they were halted at the entrance by two great Wu guardians. "Boy, this is the Panga Divine Temple. None may enter at will except the 12 ancestral Wus." Today, the great Wu Qua Fu on guard duty stopped him, barring his entry into the temple. "I must see ancestral Wu Zhu Rong. I am a member of the Zhu Rong tribe. Those three pure ones from Kunlun Mountain have launched a direct assault upon our village. We have suffered countless deaths and injuries. I beg you, great Wu, to inform the ancestral Wu and urge him to return to our tribe to uphold justice." Disaster had struck. The Wu clan would never jest about such matters. Qua Fu realized the gravity of the situation, nodded to his companion, and signaled him to keep watch while he entered the Panga Divine Temple himself. Within the Panga Divine Temple, only the 12 ancestral Wus held residence, though great Wus were permitted entry when urgent matters required their attention. Otherwise, the Panga Divine Temple could automatically veil its spiritual presence. One could cultivate in seclusion within without knowing that the heavens themselves might crack above. A notification from the outside was the only thing that would reach them. What is the matter? As the great Wu of the Dijiang tribe Kua Fu's arrival at the temple signified that something grave had occurred. Dijiang opened his eyes and looked toward him. Kua Fu knelt upon one knee and said reverently, reporting to the ancestral Wu, the Zhurong tribe has been attacked by the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain. Our people have suffered terrible casualties. Messengers have come to deliver the news, and we implore you ancestral Wu Zhurong to return and address this matter. A tribe under attack. Without an absolute ruler, the demon clan was no match for the Wu tribe and could never exert sufficient pressure to threaten them. Such an incident had never occurred before, not once in all of recorded history. The 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain had committed an unforgivable act. The 12 ancestral Wus had spent centuries in seclusion, emerging only to wage war. But that did not mean they were ignorant of worldly affairs. Great was regularly reported outside events to them. They were well aware that the 3 pure ones had become disciples of the saints and were destined to achieve the status of heavenly designated sages. What they had not anticipated was that the 3 pure ones would directly march upon the Zhurong tribe. Regardless of motive or right and wrong, one sentence sufficed. This was the sin of the 3 pure ones alone. Insolent brats. These 3 pure ones' children have gone too far. Their very existence insults our Wu clan. Zhurong, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly burst. His eyes open, leaped to his feet, and flames erupted around his body as he roared. Do these 3 pure ones' children believe that having become disciples of a saint grants them the right to bully us Wu people? Crush them. Gong Gong wore an expression that seemed to say, if you Zhurong cannot defeat the 3 pure ones, then you are unworthy of the title of ancestral Wu. Enraged, Zhurong nearly struck him. Had the circumstances not been so critical, Zhurong would have fought Gong Gong first. The other ancestral Wus watched Zhurong with amusement, delighted by the chaos. Exactly. Crush them. Zhurong, we shall await your triumphant return. To the 12 ancestral Wus, even if the heavens themselves shattered, it would not frighten them, let alone destroy the so-called 3 pure ones and their heavenly designated sage titles. They cared not at all. In their eyes, beyond Pangu himself, all others were but fragments of dust. You wait and see. Once I, Zhurong, have dealt with the 3 pure ones, I shall return to settle scores with all of you. Zhurong cast down his threat and stormed out of the Panga Divine Temple, manifesting his true form, a towering giant wreathed in flame, and sped toward Kunlun Mountain. His true divine form was terrifying, a beast like head scales of crimson covering his body, fire serpents coiled around his ears, and volcanic dragons beneath his feet. This was the true visage of Zhurong. In truth, regarding their true forms, none of the 12 ancestral Wus, save after Hutu and Xianming, were any more respectable. The remaining 10 were each stranger than the last, not much better than the bizarre monsters of the demon clan. Yet their strength more than compensated, after all they were descendants of Pangu himself. At present, among the 12 ancestral Wus, the eldest Dijiang had reached the peak of the Mahayana Golden Immortal realm, while the rest hovered at the late stage of the same cultivation level. But one must never underestimate the 12 ancestral Wus merely because of their cultivation stage. Should their ancestral divine forms manifest, the enemy would be scattered across the ground, teeth and bones broken. Such was the case now. Zhurong had burst from the Panga Divine Temple and immediately manifested his true body. It was clear he was furious, desperate to reach Kunlun Mountain as swiftly as possible and confront the 3 pure ones. Why is it always this ancestral Wu? With Zhurong departed, the remaining ancestral Wus all turned their gazes toward Xuanming, whose expression was thoroughly displeased. Why must Xuanming always be the one left to clean up Zhurong's messes? Because you are the ancestral Wu of rain most suited to suppress Zhurong's flames, Dijiang said with a twitching mouth, offering a slight compliment. Satisfied, Xianming folded her arms, her impatience fading. That is more like it. It was often said that the 3-legged golden crow was terrible, its passage leaving behind unquenchable flames of the sun. Yet in terms of fire, the flames of Zhurong, the ancestral Wu of fire, were equally fearsome. Though not as horrifying as the true fire of the sun, they were hardly far behind. Zhurong's furious rampage would undoubtedly ignite countless fires along his path, and the devastation would be immense. Dijiang was not afraid of causing a great fire that would harm innocent creatures, but rather feared that Zhurong's flames would burn his own people to death or kill a large number of creatures, thus reducing the food supply for the Wu clan. That was all. Pleased by her elder brother's compliment, Xuanming's mood improved, and she summoned a heavy rain over the direction where Zhurong had departed. The unquenchable flames along the path were extinguished by the downpour. His heart nearly consumed by rage, Zhurong, on the verge of losing his reason, cared not about the trouble he might cause. He only wanted to reach Kunlun Mountain as fast as possible and teach the Sanqing a lesson, preferably by killing them. As for the consequences of killing a sage's disciple or the future sage himself, Zhurong never considered them. nor did he consider whether he could even defeat them. He's coming. On the clouds, Yu Yuan noticed the red figure of Tianji, flying rapidly towards them, and his spirits lifted. He immediately sat up from his earlier reclining position on the cloud. Nuwa and Fushi also perked up. Since they had already made the Sanqing uncomfortable, they might as well watch the show. Otherwise they would have offended people for nothing and missed the drama. That would be too much of a loss. Returning to his tribe at top speed, Zhurong saw the traces of battle, the corpses of his clansmen laid out, and a large number of wounded, including the great shaman he had his eye on. He was instantly enraged and roared towards Kunlun Mountain. Sanqing brats, come out quickly and die. They knew their own affairs. From the moment the battle began, the Sanqing knew they would inevitably come into conflict with the 12 ancestral witches. But the Sanqing never dreamed that the ancestral witch Zhurong would start cursing them as soon as he arrived, and in such foul language. Even Yu Yuan, whom Yuanshi Tianzuan hated the most, would never curse the Sanqing like that. PFT cough cough cough. Yu Yuan laughed himself silly. Fushi and Nuwa beside him, however, were choked, and nearly choked, the spiritual wine in their hands suddenly losing its appeal, all because of the shock from Zhurong. This was too bold, directly using words like brat. Not to mention that the Sanqing were transformed from Panga's primordial spirit, and the 12 ancestral witches were transformed from Panga's essence blood. Such language, when directed at anyone, would be unacceptable. Bastard. In the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan were so angry that their long white beards trembled. Tong Tian, with his young and handsome face, was also dark with fury. For the first time, even Laozi, the most mild-tempered and patient one, could not help but curse. This showed how devastating those words were to the Sanqing. Compared to Yu Yuan's none of your business and Zhurong's Sanqing brats, the impact was on a completely different level. Sanqing brats, come out quickly and die. Zhurong seemed to have gotten addicted to cursing. He left the tribe, approached Kunlun Mountain, and kept shouting curses. His voice was loud and penetrating, spreading in all directions, audible to everyone around. For a moment, many people in the Honghuang found their expressions turning strange. After all, the Sanqing were now disciples of a sage, destined to become sages themselves in the future. Except for Yu Yuan, who would not respectfully address them as senior brother when encountering them. Even if you were not fond of them, you would not dare to be too presumptuous. But Zhurong, on the contrary, directly cursed them out loud, using the most offensive language, and deliberately made his voice loud, as if afraid that people around wouldn't hear. Many people were attracted and hid in the distance to watch the show. The outcome of this battle was still unclear, but from then on the Sanqing would definitely gain a nickname, Sanqing brats. The Sanqing, who valued face greatly, were almost exploding with rage. The three brothers exchanged a tacit glance and rushed out of the Jade Void Palace. Zhurong, you are not at Buzhou Mountain cultivating properly, yet you dare to make trouble at our Kunlun Mountain. Make trouble? Ha ha ha. Zhurong laughed loudly, his tone full of disdain. At this moment, Zhurong was like a giant of flames standing on the Honghuang earth, looking down at the Sanqing, who seemed like three tiny ants. He cursed, three shameless brats. When this ancestral witch was not in the tribe, you dared to personally attack my people and kill my clansmen. Do you think I, Zhurong, am nothing? Brat, left, and brat. Right, as if the Sanqing were the sons of the 12 ancestral witches. Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer bear it. Among the Sanqing, his temper was always the most explosive. If he endured this, how could the Sanqing continue to exist in the Honghuang? You're asking for death. Cursing was not Yuanshi Tianzuan's forte. In his fury, he directly attacked Zhurong. An avatar manifested from his body, a towering giant that charged toward the ancestral, which Zhurong. Fellow Taoist, who do you think will win? Fushi turned to Yu Yuan with curiosity. Yu Yuan's gaze was fixed on Yuanshi Tianzuan and Zhurong, and he couldn't suppress a smirk at the thought of Yuanshi Tianzuan using an avatar to battle an ancestral witch. Just because you bullied a great witch doesn't mean an ancestral witch would be any easier to handle. Employing such tactics against an ancestral witch was simply courting disaster. Hearing Fushi's inquiry, he smiled and replied, Yuanshi will suffer losses here. Zhurong is no pushover. Though the 12 ancestral witches may appear lower in cultivation realm, once the battle unfolds you will understand their terrifying nature. Those of us who cultivate should never provoke such creatures without reliable magical treasures in hand, unless the realm gap is substantial. They possess thick hides and tough flesh, nearly impervious to injury. Without proper magical artifacts, you could only wear them down through attrition, which would be nothing short of humiliating. When the time came, others would sneer, behold, these are the three pure ones, saints no less. And they cannot even defeat a single ancestral witch. They would grind away endlessly, a spectacle so tedious it could put anyone to sleep. Boom. Yuanshi Tianzuan's avatar was shattered in a single blow from Zhurong's palm. The fire deity laughed scornfully. Ha! You offspring of the three pure ones. Has this all the skill you possess? In my estimation, you would do well to abandon your pretense of being saint disciples and return to Kunlun Mountain forthwith, lest you embarrass yourselves further. This flame is terrifyingly powerful. It feels as though I were facing the sun star itself. Fuxi exclaimed with genuine astonishment. But the moment the words left his lips, he felt Yu Yuan's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Fuxi immediately stiffened. Fellow Taoist, did I say something improper? The Sun Star is right over there. What does Xi Zhurong have to do with being a Sun Star? He barely possesses a trace of the weakest fire law. Calling him a Sun Star is absurd. Could this truly be the true flame of the sun? Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. I, Yu Yuan, am a three-legged golden crow born of the Sun Star itself. How dare he stand before me and claim Zhurong resembles the Sun Star? Where pray tell does that leave me? Fuxi immediately flustered, stammering, Fellow Taoist, please do not be angry. It was merely a simile, nothing more. Yu Yuan and Fuxi bickered like children, causing Nuwa to burst into laughter. But the very next moment her mirth dissolved. Yu Yuan turned his head to look at her. Quite right. You are far more beautiful when you smile. From now on, smile more often. Why maintain such a stern countenance day and night? Fine, he was at it again. Fuxi pretended not to hear or see anything, returning his attention to the grand spectacle before them. The battle between the three pure ones and the ancestral witches was a rarity. One could not afford to miss it. As for the petty drama between Nuwa and Yu Yuan, let them sort it out themselves. As an elder brother, why should he meddle? If those in later eras were to learn of Fuxi's behavior, they would surely sigh, this is the quintessential brother-in-law. Those brothers who immediately threatened ruin upon any perceived slight against their sisters were nothing but obsessed siblings. Rolling her eyes at Yu Yuan, Nuwa ignored him and directed her luminous gaze toward Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Zhurong. She understood clearly. Unless she gave him the slightest inch, he would take a mile. Offspring of the three pure ones, prepare to die. With a single strike shattering Yuanshi Tianzuan's avatar, Zhurong's massive flame-wreathed hand warped the very fabric of space as it swept rapidly toward the heavenly venerable. How dare you? Yuanshi Tianzuan roared in fury and flicked his sleeve, deflecting Zhurong's grasp. Yet the cascading flames rained down toward Kunlun Mountain like a fiery deluge. Wherever the flames fell, devastation bloomed. Living beings that failed to escape were consumed entirely. To describe the carnage as utter desolation would not be an exaggeration. The legend of Quafu chasing the sun is hardly something to praise. One must ask, why did Quafu pursue the sun in the first place? It was because countless members of the witch clan were incinerated by the 10 young golden crows. Otherwise, what business did the 10 golden crows have with him? Why pursue them relentlessly until perishing in the flames? Therefore, do not blindly worship Hoi shooting down the suns. He did so to protect his own kin, not all living beings across the primordial world. The two sides exchanged blows with relentless ferocity, and Yuanshi Tianzuan deployed every technique at his disposal. In comparison, Zhurong's approach seemed remarkably monotonous, either crushing blows of flesh-rending force or overwhelming waves of flame. The ancestral witches' combat style could be summed up in a single character: brute force. Their battle appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand, simply wearing each other down. Though the spectacle was earth-shattering and magnificent, it was fundamentally a contest of attrition. For in the short term, neither could prevail over the other. Zhurong could not defeat Yuanshi Tianzuan in his true form, nor could Yuanshi Tianzuan break through Zhurong's defenses. The two remained deadlocked. However, to outside observers, the situation appeared entirely different. Many who had been drawn by the battle and Zhurong's roaring voice came to watch, all staring in utter astonishment. It must be understood that the three pure ones enjoyed immense renown throughout the primordial world. As disciples of saints and destined sages themselves, they had always held themselves above all others wherever they went. But now, they were locked in an indecisive struggle against a single ancestral witch. From the looks of it, no clear victor would emerge in the short term. How many within the primordial world could rival the three pure ones? Yet what of the ancestral witches? The entire witch clan boasted a full 12 ancestral witches, and Zhurong was not even the strongest among them. If all 12 ancestral witches were to join the fray, heavens, who could possibly withstand them? Where lay the path forward for the demon race? Watching Zhurong, whose cultivation appeared inferior to Yuanshi Tianzuan, yet who fought him to a standstill, Fuxi suddenly pondered this question. The ancestral witches were so formidable that the great monsters of the demon race could hardly endure them. One must ask, how should the demon race forge its path? The current situation between the witch and demon races was as follows. Lesser witches led their tribal warriors in skirmishes against the demons, while the 12 ancestral witches could not be bothered holding the demon race in utter contempt. Should the 12 ancestral witches move against them, the demon race would have no means of resistance. Even if numerous demon great monsters could hold off the ancestral witches, who could guarantee how many would perish in the end? Thinking of all this, Fuxi's heart grew inexplicably heavy. Granted, the great demons were growing stronger, but so too were the 12 ancestral witches. In the long run, the demon race simply lacked the means to contend with the witch clan. Brother, are the ancestral witches truly as difficult to contend with as you suggest? Noticing Fuxi's despondency, Nuwa furrowed her brows and asked. In truth, she did not understand why Fuxi cared so deeply about the affairs of the demon race, constantly placing himself in their position and thereby tormenting himself with these concerns. Seeing her brother in such a low state, Nuwa did not know how to comfort him. With no other option, she decided to approach Yu Yuan instead. How rare that you would seek me out on your own. Yu Yuan, unaware of Fuxi's distress, kept his gaze fixed on Yuanshi Tianzuan and Zhu Rong as he replied, "It is not that bad. Among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong is not the strongest. Should you encounter Di Jiang Xianming or others of their caliber, you would need to be cautious. Have you not noticed that?" Yuanshi's disadvantage in this struggle lies in his lack of suitable magical treasures. Had he possessed an appropriate artifact capable of shattering an ancestral witch's true body, he would have emerged victorious rather than remaining locked in such a grueling contest. In fact, the mere fact that he can fight an ancestral witch to a standstill without any treasures sufficiently demonstrates the latter's overwhelming strength. To speak plainly, how many in the entire primordial world could achieve such a feat? Beyond the 3 pure ones, how many others could even be counted? Does this mean that with suitable treasures in hand, even the people of the demon race could contest the 12 ancestral witches? Fuxi's eyes lit up. Yu Yuan sighed in exasperation. Should you possess appropriate treasures, you too could face Zhu Rong in combat. Of course, you had best not bring out that zither of yours. It would surely be smashed to pieces by Zhu Rong's bare hands. Fuxi did possess a consort treasure, a zither, but should he have dared to confront Zhu Rong directly with such an item, it would certainly not have withstood the assault. Sigh. Fuxi finally understood. With powerful treasures and adequate personal strength, any sane person could contend with an ancestral witch, but obtaining such treasures, that was far from easy. Yu Yuan smiled, but said nothing. The time had not yet come for Hongjun to distribute his treasures. Certain secrets could not be spoken lest they draw the attention of Hongjun or even the heavenly Tao itself. Mention of magical treasures caused Nuwa's gaze toward Yu Yuan to change, tinged with anger, helplessness, and a lingering sense of grievance. She had instinctively known of a suitable treasure only for Yu Yuan to have forcibly claimed it for himself. Two colossal fists collided, and one of them shattered violently, sending shockwaves that collapsed much of the surrounding terrain. Fortunately, the primordial world's foundation was extraordinarily robust, and on Earth such an impact would have caused immediate destruction. Ha ha ha. Zhu Rong let out a booming laugh. The children of the 3 pure ones are nothing but this much. You call yourselves disciples of saints. You cannot even defeat me, Zhu Rong, and you expect me to simply move my tribe away. That is utterly unthinkable. How abominable, how detestable. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned green with fury, though it availed him nothing. His power was no mean feat, yet time and again when he seemed on the verge of gaining the upper hand, Zhu Rong's ancestral, which true body, proved impenetrable. The battle had devolved into a war of attrition, with neither side able to prevail. Take this. Zhu Rong's incessant taunts of children of the 3 pure ones had long since exhausted the patience of Laozi and Tongtian. Had they not feared mockery from onlookers, needing 3 against 1 merely to contend with a single ancestral, which Zhu Rong, they would have intervened long ago. If both Laozi and Tongtian had joined the fray, Zhu Rong would have fallen swiftly. What difference did it make that the ancestral witches were profoundly powerful or lacked suitable treasures? With 3 cultivators coordinating their divine abilities, they could have battered Zhu Rong to near death. Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan was engrossed in combat, and Laozi and Tongtian hesitated to interfere. Seeing Zhu Rong grow ever more arrogant, Laozi, unable to bear it any longer, hurled the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda toward him for Yuanshi Tianzuan to wield. Though the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda was a defensive supreme treasure rather than an offensive one, there was no choice in this moment. Even a supreme treasure of merit. Grab it and use it to crush him. Crush him to death. Smash that foul-mouthed wretch into oblivion. Within Zixiao Palace, Hongjun gazed upon the ravaged Kunlun Mountain and the 3 pure ones who were seething with rage, and his brows furrowed. Even he had not anticipated that events would spiral to this point. According to the prophecies of the creation jade butterfly, the 12 ancestral sorcerers would not have fractured so swiftly, and even if they had separated, their tribes would still have settled around Buzhou Mountain. Unlike the present chaos, tribes scattered haphazardly across the land, establishing themselves wherever conditions were favorable or food abundant, a complete disorder. When the heavenly mandate shifted, everything changed accordingly. The animosity and conflict between the sorcerer tribe and the 3 pure ones, events that should never have unfolded, came to pass precisely because the heavenly mandate had altered. What infuriated him most was that the very individual behind all these events remained a mere spectator, taking no action whatsoever, leaving Hongjun powerless to intervene despite his desire to do so. If nothing was done, the primordial world would descend into increasing chaos. Kunlun Mountain was already in turmoil, and the western regions would surely face similar strife. The Gonggong tribe was effectively cutting off the west's path. The western territories had been devastated since the Great War between the 3 races and the earliest transformed elders against Leho's demonic sect. The land lay sparsely populated, spiritual energy was thin, and Zhuni and Jieyin had been constantly plundering resources from the east. Now, however, Honghang's tribe had established itself right on the border with the western regions. The goods Jieyin and Zhunti were seizing were precisely what the sorcerer tribe needed for survival. Their actions were tantamount to plundering the very sustenance upon which the sorcerers depended. No wonder others would not stand idly by. Before long, a scene similar to Zhurong's battle against the three pure ones would likely unfold in the west. Unlike the three pure ones, Zhuni and Jieyin would not dare face the ancestral sorcerers with such defiance. How could they afford such arrogance without the strength to back it? One mistake leads to another. Why had the heavenly mandate shifted at all? Hongjun continued his calculations, yet obtained no results. Instead, the primordial world was veering off its original path. If left unchecked, chaos would only intensify until everything collapsed into disarray. Hongjun had no desire to intervene directly, but reality compelled him. Die, wretch. Yuan Tianzun, who had been struggling against Zhurong, without gaining the upper hand, seized the heavenly golden pagoda and hurled it directly at Zhurong. What did it matter that it was a supreme defensive treasure? As long as it could crush Zhurong, it served its purpose. That Zhurong had forced the three pure ones into such a desperate position proved he was not entirely incompetent. The problem was his poor judgment and quick temper. He lost control whenever angered, leading to reckless decisions like the one he was making now. When Laozi handed the heavenly golden pagoda to Yuan Tianzun, and it came hurtling toward him, Zhurong sneered and confronted it head-on with his ancestral sorcerer true form. Zhurong has already lost. Yu Yuan knew the outcome the moment the heavenly golden pagoda appeared. Had Zhurong fought more strategically, he might have stood a chance, but charging recklessly like this made defeat inevitable. Shatter before my ancestral sorcerer. Zhurong, like a demon god wreathed in the laws of fire, punched the ever-expanding heavenly golden pagoda, which had grown to the size of a mountain, hurtling toward him. Before long, Zhurong would realize how foolish his actions were. The foremost defensive treasure of the primordial world would not yield so easily. Rumble, rumble. The colossal ancestral sorcerer true form collided with the heavenly golden pagoda. Golden radiance erupted from the pagoda, illuminating millions of miles around in pure gold. In an instant, the golden light even overshadowed the sunlight, transforming the surrounding millions of miles into a world of gold. With a thunderous roar, the massive ancestral sorcerer true form was sent flying. This direct clash had heavily disadvantaged Zhurong. Be suppressed. Yuan Tianzun, who had been seething with pent-up rage, showed no mercy, controlling the heavenly golden pagoda to continue hammering down upon Zhurong, as though sensing Laozi's own inner thoughts. Crush him to death. This heavenly golden pagoda is extraordinarily powerful. Fushi swallowed hard, gazing in shock at the golden pagoda as the once arrogant Zhurong was sent flying wounded. Yu Yuan smiled and said, the merits earned when Pangu split heaven and earth were partly bestowed upon the primordial spirits, giving birth to the three pure ones, while the remainder condensed into this heavenly golden pagoda. Could it fail to be formidable? To call it the supreme defensive treasure of the primordial world is no exaggeration. Only the Taiji diagram can compare with it. In fact, many had pondered one question. Why had Hongjun bestowed the Taiji diagram upon Laozi when he already possessed the heavenly golden pagoda? Was Laozi destined to be the primordial world's ultimate tank, impervious to all attacks? Yet the Taiji diagram had gone to him regardless. Had Laozi and Yuan Tianzun exchanged their treasures, Yuan receiving the Taiji diagram, and Laozi the Panga banner wielding both supreme offense and defense, they would have left Tongtian with no prospects whatsoever. The four immortal swords formation was formidable, but could you shatter the heavenly golden pagoda? If you cannot, you would merely wait to be worn down by Laozi through sheer attrition. There would be no need to orchestrate the legendary assault of the four sages against the formation. Of course, Laozi would never act this way, even if the Panga banner were in his possession. Otherwise, during the era of the investiture of the gods, Laozi could have acted alone, rendering the mobilization of all four sages unnecessary. If the four sages act in concert, they can share the blame. When many are involved, responsibility dissipates. One borrows the Pangu banner to confront Tongtian directly, whose neck will Hongjun ultimately seek to hold accountable. Tongtian, or his father. Throughout the eons of the primordial world's development, Laozi has duped others many a time, yet has he ever pushed too far, or been left to bear the blame alone? No. He always drags others along, every time. Alas, such supreme treasures are beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Fushi smiled, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. True enough. These magical treasures all surfaced during the Dragon Phoenix calamity. Yu Yuan harbored no fear that a few casual words would draw Hongjun's attention. After all, many already knew the artifacts were in his possession. Why fear gossip? As for how he came by them, only heaven alone could tell. That much was true, yet Fushi and Nuwa recalled Yu Yuan once using his Chaos Bell to collide with the heaven and earth mystic Yellow Pagoda. How did the Chaos Bell's defense fare against such supreme treasures? This was a question worth contemplation. Oh, you wretched Yuanshi. This ancestral witch will kill you. Smashed and wounded Zhu Rong unleashed furious roars. Yet his curses shifted, from damning all three pure ones to targeting Yuanshi Tianzuan alone, for it was his treasure that had struck him down. As for whose treasure it was, and how it came to be, Zhu Rong lacked both the inclination and the patience to ponder it. In any case, the blame fell squarely upon Yuanshi Tianzuan. What a clever gambit. Yu Yuan regarded his father with an amused smile. Little one, you have successfully shifted all hostility onto Yuanshi Tianzuan. Your father has slipped free. Yu Yuan's mocking gaze made Laozi inwardly bristle. He frowned slightly, but chose to ignore it, continuing to watch the fierce battle unfold. With the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda in hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan fought, with unstoppable force, wielding the pagoda with terrifying ferocity, leaving Zhu Rong no room to counterattack. This dramatic turnaround stunned onlookers. Just moments before, the two had been evenly matched, neither gaining advantage. But with the treasure in hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan fought, as if endowed with monstrous strength, driving Zhu Rong into relentless retreat, his body riddled with wounds. Thus was demonstrated the paramount importance of magical treasures. You accursed brat. This Taoist will slaughter you. From being cursed alongside the other two pure ones to bearing the full brunt of Zhu Rong's wrath alone, it was easy to imagine how furious Yuanshi Tianzuan had become. He controlled the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda, smashing wildly in all directions. Huh? You ensure borrowing another's treasure. What kind of skill is that? If you dare face this ancestral witch in proper combat. Zhu Rong's injuries worsened, yet his tongue remained merciless, his curses unrelenting. But the more he taunted, the angrier Yuanshi Tianzuan grew, smashing with ever-increasing fury. The spectators could only watch in disbelief, who none would have imagined Yuanshi Tianzuan possessed such a berserk side. The scales of victory had begun tilting from the moment the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda arrived, sliding irreversibly. Zhu Rong knew he could not overcome the treasure, but he would never bow in defeat. Huh? You ensure, if you have the courage, kill this ancestral witch. Come then. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes burned red with rage, genuinely contemplating slaughtering Zhu Rong on the spot. With Zhu Rong already wounded and badly hurt, he was about to press his advantage, when suddenly the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda flew back uncontrollably. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned in astonishment to see Laozi, unable to fathom why his senior brother had abruptly recalled the treasure. He had almost grown fond of this feeling. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. Alas, it was never truly his. Laozi could reclaim control of the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda and retrieve the treasure at any moment. Brother, enough. What one thinks in private is one matter, whether one can actually kill Zhu Rong is entirely another. Setting aside the fact that Zhu Rong was merely injured and not at death's door. Even if he had been, did Laozi dare let Yuanshi Tianzuan kill him? Clearly not. Otherwise await the retribution of the other ancestral witches at Kunlun Mountain. Even if the other 11 ancestral witches did not retaliate, given Zhu Rong's temperament, he was the type who would rather self-destruct than be crushed to death. Realizing he was too wounded to continue fighting, he would absolutely choose self-destruction. In that event, the entire Mount Buzhou and Yuanshi Tianzuan himself would suffer. How devastating an ancestral witch's self-destruction could be was evident from the final outcome of the Witch-Demon War. Unfortunately, Laozi knew none of this. Had he understood the volatile nature of the ancestral witches, he would never have so recklessly lent the treasure to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan harbored deep resentment, but dared not openly clash with Laozi. He could only emit a light snort to express his displeasure. Laozi ignored him entirely, flying before Zhu Rong with a cold demeanor. Your Zhu Rong clan would do well to relocate soon, lest further conflict arise. Let this be my final word. Depart. Such a dismissive, perfunctory tone sent Zhu Rong into uproarious laughter. Kunlun Mountain is your three pure ones' Taoist sanctuary. We Witch clan had no intention of encroaching. But this ground lies beyond Kunlun Mountain. You three Taoists intruded upon my Zhu Rong clan, without cause wounded our clan's great witch, and killed our clan members. This matter will not be dismissed so easily. Not one member of our witch clan will ever yield. Zhu Rong laughed and departed, relocating the clan. As if, you three pure ones will regret this. Do you truly believe the witch clan has no one of consequence? Zhu Rong may not be able to defeat you, but I can call for reinforcements. When the 12 ancestral sorcerers unite as one to resist external threats, there is nothing wrong with that. Obviously, for the three pure ones, greater troubles still lay ahead. Watching Zhu Rong stride away, Laozi was deeply conflicted. Damn it, how had they unwittingly fallen into opposition with the witch clan? They, the three pure ones, only wished to cultivate in tranquility and attain the Tao to become saints, not to harbor enmity toward the witch clan or engage in life and death combat. Have you all watched enough? It was bad enough to provoke such backlash, but having a crowd of spectators merely added insult to injury, which deeply irritated Laozi. Yu Yuan and his companions were one matter. Difficult to pick a quarrel with them. But what about those onlookers lingering on the periphery? With your strength you dare, come watch the spectacle. Get lost immediately. Laozi is not in the mood for this. Those spectators scattered at once. The three pure ones may have been unable to deal with Yu Yuan, but that did not mean they lacked means to handle such insignificant figures. These small fry could not possibly afford to offend the three pure ones. Let us go, let us go. The Dao Master is already shooing people away. Yu Yuan rose with a smile ready to depart. They had seen enough of the grand spectacle. The 12 ancestral sorcerers' retaliation would not come so swiftly. Or perhaps the conflict would never erupt at all since Hongjun might intervene to stop it. Remaining here any longer held no appeal. Even if a great battle did break out, they could simply arrive when the time came. There was no need to wait idly. I knew better than to expect any kind words from you. Laozi's face darkened as he watched Yuan depart with Fuxi and Nuwa. Detestable. Why does junior sister Nuwa associate with people like this? Yuan sure, Tianzuan wore an unmistakable expression of displeasure. Tong Tian sighed inwardly. Why did he concern himself so much with matters between others? Moreover, can you be certain your own actions bear no responsibility? Your remark about creatures born from moisture or eggs, those draped in fur or armor, has alienated the demon race beyond repair. Is Nuwa not herself of the demon race? Fortunately, Yu Yuan had not yet arrived at that moment, otherwise relations would have fractured on the spot. Laozi cast a sharp glance at Yuanshi Tianzuan and spoke coldly. Return. With the great battle concluded, word of the three pure ones' clash with the ancestral sorcerers spread rapidly across the prehistoric realm, and countless beings engaged in heated discussion. Upon hearing the news, the 12 ancestral sorcerers erupted in laughter only to quickly shift to anger. They found amusement in Zhurong's humiliation and setback, yet grew furious that the three pure ones dared to disregard them and attempted to force the Zhurong tribe to relocate. Did they truly believe the three pure ones carried such weight? The 12 ancestral sorcerers paid the words no mind whatsoever. Many of the sorcerers waited patiently for Zhurong's recovery and return. Unless Zhurong came to the Panga Divine Palace to seek their aid, they would not intervene lightly. To act otherwise would not be offering assistance, but rather provoking Zhurong directly. Honghuang, I have heard that Jieyin and Zhunti are also disciples of the sages, yet they frequently trespass upon your territory to seize your possessions. Why have you shown no response? Xianming raised the matter while idling about. Honghuang opened his eyes and growled in anger. Who said that? Do Jieyin and Zhunti possess such audacity? Would that I could tear them apart. Zhurong's weakness against the sage's disciples is his own failing, but I, the ancestral sorcerer, hold no fear of Jieyin or Zhunti. Should they dare approach, I will rend them asunder. I hope your boastful tongue matches your actual strength. Xiangliang chuckled sinisterly, infuriating Honghuang to the point of wanting to charge and fight him. If you will see. Cultivate in peace. I have no interest in remaining here. I shall take position at the tribe to prevent those Jieyin and Zhunti brats from launching a sneak attack. These so-called sage disciples are utterly shameless, delighting only in underhanded tactics. Having witnessed the grand spectacle within the prehistoric realm, Yu Yuan deemed the journey well worthwhile. He bid farewell to Nuwa and Fuxi contentedly before returning to the Solar Star. Cultivate these Hongjun plums diligently and accumulate more fruit. Combine them with other ingredients to refine spiritual wine. Additionally, should any major events unfold within the prehistoric realm, notify me immediately. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Yu Yuan resumed his cultivation and entrusted the task of refining spiritual wine to the Queen Mother of the West. As his attendant, this duty fell squarely within her responsibilities. The cultivation cycle of the Hongjun plum proved far too lengthy, a stark contrast to the Pan Tao and Renxingua. While the Renxingua and Pan Tao bore fruit every few thousand years, the Hongjun plum required 10,000 years to bloom, another 10,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 10,000 to mature, yielding merely 9 fruits per cycle. Yet there existed merit in its slowness. The Hongjun plum's fruits far surpassed those of the Pan Tao and Renxingua. It served as an ideal ingredient for refining the 9-turn golden pill. The 9-turn golden pill was not exclusively Laozi's domain. It could be crafted from various materials, though the Hongjun plum yielded the finest results. Laozi's expertise in alchemy did not monopolize its refinement. Given sufficient resources, Yu Yuan could produce it himself. He simply chose not to bother. Rather than waste effort on alchemy, it would prove more advantageous to refine additional spiritual wine. Such elixirs were not comparable to mortal brews of later eras. They demanded genuine refinement to manifest their potency. Yes, this servant shall remember your instructions. To squander precious Hongjun plums on the refinement of spiritual wine. Only Yu Yuan across the entire prehistoric realm would possess such prodigality. Though the Queen Mother of the West harbored reluctance, she had no choice but to comply when Yu Yuan issued his command. With the spectacle of the 3 pure ones' clash against Zhurong concluded, tranquility returned to the prehistoric realm. Yet sporadic reports of conflicts continually surfaced, inflaming the 3 pure ones until their faces flushed with rage. What frustrated them most was that the majority within the prehistoric realm had already heard the rumors. Invoking the principle that collective transgression escapes punishment, there existed no recourse. Even upon learning the truth, they could only endure the indignity. One must not casually speak ill of a saint. However, the three pure ones are not yet saints, so there is no way to halt such rumors. Unless one captures those spreading falsehoods and executes them, allowing a fearsome reputation to spread, can the gossip be stopped. But doing so would instantly ruin the three pure ones' reputation, leaving them no way to propagate their teachings in the future. If not to spread the Taoist lineage, why would Hongjun take disciples at all? One must understand that disciples are always a source of trouble for their master. You must teach them carefully, grant them benefits, bestow protective treasures upon them, and when they face difficulties, you, as their master, must step forward to resolve them. It is exceedingly exhausting. The news spread like wildfire across the eastern realm, and the west was no different. Jieyin and Zhunti, who frequently raided the east for plunder, gathered upon hearing these reports. Junior brother, these 12 ancestral Wu are truly dangerous to provoke. Yet the Honghuang tribe sits precisely on our border. What are we to do? Spirit roots, spiritual herbs, living souls, magical treasures. All necessities the west required. But now with the Honghuang tribe causing trouble, how could they still venture into the east to seize what they needed? Without bringing resources from the east to the west, how could the western realm ever flourish? Senior brother, need not worry. Those Wu tribe folk value sustenance above all. As long as we do not capture humans from the demon race and leave their spirit roots and herbs untouched, there will be no major incident. We may lose some fine treasures, but it is far better than provoking conflict with the Wu tribe at this juncture. Jane fretted, but Zhunti cared little. He reasoned that if they simply abandoned these pursuits, the Wu tribe would hardly trouble them deliberately. Yet Zhunti could never have anticipated that Honghuang genuinely intended to persecute them. His sole motivation was to strike the saint's disciple and prove himself in rivalry with Zhurong. Honghuang competed with Zhurong in everything. If you Zhurong were defeated by a saint's disciple, but I Honghuang can send them scattering, then it sufficiently proves my superiority over you. With the other ancestral Wu joining in the teasing, Honghuang departed directly from Panga Temple and returned to his tribe, awaiting Zhunti and Jane's arrival. If they refrained from causing trouble, all would be fine. But should they come seeking conflict, they would certainly regret it. Fortunately for a short, while all remained peaceful, the uproar between the three pure ones and Zhurong at Kunlun Mountain served as a warning to Jieyin and Zhunti, who accordingly refrained from stirring trouble in the east for the time being. This tranquility persisted until the third lecture at Zixiao Palace began, when the primordial world erupted into activity once more. Many listeners departed their cultivation sites for Zixiao Palace, and Yu Yuan set forth alongside the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West was quite capable. Upon their return, she would likely begin the corpse-severing process and advance to the quasi-saint realm. Following this lecture, a considerable number of quasi-saints emerged across the primordial world, primarily due to Hongjun distributing treasures after his third sermon. With magical artifacts secured, cultivators could naturally employ them for corpse severing. This contrasted sharply with the second lecture, when only Yu Yuan and Laozi succeeded in severing a single corpse. Others lacked either the strength or the sufficient cultivation realm to achieve the breakthrough. It's accelerating. Yu Yuan stowed away the chaos bell and smiled as he stepped into the void, the well-behaved Queen Mother of the West following obediently behind him. Layer after layer of the Chaos Bell's barriers fell, and Yu Yuan was confident that before long he would fully claim the artifact, at which point his strength would grow even greater. Within Zixiao Palace, many attendees displayed strangely expressionless faces upon seeing the three pure ones arrive. For no other reason than that over the years Zhurong's catchphrase, "Three pure ones brats," had spread throughout the entire primordial world, along with countless variations of the tales, making the three pure ones infamous, though not for admirable reasons. Naturally, people regarded them with strange glances. The three pure ones were nearly driven mad by such treatment, yet they could do nothing about it, and could only endure. Losing temper with the Wu tribe was one matter, but if they erupted at these people, it would amount to provoking widespread outrage. So what if they were destined to become saints in the future? They had not yet achieved that status. Once they became saints, such mockery would naturally vanish. For everyone understood that offending a saint was unwise, and their petty thoughts would fade. Though a saint was powerful enough, it was impossible for them to know every event in the primordial world. Yet if people were openly speaking ill of saints, could they truly remain unaware? If one could veil heavenly secrets, so be it. But if not, one should prepare for a saint's retribution. Whether through direct retaliation or covert schemes designed to destroy them, there would be no escape. After all, saints also valued their dignity. Open retaliation was unlikely, as it would undermine their mission of propagating the Tao. Within the entire Zixiao Palace, only Yu Yuan dared to watch with mirth. The three pure ones simply chose to ignore him. They could not fight him, nor could they outshine him verbally. What else could they do? As for these grievances, they would record them and settle the score once they achieved sainthood. What they failed to realize was that before becoming saints they could not challenge Yu Yuan, and after attaining sainthood they would be even more powerless to do so. Their little ledger of grudges could only remain hidden deep within their hearts, never to be avenged. Beyond the three pure ones drawing attention, there was one other person who felt deeply uncomfortable: Hongyun. Hongyun was surrounded by a crowd within Honghuang Temple with no way out. These people were determined to kill him. With no other recourse, Shen Yuanzi could only forcibly escort Hongyun away. Fortunately, Xin Yuanzi's cultivation had ascended considerably. Bolstered by the grand formation of Honghuang, he repelled the assembled crowd and swiftly retreated into the void, ultimately managing to slip inside Zixiao Gong. Yet even so, within Zixiao Gong many eyes remained fixed upon him with intense scrutiny, most notably those of Kunpeng and Mingi Laozu. These two were the ones most desperate to obtain that Hongmeng purple qi and simultaneously the bitterest haters of Hongyun. As for Kunpeng, there was no need to mention it. Owing to Hongyun, he had lost his seat and the rank of a saint, breeding deep resentment within him. Mingi Laozu's grievance ran even deeper. Years ago he had crossed paths with Hongyun, but at that time their cultivation levels were comparable and Mingi Laozu could do nothing against him. Now the tables had turned. After refining the pair of magical swords and his karmic fiery red lotus, Mingi Laozu could effortlessly put Hongyun to death. "You will not escape." Stared down by the two, Hongyun felt a shiver of dread course through him. Positioning himself as a shield before Hongyun, Xin Yuanzi sighed inwardly. He did not know how to navigate this predicament. He had been stabbed by Mingi Laozu in the past, and only recovered after years of recuperation. Once they left Zixiao Gong, this time troubles would still abound. What brought Xin Yuanzi some relief was that Yu Yuan, who was widely regarded as a domineering figure, had not joined the fray. Otherwise, Xin Yuanzi himself would have been forced to surrender. Why had Yu Yuan stayed out of it? Was it because he deemed it beneath his dignity to ally with others, or were there other underlying reasons? After a moment's thought, Xin Yuanzi decided to take a risk and test the waters. He stepped closer to Yu Yuan and transmitted his voice through his primordial spirit. "Might I trouble a fellow Taoist for a favor?" Regardless of whatever schemes Yu Yuan might harbor, as long as he agreed, he would certainly not act recklessly. This was Xin Yuanzi's final recourse. If even this could not safeguard Hongyun, then he could only resign himself to his fate. "Oh." Yu Yuan glanced at Xin Yuanzi with genuine surprise, a faint smile gracing his lips before he asked, "Pray speak." How unexpected. Xin Yuanzi actually coming to him. Clearly it was all for the sake of Hongyun. Such a pure and steadfast friendship. In the entire primordial world besides Xin Yuanzi, could there truly be anyone who would treat a friend with such sincerity? Unfortunately, that had nothing to do with him, Yu Yuan. If Xin Yuanzi wished to enlist his aid, that was fine, but he would have to offer a fitting price in return. Casting a backward glance at Hongyun, who stood under the piercing gazes of Kunpeng, Mingi Laozu, and the others like a wronged wife, Xin Yuanzi let out a long sigh. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This humble Taoist would ask a favor of you. After the Tao ancestor concludes his sermon, could you be so kind as to escort senior brother Hongyun back to Honghuang? I wonder if you are willing to assist." Never anything good, certainly. The moment Xin Yuanzi drew near to Yu Yuan, Mingi Laozu and Kunpeng immediately turned their attention to him. Kunpeng, for his part, dared not lose his temper with Yu Yuan. However, Mingi Laozu's brows knitted together in open displeasure, his glare plainly conveying the threat, "Dare you step in and see what happens." The opportunity to attain the Tao was far too precious. For its sake, even if it meant offending Yu Yuan and risking combat against him, Mingi Laozu was determined to continue pursuing Hongyun until he seized what he sought. "Get lost, you wretch. Dare you lay a finger on him and find out." Yu Yuan gave an inward snort, holding no fear for Mingi Laozu. He appraised Xin Yuanzi from head to toe, pondered for a moment, and then transmitted his voice, "Very well. I have been wondering where to procure suitable materials for spiritual wine lately. Your ginseng fruit tree will suffice. It shall be the one." "What a—" "Absolutely not." Xin Yuanzi was utterly astonished, his startled exclamation inadvertently drawing every eye in the vicinity. Even the three pure ones who had gone to great lengths to avoid Yu Yuan found themselves compelled to look over. To deprive Xin Yuanzi of his ginseng fruit tree was akin to flaying a piece of flesh from his body, yet Yu Yuan had set his sights firmly on it. What treasures could possibly remain in Xin Yuanzi's possession? Aside from the ginseng fruit tree, there was only the Dishu. Xin Yuanzi would certainly never surrender it. It was his last remaining capital. Moreover, Yu Yuan would hardly covet it. With the Hichu Luoshu already in his grasp, what use would the Dishu be? No matter how formidable the Dishu might be, it could never compare to the Hichu Luoshu. Those ancient artifacts possessed the power to deduce the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, guaranteeing immense merit in the days to come. By contrast, aside from nurturing Xin Yuanzi's own cultivation, what true utility did it hold? Only the ginseng fruit tree met with Yu Yuan's approval. So poor, truly too poor. To trade a single ginseng fruit tree for a chance at attaining the Tao. Honestly, fellow Taoist, you stand to gain rather than lose. It also secures this humble one's pledge. If even I were to intervene, could you still hope to protect that Hongyun? Yu Yuan was in no hurry whatsoever. He knew Xinyuanzi would comply, for he had no alternative. The combined opposition of Mingyi Laozu Kuanping and the others was already enough to give him a formidable headache. If Yu Yuan himself threw his weight into the mix, Hongyun's fate would be sealed. But still, was it truly worth trading away a ginseng fruit tree cultivated over countless years? In exchange for a saint's rank, it would undoubtedly be worth it. Yet Xinyuanzi found himself utterly reluctant to part with it. Without the tree, not only would Yu Yuan refuse to lend a hand, but he might just turn his hostility upon Hongyun himself. Xinyuanzi was placed in a deeply untenable position, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. As for offering a personal favor in exchange, he was better off abandoning that notion. Yu Yuan had absolutely no use for Xinyuanzi's debts of gratitude. Memories of his years of acquaintance with Hongyun, their shared journeys across the primordial world, discussing the Tao, flashed repeatedly through his mind. Finally, with gritted teeth, Xinyuanzi nodded. As long as you pledge not to lay hands on senior brother Hongyun, to seize the Hongmeng purple chi, and instead escort him back to Wuzhuangguan, then the ginseng fruit shall be yours. It is so agreed. Yu Yuan nodded with a smile. To acquire a supreme-grade primordial spiritual root for nothing was a fine bargain, and he was thoroughly pleased. Xinyuanzi, of course, had no idea that Yu Yuan harbored absolutely no designs on Hongyun whatsoever. Ding! As before, the bell tolled, and Hongjun appeared seated on the high platform. Closing his eyes, he began to preach. The Tao gives birth to yin and yang harmonize. He started the sermon without any preamble. Yet this time the vast majority of the audience found the lecture bewildering. Even Yu Yuan and Laozi, who had reached the quasi-saint realm, could barely grasp much of it. Hongjun paid no heed to whether his listeners could comprehend. He simply continued his discourse. Poor souls, the 3,000 attendees were left dizzy and disoriented. Many, like Zhuni, alternated between sobbing and laughing hysterically. Those in the know understood, but outsiders might have thought them mad, crying one moment and laughing the next. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, Hongjun halted. I have attained the Hunyuan Tao, achieved sainthood, and preached in accordance with the heavenly Tao 3 times. Now my merit is complete. Remember this, unless you become a saint you are but an ant destined to fall in endless culpas. Farewell. Those who had been lamenting felt their hearts sink. Without giving anyone a chance to ask questions, Hongjun continued. Now the primordial world has fallen into chaos, entering a great calamity. In the past I gathered some magical treasures. Today I bestow them upon you for self-defense. Hearing they could still receive treasures, the crowd's eyes lit up, including Yu Yuan's. They were too poor. They had to scavenge at the treasure distribution cliff. The chaos bell constantly suppressed space. Who could outsnatch him? Yu Yuan decided to grab as many treasures as possible from the cliff. 3 pure ones. You are the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, the orthodox lineage of Pangu. In the future you shall shoulder the mission of establishing sects. Today your teacher bestows upon you treasures for self-defense. Laozi, you are my first disciple. I bestow upon you the primordial artifact, the Taiji diagram, which can be used for severing the corpse and stabilizing the sect's fortune. Disciple thanks the teacher. May the teacher be safe. Laozi was thrilled. Even though he followed the path of non-action, he could not hide his excitement. He bowed respectfully to Hongjun and accepted the Taiji diagram, a primordial artifact on par with the Chaos Bell. With this Taiji diagram, how could Yu Yuan continue to cause trouble? The primordial artifact, the Taiji diagram. The opening ignited everything, making the atmosphere in the Zixiao Palace scorching. Everyone stared intently at Hongjun, hoping he would bestow upon them some fine treasures. Yuan, sure you are one of the 3 pure ones. You deserve the primordial artifact, the Panga banner, which can also be used for severing the corpse and stabilizing the sect's fortune. Disciple thanks the teacher. May the teacher be safe. Yuan Shi was so excited that his body trembled. He had long suffered from lacking a suitable treasure to sever his corpse, placing him below Laozi and Yu Yuan in cultivation. Without a proper artifact, he was trampled by Yu Yuan, and even his Zhurong scorned him. Now the treasure had finally arrived, and it was a primordial artifact. Ignoring Yuan Shi, who was almost beside himself with joy, Hongjun turned to Tongtian. He produced 4 swords and a diagram, which flew toward Tongtian. Tongtian, as one of the 3 pure ones, you walk the path of slaughter. I bestow upon you the Zhuxian sword formation for severing the corpse. However, this object embodies slaughter and is the premier killing formation in the primordial world. Once the formation is set, it cannot be broken unless 4 saints join forces. Use it well. Hongjun omitted one sentence. The Zhuxian sword formation could not be used to stabilize a sect's fortune. When Tongtian later became a saint, he chose to use the Zhuxian sword formation to stabilize his sect's fortune, causing the Jie school's fortune to continuously drain away, stolen by the Rin Chan and Buddhist sects. One couldn't tell whether Hongjun's omission was intentional or accidental. Although Tongtian was the youngest among the 3 pure ones, he was relatively composed and did not lose his composure like Yuan Shi. He respectfully bowed to Hongjun. Disciple thanks the teacher. May the teacher be safe. The treasure distribution continued, but as Hongjun kept handing out treasures, the audience's hearts could barely withstand the shock. Primordial artifacts. The Zhuxian sword formation would Tontian become unstoppable. The Zhuxian sword formation required 4 saints to break it. Who could defeat him? The 3 pure ones were united. Even if the remaining saints were gathered, there wouldn't be enough to oppose Tontian. You're doomed, Yu Yuan. Many glanced at Jieyin, but he merely smiled faintly, utterly unconcerned. The Zhuxian sword formation was indeed powerful, and the primordial artifacts were formidable, but the 3 pure ones had no need for external enemies. They would crumble from within, eventually becoming estranged, meeting like bitter foes. Besides, was the Zhuxian sword formation truly invincible? If it were, why did Luoho lose? Why did Hongjun attain sainthood instead of Luoho? Having distributed the treasures to the 3 pure ones, Hongjun continued. You are gentle and dislike conflict. I bestow upon you the red embroidered ball, and the Shana Sheiji too, one offensive, one defensive, enough to keep you safe. Disciple thanks the teacher. May the teacher be safe. Nuwa accepted the items without showing any other expression. The crowd, however, seemed slightly puzzled. Compared to what the 3 pure ones had received, Nuwa's red embroidered ball and Shana Sheiji too appeared quite ordinary. Although these 2 treasures were at the top grade innate spiritual treasure level, they were not even fit to polish the shoes of the 3 pure ones' primordial artifacts and the Zhuxian sword formation. It seemed as if the 3 pure ones were the biological children, while Nuwa was adopted. As for Jieyin and Zhunti, well, they were not even favored as much as Nuwa, because Hongjun had remained silent, signaling that nothing was reserved for them. No way. Jieyin and Zhunti were stunned. They envied the 3 pure ones, but some things could not be attained through envy alone. Though they could not obtain a heaven-splitting precious treasure, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure would still suffice. Unfortunately, by the time it reached them, there was nothing left. Both men grew desperate and began wailing. We beg Master to take pity on our barren western realm and grant us treasures for protection. Their constant sobbing left everyone utterly speechless. You two have gone far enough, always like this. They cried when vying for seats. They wept when saints accepted disciples. They wailed again when the Hongmeng purple chi was distributed. Now, with treasures being allotted, they were at it once more, simply endless. Unfortunately, only those who cry get fed a truth many fail to grasp. Faced with their tearful pleas, Hongjun sighed in resignation and produced 2 treasures. Very well. Since your western realm is so desolate, I shall bestow these artifacts upon you for self-defense. The Merit Golden Lotus and the Empowering Divine Pestle, 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, ended up in Jieyin and Zhunti's possession. Zhunti harbored some dissatisfaction, yet dared not continue his tantrums. This left many dumbfounded. Shouldn't we also throw a fit, so the Dao ancestor will distribute treasures? Master, please show mercy upon our arduous cultivation and difficult transformation. Grant us modest treasures for protection. With a wave of their bodies, over 3,000 disciples knelt in unison, leaving Yu Yuan deeply embarrassed. How should he handle this? Hongjun's expressionless gaze swept over these people, but his attention quickly shifted to Yu Yuan, who once again stood apart from the rest. Everyone else was shouting and prostrating themselves while Yu Yuan remained frozen in shock. The entire Zixiao Palace had descended into chaos, noisy and bustling like a marketplace. Furrowing his brow, Hongjun hesitated before finally sighing. Very well. Over the years, I have also collected certain treasures, all placed upon the treasure-distributing cliff outside Zixiao Palace. Go and claim them yourselves. Treasures on the treasure-distributing cliff. The crowd froze in surprise. Yu Yuan had already prepared to slip away and intended to flee directly to the cliff the moment Hongjun finished speaking. But to his astonishment, he found himself unable to move. It was Hongjun. Why had he restrained him? Within his body, the chaos bell emitted resonant tolls as though striving to break free. This was the manifestation of a treasure protecting its master. Rather surprisingly, the chaos bell would actively defend its host, and Yu Yuan felt a flicker of gratitude. Unfortunately, now was not the time for sentiment. What exactly did Hongjun intend? Why had he restrained Yu Yuan from racing to the cliff for treasures? It seemed that everyone except him was unaffected. Could it be because he had not formally submitted to Hongjun? That could not be it. He had performed all the proper rites of becoming a disciple and had not fled after the lectures concluded. So why did Hongjun keep fixing his gaze upon him? In that brief instant, the Zixiao Palace fell completely silent. The 3,000 listeners bolted out in a wave, racing toward the treasure-distributing cliff to claim treasures, with the 3 pure ones leading the way. With those who needed to leave having gone, Hongjun gazed at Yu Yuan seated within Zixiao Palace and released his restraint. Do you know why I kept you behind? This disciple does not know. Yu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he answered honestly. He truly did not understand why Hongjun had prevented him from joining the others at the cliff. The world follows the pattern of division and reunification, Hongjun said. How do you view the current state of the Wu and Yao clans in this primordial realm? What was this about? Yu Yuan could not fathom why Hongjun was bringing up these matters and could only reply, The Wu clan holds overwhelming power, while the Yao clan lacks unified leadership scattered like loose sand. The 12 ancestral Wu wield strength beyond matching. All races of Honghuang will submit beneath the Wu clan's feet. Without anyone holding them back, the myriad races of Honghuang truly could only bow to the Wu clan, including the demon race. These were not idle words. Once the 12 ancestral Wu revealed their power, no race in Honghuang could currently oppose them, not even the demons. Even as certain great demons gradually entered the quasi-saint realm, the Wu and Yao clans could only manage brief skirmishes. They still could not withstand the full pressure. Do not forget, as you grow stronger, the Wu clan grows stronger as well. The demon clan lacks leadership scattered like loose sand. Hongjun spoke to himself, raising his hand to reveal 2 floating treasures and a strand of primordial purple chi, leaving Yu Yuan utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this meant for him? As though he did not notice the shock in Yu Yuan's eyes, Hongjun continued, the heavenly Dao's order in Honghuang has reached completion now. Those who wish to attain sainthood each possess their own opportunities, and the demon clan represents one such path. Attaining enlightenment is not so simple. Even if one obtains the primordial purple chi, what must one do to gain the heavenly Dao's recognition? Niwa achieved sainthood through the merit of creating humanity. The 3 pure ones, along with Jieyin and Zhunti of the West, attained enlightenment by establishing their teachings. For others who obtained the primordial purple chi, how will they attain sainthood? Without establishing a teaching or claiming vast heavenly fortune, one can only follow Niwa's path of merit-based enlightenment, becoming the weakest among the saints. Even merit-based enlightenment is not easy, for the required merit is immense, overwhelmingly so. Damn it. I knew it all along. Hongjun spoke a great deal, then conjured 2 treasures and a strand of primordial purple chi, while weaving a tangled tale about the Wu and Yao clans, his meaning clear. I bestow these treasures and the primordial purple chi upon you, but do you, Yu Yuan, wish to attain enlightenment and become a sage? If you do, then lead the Yao clan and become the Yao emperor. Consider this, even if the Yao clan cannot suppress the Wu clan, the Wu rule the earth, and the Yao rule the heavens. How much of the primordial world's fortune would that command? Achieving that step would be enough for Yu Yuan as the Yao emperor to attain enlightenment and become a sage. Forcing Yu Yuan to lead the Yao. No, that is the inferior strategy. The best approach is to let him willingly take on these matters and ascend to that seat. This is precisely what Hongjun did. To become a sage, Yu Yuan must become the Yao emperor, contend with the Wu clan for the fortune of heaven and earth. The Wu clan may not care about such things, but they will care about the Yao clan's growth. As long as you seek to contend, you will stand opposed to the Wu clan, and conflict will arise. This is the Godslayer spear, transformed from the roots of the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus. Originally a supreme innate treasure, it was damaged by Panga's axe during the creation of the world, causing its grade to fall. This treasure can deliver the ultimate attack in the primordial world, rivaling the Panga banner, and in some aspects surpasses it. The great god Pangu was born from the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus. The 7-colored gourd was born on Buzhou Mountain, absorbing its essence to grow, sharing the same origin as the Chaos Green Lotus. As a restoration material with the power of a sage, and the Qinkuan cauldron that can refine all things, it can be used to repair. The Godslayer spear. This artifact was originally in Luo Ho's hands along with the Extinction Black Lotus. Unfortunately, the Extinction Black Lotus was self-destructed by Luo Ho in the final battle. After Luo Ho's death, the Godslayer spear naturally fell into Hongjun's possession. However, Hongjun had not previously intended to reveal the Godslayer spear, for this treasure could wound a sage's primordial spirit, which was no trivial matter. Even if you are a sage, immortal and indestructible, your primordial spirit can be injured, causing your strength to regress, requiring countless years to recover and leaving you in a weakened state. This illustrates the terror of the Godslayer spear. What left Yu Yuan even more speechless was that Hongjun generously told him the 7-colored gourd was conceived from the essence of Buzhou Mountain, which was itself Panga's spine, meaning the gourd shared the same origin as the Chaos Green Lotus. Once you become a sage, using the power of a sage and the Qinkuan cauldron to refine the 7 gourds, you can repair the Godslayer spear, restoring it to the level of a creation supreme treasure. Of course, if you cannot attain enlightenment and become a sage, all this talk is in vain. The Godslayer spear at the peak innate treasure grade is still damaged. Even with its ultimate attack, it would be at a disadvantage against creation supreme treasures. It might be useful against Jieyin and Zhunti, but against the 3 pure ones in the future it is uncertain. Now your master bestows upon you these treasures and the primordial purple chi. Hongjun raised his hand, and the Godslayer spear, the Qinkuan cauldron, along with the primordial purple chi, flew out and landed beside Yu Yuan, but his mind was blank. The Godslayer spear, which should never have appeared again, emerged because this treasure posed a serious threat to sages. The Qinkuan cauldron, which would never be given to anyone, was also granted, for it was of great importance and would become a key player in a major event of the primordial world. Whoever possessed the Qinkuan cauldron would gain a massive share of merit. Yet now Hongjun had given all these treasures to Yu Yuan, suppressing him, so he could not contend for treasures at the treasure-dividing cliff, though nothing seemed amiss. Were the treasures at the treasure-dividing cliff truly meant to be distributed to those who came to listen to the Tao? Consider that the three pure ones were Hongjun's personal disciples tasked with spreading the teachings of Taoism. They would inevitably take on disciples, and without some treasures to give them, it would be too disgraceful. You claim to be a sage, yet you are so poor you have nothing to offer, utterly shameful. Look at the three pure ones after they attained enlightenment and began taking disciples and distributing treasures. Most of the treasures from the treasure-dividing cliff fell into their hands. Jieyin and Zhunti could not claim much, let alone others. If Yu Yuan had interfered, the three pure ones would have gotten nothing. The chaos bell which freezes time and suppresses space. Yu Yuan would take it first, leaving only the leftovers for you. It was no wonder Hongjun kept Yu Yuan behind. Disciple thanks the teacher for the treasures. May the teacher be well. Regardless, these were fine items. He would accept them first, and as for the path ahead, he could choose slowly. Yu Yuan put away the Godslayer's spear and the Qinquan cauldron. Just then the three pure ones returned to the treasure-dividing cliff. Surprisingly, they seemed puzzled that Yu Yuan had not left Zixiao Palace to go to the cliff, as if he had accompanied them there and not stayed behind. The others felt the same. The 3,000 listeners returned to Zixiao Palace, some cheerful, others with downcast faces. The three pure ones who had gained the most sat silently in their seats, while Jieyin and Zhunti repeatedly glared at them with anger. Clearly the three pure ones had clashed with Jieyin and Zhunti, and the outcome was obvious. The three pure ones had the upper hand, while Jieyin and Zhunti suffered losses. The primordial purple chi entered Yu Yuan's body. He attempted to refine it, and found that it could be refined. However, the speed was slower than a snail's crawl. Without relying on the spiritual fortune of heaven and earth, Yu Yuan would likely not complete the refinement of the Honghuang purple chi even after the Wu Yao calamity, the Fengshan calamity journey to the west, and the Shushan saga had all concluded. The awkward reality was that the spiritual fortune under Yu Yuan's control remained minimal, derived almost entirely from the sun star and two supreme-grade innate spirit roots. Acquiring substantial heaven and earth spiritual fortune was simple enough. Simply take command of the demon race. Becoming the demon emperor would allow him to claim a dominant share of the primordial world's spiritual fortune, making the refinement of Honghuang purple chi entirely feasible. However, escaping once entangled would be far from easy. Drawing upon the heaven and earth spiritual fortune for cultivation and refining the Honghuang purple chi amounted to borrowing from the heavenly Tao itself, and whatever is borrowed must eventually be repaid. From the moment Pangu carved open heaven and earth and sacrificed his body to transform all things, the primordial order grew ever more refined. Following the heavenly Tao, I preached at the Purple Cloud Palace 3 times, and now my merit has reached completion. I once sought to merge myself with the heavenly Tao to fill the final void of heaven and earth. Henceforth the heavenly Tao shall be Hongjun, yet Hongjun shall no longer serve the heavenly Tao. Cultivate well, my disciples. After distributing the treasures, Hongjun announced his intention to merge with the heavenly Tao, completing the final missing portion and becoming one with the heavenly way. Thus the heavenly Tao would become Hongjun, and Hongjun would transcend the heavenly Tao. Master, you must not do this. Many faces darkened with alarm, and cries of protest rose through the air. Yet few opponents were genuine, for if Hongjun failed to merge with the heavenly Tao, it would be as though every cultivator wore chains around their necks. And only when Hongjun completed the merger would those shackles be broken. Who would willingly live with a noose around their throat? However, few truly comprehended the deeper truth. Though the chains would indeed be severed, the power to fasten them would remain. Hongjun's decision to merge with the heavenly Tao was merely a pursuit of a higher realm of cultivation. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Elder Yangmei, he understood that unless he pursued a higher realm beyond mere merger, he could never stand equal to such beings. Some matters, however, could not be voiced. Otherwise Hongjun would undoubtedly have eliminated Yu Yuan on the spot. My mind is made firm. Do not urge me further. From this day forth I shall remain unseen until the next great tribulation afflicts the heavens. You may all depart. Everyone felt a sudden flash of light, and the next moment they found themselves expelled beyond the Purple Cloud Palace. Such was the case for all. Many still gazed toward the Purple Cloud Palace, offering prayers of reverence to Hongjun. Yu Yuan's mind was in turmoil, lacking any such inclination. Whether such kneeling was sincere or not made no difference. Hongjun himself would not concern himself with empty rituals so long as none defied his will. Clearly he needed to think carefully. To achieve the saintly Tao and trust one's primordial spirit to the void and transcend death itself. What cultivator did not yearn to become a saint? Yu Yuan was no exception. For all their prowess, quasi-saints remained but quasi-saints. Even if one could contend with a saint for a brief moment, the gulf between their cultivation levels could never be bridged. Only through achieving the saintly Tao could one stand as an equal and wield true authority over the heavens. Yet the Wu Yao calamity was an unfathomable whirlpool, one into which even saints could be dragged and suffer grievously. Though he might not perish, being imprisoned was far worse than death itself. The fate of Tongtian after the Fengshan calamity served as proof. Ostensibly claiming to protect him, they confined him within the Purple Cloud Palace. If that was not imprisonment, then what was? Able to witness all that transpired in the primordial world, yet powerless to interfere or depart. Such frustration would drive one mad. What meaning did immortality hold for a saint enduring such existence? Zhu Yuan refused to become another Tongtian. More accurately, he would be the first, since the Wu Yao calamity had only just begun and countless years separated them from the Fengshan calamity. How to achieve the saintly Dao while avoiding being swallowed by this bottomless whirlpool and trapped beyond rescue? This was what Zhu Yuan needed to consider. Good Taoist friend, are you troubled by failing to secure better treasures? Fuxi, noticing Zhu Yuan's furrowed brow and silence, assumed his disappointment stemmed from leaving the treasure distribution cliff empty-handed. Heavens above, the treasure distribution cliff truly lived up to its reputation. Countless magical artifacts lay scattered before him, nearly blinding his eyes, alongside precious spirit roots for refinement and materials for forging weapons. All truly magnificent. Why bring up such a sore subject? Laozi wanted to flip the table right then and there. He had not even set foot on that treasure distribution cliff. He had been suppressed by the Dao ancestor and confined within the Purple Cloud Palace instead. Zhu Yuan rolled his eyes at Fuxi. If he had gone, what would have remained for any of you? You should all have expected to return empty-handed. Zhu Yuan longed to retort, but certain matters could not be spoken aloud. He could only swallow his frustration inward, which made him feel utterly suffocated. How fortunate they were. Hongjun had truly bent over backward for his three pure ones. Such was the privilege of direct disciples, truly unparalleled. Noticing others gazing his way, the three pure ones turned and spotted Zhu Yuan. Their expressions darkened instantly. Already in a foul mood, Zhu Yuan huffed and declared, "What are you staring at? Looking for a beating?" Summoning the chaos bell, he wasted no words and hurled it directly toward the three pure ones. If their master had made him uneasy, then striking them would suffice. Still giving him dirty looks as though obtaining treasures meant their glorious lives had begun. You are merely younger brothers after all. Good heavens! Was Zhu Yuan mad? Attacking the three pure ones once again outside the Purple Cloud Palace, lashing out at the slightest provocation. Indeed, ruthless individuals were ruthless to their core. Are you mad, Yu Yuan? The three pure ones were thrown into disarray. Laozi hastily summoned the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda to defend himself, though the three pure ones had claimed numerous treasures during the division at the treasure cliff. However, none of these artifacts had been refined, yet rendering them unusable. To bring them out against Yu Yuan might only turn them into a laughingstock. I am indeed mad. Seeing the three of you fills me with nothing but displeasure. My wrath has no outlet, yet you three pure ones dare to glare at me first, courting a beating. Clanged. The chaos bell and the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda collided with tremendous force. Everyone present hastily fled the Purple Heaven Palace, diving into the void. Staring in astonishment at the warring parties, they could not fathom why Yu Yuan and the three pure ones had clashed again. Noticing that Fuxi had been conversing with Yu Yuan earlier, all eyes turned toward him. Seeing everyone gazing at him, Fuxi smiled bitterly and replied, "This humble Taoist also does not know. I merely observed that our esteemed friend remained silent, assuming he had failed to acquire anything worthwhile at the treasure cliff. Who would have imagined the three pure ones would glare at him, sparking his rage? How utterly satisfying." Instantly many felt a sense of schadenfreude. During the division at the treasure cliff, the three pure ones had behaved with appalling arrogance, as though possessed, shoving others aside and seizing the lion's share of the treasures. Now retribution had arrived. Among the crowd, Jieyin and Zhunti were the most delighted. You three pure ones have been too smug. Now you know your place, and the fiercest hasn't even struck yet. Suppress, imprison. As his strength grew with each restriction, refined Yu Yuan felt the chaos bells might even more profoundly. This treasure was heaven-defying in its power. Its overwhelming capability, particularly in time imprisonment and spatial suppression, could sweep across the entire primordial world. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Though the chaos bell appeared to strike the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the three pure ones behind it were sent flying backwards, spewing blood. Their true sensation was as though the chaos bell had struck them directly rather than the pagoda. Damn it, this trick again. Time imprisonment, spatial suppression, and force transmission. It was as if the impact had penetrated straight through the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda and transferred entirely onto the three pure ones. What does it feel like to be struck by a supreme treasure of creation? The current state of the three pure ones could answer that question. In an instant, their once elegant and transcendently poised figures were drenched in blood, their immaculate white robes stained crimson from head to toe. Yu Yuan, this grudge I shall remember. Yuan sure, Tianzuan roared furiously. Accompanied by Laozi and Tongtian, they fled into the void and vanished. They were thoroughly afraid of Yu Yuan now, and dared not stay to provoke him further. Being beaten in front of everyone was an utter disgrace, but what choice did they have? The three pure ones were no match for Yu Yuan. Humph. Watching the three pure ones depart, Yu Yuan ceased his attack. He turned to face Jieyin and Zhunti, whose smug expressions were still evident, and asked, "Do I amuse you so much?" "Damn it. We brothers never provoke you. Why are you glaring at us? Better to retreat. Wise men avoid danger." Terrified, Jieyin and Zhunti fled. The crowd's expressions grew even more bizarre, and all eyes shifted toward Nuwa. Among the 6 sage disciples, the 3 pure ones had been driven away badly injured, and Jieyin and Zhunti had been scared off. Only Nuwa remained. Yet Yu Yuan surely would not be so ruthless as to strike at her. He had always been quite attentive toward her. Does our esteemed friend also wish to oppose this humble Taoist? Nuwa's heart skipped a beat. If Yu Yuan truly struck at her, how could she possibly resist? Yu Yuan stowed away the chaos bell and smiled, saying, "How could this humble Taoist bring himself to strike at fellow Taoist Nuwa? I simply cannot bear to, you see. That is most welcome." Nuwa breathed a sigh of relief, but then sensed something amiss in those words. What did he mean by cannot bear? Looking up, she saw everyone wearing expressions of knowing realization. In that instant, Nuwa was so furious she nearly spat blood. Yet she had no way to explain herself. With a stern, flushed expression, she departed swiftly. "Impressive fellow Taoist," Zinyuanzi remarked with a smile. Yu Yuan shook his head slightly. "Impressive, my foot. If I were truly domineering, would I still be wrestling with such dilemmas? I would simply punch Hongjun and trample the heavenly Tao, telling them both to go play elsewhere. Let us depart. I will escort you to the Five-Jin Temple. Once there our agreement will be fulfilled." This humble Taoist also promises never to act against fellow Taoist Hongyun, at any time, in any place. Excellent. Zinyuanzi nodded with a smile. This was precisely what he desired. As long as Yu Yuan honored his word and escorted them to the Five-Jin Temple and promised not to harm the Red Cloud Companion, he would accept the loss of the ginseng fruit trees, painful though it was. By the way, where are Kunpeng, the ancestral lord of the Netherworld, and the others? They departed ahead of us before you engaged the 3 pure ones in battle. Indeed, they were unyielding in their ambition. Yu Yuan had assumed the battle between him and the 3 pure ones would frighten Kunpeng and the ancestral lord of the Netherworld away. Instead, these individuals had already fled, suspecting he would personally escort the Red Cloud Companion back and wishing to make advanced preparations. A pity. If they had witnessed this scene, they would never again harbor thoughts of harming the Red Cloud Companion. Unfortunately, they knew nothing of it. Some are destined to suffer grave losses, and fate cannot be outrun. Yu Yuan entered the void with Zinyuanzi and Hongyun, making his way toward the Wuzhuang Manor in the primordial era. Escorting them to secure the lifespan fruit tree was indeed a profitable venture. Ordinary treasures held no appeal for Yu Yuan, but a top-grade innate spiritual root was truly precious. He would never fear a shortage of fine spiritual wine again. Spiritual wine distilled from lifespan fruit and Hongjun plum would render 9-cycle golden pills utterly insignificant. After the lecture at Zixiao Palace concluded, Kunpeng ancestral demon Mingi and the others had indeed departed early, for they needed to lay ambushes along the road. Naturally, they knew nothing of how Yu Yuan had beaten the 3 pure ones, scared away Jieyin and Zhunti, and angered Nuwa. Fellow Taoist, that Yu Yuan is no ordinary opponent. I fear our ambush this time will not succeed so easily. Kunpeng's face twisted with viciousness as he cursed Yu Yuan silently in his heart. Why do you interfere when you have nothing better to do? You may not care about the opportunity to become a saint yourself, yet you come to obstruct us. Ancestral demon Mingi sneered coldly. Yu Yuan is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, he only bullies those who possess no treasures. I, ancestral demon Mingi, have no fear of him. With the Abi Yuan 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, and the 12-level Karma Fire Red Lotus protecting him, ancestral demon Mingi harbored no fear of Yu Yuan. Even if he could not defeat him in direct combat, he could stall and maneuver. As long as he could hold Yu Yuan off for a moment, great success would be within reach. I can only hope everything truly unfolds as you say, that he can hold Yu Yuan off long enough to give the others an opportunity. Fortunately, I need not face him myself. Kunpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had already had contact with Yu Yuan and knew that one like him could not be provoked. The best approach was simply to keep one's distance and avoid provoking him. As long as I, Kunpeng, need not involve myself in the fray, you ancestral demon Mingi can handle it however you see fit. If we successfully intercept and kill that Hongyun together, excellent. If not, we shall simply part ways and return home. Actually, ancestral demon Mingi's strength was quite formidable. Had he not been so consumed by the obsession to slay Hongyun and seize the primordial purple chi, he could have returned to the endless blood sea for secluded cultivation and surely achieved the rank of quasi-saint. With the Yuan 2 Abi and Karma Fire Red Lotus, all top-grade innate spiritual treasures, on his person, he truly belonged among the most elite few in the entire primordial era. However, empty confidence alone would not suffice. Facing Yu Yuan ancestral demon Mingi's strength was laughably inadequate. The 4 lotus pedestals were all differentiated from the 36 circuit Chaos Green Lotus. Sharing the same origin, they should prove useful in repairing the god-slaying spear. Along the journey, Yu Yuan pondered this very question. If ancestral demon Mingi dared to strike against him, he would have no hesitation in seizing the Karma Fire Red Lotus. Even if he could not refine it for his own use, he could hold on to it to repair the god-slaying spear. Wait, why am I already thinking of these things? Haven't I made up my mind yet? Realizing this, Yu Yuan quickly shook his head, casting aside all those chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. In short, the 12-level Karma Fire Red Lotus was a treasure among top-grade innate artifacts. As long as ancestral demon Mingi dared to attack him, there would be no second thought. Yu Yuan would simply beat him soundly and snatch it away, showing that arrogant old man exactly who he was dealing with. With Yu Yuan providing escort, Xi finally felt at ease. Secretly communicating with Hongjun, he said, "Fellow Taoist, once we arrive at Honghuang Manor, you must seclude yourself completely. Do not wander about freely. Strive to achieve the Tao as soon as possible." Xi feared Hongjun would not remain still. He had expended considerable resources to bring him here, and if Hongjun failed to properly cultivate and refine the primordial purple chi, instead running about recklessly and getting himself killed so that the primordial purple chi was stolen, then all of Xi efforts would be utterly wasted. Beyond the wasted effort, the most important thing was that Xi did not wish to lose this dear friend. Of course, if Hongjun were truly to become a saint, it would not hurt to seek some favors or benefits from him in the future. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, this poor Taoist will never wander aimlessly again. I shall seclude myself in deep cultivation until I achieve the Tao and become a saint. Once I have attained that state, those people shall face my retribution. The mere thought of his earlier humiliation and of those people pursuing him filled Hongjun with seething hatred. He vowed inwardly that once he achieved the Tao and became a saint, he would ensure none of them found peace. Then it is settled. Xi nodded with a smile, feeling that the lifespan fruit tree had been well worth the price. In better spirits, he casually began conversing with Yu Yuan. As for Hongjun, who was somewhat intimidated by Yu Yuan and dared not interject, he could only follow in silence. Fellow Taoist, I have heard that Ancestral, which Zhurong clashed with the 3 pure ones at Kunlun Mountain and hurled various insults at them during the battle. Is this true? Fahaha. It is indeed true. Why wouldn't it be? I was a witness to it myself. That scene was simply spectacular. Zhurong opened his mouth and immediately called the 3 pure ones brats, which drove them absolutely apoplectic. Xi could not help but burst into laughter at the memory. Calculating the timeline, Zhurong's injuries should be nearly healed by now, and the 12 ancestral witches would likely come to Kunlun Mountain to confront the 3 pure ones next. Smiling, Xi said, "Fellow Taoist, if you are curious, I can invite you to join me in watching the spectacle at Kunlun Mountain in due course." The 12 ancestral witches are not known for their gentle temperaments. Having suffered humiliation, they will certainly seek revenge. A clash between the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones is inevitable. Would the 12 ancestral witches really dare to storm the Jade Void Palace of the 3 pure ones? Was that not an exaggeration? Nevertheless, if there was good entertainment to be had, it might indeed be worth watching. Besides, it did not concern him directly, and he had nothing better to do anyway. Seeing Xi tempted, Yu Yuan thought to himself, the 3 pure ones, just wait until the 12 ancestral, which clan members arrive. You will have plenty to endure. Just wait. At this rate, even Jieyin and Zhunti will suffer grievous losses. That should make for quite the spectacle. Hongjun, where do you think you are running? Just as Yu Yuan and Xi were engaged in a lively conversation, a thunderous shout startled Hongjun into a shiver. Patriarch Mingi erupted from below. The previous encounter had terrified Hongjun deeply, and Xi expression darkened as well. He had suffered grievous injuries back then and required years of recuperation to fully recover. As expected, Patriarch Mingi and his followers were lying in ambush. Clad in a crimson robe and wreathed in an overwhelming aura of bloody fervor, Mingi headed straight for Hongjun. Born in the endless blood sea, the most filth-infested region of the primordial world, it was only natural that Patriarch Mingi would radiate such an intense aura of bloody malevolence. Waves of terrifying bloody energy surged forward, more menacing than even the aura of a great demon beast sweeping through the heavens. How dare you come to kill someone I, Yu Yuan, am personally escorting? Patriarch Mingi, your actions are nothing short of slapping my face. With a cold snort, Yu Yuan summoned the Chaos Bell, halting Patriarch Mingi in his tracks. He turned to Xi and said, "Elders, please depart at once. I shall handle this Mingi on my own. Returning to Honghuang Monastery should pose no trouble for you, correct?" Patriarch Mingi was the absolute main force behind the pursuit of Hongjun. As long as Yu Yuan kept him occupied, Xi should be able to handle the others, even if Kunpeng was among them. Kunpeng's greatest drawback was his lack of a suitable heavenly treasure to accompany him. The ones he had snatched from the cliff of bestowing treasures were merely average quality and had yet to be refined. With the Earth Book protecting him, Zinyuanzi naturally feared neither Kunpeng nor the others. Thank you, fellow Taoist. We shall await your return at Honghuang Monastery. Zinyuanzi activated the Earth Book, enveloping himself and Hongjun within its protective barrier, and made haste toward the monastery. Kunpeng and a few others who refused to give up immediately gave chase. As long as he did not have to handle everything single-handedly, that was all that mattered. Watching Zinyuanzi and Hongjun depart, Yu Yuan offered a faint smile and asked Patriarch Mingi before him, "Do you have any idea what the consequences will be for laying a hand on me?" If anyone can shout big words. Patriarch Mingi sat upon his lotus of karmic fire, maneuvering the Yuan Tu and Abai swords to thrust toward Yu Yuan. Secretly transmitting his voice to Kunpeng and the others, he said, "I will be responsible for holding off this Yu Yuan. I trust you will not disappoint me. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. As long as you can hold Yu Yuan, our grand endeavor is within reach." That is excellent. Was holding off Yu Yuan really that difficult? Patriarch Mingi was confident in his ability to do so. Unlike the three pure ones who were often forced onto the back foot, Mingi could attack and defend with equal ease, giving him ample confidence when facing Yu Yuan. Admirable. Truly full of confidence. Yu Yuan chuckled, raising his hand as magnificent sun true flames gathered around him, sweeping upward into the sky. The boundless wave of bloody miasma upon encountering such a supreme yang flame was instantly incinerated without a trace. These chaotic profane entities dreaded nothing more than the sun true flame. Roar! Having scorched away the endless bloody miasma in the heavens, the sun true flame transformed into a golden fire dragon, claws extended and fangs bared, charging directly at Patriarch Mingi. Its maw gaped wide, poised to swallow him whole. Vile beast, have no further insolence. Patriarch Mingi bellowed, and his karmic fire lotus expanded continuously. After the fire dragon swallowed it, the lotus forcibly burst the dragon apart, scattering flames across the sky. Yu Yuan paid it no mind, his eyes locked firmly upon Hongjun as he spoke word by measured word. "What did you just call me?" If he had a choice, Yu Yuan would rather have been born of some humble human lineage than become a three-legged golden crow. In his past life, he had been of a human race. Now reborn as a demon beast, and with demons and humans being mortal enemies, the stark contrast was inherently agonizing. Yet everything had already been decreed, one simply had to accept fate. Having accepted his identity as a three-legged golden crow and a member of the demon clan, what Yin despised most was hearing derogatory terms such as vile beast, creature of fur and scale, or spawn of dampness and eggs fall from another's lips. These words were aimed squarely at humiliating the demon race. Even though Yu Yuan was but one among countless demons and could not represent them all, anyone would feel wounded to hear themselves cursed in such a manner. Patriarch Mingi paused, genuinely bewildered. He had merely called the fire dragon a vile beast. It was not even directed at Yu Yuan himself. Yet would Yu Yuan truly take offense over something so trivial? A terrifying and perilous aura erupted around him. The languid, careless demeanor Yu Yuan had worn moments before vanished, instantly replaced by an atmosphere of extreme danger as his gaze fixed upon Patriarch Mingi. This man intends to kill me. From the cold, glinting golden irises of Yu Yuan, Patriarch Mingi could read that intention clearly. Yu Yuan wanted to kill him outright, not merely repel him or teach him a lesson. What have I just done? How did I provoke Yu Yuan so suddenly? Patriarch Mingi's mind was a whirlwind of questions. As if sensing their master's fury, the chaos bell flew out and hovered beside Yu Yuan, while the Hichu Luoshu appeared alongside it. Sensing imminent disaster, Patriarch Mingi quickly retreated. But in the very next instant, Yu Yuan was already upon him, roaring, "You stinking cur, die!" Stinking cur? Was that directed at me? Patriarch Mingi's mind briefly tangled before comprehension struck, and his face turned ashen with rage. "Yu Yuan, do not push your luck. What of it if I am excessive? Today I, this humble Taoist, will kill you. So what?" Entering a state of rage, Yu Yuan was terrifyingly formidable. The chaos bell was struck. Just as Mingi Ancestor was about to utter a threat, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if frozen. But would an ordinary immobilization spell work on him? No use. This means space has been frozen, and time is also solidifying. Not good. Mingi Ancestor was greatly alarmed and hastily controlled the karmic fire Red Lotus to defend himself, intending to use the karmic fire atop the lotus to burn Yu Yuan. Cultivators feared this thing the most. Once tainted, it was hard to escape. Although its defense was not as formidable as the Merit Golden Lotus, the endless karmic fire on the karmic fire Red Lotus was one of the things cultivators least wished to encounter. This was one of the reasons Mingi Ancestor was so invincible in battles. Jin Yuanzi was wounded by him precisely because he feared being tainted by this karmic fire. Which cultivator has not committed some slaughter? Which has not incurred some karma and karmic bonds? Once tainted by this karmic force igniting one's own karma and bonds, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dark red karmic fire like crimson ghosts spread and swept toward Yu Yuan. Clang. At this moment the chaos bell rang again. To Mingi Ancestor's astonishment, Yu Yuan seemed to have vanished. A giant golden claw appeared before him, lunging fiercely at him. Up. Never having encountered such a bizarre attack, Mingyi Ancestor was caught squarely, let out a miserable cry, and flew backward. Endless karmic fire. It's nothing much. Yu Yuan's body passed through the boundless karmic fire, which did not trouble him at all. With the chaos bell, did you, Mingyi Ancestor, think you could burn me with karmic fire? Are you dreaming? Chaos bell suppressed this karmic fire. Red lotus. Clang. The chaos bell flew up continuously, enlarging, and descended from the sky. Under Mingyi Ancestor's incredulous gaze, it enveloped the karmic fire red lotus. The next moment, the expression on Mingyi Ancestor's face twisted into a grimace of agony, because he realized his connection with the karmic fire red lotus had been severed. Clang, clang. Trapped within the chaos bell, the karmic fire red lotus was like a raging bull, incessantly colliding, trying to escape. But no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the chaos bell suppression. Compared to the chaos bell, the karmic fire red lotus was far inferior. Having suppressed the karmic fire red lotus with the chaos bell, Yu Yuan paid it no more heed. He lunged forward and attacked Mingyi Ancestor. Die. The severing of the karmic fire red lotus was unprecedented for Mingyi Ancestor. Before he could even recover, Yu Yuan attacked again. Mingyi Ancestor was greatly alarmed and hastily summoned the Abi and Yuan to swords, thrusting them forth. Yu Yuan, how dare you? A waste is a waste, a stinking waste. Yu Yuan sneered. The Hichu and Luoshu flew out, wrapping around the Abi and Yuan as swords. Without slowing, Yu Yuan continued charging toward Mingyi Ancestor. Is that all? His protective treasure was gone, just like that. However, Yu Yuan was in a similar situation. Without treasures, fighting with his true body, was Mingyi Ancestor a match for Yu Yuan? Chirp. It is said that the rock spreads its wings for 100,000 li, and the Kuanping's wings blot out the sky and cover the sun. Yet in terms of true form, neither the rock nor the Kuanping could compare to Yu Yuan. The stronger the power, the larger the true form. This was the rule of growth for the demon race. Once Yu Yuan revealed his true form, it covered millions of li around him. The sky grew dim, almost as if the sun itself was obscured. And Yu Yuan, like a new sun, hovered above the primordial land. Plants withered, living beings turned into dried corpses, rivers dried up. Wherever Yu Yuan passed, it became a silent land of death. Huff! I must not create too much killing karma, or else the karmic entanglement would bring great trouble. Yu Yuan restrained the solar true fire around his body and extended his sharp claws toward Mingyi Ancestor, who seemed like a speck of dust. Up! The endless solar true fire nearly dried Mingyi Ancestor to a husk. With a furious roar, Mingyi Ancestor's body rapidly enlarged, turning into a giant, blood-colored colossus. He swung his arms toward the golden giant claw. Boom! The earth shook and mountains trembled. Mingyi Ancestor was instantly sent flying by Yu Yuan. The so-called blood-colored giant was utterly vulnerable before Yu Yuan, whose wings spanned millions of li. It was like comparing an ant to a giant. They were not on the same level. If they were in the endless blood sea, Mingyi Ancestor could have lasted a few exchanges with Yu Yuan, but out here Mingyi Ancestor's true form was nothing but a fart to Yu Yuan. Disgusting. Yu Yuan's claws grabbed Mingyi Ancestor tightly, but the latter transformed into droplets of blood that quickly flowed away, retreating far. However, although Mingyi Ancestor's person escaped, a part of his body was directly evaporated, which was no less than having several chunks of flesh cut off by Yu Yuan. So this is Yu Yuan's true form. Truly terrifying. The great battle drew the attention of many. Looking at Yu Yuan, who blotted out the sky and had almost become a second giant sun, countless beings in the primordial land were secretly astonished, while many others reveled in schadenfreude. You Mingyi Ancestor are truly stubborn. Knowing well that Yu Yuan was not to be trifled with, you still went to provoke him. Now you know his power, don't you? Yu Yuan, I shall never cease to fight you. Damaged in his main body, ancestral Lord Mingyi was extremely furious, roaring as he fled. Yuan too, and by the two swords that had broken free from the encirclement of He Tu Luo Shu stabbed toward Yu Yuan, but were swatted away by his sharp claws. Yu Yuan regarded these two swords with complete disdain and continued his pursuit of ancestral Lord Mingyi. Damn it! Abai and Yuan too proved incapable of harming Yu Yuan, and it was only then that ancestral Lord Mingyi realized the terrifying power his adversary possessed. He dared not stay to confront him. He turned and fled for his life toward the endless sea of blood, knowing that only by taking refuge within those crimson waters could he hope to withstand Yu Yuan. No matter how formidable Yu Yuan might be, could he truly evaporate the endless sea of blood. What mattered now was none of these things. The karmic fire lotus, the crimson cloud, the primordial purple aura. Ancestral Lord Mingyi abandoned all such concerns. He understood clearly that if he did not flee, Yu Yuan would kill him. Once dead, all would be lost. Oh. Even with his mystical power to transform his body into the sea of blood, ancestral Lord Mingyi suffered grievous wounds each time Yu Yuan struck, and every division of his form only compounded his injuries. Yu Yuan pursued with reckless abandon the hunter and hunted, drawing ever closer to the endless sea of blood, leaving onlookers who had been drawn to the scene utterly astonished. This was beyond terrifying. Yu Yuan truly was a merciless man to provoke. A single word, wretched beast, had unleashed such devastation. It became clear that beyond never provoking Yu Yuan, one must also avoid speaking insults against the demon race carelessly. If he overheard such words, he would surely come seeking their lives. As for the chaos bell left behind to suppress the karmic fire lotus, none dared to covet it. The bell simply floated in the air, holding the lotus in place, without moving, resting quietly in suspension. You stinking dog. After cursing several times, Yu Yuan reverted to his innate Taoist form. Since ancestral Lord Mingyi's ambush site lay close to the endless sea of blood, combined with his particularly troublesome mystical powers, Yu Yuan had struck him many times, yet failed to deliver a killing blow. His vital energy was unquestionably devastated. Ancestral Lord Mingyi would not dare to surface for many years. This outcome certainly warranted satisfaction. Allowing his target to escape into the endless sea of blood left Yu Yuan somewhat frustrated, yet he had no choice. Could he burn dry an entire sea of blood? Even setting aside that he could not accomplish such a feat, he would never resort to it. The endless sea of blood had absorbed all the filth of the primordial world since ancient times. Even a saint could not purify it entirely. Moreover, the consequences of destroying it remained unknown to anyone. Ancestral Lord Mingyi dove headlong into the endless sea of blood, sought refuge within his own sanctuary, and fell into a deep slumber, with not even the energy left to utter threats. His injuries this time were grievous. He had nearly perished beneath Yu Yuan's solar true flame. Encountering Yu Yuan proved to be the worst possible misfortune, a string of disasters spanning 8 lifetimes. Had that word never been spoken, Yu Yuan would have merely disciplined him and claimed the karmic fire lotus before moving on. But with those fateful words uttered, ancestral Lord Mingyi could hardly blame Yu Yuan for seeking his death. Alas, his attempt had failed. While ancestral Lord Mingyi's combat prowess was ordinary, his skill at evading death was truly exceptional. The battlefield lay in ruins after the fierce clash, yet so long as spiritual energy remained abundant, the primordial world would recover swiftly. There was no need for Yu Yuan to fear that a single confrontation would exterminate countless beings or destabilize the ecological balance. If that were truly the case, the creatures of the primordial world would long ago have perished during the ancient tribulation of the 3 races. Mingyi, Yu Yuan shall definitely kill you. If you have any courage, stay hidden in this endless sea of blood for the rest of your days. Never dare set foot beyond its shores. Gazing down at the endless sea of blood below, Yu Yuan could only choose to withdraw. Not even a saint could overcome this formidable barrier, which explained why the Buddhist patriarchs would later resort to humble bribes and flattery to win over ancestral Lord Mingyi rather than simply launching a direct assault under some pretext. Having failed to subdue him through force, Jieyin and Zhunti adopted another approach, entirely offering gifts, speaking flattering words, and drawing ancestral Lord Mingyi into their Buddhist fold, using him as a stepping stone to gain entry into the 6 realms of reincarnation. Unfortunately, even gaining entry would prove futile. For trivial matters they could do as they pleased. But when it came to crucial affairs, no one, not even a saint, could seize control of the 6 realms of reincarnation from Buddha's grasp. Ruthless. Indeed ruthless. Beyond sheer dominance, he acted with particular ferocity. He had struck his opponent so savagely that the primordial spirit body faced near fatal destruction, yet he refused to let him escape. I will definitely kill you, so long as you dare step beyond the endless sea of blood. Yu Yuan's behavior genuinely alarmed many observers. There is plenty of time to deal with you. Retracting the chaos bell, Yu Yuan discovered the karmic fire lotus still resisting and responded with a cold sneer. I have no shortage of time. I shall gradually refine it through force and see how long your karmic fire lotus can withstand. When the moment comes and I grow weary of your resistance, I will simply cast you into the Qianquan cauldron for refinement, to be used as material for repairing the god-killing spear. Having fought and claimed what he sought, Yu Yuan still felt a lingering frustration that bothered him. He quickly flew toward Honghuang Temple, only to discover that Kuanping and the others had already withdrawn. Xuanyuanzi had returned safely with Hongjun. I thank you, fellow Taoist. Xuanyuanzi had observed everything that transpired outside. Once he saw what had occurred, he was thoroughly shaken. He offered his gratitude, sincerely stored away the ginseng fruit tree, and handed it to Yu Yuan, without a single unnecessary word, fearing that Yu Yuan might ignite his Honghuang Temple with a single flame. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed a man of straightforward nature. Since this matter has concluded, I shall take my leave now. Yu Yuan said nothing further. Gathering the ginseng fruit tree, he departed Honghuang Temple, directly slipping into the void and making his way toward the sun star. He sensed his 3 flowers trembling within, having reached the threshold of shadow splitting. His malevolent shadow could now be severed. Yet before attempting this, Yu Yuan needed to refine the god-killing spear first, for severing the evil shadow with this weapon proved most fitting. Indeed, Hongjun had gifted Yu Yuan two extraordinary treasures. The god-killing spear embodying ultimate offensive power proved ideal for severing the malevolent shadow. Meanwhile, the Qinquan cauldron, a supreme treasure of creation though merely at the peak level of innate spiritual artifact, served best for splitting the benevolent shadow. In the future, being able to rely on the Qinquan Ding to gain considerable merits is a good thing, a blessing that cannot be sought. Hongjun certainly went to great lengths to reverse the changes in the primordial world. But whether this plan will succeed still depends on Yu Yuan's decision. Plant this life fruit tree. The fruits it bears will be used to brew spiritual wine. You handle this matter. If the Wu clan makes any moves in the primordial world, inform me immediately. Before entering seclusion, Yu Yuan instructed the tasks that needed to be handled. It must be said that with the little maid Shi Wangmu in the Linyuan pavilion, Yu Yuan was spared much worry and no longer needed to do everything himself. Yes, master. Shi Wangmu noted everything down, not daring to miss anything. Only then did Yu Yuan enter the secret chamber to begin his seclusion, first to refine the god-slaying spear, and then to slay his corpse. It must be said that the god-slaying spear is a treasure of slaughter, like the immortal slaying sword formation. Moreover, its previous user was Luoho, so the spear's killing aura is extremely heavy. If a person with a weak primordial spirit obtains the god-slaying spear before they can even refine it, their own primordial spirit will be contaminated by this killing aura, turning them into a madman who only knows how to kill. No wonder Hongjun was unwilling to bring out the god-slaying spear. Though powerful, it can harm people. Ordinary people cannot withstand this killing aura, just like the principle of the immortal slaying sword formation. If you can control it, it becomes a supreme treasure. If you cannot, it is inferior to ordinary spiritual treasures and may even harm yourself. The god-slaying spear originated from the root of the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus. Originally a supreme treasure of the creation of heaven, it was affected by Pangu's axe, causing its grade to drop. This shows the power of Pangu's axe, which can even reduce the grade of an innate supreme treasure. The drop in grade means that refining the god-slaying spear is relatively easy, not as difficult as supreme treasures of creation like the Chaos Bell. With 24 layers of restrictions, as long as Yu Yuan could suppress the killing aura, the refinement was fast and easy. After refining 10 layers of the god-slaying spear's restrictions, Yu Yuan used it to slay his evil corpse. The process went smoothly without any accidents. After slaying the evil corpse, Yu Yuan's realm entered the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. While stabilizing his realm, he continued to refine the god-slaying spear and the Qinquan Ding. Comparatively, refining the Qinquan Ding was a bit troublesome, because while refining it, one also needed to comprehend the Tao of creation. This is Niwa's forte. Yu Yuan, who walks the Tao of time and space, has a low understanding of creation. Fortunately, he could still refine the Qinquan Ding. After refining it, it was up to Yu Yuan to decide how to use it. The karmic fire red lotus was still resisting, but it could not escape the suppression of the chaos bell. Yu Yuan could not be bothered to deal with it. As for the purple chi of Honghuang, Yu Yuan had tossed it aside and ignored it. At present, he was simply unable to refine it. Rather than waste time, it was better to do other things. After slaying the evil corpse, Yu Yuan's strength became greater. However, focusing on three things at once, refining the chaos bell, the god-slaying spear, and the Qinquan Ding, put a little pressure on him. Fortunately, he could withstand it. After all, pressure brings motivation. In the primordial world, the story of Yu Yuan brutally beating the Mingyi patriarch and pursuing him for billions of miles all the way to the endless blood sea was still circulating, elevating Yu Yuan's fearsome reputation to a new level. At this time, the primordial world became unusually quiet. Most people were in seclusion, cultivating, not stirring up trouble in the primordial world. Only small conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans continued to erupt, carried out by the lower-level beings. The great demons of the Yao clan and the great witches of the Wu clan did not participate, and the 12 ancestral witches cared even less about such matters. The Yao clan, they were nothing but weaklings, mere skirmishes. Why would the 12 ancestral witches need to bother with them? They had no time for such trivialities. Amidst these small skirmishes, as time passed, the populations of the Wu and Yao clans grew increasingly large, even threatening to overshadow the myriad races of the primordial world. Hundreds of thousands of years passed, and the primordial world gained a batch of quasi-saints. Among the three pure ones, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian, from the west Jieyin and Zhunti, on Mount Buzhou, Nuwa, and Fuxi, as well as the scattered cultivators in Yuanzi, and many great demons of the Yao clan, all entered the quasi-saint realm. The development of the primordial world was steadily advancing toward its peak. When the saints all appear, it will reach its zenith. Besides the batch of quasi-saints, several disciples of the saints were also diligently refining the purple chi of Hongmeng within them, and their progress was quite good. Among those who obtained the purple chi of Hongmeng, aside from the disciples of the saints Hongyun and Yu Yuan, were two others. One could not make any progress no matter how he attempted to refine it, while the other's progress was too slow, making him unwilling to refine it. Over these hundreds of thousands of years, Hongyun had tried very hard to cultivate and refine the purple chi of Hongmeng, but unfortunately, there was no response. The purple chi was like a piece of crystal or mystical iron hidden inside his body. No matter how hard Hongyun tried, there was no movement. As a result, he wasted a great deal of time remaining stuck at the great Daluo Golden Immortal realm, unable to slay his corpse and enter the quasi-saint realm. What made Hongyun even more frustrated was that when he gave up on refining the purple chi and tried to cultivate diligently to break through to the quasi-saint realm before refining it again, he felt that the purple chi was blocking him. As a result, he did not even have the slightest sign of slaying his corpse, and Hongyun was extremely anxious. No matter how hard he tried, there was no effect at all. If Yu Yuan were by his side, he would surely offer him a sympathetic sentence. Poor child, stop trying. It's useless. Hongjun gave you this thing to make you die, not for you to refine. You will never be able to refine this purple chi of Hongmeng in your lifetime. It's more straightforward to just die. The Sanqing were busy refining their supreme treasures and the Hongjun purple chi, leaving them no time to stir up trouble. Nuwa was likewise occupied with refining the Hongjun purple chi. As for Jieyin and Zhunti of the West, after cultivating for a while, they discovered that their refinement of the Hongjun purple chi was growing increasingly sluggish, so they simply chose to emerge from their seclusion. Jieyin had sufficient matters to attend to, while Zhunti, with nothing to occupy his time, had a scheme take shape in his mind. He departed from Lingshan in the west and made his way eastward, hoping to plunder as he usually did. However, what Zhunti would never have imagined was that scarcely had he entered the eastern lands when, upon capturing a few spirits whose true forms were newly transformed spiritual roots, he was suddenly barred from proceeding. That bald-pated one, who are you, and why have you dared come onto my ancestral witch's domain to plunder the treasures of our Wu race? Whether they be Yaoguai or members of other races, whatever is fit to eat and nourishing belongs to the Wu clan, and moreover this is also the territory of the Gonggong tribe. Gonggong, anxious lest his stronghold come under attack, had remained within the tribe, taking the opportunity to ridicule Zhu Rong. To his surprise, however, he stumbled upon Zhunti sneaking about and abducting living beings. That proved too much for Gonggong to tolerate. Glimpsing Zhunti from afar with his hair coiled upon his head, the word bald-pade burst from his lips unbidden. Thankfully, the epithet bald donkey had not yet come into vogue, otherwise, given the fiery disposition of the 12 ancestral witches, he would undoubtedly have bellowed, "You bald donkey! Halt right there before this ancestral witch! Be bald! Pade!" Zhunti trembled in shock, initially believing his ears had deceived him. But as he saw Gonggong pointing squarely at him, even a fool would understand that the so-called bald pate referred to none other than himself. Jieyin and Zhunti harbored ambitions to establish the Buddhist faith. While their hairstyles were not as extravagant as those of later Buddhas, they differed markedly from Eastern cultivators. Their hair was coiled directly atop their heads, quite unlike the depiction of Patriarch Bodhi instructing the Monkey King in Journey to the West. From afar, one might easily mistake them for bald men. It was precisely this resemblance that prompted Gonggong to hurl the epithet bald pate at Zhunti. Coming to his senses, Zhunti's face contorted with fury as he snapped, "You dare to be Gonggong? Why do you insult this poor Taoist without any provocation? Why call this Taoist bald?" The hair upon his head was plainly visible. Did the witch folk have such feeble eyesight? The presumption was simply outrageous. He had the audacity to call me bald. Gonggong marched forward and studied him closely. He does have hair after all. But what of it? He looks bald, therefore he is bald, as this ancestral witch proclaims. Our rascally dog. Zhunti possessed none of the Sanqing's serene composure. Enraged to the point of pallor, he hoisted his 7-treasure wonderful tree and brought it crashing down upon Gonggong. This wretched dog has pushed things too far, bandying the word bald left and right. Does he think this will simply end? Do not imagine that this Taoist fears your 12 ancestral witches. Had he not yet broken through, Zhunti would have harbored some trepidation. But now that he had attained the quasi-sage realm, Zhunti regarded Gonggong with utter disregard. Among the 12 ancestral witches, only Dijiang had achieved the quasi-sage realm. The remainder all stood at the pinnacle of the Daluo Jingxian cultivation stage. With a full realm of difference separating them, how could Zhunti fail to prevail? If such an affront went unavenged, and the news spread, how could Zhunti hope to maintain his standing in the Honghuang? Attacking at the slightest provocation, truly more insolent than this ancestral witch. Gonggong paused in surprise, then roared with laughter as he manifested his ancestral witch true form and charged barehanded toward Zhunti's 7-treasure wonderful tree. To him, the gap between cultivation realms was of no consequence whatsoever. When opposing the 12 ancestral witches, one must never dismiss them for their seemingly modest cultivation realms. To do so invites dire consequences. The primordial form of Bodhi himself was the Bodhi tree, one of the 10 supreme grade innate spiritual roots. The 7-treasure wonderful tree was crafted from his own branch, combined with numerous precious materials. While its offensive capability was respectable, its greatest prowess lay in its ability to strip away an opponent's possessions. Perhaps owing to the barrenness of the western lands, Zhunti had grown nearly desperate in his scavenging. Yet the 7-treasure wonderful tree proved remarkably potent. Its ability to strip treasures was unmatched, growing ever more formidable as Zhunti's power deepened. Many within the Honghuang had fallen victim to Zhunti's thievery, their magical treasures stripped away. Yet to attempt such a feat against an ancestral witch like Gonggong, truly one could not help but acknowledge Zhunti's extraordinary audacity. Furthermore, he had only just reached the early stage of quasi-sage cultivation, and the 7 treasure wonderful tree's power remained correspondingly limited. To attempt plundering an ancestral witch's true form at this juncture was sheer folly. Boom! The 7 treasure wonderful tree struck against Gonggong, sending shockwaves through his frame as he was driven back step by step. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear along the tiny branches at the crown of Zhunti's weapon. Ruined. Zhunti's face contorted with such agony, as though he had been poisoned. The unforeseen damage to his magical treasure would demand considerable resources to repair, filling him with unbearable grief. You beast! How is it that your ancestral witch true form proves so impenetrable? In truth, Zhunti's 7 treasure wonderful tree proved devastating against lesser opponents, but wilted before worthy adversaries, earning it the dubious distinction of being the Honghuang's foremost plundering treasure. When it held the advantage of superior cultivation, it encountered no resistance. Yet against a worthy opponent, it could be fractured or shattered at any moment. Among its many indignities, it had been cracked and broken numerous times by Yuanshi Tianzuan's Panga banner. Gonggong, who had been brimming with rage and prepared to unleash his fury, was utterly dumbfounded by these words. What manner of person was this? Here he was striking at him, and yet had the audacity to blame Gonggong's unyielding true form for damaging his own treasure. I wondered who you were. So you're a disciple of a saint. Just as expected, none of them are worth anything. Your own weapon proves inadequate, and yet you have the nerve to blame this ancestral witch for being too resilient. What a laughable absurdity. After a brief pause, Gonggong erupted into uproarious laughter and advanced with great strides, launching his attack toward Zhunti. When Zhunti, mocked and seething with rage, prepared to strike, he suddenly recalled the fractured tip of his 7 treasures wondrous tree and instantly withdrew his attack, his heart already bleeding inwardly. Summoning the augmentation divine mallet, he engaged in combat with Gonggong. It proved once again that the greater the ancestral sorcerer's prowess, the more impregnable their true form becomes, rendering mundane magical treasures ineffective against them. Zhunti grew increasingly alarmed with each passing exchange. No wonder Zhurong had once squared off against Yuanshi Tianzuan to a stalemate. These ancestral sorcerers were truly fearsome adversaries. Zhunti could never have imagined that at that time Yuanshi Tianzuan possessed no magical treasure at all. Had he wielded a supreme grade innate treasure, would Zhurong have dared to fight so ferociously? Moreover, in those days Yuanshi Tianzuan had already attained the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, while Zhurong had not yet reached its peak. How could he possibly compare to Gonggong as he stands now? For the sorcerer clan, there existed no such concept as cultivation bottlenecks. Given sufficient time and baleful energy, they could forge a path straight to the peak of quasi-sainthood. Damn it all. Why is this happening? Yuanshi Tianzuan fought Zhurong to a standstill without even a magical treasure, yet a quasi-saint wielding the augmentation divine mallet, can only match Gonggong equally. What perverse logic governs this? Zhunti grew more and more terrified with every exchange. Should Yuanshi Tianzuan ever learn of such thoughts, he would surely be infuriated enough to beat the quasi-saint witless. How dare one compare himself to a figure of Yuanshi Tianzuan's caliber? The battle raged on. A magnificent spectacle unfolded. Soon Zhunti and Gonggong, one of the 12 ancestral sorcerers, were locked in fierce combat, evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. News spread swiftly, and spectators began to arrive. The more onlookers gathered, the heavier Zhunti's heart grew, his countenance darkening by the moment. Meanwhile, Gonggong fought with mounting ferocity. He laughed uproariously, caring not for wounds inflicted by the augmentation divine mallet, pressing his assault upon Zhunti without pause. What on earth was this infernal madness? Zhunti nearly cursed aloud. Didn't these ancestral sorcerers fear injury at all? They fought like lunatics, relentless and unceasing. No world lacks those bold enough to seek out spectacle. And so it was only natural that some witnessed the great battle begin and spread the word, drawing an ever-growing crowd to gather, watch, and revel in the drama. Gonggong paid no mind to the onlookers, his eyes held only Zhunti. This battle brought him profound satisfaction. A full-throated clash without reservation or fear, exactly the kind of combat an ancestral sorcerer craved. Yet while Gonggong reveled in the fray, Zhunti's spirit dimmed. Madmen. Both of them utterly mad, much like that Yu Yuan. Zhunti grew increasingly drained. He had lost count of how many blows his augmentation divine mallet had landed upon Gonggong, yet the man fought, as though untouched, pressing forward with wounds still raw, reckless, and unyielding. They say the gentle yield to the fierce to the ruthless to those who care not for death, and those who care not for death to the mad. Confronted with Gonggong, an existence as unhinged as any lunatic, relentless in his assault, Zhunti felt his courage falter. As the crowd of spectators swelled, Zhunti's terror deepened. He longed to slip away, but could he truly flee when Honghang would never permit it? Of course he pursued relentlessly, denying Zhunti any chance of escape, shouting between strikes, "Brothers, this bald monk has come to our tribe to plunder, and now he seeks to flee. What say you? What should we do? Kill him? Slay him?" Led by several great shamans, every member of the Honghang tribe roared in defiance. Reckless fools. He had only intended to fight and depart, never imagining he would stumble upon such a hornet's nest. Seeing the entire Honghang tribe pouring forth in arms, Zhunti dared not attempt flight. The western region had only recently begun to flourish after years of restoration. If the sorcerer clans breached their defenses, all progress would be undone in an instant, every effort rendered vain. Zhunti dared not flee. Master, the saint disciple Zhunti has engaged the ancestral sorcerer Honghang in fierce combat. Having noted the turmoil, Shi Wangmu wasted no time and immediately reported to Yu Yuan. Though still within seclusion, Yu Yuan had already concluded his cultivation. Upon hearing the news, he sprang to life, departing Lin Yuan Pavilion and racing toward the primordial world at full speed from the Sun Star. You may now enter your own seclusion. I believe you too shall sever a shadow and attain the title of quasi-saint. Do not disappoint me. Yes, master. With nothing left to occupy him, Yu Yuan set forth once more. Shi Wangmu, taking his advice to heart, resolved to enter seclusion and strive towards severing her shadow to become a quasi-saint. Yet even upon attaining quasi-saint status, she would remain but a humble attendant at Yu Yuan's side. Shi Wangmu could not escape, nor would she dare to. After Yu Yuan entered the primordial world, the battle still raged on. More precisely, Zhunti had long since lost the will to fight, yet he dared not leave, for fear that should he flee, Honghang would lead the great shamans and countless sorcerer warriors into the western region, causing the beings who had only recently recovered from centuries of rest to be utterly annihilated once more. Zhunti now found himself trapped on a tiger's back, with no means of descent. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Watching Honghang and Zhunti clash relentlessly, Yu Yuan produced the essentials for spectating, snacks and drink, and settled in to enjoy the show. This time he had come thoroughly prepared. Beyond spiritual fruits and immortal wine, he also carried some dragon meat. As for the origin of the dragon meat, it came from a flood dragon that Shi Wangmu had slain years ago in the western Kunlun Mountains. Suitable as a snack, it was quite decent. Perhaps because his true form was that of a three-legged golden crow, Yu Yuan found the dragon meat particularly delicious. Upon seeing Yu Yuan arrive, the onlookers immediately yielded their positions with eager smiles, daring not to obstruct his view. Yu Yuan took no courtesy, directly occupying the prime position, savoring dragon meat and spirit wine while enjoying the spectacle with great satisfaction. Who would have imagined that barely several 100,000 years after Qingxin suffered, Zhunti would meet the same fate? As for how Zhunti came to clash with Honghang, even a fool could see the cause. Simply put, he could not restrain himself, ventured east to stir up trouble, and was caught red-handed by Honghang. A trivial disagreement sparked the battle, though it was Zhunti who struck first rather than Honghang. Honghang lived up to his title as the god of water, with colossal waves rolling towards Zhunti wave after wave. Zhunti cursed inwardly. His ancestor was formidable enough in true form, yet his control over water was equally impressive. Fighting him was maddening, retreating would be humiliating, and might bring disaster upon the western heavens. Zhunti regretted his decision. Had he known this would happen, he would have stayed quietly at Ling Mountain to cultivate rather than coming east to plunder. Instead, he encountered Honghang, that fiendish star, leaving him in an awkward predicament, neither able to advance nor retreat. Since Yu Yuan had received word and arrived, it was evident that Jieyin, remaining in the rear, had also been informed. Yet Jieyin did not come. He needed to secure Ling Mountain and prevent unrest. At this time, Ling Mountain was far from the resplendent splendor it would later possess. Having barely accumulated a meager fortune, if turmoil were to break out and squander it all, Jieyin would weep. Helplessly, he could only stay and guard Ling Mountain rather than aid Zhunti. Besides, even if he had come, it would have been useless. Driving away Honghang would have brought him no favorable outcome either. He trusted Zhunti to adapt and navigate this calamity. Honghang, you and I share no deep enmity. Why must we fight endlessly here? Zhunti had lost his patience and only wished to escape quickly, so he began playing on sentiment. We have no grudge against each other. What meaning is there in fighting back and forth? It would be far better to simply disperse. That will never do. Honghang shook his head and grinned. This ancestral wizard barely caught a disciple of a saint. I have not yet fought to my satisfaction. You shall not leave. If you depart, I will lead the Wu clan warriors and slaughter my way into your western realm. Damn it. Zhunti's beard trembled with rage. Do you 12 ancestral wizards not value reason? Then go find Yu Yuan, the one above, drinking and eating while watching the show. He is the strongest existence beneath a saint, having driven the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain into a rout. Unable to endure further, Zhunti was forced to shift the blame, pouring the trouble onto Yu Yuan. Since you came to watch the spectacle, you might as well handle this Honghang for me. Oh, As expected, upon hearing this, Gong immediately stopped and turned his head to look at Yu Yuan. Zhu Rong had been defeated by the three pure ones and became a laughingstock. Yu Yuan could effortlessly defeat them. Certainly he must be extraordinarily powerful. To find such a person to fight would surely be exhilarating. What have I done to deserve this? I am merely watching the show. What did I provoke? Yu Yuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Gong fixate on him, he could not help but curse inwardly. Zhunti, you will pay for this. Having offended both Yu Yuan and the three pure ones at once, Zhunti no longer cared about the consequences. He only wanted to extricate himself quickly and escape Gong's relentless harassment. As for offending Yu Yuan and the three pure ones, the worst that could happen was avoiding them in the future. Once he attained the Tao and became a saint, would Yu Yuan still dare to make things difficult for him? The three pure ones were irrelevant as well. They were all saints now. What could they possibly do? Thus, without hesitation, he dragged both Yu Yuan and the three pure ones into the mess. Primarily Yu Yuan, while the three pure ones served as stepping stones and negative examples. Once the three pure ones learned of this, they would surely fly into a rage. He does seem genuinely stronger than you. Gong stared at Yu Yuan for a moment, then grinned, causing Zhunti to stagger and nearly fall. What does that mean? Am I Zhunti that incompetent? Seeing the disaster heading toward him, Yu Yuan set down his wine cup and declared loudly, Gong, do you truly believe this humble Taoist could surpass a disciple of a saint? If that were the case, why would the Tao ancestor not take me as his disciple? That made some sense. Without genuine ability, how could one become a saint's disciple? Gong looked back at Zhunti, who was about to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yuan stoked the fire. This Zhunti is full of schemes. He is certainly trying to trick you into fighting me, so he can escape freely and prevent you from holding a grudge against him or attacking the Western Ling Mountain. Such a despicable villain is truly detestable. Disgusting. Zhunti, you wait. You think you are the only one who can spin lies. Yu Yuan will reduce you to ruin. You Gong are one of the 12 ancestral wizards. To ignore a disciple of a saint and come challenge me, Yu Yuan. Do you not fear others will mock you for bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Zhunti spewed a mouthful of blood. Yu Yuan, you bastard. Do you intend to drive our western heavens to extinction? Is it true that unless the Wu tribe attacks our Western Ling Mountain, you feel unsettled? Having fought Gong for a long time without sustaining significant injury, Zhunti was merely exhausted from the immense energy consumption. Yet Yu Yuan's words so enraged him that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yu Yuan, speechless. Can you reason with the Wu tribe people? Truth be told, yes. You just can't intentionally provoke them. Speak from their perspective, and there will be no problem at all. Wu tribe folk are typically stubborn types. They do not fear a tough opponent. The harder you are, the more they want to clash with you, even crash head-on. If you instead offer them a feast of soft blades, the effect could be quite favorable. Take the present situation, for instance. Yu Yuan does not criticize the Wu tribe directly. Instead, he paints Zhunti as a despicable man who deliberately manipulated Gong, using the opportunity to escape. This shifts Gong's attention back and returns the hot potato Zhunti had thrown at them. Is Gong someone easily deceived? No. The Wu tribe people prefer straightforward actions, but that does not make them foolish. After Yu Yuan's guidance, Gong turned to look at Zhunti, who had already fled far away, and suddenly realized, you saint disciples are indeed a bunch of shameless people trying to distract the ancestral Wu and then quietly slip away. You bald monk, you are not fit to be a son of man. You are sinister and cunning. Watching Gong's curses grow increasingly vicious, as if ready to fight to the death and convinced Yu Yuan had tricked him, Zhunti could not hold back and spat up another mouthful of blood, leaving the onlookers frozen in shock. Exactly. Zhunti is inherently deceitful. Back when we were all in Zixiao Palace, he deliberately wept and whimpered like a woman, arousing everyone's pity and got them to yield the sacred throne to him, only to strut around afterward smug and proud. Yu Yuan even dragged up Zhunti's past exploits. Although Di Jiang and Zhu Meng had also been in Zixiao Palace, events like this were deeply shameful in the eyes of the ancestral Wu, and neither Di Jiang nor Zhu Meng had any desire to discuss them. Therefore, the other ancestral Wu knew nothing of this. Gong, take care. You might find Zhunti coming to you soon, weeping and begging for mercy, hoping you will spare him. Yu Yuan drove the point home once more. Provoke me, and I will make you cry. Not fake tears, but real ones. This fellow Taoist speaks with reason. Gong frowned, his gaze toward Zhunti, filled with contempt. Yu Zhunti claimed to be a disciple of the Sacred One, yet it seems this sacred position was earned through tears. I despise you. Fear not, fellow Taoist. Even if Zhunti weeps, I, the ancestral Wu, shall not let him escape. Zhunti has pushed things too far and attempted to deceive this ancestral Wu. What say you, how shall we respond? Kill. The war cries thundered to the heavens. Within Gong's tribe, young and old, men and women alike, all rose in shouts. Gong laughed heartily. Yes, kill him. Follow me, charge into the western regions and teach this Zhunti a lesson. Let us see if he dares to come to our Wu tribal lands to plunder again. Countless Wu tribespeople surged forth from their settlement led by several great shamans following Honghuang as they charged into the western regions. Zhunti had no thought for anything else. Clutching his head, he fled. He needed to return and join forces with Jieyin to defend against the Wu tribe's assault, or else the western regions would be destroyed. Yu Yuan, I shall remember this. Even as he ran, Zhunti hurled threats clearly consumed by hatred for Yu Yuan. If not for Yu Yuan's malicious words here, why would Honghuang lead his people to slaughter into the western regions? Yet Yu Yuan paid no mind to Zhunti's threats. If Zhunti had not first redirected disaster toward him, would Yu Yuan have deceived the western regions? Absolutely absurd. But it seemed things had escalated considerably. With the Wu tribe causing such chaos, who knew how long the western regions would need to recover? Kill. The slaughter cries thundered skyward as the entire Zhu Rong tribe mobilized, swarming into the western regions like an endless mass of ants. This time, who knew how many beings would suffer in the western regions? Zhunti and Jieyin would certainly have their work cut out for them. Truly ruthless people indeed. The others saw Yu Yuan follow after to watch the spectacle. They exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, then followed. Many had missed the great spectacle of the three pure ones battling Zhu Rong beyond Kunlun Mountain. This time, however, no one wanted to miss Honghuang's confrontation with the two sacred disciples Jieyin and Zhunti, so they all streamed into the western regions. Despicable. Hateful. Zhunti fled swiftly, using the seven-treasure wondrous tree to sweep away any beings he encountered along the way, rescuing them from the Wu tribe's brutal hands, while sending word to Jieyin to prepare for battle. Senior brother. Jieyin appeared, and Zhunti lowered his head in embarrassment. If he had not been unable to resist stepping out for a stroll, intending to gather supplies to bring back, none of this would have happened. Now the entire Honghuang tribe has surged into the western regions, and their years of cultivation could be destroyed in an instant. Junior brother, do not worry. Compared to Zhunti, Jieyin was far more composed. He summoned the 12-grade merit golden lotus to shroud the western spirit mountain domain, encompassing countless living beings within it. Zhunti was stunned at the sight. Senior brother, what are you? Jieyin sighed heavily. Junior brother, from now on never provoke that Yu Yuan again, or the Wu tribe members either. We are in the midst of a great tribulation. You and I cannot afford to accumulate excessive karma and sin. This battle we cannot fight. The three pure ones have the protection of their world-opening merit, but we do not. Without the protection of merit karma, should they tangle with karmic debts and negative karma, they ought not touch. They and their fellow disciples could suffer grievously. Even if they themselves were to attain sainthood, what of those who follow in their wake? Could the Western territory possibly function on merely the two of them? Realizing he had overlooked these matters, Zhunti's face paled with terror, and he exclaimed in remorse, Senior brother's admonishment is well-founded. Your humble junior brother acknowledges his error. The three pure ones possess the protective merit of heaven's creation, but neither Jieyin nor Zhunti did. Before attaining the Tao and achieving sainthood, accumulating excessive karma and negative karma would be of absolutely no benefit to them. That is precisely why Jieyin resorted to such a despicable strategy for defense rather than confronting the Wu tribe head-on, as the three pure ones would have. However, doing so will severely tarnish the reputation of us senior and junior brothers. Zhunti appeared deeply unwilling, letting out a long sigh. Jieyin said calmly, Brother, do not fret. Once we both attain the Tao and become saints, all matters will be easily resolved. A slightly damaged reputation mattered little. As long as the two of them could attain sainthood, everything would fall into place. They might face ridicule now for retreating and bowing to the Wu tribe, but once they achieved the Tao and became saints, who would dare mock them? Who would dare? Senior brother speaks rightly. It was suffocating, but there was no alternative. They could only endure it. Knowing Zhunti's heart was seething with resentment, Jieyin smiled and said, Brother, you should return to Lingshan to hold the fort. I shall bear the burden here, and absolutely no trouble will arise. Then I trouble you, senior brother. Zhunti gritted his teeth, turned, and departed for Lingshan. He feared that if he remained, the provocation might overwhelm him, and he would truly clash with Honghuang, bringing disastrous consequences for the Wu tribe people in the process. Helplessly, Zhunti could only return to Lingshan and seclude himself, pretending none of this had ever happened. Wu tribe. Yu Yuan. This grievance Zhunti could never bring himself to swallow. He would keep it etched in his heart. The days ahead were long, as sooner or later he would find an opportunity for vengeance. Kill. With Zhunti gone, Jieyin took his place. The earth-shaking battle cries drew nearer from afar, and countless members of the Wu tribe, led by the ancestral Lich Honghuang, surged into the western territory. To their disappointment, however, the western realm was exceedingly barren. All along the way they could scarcely spot any living beings. What they did not know was that Zhunti had already evacuated all the inhabitants along his path. Otherwise, even if the western region were poor, it would not have been so utterly desolate, stretching for thousands of li of barren land with not a single living soul. It was merely sparsely populated and weak in strength compared to the eastern continent, lacking even the finest spiritual roots or rare medicinal herbs. Honghang led his tribe together into the Western Territory, but their pace slowed considerably. He could not abandon his people and charge ahead alone. If his tribe were attacked and suffered heavy casualties, he would undoubtedly be laughed to death by the other ancestral witches. To prevent such an embarrassing situation, Honghang could only reduce his speed and march alongside his tribe. As the Wu tribe slowed their advance, Yu Yuan and the onlookers flew straight ahead. Before even approaching Lingshan, upon seeing that resplendent golden lotus platform gleaming with radiance, Yu Yuan was utterly speechless. Jieyin and Zhunti truly lack any backbone. They had even displayed the 12-rank merit golden lotus, adopting an air of refusal to fight, directly submitting to the Wu tribe and bowing to Honghang. Was it really necessary? Yu Yuan could not fathom it. Though the western region had few inhabitants and needed to recuperate, did Jieyin and Zhunti truly need to abandon all sense of face over such matters? Wasn't that taking it a bit far? Yu Yuan felt he had overestimated the extent of these two's shamelessness. They were plainly preparing to become cowards hiding in their shells. If all 12 ancestral witches had assembled, then perhaps defeat meant submission. But yielding to a single Honghang, that was truly world-shattering in its absurdity. Not only Yu Yuan, but even those who had followed to watch the spectacle were dumbstruck. They had anticipated an epic showdown, only to find themselves had made a wasted journey. Yu Yuan found the whole affair profoundly tedious. Jieyin and Zhunti had simply wasted everyone's time, dragging on and on with Honghang only for this anticlimactic display. Baldy Zhunti, come out at once. Stop hiding. Come forth and face this ancestral witch in 300 rounds of combat. As they pressed deeper into the western region, Honghang also sensed something amiss. Zhunti had vanished completely, and a colossal golden lotus shrouded the western territory, blocking their path to Lingshan. Realizing Zhunti was shrinking from battle, Honghang immediately erupted in furious curses. I led my tribe straight into your western territory, and you cowardly hide, barring us at the gates. How spineless can you possibly be? Within the golden lotus, Jieyi's figure emerged. Esteemed Taoist companion, my junior brother bears responsibility for what transpired. We in the West harbor no intention of conflict with your Wu tribe. I urge you to withdraw promptly. Nonsense. Honghang seethed with rage. I brought my people right into your territory, yet you dare not meet us in battle. You bring shame upon the disciples of sages. Jieyin offered no response. He remained seated within the golden lotus, ignoring whatever Honghang shouted. The West would not fight. Let the Wu tribe do as they pleased. Many turned their gaze toward Yin, who simply rolled his eyes and wordlessly packed away his spirit fruits and wine. Why are you all looking at me? The grand spectacle is over. Go home, everyone. Do you really think Yu Yuan could tear open this 12-rank merit golden lotus and let the Wu tribe army charge through? Let's go. Seeing that Yu Yuan had already departed, everyone knew this battle would not be fought. Jieyin and Zhunti possessed the capacity to stir up trouble, but lacked the strength and confidence of the three pure ones. The battle would not be fought, and staying would only waste time. The Wu clan continued their clamorous cursing. Not only Honghang was hurling insults, but greater witches and ordinary Wu tribesmen also joined in, yet Jieyin remained unmoved. Curse all you want. I simply won't budge. What can you do to me? Honghang, who would clash with Zhu Rong over a single word, was hardly a man of patience. Jieyin's obstinacy drove him into a frenzy, and he manifested his ancestral, which true form, relentlessly assaulting the golden lotus of merit. Alas, the golden lotus of merit was not something Honghang could easily shatter. All his attacks were in vain. As long as Jieyin remained steadfast, focusing solely on defense, even the ancestral, which true form, could do nothing to him. A supreme defensive spiritual treasure capable of withstanding attacks from divine artifacts was no joke. Taoist friend. Leaving the western lands, Yu Yuan prepared to return to the Sun Star to instruct the Queen Mother of the West, helping her sever her corpse as soon as possible. The Queen Mother of the West had a decent foundation, and with proper cultivation, she could become a formidable quasi-saint. Yu Yuan would not suppress her power. Even if she entered the quasi-saint realm, she would never escape his grasp. Suddenly, a white-robed Taoist, holding a feather fan, appeared before him with a grin. Taoist friend, are you heading to the West to watch the spectacle? Yu Yuan scrutinized Baizhe. Truly worthy of being the foremost leader of the demon clan, he had already severed one corpse and entered the quasi-saint realm. Dressed in a white robe and holding a feather fan, Yu Yuan felt that Baizhe was exactly the same type as Zhuge Liang from the later Three Kingdoms era. Baizhe smiled and nodded, shaking his fan. An opportunity to observe the Wu clan's strength is not one I would miss, Taoist friend. I congratulate you on severing another corpse. Truly auspicious. It should be me congratulating you instead. For some reason, looking at Baizhe's beaming face, Yu Yuan felt that this fellow was not a good person, definitely the type full of schemes. It is I who should congratulate you, Taoist friend, but... Yu Yuan frowned, hesitating. Baizhe, puzzled, kept his smile and looked at him. No, this won't do. Yu Yuan raised his hand toward Baizhe and shouted, Taoist friend, stop smiling. Your smile always makes me feel you're not a good person and makes me want to beat you up. Ahem. Bai Zai's smile froze, and he couldn't help coughing. He wanted to smile and explain that he had no such intention, nor would he dare, but his smile vanished before it could form. His expression twisted constantly, making him immensely uncomfortable. It is said that one never strikes a smiling face. Could it be that my smile is wrong? Too gentle. Should I be more sinister? Many great demons in the demon clan have already severed their corpses, haven't they? Yu Yuan inquired. Bai Zai, who had been agonizing over whether to smile or not, quickly composed himself. Indeed, Taoist friend. Quite a few great demons have severed their corpses and attained the status of quasi-saint. But who knows when the next one will come? Those great demons who cultivated steadily and broke through step by step found it easier to advance. Those who fought endlessly and were shrouded in karmic fire faced immense difficulty in breaking through. Even if they managed to sever their corpses during Hongjun's 3 sermons, their cultivation would be essentially locked at that level. Excellent. Yu Yuan nodded without saying more and left directly. Bai Zai raised his hand, wanting to call him back, but opened his mouth several times without uttering a word. Alas, many great demons had broken through to become quasi-saints, elevating the demon clan's overall strength. Many were already clamoring to attack the Wu clan. Bai Zai, annoyed by those fellows, had come out to relax. Hearing that there was a good show in the west, and that Yu Yuan was there, he headed to the western lands, only to encounter Yu Yuan halfway. And Yu Yuan had left him in a state where he could neither laugh nor cry. If Yu Yuan were to emerge, the demon clan would not be in such chaos. News that Jieyin and Zhunti had backed down against the Wu clan spread quickly across the primordial world, amusing many. Even the 3 pure ones who had recently emerged from seclusion heard of it. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian had successfully severed their corpses and entered the quasi-saint realm. Laozi's cultivation was no lower than Yu Yuan's, as he had also severed his second corpse. The difference was that Yu Yuan severed his evil corpse to enter mid-stage quasi-saint, while Laozi severed his good corpse to reach the same level. Jieyin and Zhunti have utterly disgraced our teacher. A single gong had scared them into hiding in Lingshan, refusing to emerge, and they are still disciples of a saint. Stop your nonsense. Laozi glared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. So you didn't disgrace yourself. You fought against the ancestral witch Zhu Rong, didn't you? Is this the time to worry about such things? Better to worry about yourselves instead of Jieyin and Zhunti. The 12 ancestral witches might come to retaliate. Yes, elder brother. Laozi still commanded some authority, and Yuanshi Tianzuan fell silent. Looking at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had quieted down but was still somewhat displeased, Laozi sighed and said, Junior brother, it's not that I hold a grudge against you, but the Wu clan people are very vengeful. If I'm not mistaken, the 12 ancestral witches will surely come again, and next time it might not be just one ancestral witch, Zhurong. How could the 3 pure ones fear them? Having fused with the Hongmeng purple qi and refined part of the restrictions of the Panga banner, Yuanshi Tianzuan was full of confidence. If Zhurong dared to come again, he would surely beat him until he crawled on the ground. Previously they fought with caution, but now it's different. They have entered the quasi-sage realm and received treasures bestowed by Hongjun, giving them confidence. Elder brother, what you said is very true. The 12 ancestral witches are domineering, but the 3 pure ones are not to be trifled with. If they don't come, fine, but if they do, we will make the Wu clan regret it. This time Tongtian did not stand with Laozi, but sided with Yuanshi Tianzuan. Everyone has a temper. With the Wu clan acting like this, Tongtian had long been displeased. The 3 pure ones had never been weak before, and now, with their greatly increased strength, they naturally did not fear the 12 ancestral witches. You are right. Laozi admitted that this reasoning was sound. The Western Jieyin and Zhunti might bow their heads, but the 3 pure ones would not. That was the bottom line. They were Hongjun's direct disciples. If they bowed their heads, it would be slapping Hongjun in the face. Moreover, with their greatly increased strength, they had no need to fear the 12 ancestral witches. If you don't come, fine. If you do come, we will fight. That being said, we cannot be complacent. We should continue to seclude ourselves and cultivate diligently, refining the Hongmeng purple qi and the supreme treasures, awaiting the opportunity to attain the Tao. That is the right path. Yes, they would not initiate, but they were not afraid of trouble. The 3 pure ones had already mentally prepared for a great battle with the 12 ancestral witches. Yu Yuan, returning from the primordial wilderness to the Sunstar, saw that Zhuangmu was in seclusion preparing to sever a corpse. The process was going smoothly, so there was no need for him to interfere. He then returned to his secret chamber. Many great demons had severed one corpse and entered the quasi-sage realm, greatly increasing the demon clan's strength. This meant that the first great war between the Wu and demon clans was about to descend. The heavenly mechanism began to become chaotic. This signified that the primordial wilderness had entered the era of the Wu demon calamity. Only after the calamity ended would the chaotic heavenly mechanism be restored. A season of troubles. Yu Yuan was not concerned about the Wu demon war. If it broke out, there would be only one outcome: the demon clan would suffer a disastrous defeat. Even if many great demons had entered the quasi-sage realm, they would still be chased and beaten by the 12 ancestral witches. This was fated. Fighting across ranks, one chasing and beating a group. This was nothing new for the 12 ancestral witches. The overconfident mentality of many great demons would soon be shattered. In the secret chamber, Yu Yuan waved his hand, and a wisp of Honghuang purple qi emerged from his body, floating in the chamber. The Honghuang purple qi had been refined only a little. In terms of fusion progress, it was about 1/1,000,000th. Yu Yuan had no merit of creation, nor could he establish a sect to become a sage. To refine and fuse this Honghuang purple qi, only one path remained: to lead the demon clan and seize the heavenly and earthly destiny from the Wu clan. In the primordial wilderness, sects were as numerous as ox hairs, especially after the birth of the human race. But aside from the human sect, the Chan sect, the Jie sect, and the Western Buddhist sect, which sect could seize the heavenly and earthly destiny? Seizing the destiny of the human race, establishing a sect, and imitating others to attain the Tao was impossible. This was a dead end. The Honghuang purple qi was like a mischievous child circling around Yu Yuan. There was no possibility of it breaking free from his control and flying away. Even if Yu Yuan threw it away, it would fly back on its own. Hongjun's move was very clever. A sage is immortal and indestructible. Even the most indifferent person would be tempted by the opportunity to attain the Tao. He was certain that Yu Yuan was no exception. He would not force Yu Yuan to rule the demon clan and alter the course of fate, but instead placed a golden opportunity before him. As long as Yu Yuan wished to become a sage, he would have to leave the Sun Star, suppress the many great demons, lead the demon clan, and confront the Wu clan. The Honghuang purple qi and treasures that even other sages could not obtain were all given to you. Let's see if Yu Yuan is tempted. No matter how powerful a quasi-sage is, he is still just a quasi-sage. Sages may be wary of you and fear you, but that is because they do not want to end up in a mutually destructive struggle. Once you touch the bottom line of a sage, even if it means letting their sect disciples die tragically, the sage will fight you to the death. At that point, how can a single quasi-sage contend with a sage? And it would be multiple sages. If it came to that, Yu Yuan would be pitted against all the sages, not just one or two. Yu Yuan stood like a statue, watching the Honghuang purple qi float around, occasionally spinning and tumbling, his body utterly still. The events in the West became a topic of casual gossip for countless people. With the heavenly mechanism in chaos, most beings in the primordial wilderness did not realize that a storm was brewing. The war between the Wu and demon clans was about to erupt. Without an absolute ruler, the Yao clan's great Daluo Golden Immortals and some quasi-sage great demons, disregarding Baize's opposition, gathered together to discuss strategies against the Wu clan. The ever-increasing strength made some great demons confident, believing that the Yao clan could fight the Wu clan. Even the Wu clan themselves did not expect that hundreds of great demons of the Yao clan would gather together and suddenly launch an attack on the Changliang tribe of the Wu clan. The Wu clan members of the Changliang tribe also did not anticipate that the Yao clan would suddenly launch a raid. Most importantly, the Yao clan, which had always been beaten down and dared not raise their heads, actually dared to unite and attack them. Hundreds of great demons united, each with a large number of Yao clan subordinates under their command. The combined force was unimaginably vast. What was astonishing was that such a large gathering of Yao clan members must have required a long period of joint preparation. Yet over such a long time, the Wu clan had no defenses at all. Perhaps even if they had noticed, they would not have cared. Who would have thought that the Yao clan would actually dare to attack them this time? The Wu clan individuals possessed formidable strength. At the same cultivation level, even if there was a significant gap, it was still difficult to fight a Wu clan member alone. However, once a numerical disparity was formed, it was the Wu clan that would suffer, not the Yao clan. Kill. The entire Wu clan tribe was instantly engulfed by the Yao clan army. When the attack came, the great Wu of the tribe led the clansmen to resist, but they could not withstand the Yao clan's onslaught. The numbers were too overwhelming. The sound of battle shook the 9 heavens. Countless Wu clan members were overwhelmed by the Yao clan army. The entire Changliang tribe fell into chaos. The few great Wu within the tribe were besieged by numerous great demons, falling one after another. The Changliang tribe suffered heavy losses, but the Yao clan fared no better. Not only did many ordinary Yao clan members die, but even a considerable number of great demons perished, forcibly dragged down by the fallen great Wu. Are we just going to watch helplessly? At a place far from the Changliang tribe, a group of great demons stood behind Baize. If one looked closely, they would find that many of these great demons with Baize belonged to the Heavenly Court's 10 great demon generals, and they had not participated in this war. Even a powerful Wu clan tribe like Changliang could not withstand the trampling of countless Yao clan armies. The Changliang tribe was as good as destroyed. Gazing at the corpses of both clans scattered across the ground, Baize's expression was grim. The Yao clan seemed to have won a great victory, but in truth it was not so, because the ancestral Wu Changliang was not in the tribe. If they could not kill the ancestral Wu, what was the point of trampling the Changliang tribe and slaughtering every single member? By transferring some people from other tribes, the Changliang tribe would still remain a major tribe. Moreover, once war broke out, it would be difficult to stop. This represented a declaration of war by the Yao clan against the Wu clan, and what awaited the Yao clan was the mobilization of the 12 ancestral Wus. To the Sun Star. Without any hesitation, Bai Zhe led these great demons who favored him and flew toward the Sun Star, no longer paying attention to the outcome of this great battle. The many great demons had no objections and followed Bai Zhe, leaving the primordial land and flying toward the Sun Star. The celestial mechanism was in chaos, and the war between the Wu and Yao clans had begun. Anyone who was not foolish knew that the primordial land had entered a tribulation of reincarnation, and within this tribulation the Wu and Yao clans were the protagonists. Countless individuals who loved to travel through the primordial land returned to their cultivation grounds, choosing to seal their mountain gates and go into seclusion, secretly observing news of the Wu Yao war, unwilling to venture into the primordial land again, fearing they would be drawn into this great war. Bai Zhe saw through it, clearly gathering most of the Yao clan's members to ambush a Wu clan tribe. Without an ancestral Wu would not save the Yao clan's current predicament at all. Instead, it would enrage the 12 ancestral Wus and officially open the curtain of the Wu Yao war. Has it begun? As the Wu Yao war commenced inside a secret chamber, Yu Yuan's eyes twitched. After years of remaining motionless, he came to his senses and put away the Honghuang purple qi. He summoned the chaos bell to break through the chaotic celestial mechanism and intercept the information he desired. Yu Yuan was not a sage. To see everything happening in the primordial land from the Sun Star, he needed to use special methods. Even a sage could not achieve this. Sages could clearly know some events in the primordial land, not because they could see the entire primordial land at a glance, but because they intercepted the celestial mechanism to obtain what they wanted. To control the entire primordial land and know everything that happens there, one would have to become the will of the heavenly Tao. With the celestial mechanism in chaos, the only way to intercept it was to rely on a supreme treasure. Indeed, strength could make people arrogant. Hundreds of great demons united to attack the Qiangliang tribe, thinking they were formidable. But in Yu Yuan's eyes, they were all fools. If they had remained inactive, the Yao clan, though humiliated, could still develop steadily. Without feeling a significant threat, the Wu clan would not have taken them seriously. But now, by initiating the war, they had personally pulled the curtain open on the Wu Yao, were thoroughly enraging the 12 ancestral Wus. What was the point of killing multiple great Wu and countless ordinary Wu clan members? The key to the Wu Yao war was the 12 ancestral Wus. As long as the 12 ancestral Wus survived, no matter how many Wu clan members were killed, it was useless. Even though he was a member of the Yao clan, Yu Yuan felt that there were too many fools among them. Master, the great demon, Bai Zhe, has come to visit with several fellow cultivators. The voice of Queen Shi Wangmu rang out from within the chamber, and Yu Yuan stowed away the chaos bell, saying, "I understand. Escort them into the main hall. Dear fellow cultivators, please." Having notified Yu Yuan and received his instructions, Queen Shi Wangmu led Bai Zhe and the others into the grand hall of Linyuan Pavilion. Following behind Queen Shi Wangmu, Bai Zhe and the others exchanged troubled glances, for anyone with functioning eyes could see that she had already reached the near Saint realm. Such a level of power in the current primordial world would already place her among the great powers, yet on the Star of the Sun, she remained merely a waiting maid. Dear friends, please be seated. Yu Yuan appeared within the main hall. After Queen Shi Wangmu set out the spiritual fruits and spirit wine, she withdrew. This spirit wine is quite fine. Taking a sip, Yu Yuan had to admit that Queen Shi Wangmu possessed genuine skill in refining spirit wine. Noticing that Queen Shi Wangmu had left the hall, departed the Star of the Sun, and flown toward the primordial world, Yu Yuan smiled faintly and paid it no mind. Turning to Bai Zhe and the others, he asked, "Dear fellow cultivators, the central region of the primordial world is now in chaos, with the demon clan's army assaulting the witch tribes. Since you are not involved, what brings you to this humble Star of the Sun? The Qiangliang tribe, without an ancestral witch to guard it, is doomed to perish. Our participation would hold no meaning whatsoever. We merely harbor deep frustration within our hearts, so we specially came to your abode to beg for a cup of wine." Bai Zhe smiled and shook his head, suppressing the bitterness within his heart. The Qiangliang tribe was destroyed, but what then? They should prepare to face the furious vengeance of the 12 ancestral witches. Noting that Bai Zhe was holding something back, Yu Yuan did not expose it. Instead, he raised his hand and said, "In that case, dear fellow cultivators, let us not stand on ceremony. This spirit wine is refined from the supreme grade innate spiritual root known as the wrenching fruit and the Hongjun plum. It is a truly rare vintage." With unspoken understanding, no one mentioned the affairs of the witch and demon clans again. They chatted about amusing tales and drank spirit wine. Within the primordial world, the Qiangliang tribe was directly overrun by the demon clan's army. Without any high-level power to restrain the numerous great demons, the Qiangliang tribe could not possibly withstand their assault. Countless members of the witch clan perished in agony. Although the demon clans suffered even greater casualties in this battle, for them it still counted as a victory, even if only in name. Without an ancestral witch presiding, hundreds of great demons united to push forward, yet still paid such a grievous price. One can hardly fathom how fearsome the combat strength of the witch clan truly is. Across a million li surrounding the Qiangliang tribe, the corpses of both the witch and demon clans lay scattered everywhere. The souls of the fallen wandered throughout various regions of the primordial world. In certain places, malevolence began to coalesce into individual dark zones. Vast numbers of souls were drawn toward the endless sea of blood and drifted that way, though unfortunately, the endless sea of blood could only absorb a limited amount, unlike the 6 paths of samsara that would come later. The entire central region of the primordial world wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves because of this battle, with dark energy and bloody auras surging skyward. The fierce battle left countless beings in shock. In the past, the witch and demon clans had indeed clashed, but only on a small scale, nothing more than minor skirmishes. But this time the demon clan was fully committed, using their absolute numerical advantage to completely overrun the entire Qiangliang tribe. If someone had watched from high above, they would have been astonished to discover that this battle resembled 2 anthills clashing. The colorful chaotic side quickly devoured the black-colored side with fewer numbers. Even though the black-colored party consisted of larger individuals, they were ultimately overwhelmed and drowned out by the vibrant side, leaving behind a carpet of corpses. Excluding the ancient great war between the 3 races of dragons, phoenixes, and demons, and the war between the 3 races and the western heavens, the primordial world had never witnessed such a brutal conflict. Not since the emergence of the saints, at least. Within the Pangu temple, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The 12 ancestral witches gathered together. Zhurong, who had been in closed-door cultivation to recover from his injuries, and Gonggong, who had been stirring trouble in the western heavens, both returned to the Pangu temple. Among the 12 ancestral witches, witch Qiangliang's aura was unstable, his face grim and dark. He stood in a state of extreme agitation, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. With even the slightest spark, this volcano would immediately burst forth. No one had expected the demon clan to possess such audacity. While everyone felt utterly bewildered, hundreds of great demons converged, and the demon clan army massed together, directly overrunning the entire Qiangliang tribe. Countless members of the witch clan perished in agony. Even though the price the demon clan paid was not small, who among the witch clan would care about that? Throughout the entire primordial world, which race could rival the demon clan in numbers? After the matter erupted, Qiangliang was beside himself with rage and was about to rush out of the Pangu temple to confront the demon clan. Fortunately, Di Jiang restrained him, and together with the other ancestral witches calmed Qiangliang. Then they sent word to Zhurong and Gonggong, and thus all 12 ancestral witches gathered together. Tell me, how did this happen? Hundreds of great demons converged, and the entire demon clan army massed, yet not a single piece of intelligence reached us. Di Jiang sneered repeatedly, looking at Qiangliang. Brother, I know you are furious, but I wish to know. So many demons gathered outside your tribal borders, yet why did your Qiangliang tribe show no reaction whatsoever? Was it that you failed to detect them, or simply did not care? This was deeply suspicious. Even though the demon clan cultivated only their physical bodies and not their divine sense, and were not proficient in calculation and foresight, the enormous scale of the demon clan army was visible to even the blind. They needed to converge from all directions, which required a long period of time. Yet why was there not a single whisper of news? What were the people of the entire Qiangliang tribe doing? Did they have no awareness of potential danger whatsoever? Discovered. Qiangliang grunted, his tone dripping with displeasure. Someone reported that a large number of demon race members appeared outside the tribe. The result was evident. It was not that no one had discovered anything, but rather that what was found was ignored. No one took it seriously. And that is precisely what led to this outcome. Originally, the 12 ancestor Wus and their 12 tribes surrounded Buzhou Mountain. If one tribe were attacked, the others could rush to their aid. But now, considering the demon race no threat, they scattered across the primordial world like dandelion seeds. Here one tribe, there another. When one tribe was besieged, the others had no idea at all. By the time news reached you, the war would already be over, let alone any possibility of reinforcement. That was exactly the price the Qiangliang tribe had paid. The battle was finished, the demon race had dispersed, and only then did the message arrive at Pangu Temple. And as for the demon race, they had already scattered, dispersed throughout the primordial world, returning to their former state. In Yu Yuan's eyes, the actions of these great demons were foolish, but fortunately not beyond hope. They knew to strike and flee, then scatter. The Wu tribe was never skilled at divination after all. As long as they remained hidden, locating their exact positions would be nearly impossible. After all, the primordial world was too vast. Of course, that excluded those idiots who even after battle refused to retreat to their lairs and continued to swagger about. Such fools deserved death, and heaven itself would not tolerate their existence. Impressive. Xianming sneered, casting a glance at Qiangliang. Only a handful of your tribe members escaped. The rest all perished in battle. Qiangliang glared at Xianming in fury, on the verge of exploding. But Ho Tu turned and fixed him with a cold stare, her voice calm. Your tribe was wiped out by the demon race, and now you intend to pick on your own brothers and sisters. Never dare. Xiangliang's face twisted with resentment, but he forced himself to endure. Xianming alone was tolerable, but with Ho Tu added to the mix he knew that if a fight truly broke out the other ancestor would hardly come to his aid. Besides, Xiangliang had no interest in fighting Xianming or Ho Tu right now. His only desire was vengeance against the demon race, to avenge his fallen warriors. Coward! Zhu Rong pursed his lips, habitually opening his mouth to mockery. A few seconds later, two figures had vanished from Panga Temple, and soon one more appeared. Zhu Rong and Xiangliang had gone out, and then Gonggong, who never shied away from chaos, had followed. There was no need to think hard to know that a brawl had begun. I knew this would happen. Dijiang was quite troubled. He looked toward the other ancestor, was indifferent to whatever the three outside were doing. A fight was good for venting frustration. All three were seething with anger, and if they did not release it now, serious consequences might follow. Let us discuss how to handle this matter. And as for the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, our 12 ancestor Wus have not yet been struck, and we have no habit of failing to strike back. Kill. Zhumong's eyes turned crimson, his killing intent radiating outward. Since the demon race has scattered, we should encircle and annihilate them. Seize anyone and kill them. Spare not a single great demon in the vicinity. Killing them is insufficient to establish our authority, and killing them still does not compensate for our fallen warriors. As for the Taoists of the 3 pure ones, our 12 ancestor Wus will pay them a visit together. With so many tribe members slaughtered, the Wu tribe would inevitably seek retaliation. However, the great demons and the demon army had already dissolved into small groups, dispersing across the primordial world, making a concentrated assault impractical. In that case, kill them one by one. Start with the great demons, and do not spare ordinary demon race members either. Expand the purge. The Wu tribe could not swallow this indignity. This grievance must be avenged. The demon race was nothing but a pack of cowards hiding in the shadows, daring not even breathe loudly. In the eyes of the 12 ancestor Wus, the demon race posed far less of a threat than the 3 pure ones. In that case, Jumong, take your people and go clean up. I do not wish to see so much as a trace of the demon race within a million li of Buzhou Mountain. Afterward, our 12 ancestor Wus will pay a visit to Kunlun Mountain. The Wu tribe's retaliation had arrived. Even though the great demons knew the Wu tribe would seek revenge after the great battle, they had scattered into small groups, clouding the heavenly mechanisms and complicating divination. The Wu tribe was never adept at such matters, yet the retaliation still came. The Wu tribe began systematically purging demon race members around Buzhou Mountain. From great demons to the lowest intelligent lesser demons, none were spared. No trace of the demon race was to remain within a million li of Buzhou Mountain. On the surface, it seemed unremarkable, for the primordial world was simply too vast. But if one took the time to calculate carefully, the terrifying scale of the Wu tribe's retaliation would become clear. Banning the demon race from appearing within a million li of Buzhou Mountain meant the Wu tribe intended to exterminate every last one of them in that area. This was an astronomical figure. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers. This was no empty threat. Even the great demons within this area all suffered the consequences. Only those demon race members on Buzhou Mountain who had remained neutral were unharmed. If not for the Wu tribe's respect for Buzhou Mountain, which prevented them from ever setting foot upon it, even the demon race members residing on Buzhou Mountain would have perished alongside the rest. Jimong, do not press your advantage too far. Even if I detonate my own essence, I will ensure none of you ancestor Wus escape unscathed. Only after the ancestor Wus made their move did these great demons realize just how terrifying they were. They were simply no match. 4 or 5 great demons at the same cultivation realm could not defeat a single ancestor Wu. And this was the situation even with the strongest among the 12 ancestor Wus holding back. If Dijiang Xuanming and the other ancestor Wus were to join the fray, this disparity would only widen further. Utterly senseless. The self-detonation of a great demon only left a few blast marks on the primordial witch's true form. It was utterly impossible to kill the 12 primordial witches by self-detonation, at least not for a great demon at the Golden Immortal level. Even if a quasi-sage level great demon were to attempt it, instant annihilation would be far from certain. Some warlike great demons refusing to yield gathered and launched a joint assault on the primordial witches, but the results they achieved only filled the demon clan with dread. Over 30 great demons besieged 3 primordial witches. All 3 primordial witches were wounded, while more than half of the 30-odd great demons perished. The survivors scattered and fled the battlefield. The 12 primordial witches were already formidable, and when they gathered together, their true forms complemented each other, enhancing their power and making them even more terrifying. This single battle shattered the confidence of many great demons, causing those who had intended to show themselves to hide away, daring not to provoke the 12 primordial witches any further. Even among great demons, the disparity in strength was immense. A powerful one like Kuanping could single-handedly hold his own against a primordial witch without defeat. Bays with 2 assistants could stall a primordial witch. Guoche and similar great demons, when united in numbers, could contend with a single primordial witch without losing. But those below them were mere chickens before the 12 primordial witches. It's over. No demon clan member shall appear within 1,000,000 li of Buzhou Mountain. This is the retaliation for the joint attack on the Qiangliang tribe by many great demons. The most powerful primordial witches have not yet made a move. On the Sunstar Bays and the others were eager to learn the situation in the primordial world. Yu Yuan sighed and told them the result. Hiss! Bays and the others turned pale, drawing in a sharp breath. They had not expected the demon clan's retaliation to be so ruthless. Calculated this way, the demon clan's casualties were more than 10 times those of the witch clan. Destroying the Qiangliang tribe meant nothing. The demon clan's losses were simply too great. Did any great demon resist? Bays asked anxiously. Yu Yuan glanced at him and nodded. Yes. Over 30 great demons joined forces to attack 3 primordial witches. Half of them perished, and the rest fled wounded. No matter how many great demons there are, if the 12 primordial witches gather, they are doomed to defeat. Truly invincible. Bays still clung to a flicker of hope. The 12 primordial witches were mighty, but the demon clan also boasted several hundred great demons. Surely a group of them could overwhelm a single primordial witch, right? Yu Yuan let out a scornful laugh. The 12 primordial witches embody 12 different laws. The more of them there are, the stronger they become, each compensating for the other's weaknesses. And this is only the beginning. Once all 12 enter the quasi-sage realm, no matter how many great demons you throw at them, they will not be a match. How terrifying the primordial witches would be when they reached the quasi-sage realm was something the primordial world had yet to witness. Perhaps someone will help you test the true strength of the 12 primordial witches. Keep an eye on Kunlun Mountain. You might witness a fine spectacle. That's all I have to say. Everyone please leave. Having said what needed to be said, Yu Yuan issued a dismissal. You've been drinking and eating at my place for years. Isn't it time you left? No matter how much spiritual wine and fruit I have, it's never enough for you. The attack on the Qiangliang tribe had cost the witch clan dearly, and they sought revenge. But the demon clan no longer showed themselves. Given the temperament of the 12 primordial witches, they would set aside the demon clan for now and turn their attention to the 3 pure ones. The assault on Zhurong and his tribe could not be overlooked. Attacking the 3 pure ones would also serve to intimidate the entire primordial world under their prestige. Such a simple tactic would not be missed by the 12 primordial witches. Even the disciples of the saints. When they offend us, we 12 primordial witches show no mercy, let alone others. If you want to die, just try us. Others killed a chicken to scare the monkey. The 12 primordial witches, however, intended to kill a monkey to scare the chicken. Therefore, when they killed the monkey, they had to do it with lightning speed, ending the battle instantly to achieve their goal and create a deterrent. Dealing with the demon clan was not something that could be done overnight given their vast numbers. But the matter of the 3 pure ones could no longer be delayed. Bays returned in disappointment. He had never expected that the death of many demon clan members would make Yu Yuan change his mind and leave the Sun Star to lead the demon clan in the primordial world. He knew the demon clan's days ahead would be bleak. The best course was to avoid the witch tribes, or else they would surely be slaughtered and purged. Thus the first great war between the witch and demon clans ended so abruptly and anticlimactically that no one could fathom what it was all about. The raised Qiangliang tribe was soon rebuilt. After all, the witch clans, second only to the demon clan in population, could relocate members from other tribes, and the new Qiangliang tribe reappeared in the primordial world. This time no demon clan dared to attack it. Chaos, utter chaos. After this great war, many places in the primordial world fell into disarray. Queen Mother of the West observed it all, but had no mind to dwell on it, merely recording what she saw. Then she killed a few demonic dragons and returned to the Sun Star, preparing those dragons for Yu Yuan. As a handmaiden, tending to Yu Yuan's daily needs was her duty. His true form was the 3-toed golden crow, a feathered being far surpassing even Kunping in power. Yet Yu Yuan harbored an obsession for dragon flesh. It appeared all feathered creatures held an inexplicable fondness for the dragon clan. Setting aside the ancient phoenix bloodline, even Kunping, an entity that had taken mortal form relatively early, would stealthily hunt dragonkin for sustenance. However, their prey consisted mostly of demon dragons and hybrid dragons of impure lineage. They rarely fixated upon pure-blooded dragons, such as the 5-clawed golden dragon. There is no need to toil so excessively. If food is lacking, simply demand a batch from the dragon clan. They possess countless demon dragons and mixed-blood dragons. When Zhuangmu returned, Yu Yuan offered her a gentle reminder. There was no need to personally venture into the primordial world to slay demon dragons. One could simply go to the dragon clan and demand them. During the era of the 3 great clans, none dared provoke the dragons. But the dragons of the present day, anyone could trample upon them. That said, Yu Yuan harbored no desire to kick a fallen dragon while it was down. Zhuangmu paused, astonishment crossing her face. Master, the dragon clan is in decline. To make such a demand now, might it not? She did not dare voice her complete thought. The remainder of her words remained unspoken. Yu Yuan offered a faint smile and said, no need for such concerns. None would think so. Yu Yuan merely consume demon dragons and hybrid dragons. I have no intention of eating the imperial five-clawed golden dragons. The dragon clan has countless of these lesser dragons. Were we to make our demand, they would be the ones rejoicing. This servant understands, Zhou Wangmu replied, finally grasping the situation. If one claimed to act under Yu Yuan's banner, the current dragon clan would not harbor resentment. They would actually feel delighted. But why would they rejoice? Because the dragon clan was simply too weak. Consider the current 4 seas dragon kings. All possessed only the cultivation base of a great Daluo Golden Immortal. Within the primordial world existed numerous potential enemies of the dragons. If those kings paid tribute to Yu Yuan in the form of demon dragons and hybrid dragons, it meant they had placed themselves under his protection. Under such circumstances, who would dare trouble them? Those who accept favors grow lenient. Those who partake of another's provisions grow soft. This truth applied equally within the primordial world. Since the calamity of the 3 great clans, the dragon clan had become nothing but a tragic figure. They caused no trouble and accepted submission. In exchange for long-term stable provisions, this was a profitable transaction in Yu Yuan's eyes, as long as he did not obsessively consume 5-clawed golden dragons. To speak bluntly, if Yu Yuan desired dragon flesh, the dragon clan would have no choice but to comply. However, the pace could not be too rapid lest they drive the 5-clawed golden dragons to extinction. A 5-clawed golden dragon measuring thousands of zhang in length would scarcely fill a single tooth gap if treated as a staple meal rather than a casual snack. Entering his secret chamber, Yu Yuan resumed his seclusion. He harbored no urgency regarding the refinement of the Honghuang purple qi. As long as he accumulated sufficient heavenly fortune to fortify his body, the stronger his cultivation, the easier and swifter the refinement process would become. Nothing would be delayed. Furthermore, should he successfully sever all 3 corpses and subsequently merge them to re-verify the Tao and attain sanctity, that would undoubtedly be the optimal path. If one attempted to verify the Tao before severing all 3 corpses and achieving their unity, the resulting power would pale in comparison to others. Yu Yuan, pursuing perfection, naturally refused to stumble at the foundation. As the protagonist of heaven and earth, what did karmic tribulation fires matter? If Yu Yuan willed it, he could pierce through this very heavens, ascending to sanctity. Without Yu Yuan's permission, all of you will remain prostrate. The 3 purities Nuwa and the western clans Jieyin and Zhunti all fixated upon verifying the Tao and attaining sanctity. What they failed to realize was that without Yu Yuan's consent, each of them would remain subdued. Did they still dare hope to verify the Tao earlier and contend with him? Not a chance. What constituted the foundation for the 6 great saints' disciples to verify the Tao and attain sanctity? The human race. Even if Nuwa could fashion humanity, did she possess sufficient conditions? The Qianquan cauldron rested in his possession. The 9 heavens resting earth also lay with him alongside the gourd vine. Without Yu Yuan's nod, he would simply delay indefinitely. Let us see how Nuwa could fashion humans and attain sanctity. Deprived of the human race, what right did the 3 clans Jieyin and Zhunti have to act so presumptuously? Verify the Tao. Wait as I the old master see fit. The grand tide of the primordial world could not be altered. The emergence of all 6 saints was inevitable. Yet within this immutable destiny, minor deviations were permissible, as long as he did not overstep, merely choking these future saints by the throat. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao would turn a blind eye. How delightful it would be to witness their anxious faces as they desperately sought him out. The mere thought of Nuwa and the 3 purities becoming so desperate in their quest for sanctification, yet finding no path forward, made Yu Yuan burst into uproarious laughter. He focused upon refining magical treasures and cultivating his cultivation, striving to sever his final virtuous corpse with the aid of the Qianquan cauldron as soon as possible. Until all 3 corpses were severed and unified, Yu Yuan would not involve himself in any matters concerning the witch and demon clans. Not even if he possessed absolute power to suppress the demons and become their emperor, nor even with the Honghuang purple qi at his disposal. Should he receive the blessing of heavenly fortune upon his body, he would simultaneously bear the karmic fires born of the demon clan's sins. This would restrict Yu Yuan's ability to sever his virtuous corpse and increase the difficulty of unifying the 3 corpses. The primordial world fell into quietude as people speculated when the next witch-demon war would erupt. The demons and witches of the present day could hardly return to the harmonious existence that had prevailed before the outbreak of hostilities. All speculated, yet what puzzled the inhabitants of the primordial world was that after the witch clan exacted retaliation upon the demons, all activity ceased. With the witches dormant, the frightened great demon lords dared not stir further. Thus the primordial world fell silent once more. Those who have emerged from seclusion may fight as they please upon entering Honghuang, provided they are not drawn into the war between the Wu and Yao clans. How you demons and the Wu tribe wage your battles is your own affair. Kunlun mounted. Zhu Rong, his injuries fully restored and his strength advanced once more, opened his eyes and gazed toward Kunlun Mountain. What's the rush? My aura has not yet stabilized. Xianming, whose breathing remained unsteady, shot Zhu Rong a sharp glance. You are fine, but I am not. In the past, Zhu Rong would certainly have lost his temper with Xianming, but now he had learned to swallow his pride. For one, Xianming was not someone he could afford to offend. Provoking her meant provoking a faction. Many of the ancestral gods would side with her. Pitting a group against a single person was simply not worth the cost. Unlike Honghuang, whose disputes always ended without consequence, Xianming had now become the second among the 12 ancestral gods to break through to the quasi-saint realm. This was precisely what Zhu Rong feared most. From what they had learned through Di Jiang, everyone understood that once an ancestral god advanced to the quasi-saint realm, it was an entirely different matter compared to the Daluo Jinxian stage. What was once a contest between equals had become a one-sided beating. Only a fool would provoke such power. Zhu Rong had a hot temper, but he was not a fool. The 12 ancestral gods had originally planned to head to Kunlun Mountain to reclaim their honor, but Xianming's breakthrough had delayed their plans. Nobody had foreseen that Xianming would become the second ancestral god after Di Jiang to reach the quasi-saint realm. The Hichu Luoshu was secured, the Qinkuan cauldron was secured, the god-slaying spear was secured, but the chaos bell still lacked 6 layers of seals. Within the secret chamber, Yu Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid energy. As for the primordial purple qi, it remained completely inert. Yu Yuan had no intention of attempting to refine it. He was not as foolish as Hongjun. It seemed more time was still needed. Continuing to cultivate in isolation was clearly insufficient. Yu Yuan, who had hoped to strike decisively and sever his final virtue incarnation in one go, found himself hitting a bottleneck. Something essential felt to be missing. The path of cultivation is arduous. Encountering a bottleneck was entirely normal. Yu Yuan had weathered the 1,000 difficulties and myriad tribulations of physical transformation. How could he not overcome such a minor trial? Yu Yuan bore no discouragement and directly chose to end his seclusion. Master the little demons I had spirit gifted in Honghuang report that all 12 ancestral gods have mobilized in unison, leaving Mount Buzhou and advancing toward the Zhu Rong tribal territory. Yu Yuan never expected that upon emerging from seclusion, Shi Wangmu would deliver to him such explosive news. What could the 12 ancestral gods possibly intend by going to the Zhu Rong tribe? Share wine and meet, exchange feelings. Don't make him laugh. The most direct way the 12 ancestral gods expressed camaraderie was through combat. If the 12 ancestral gods were marching so ostentatiously toward the Zhu Rong tribe, there was only one answer. The 3 pure ones were in for calamity. Yes, the 3 pure ones would suffer greatly. Many might believe the current 3 pure ones held no fear of the 12 ancestral gods, but Yu Yuan knew they were in for a devastating blow. So what if they had reached the quasi-saint realm? So what if they possessed formidable strength and supreme treasures? If they provoked the 12 ancestral gods once the 12 heavenly demon formation was unleashed and the true body of Pangu condensed, they would absolutely be made to cry out for mercy. This is what one calls a grand spectacle. Ha ha ha, Shi Wangmu, pack your belongings. Your master goes to witness the show. Yu Yuan burst into laughter, his mood instantly lifting. Such a magnificent spectacle could not be missed. Who knew whether it might even draw out Hongjun? If that were to happen, it would be truly exhilarating. Yes, master. Shi Wangmu immediately packed her belongings and followed Yu Yuan as they departed the Sun Star together. It seemed many were watching the movements of the 12 ancestral gods. Given that they were heading toward Kunlun Mountain, even Yuhua and Fu Shi emerged from their seclusion and left Mount Buzhou, crossing paths with Yu Yuan on the road. Upon encountering Yu Yuan, Yuhua remained vigilant, fearing he might play tricks on her as he had before. But she quickly realized she had misread the situation. Yu Yuan merely exchanged a simple greeting with Fu. She shared a few idle words, and then the two continued onward together. It was as though Yuhua were invisible to him. I'm still that same boy from before, unchanged in every way. In good spirits, Yu Yuan found himself humming a tune, paying no mind to how others regarded him. He was merely humming a few bars. What of it? Did they have objections? The expressions of Fu Shi, Yuhua, and Shi Wangmu all turned peculiar. They had never encountered such a Yu Yuan before. Has Taoist Yu Yuan suffered some recent shock, or perhaps stumbled upon a rare opportunity? Nearly dumbfounded, Fu Shi found Yu Yuan's humming catchy, yet the lyrics left him bewildered. Are you still the same youth? From the moment you entered Zixiao Palace until now, the transformation has been far too drastic. Yu Yuan must have encountered some kind of stimulus. That was Fu Shi's conclusion. Not at all. Shi Wangmu privately transmitted the words to Fu Shi. How strange. Seeing that Shi Wangmu seemed reluctant to elaborate, Fu Shi let the matter rest, shelving his doubts as he and Yu Yuan proceeded toward Kunlun Mountain together. Have you perceived an opportunity for Tao realization, Taoist friend? Walking along, Yu Yuan suddenly spoke, casting a casual glance at Yuhua. As expected, in terms of cultivation, Yuhua lagged far behind the 3 pure ones. Having severed only a single incarnation, this proud young maiden. Here she claimed to be a disciple of the saints, yet like her brother, she had only severed 1 incarnation. It seemed that at the mention of something about her superiority, Yuhua slightly raised her head. I have not fully comprehended it, but I have some thoughts. You have some thoughts. Seeing Nuwa pretending to be profound, Yu Yuan nearly laughed out loud. He really wanted to retort, but then he remembered they were about to watch the spectacle, and the stunningly beautiful woman beside him was already holding a stern face. It would hardly be a pleasant sight. Better to let it go. I'll be honest with you, fellow Taoist. This poor Taoist has had some realizations. Before you attain the Tao, it would be best to sever all three corpses entirely, and then merge them into one. That is the way to become like the Tao ancestor. If he refrained from outright criticism, but merely gave her a gentle provocation that should be harmless. Besides, what Yu Yuan said was the truth. Alas, the words may be honest, but could Nuwa truly sever her three corpses and merge them? It was extremely difficult, or rather nearly hopeless. Severing one's own corpses and achieving the tripartite merger through personal cultivation was entirely different from accomplishing it with the assistance of karmic merit. Is that so? Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she secretly pondered Yu Yuan's words. When he fell silent, she felt it inappropriate to press further. Seeing his sister fall into somber contemplation, Fuxi managed a wry smile and had no choice but to ask, "Have you severed all three corpses?" Fuxi could not fathom Yu Yuan's true strength, especially given the myriad magical treasures he possessed. All he could discern was that when Yu Yuan unleashed his power at this moment, it would be terrifying. Not yet. The virtuous corpse is nearly complete, but there's always a sense that something essential is missing. Yu Yuan slightly shook his head and laughed heartily, saying, "I believe what's lacking is a touch of stimulation. That's precisely why I came to witness this grand spectacle. Perhaps once stirred, I'll return and directly sever my remaining corpses, preparing for the tripartite merger." Damn it. Fuxi should never have opened my mouth. Fuxi began to withdraw into himself. Word had spread like wildfire throughout the world. Many like Yu Yuan headed toward Kunlun Mountain to watch the spectacle. The 12 ancestral sorcerers walked at a leisurely pace, neither fearing that the three pure ones would receive news, nor caring about onlookers. To them, whether the three pure ones knew or not, the outcome would be the same. As for people coming to watch the show, even better. Crush the three pure ones before your eyes, preferably kill them, and see who dares provoke the wizard clan afterward. Elder brother, the crowd is growing. The three pure ones belong to the first batch to receive word. Since their battle with Zhurong, they had anticipated the 12 ancestral sorcerers might come for revenge. In the past, the three pure ones would have harbored some reservations. But now their strength had grown, and with magical treasures at their sides, they feared the 12 ancestral sorcerers not at all. At least that was what they believed. No matter. Laozi paid it no heed, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, ever concerned with face, was even more so. More spectators only made it better. Let everyone witness the current strength of the three pure ones, and if possible, even bring Yu Yuan along. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had already refined over half of the Panga banner. Having successfully severed two corpses, he was filled with confidence. Although Laozi had severed his corpses first, both Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tong Tian had caught up, each having also severed two corpses. However, compared to Laozi and Yu Yuan, their aura was somewhat unstable, clearly indicating their breakthroughs were recent. Laozi's presence was steady, and he was advancing towards severing his final malevolent corpse. In an instant, across the primordial world, those who did not dare to hide had arrived, including many great demons from the demon race. These great demons stayed relatively far away, likely fearing the 12 ancestral sorcerers might suddenly strike them. After all, they had killed many members of the wizard clan previously. Jieyin and Zhunti had also come. When Yu Yuan arrived at Kunlun Mountain, he took a careful look. Among the 3,000 listeners of Zixiao Palace, aside from Honghuang, who was in deep seclusion and could not come out, Mingi, old ancestor, who had been beaten by Yu Yuan himself and dared not leave the endless blood sea, and a few who had perished, everyone else had arrived. Speaking of which, Mingi, old ancestor, was quite pitiful, and that 12-tier karmic fire red lotus was even more so. It was still causing a ruckus within Yu Yuan's chaos bell at that moment. Yu Yuan paid it no mind. Go ahead and make as much noise as you like. Once my strength is sufficient and I have time, I'll deal with you then. Master, please take your seat. Shi Wangmu brought forth a massive golden throne. Before it was placed a table, and upon it were arranged various spiritual fruits, celestial wine, and delicious snacks made from dragon meat. This Yu Yuan truly knew how to enjoy himself. Watching Shi Wangmu, who possessed the strength of a quasi-sage, obediently serving Yu Yuan like a mere young, made countless hearts swirled with complex emotions. A quasi-sage was already at the pinnacle of the current primordial world, yet here at Yu Yuan's side, even his attendants were quasi-sages. How could one not yield? Watching Yu Yuan lounging carelessly against the golden throne, enjoying the dragon meat, spiritual fruits, and celestial wine offered by Shi Wangmu, many could only curse silently in their hearts. Even Fuxi and Nuwa, seated not far from him, had strands of exasperation darkening their brows. Fellow Taoist, should we truly approach? If those 12 ancestral sorcerers suddenly strike at us? Among the great demons, as Bays prepared to come to Yu Yuan's side, some worried that drawing too close might invite trouble. Bays glanced back at him and offered a faint smile. No matter. The 12 ancestral sorcerers will not seek trouble with us this time. Simply proceed. A group of great demons followed by Zhe to Yu Yuan sighed with half-belief. What was truly astonishing was that hundreds of great demons stood behind Yu Yuan, forming a halo of reverence that made one believe he had become the leader of the demon race. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Bai Zhe greeted them warmly with a smile, but Yu Yuan could find no humor in the situation. What were you all up to? Acting as though following a big shot, as if Yu Yuan had become your leader among these great demons. Enough, I have no interest in dealing with you. Yu Yuan cast a sharp glance at Bai Zhe, said nothing, and leaned back in his chair to rest. As for these hundreds of great demons doing whatever they pleased, it had nothing to do with him, Yu Yuan. At least not currently. Had all these demons of the race submitted to that Yu Yuan? This scene fell upon the eyes of others, and took on a different flavor. 99% believed that the great demons of the race had all pledged allegiance to Yu Yuan, recognizing him as their sovereign. Indeed, they have arrived. Standing above Mount Kunlun, Laozi, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and gazed toward the horizon. Everyone followed his line of sight without exception. Tiny black dots appeared on the horizon, rapidly enlarging, as 12 terrifying giants slowly approached, drawing near Mount Kunlun. Such a lively gathering indeed. Leading the charge, Di Jiang smiled broadly, and cast a glance at those come to watch the spectacle. Like the other ancestral witches, his eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing so many great demons, his gaze turning unwelcoming. The great demons stood on high alert, nerves taut, ready for battle at any moment. Bai Zhe had been correct. The 12 ancestral witches had no interest in provoking the great demons now. Their eyes held only the 3 pure ones. But having no interest in causing trouble did not mean the 12 ancestral witches had let certain matters go. They would simply settle those accounts in due time. After regarding the great demons for a moment, the 12 ancestral witches' gazes settled upon Yu Yuan, for at this moment, he looked every bit the leader of the demon race. Yu Yuan showed no fear, barely registering any concern, meeting the 12 ancestral witches' scrutiny with calm composure, and not forgetting to flash a broad grin at Di Jiang. Bizarrely, Di Jiang returned the gesture with a nod and a smile, nearly causing jaws to drop clean through the clouds. What in the heavens? Could it be that Yu Yuan and this Di Jiang share some close private rapport? Otherwise, why greet each other with such warm smiles, with the other party nodding in return? Now, leaving aside onlookers, even the other ancestral witches were somewhat puzzled. Fellow Taoist, I never expected such beauties among the 12 ancestral witches. Xianming and Huta's appearances are no less stunning than yours. With a storm brewing on the horizon, the atmosphere grew exceptionally oppressive and tense. At a moment like this, Yu Yuan still found his mind wandering elsewhere. His single remark irked Nuwa considerably. Nuwa shot Yu Yuan a venomous glare. The primordial world was full of beautiful women. Oh, what did it mean that Yu Yuan kept staring? And why use this poor Taoist as a benchmark? Here we go again. Fushi sighed inwardly. He had thought Yu Yuan might have reformed, but he remained exactly the same. As expected, this was the Yu Yuan he had always known. Noticing Yu Yuan's thoroughly unpleasant gaze combined with his remarks toward Nuwa, left one at a loss for whether to laugh or weep. Xianming and Huta both fixed him with displeased stares. Under the perilous glares of the two women, Yu Yuan merely shrugged with a smile, offering no further explanation. So what if one looks at someone this beautiful? If you don't want to be looked at, then cover your face. Indeed, women are a complex breed of beings regardless of race or era. Such was the case in the primordial world, and even on Earth, which hardly qualifies as a minor heavenly realm. A woman may adorn herself beautifully, yet you are forbidden from looking, or else you are courting trouble. Magnificent. You even dare set your sights on two of our witch clan with our notoriously fiery tempers. Strange as it may seem, the other ancestral witches did not grow angry over this. Instead, the group cast a look upon Yu Yuan. From their gaze, Yu Yuan discerned the twin concepts of admiration and respect. Even Di Jiang was no exception. 3 pure ones today, the 12 ancestral witches have come seeking an explanation. You are the ones who dared be the first to assault our witch tribe and wound members of our bloodline. This grievance the 12 ancestral witches shall not swallow quietly. Di Jiang, acting as their leader, stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, do you truly intend to come to blows with us? Laozi frowned. If it were possible, he wished to avoid this battle, but some matters cannot be resolved simply by refusing them. If this battle is not fought, how will the inhabitants of the primordial world view our witch clan and the 12 ancestral witches? Di Jiang wiped the smile from his face and glanced back at the many great demons standing behind Yu Yuan. His meaning was unmistakable. They were not seeking trouble with you now, but you would not escape. Only the timing remained to be seen. The witch clan did not provoke trouble, yet they feared none, and its people held grudges fiercely. A gaggle of great demons, many of whom were frightened by Di Jiang's glare, prompting Yu Yuan to chuckle despite himself. As expected, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Excellent at stirring trouble, yet lacking in real capability. One truly wonders where you drew the courage to assault the witch tribe. Utterly senseless. Among the hundreds of great demons, only a few remained composed, meeting Di Zhang's gaze with serene countenances. Clearly these were the true pillars of the demon race, while the rest were but worthless insects and fragile pottery. Then so be it. Today we three pure ones shall test our martial prowess against the 12 ancestral sorcerers. There was no room for persuasion. The chance to reason had passed only once for both the 12 ancestral sorcerers, and the three pure ones held dearly to their pride. Offering a chance was to spare Kunlun Mountain from devastation and chaos. To offer another would be tantamount to showing weakness, so Laozi summoned his magical treasure to declare his resolve. The heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda enveloped Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones also wished to avoid their cultivation grounds being ruined by this battle. Laozi draped himself in the Taiji diagram and faced Di Zhang head-on. Yuanshi Tianzuan likewise summoned the Panga banner, and Tongtian unveiled the 4 swords of beheading immortals. With all 4 swords assembled, their might was formidable even without a formation array deployed. Their attack rivaled that of ordinary supreme treasures. Tongtian's strength was no inferior. Like Laoho, he walked the path of slaughter, and whenever he held an appropriate treasure his power could double. Walking the path of slaughter did not require plunging the entire primordial realm into darkness, as Luoho had done. The same Tao traversed by different souls yields entirely different outcomes. Yuanshi died by my hand. As the great battle was about to erupt, onlookers scrambled backward to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The stronger drew nearer, while the weaker retreated further still. Zhu Rong struck first, shattering the fragile calm. Gazing upon Yuanshi Tianzuan, he saw nothing but his father's killer and charged forward without a thought for his own safety. The ancestral sorcerer's true form manifested, and before Zhu Rong, Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared as insignificant as a tiny ant. This was nearly a signal. The 12 ancestral sorcerers scattered in different directions, each pouncing upon one of the 3 pure ones, with Zhu Rong the fastest of all. Scram! At mid-stage quasi-sage cultivation, wielding the Panga banner, Yuanshi Tianzuan harbored no fear of these ancestral sorcerers. Even without a magical treasure, and before he had severed his earthly selves, he could contend evenly with Zhu Rong. So what of now? With a sweep of the Panga banner, heaven and earth darkened. A terrifying breath of chaotic energy shot forth, colliding with Zhu Rong's ancestral sorcerer true body. It resembled a tiny ant shouldering a small leaf, unleashing a gale to strike a towering giant. Yet what astonished all was that this mere wisp of energy striking the giant's frame caused Zhu Rong, who seemed an untoppable colossus, to grunt in pain, his massive body sent flying. Where the chaotic energy had struck, a deep gash appeared. Is this the terror of a supreme treasure? Spectators could not help but draw sharp breaths in shock. Even Yu Zhunti and Jieyin were startled, who had anticipated such ruthless power from the Panga banner. Even Yu Yuan felt surprised. He acknowledged that the Panga banner surpassed the Chaos Bell in pure offensive capability. The Chaos Bell excelled in versatility, offense-defense, and every other aspect. Yet because it could imprison time and suppress space, its attacks were notoriously unpredictable and impossible to guard against. However, it simply could not match the overwhelming dominance of the Panga banner. Only by producing the Divine Killer Spear could there be a match. Everyone knew that before Yuanshi Tianzuan and Zhu Rong had fought to a standstill, but now with the Panga banner in hand his strength had broken through. Having entered the quasi-sage stage, he utterly crushed Zhu Rong. A casual strike sent Zhu Rong flying. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Creation-level supreme treasures were indeed terrifying. Who else could possibly contain Yuanshi Tianzuan? Niwa, Jieyin, and Zhunti felt a bitter sting of envy. Though they too had received treasures from Hongjun, the magical treasures bestowed upon them could not compare with the Panga banner, a creation-level supreme treasure. The spectators had not foreseen this outcome, nor had the 12 ancestral sorcerers themselves. In their estimation, even if the 3 pure ones had grown considerably stronger, they could hardly be so formidable. Who would have guessed that at the very onset of battle they would suffer a heavy blow? The ancestral sorcerer, true body invincible in all endeavors, had been shattered with apparent ease. Judging by Yuanshi Tianzuan's demeanor, he had not even exerted himself. Friend, how can the Panga banner be so terrifying? Beside Yu Yuan, Baze and Fushi stood stunned. Niwa fared somewhat better, while the Queen Mother of the West's reaction mirrored that of Fushi and Baze. Leaning back in his chair, Yu Yuan kept his eyes fixed upon the battle between the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral sorcerers, then spoke. Do you think the prowess of creation-level supreme treasures is a matter to be trifled with? Do not forget, the Panga banner is a supreme treasure embodying the pinnacle of attack. There is scarcely anything in the entire primordial realm that can be compared to it. When it comes to ultimate offensive power, the Chaos Bell falls short. Though comprehensiveness is valuable, being comprehensive also means possessing weaknesses. The Divine Killer Spear could be compared, yet its strength does not lie in extreme attack. Yu Yuan, having refined the Divine Killer Spear himself, understood this intimately. Many novels write that the Divine Killer Spear can rival the Panga banner. This is not entirely wrong. They can be compared, yet achieving the same peak of offensive extremity is fundamentally impossible. Unless the Divine Killer Spear were fully restored. As in Supreme Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, it ultimately fell one tier below a Primordial Supreme Treasure. The Chaos Bell also cannot match it. Nuwa furrowed her brows, rarely taking the initiative to seek counsel from Yu Yuan. It cannot. Yu Yuan smiled faintly. The Chaos Bell excels in its inscrutability, yet its attacks are not of the utmost extreme. Do not gaze at me thus. That is simply the truth. However, subduing a Yuanshi Tianzuan is not so difficult, for the Panga Banner is not omnipotent. The Panga Banner was indeed extraordinarily powerful, yet even now Yu Yuan could send Yuanshi Tianzuan sprawling across the ground. Laozi could easily pin the Heavenly Master of Yuanshi to the ground. Tong Tian would never fear him. Besides, extreme offense inherently means defense is lacking. Once seized upon by an opponent, it would be more than enough for you Heavenly Master Yuanshi to suffer. Get lost. Jiang Di charged at Laozi and swung a fierce punch at the Taiji diagram, but to his astonishment the strike landed with a softness akin to hitting cotton. The force never transferred through, reverberating back to make his entire body ache. With a guttural growl, waves of white light erupted from Jiang Di's frame, his fist shimmering intensely as he attempted to penetrate the Taiji diagram and strike Laozi directly. Having already suffered setbacks at Yu Yuan's hands, Laozi would never be so naive as to fall for it. The 12 ancestral witches each represent one of the 12 laws, and Jiang Di hailed from a spatial clan. One moment's carelessness could cost him dearly. Fortunately, Laozi remained vigilant. Though Jiang Di wielded formidable spatial laws, lacking control over time rendered him unable to exploit Laozi's defenses. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram spiraled, swiftly intercepting Jiang Di's strike yet again, with that infuriating cottony resistance nearly forcing him to vomit blood from sheer frustration. Brother, I'm here to help. Jun Meng and Chong Liang rushed to Jiang Di's aid, only to find themselves quickly trapped in the same cycle of futile attacks. How were they supposed to fight against this? There was no opening. Every attack simply struck that tattered cloth of the Taiji diagram, unable to penetrate through to Laozi, leaving them frustrated and forcing them to endure the backlash of their own power. As expected of a supreme treasure from the primordial era, seeing Laozi effortlessly neutralize the 3 ancestral witches with the Taiji diagram left the crowd once again awestruck, finally understanding the true significance of such legendary artifacts. Useless. Xianming sneered as Zhu Rong was sent flying, then stormed forward, launching a fierce attack at the Heavenly Master of Yuanshi. The Heavenly Master of Yuanshi unleashed a devastating assault, his chaos chi slamming into Xuanming's ancestral form. Yet to everyone's shock, no grievous wound formed, and Xianming wasn't sent flying. This meant Xianming had withstood the blow. The ancestral witch's true form could endure even the Panga Banner's devastating attack. What was going on? Even the Heavenly Master of Yuanshi paused in surprise. Xianming could actually resist a treasure forged in the creation of heaven and earth. He understood perfectly well the terrifying power of the Panga Banner, never imagining it would be unable to overcome Xianming. In truth, Xianming had indeed been injured, just not as severely as Zhu Rong. In essence, the gap between a Daluo Jingxian and an ancestral witch advancing to quasi-saint was immense. Furthermore, since the Heavenly Master of Yuanshi had not yet fully refined the Panga Banner, even a quasi-saint would struggle to unleash its full power. Damn it! Die! Zhu Rong hurled endless curses, though the insults all repeated the same phrases. With Xianming holding the line, Zhu Rong and Gonggong rushed to join the fray, surrounding the Heavenly Master of Yuanshi. Meanwhile, the ancestral witches came to understand the critical importance of their cultivation gap. The disparity between a Daluo Jingxian and a quasi-saint was simply too vast. The colossal battle between 12 giants and 3 formidable opponents was now fully unleashed. Yet amidst the battle, one person felt deeply aggrieved. What kind of situation was this? Tong Tian began to question his fate. 3 ancestral witches were besieging Laozi, 3 others were attacking the Heavenly Master of Yuanshi, and damn it, the remaining 6 were all chasing after him. Who had he wronged? Tong Tian was simply the unluckiest. As the youngest of the 3 pure ones, he was single-handedly holding off half of the ancestral witch's assault. Ha, this is too funny. While everyone watched with bated breath, Yu Yuan couldn't stop laughing. Watching Tong Tian dart around, continually carving wounds into the 6 ancestral witches with the 4 swords of Zhu Xian before being forced to retreat, Yu Yuan struggled to contain his amusement. The scene was far too comedic. Under such grave circumstances, laughter was certainly inappropriate, yet Yuan truly could not restrain himself. Things only worsened from there. Yu Yuan's laughter proved infectious, and the others soon couldn't help but chuckle along, nearly driving Tong Tian to the brink of fury. The ease with which the 4 swords of Zhu Xian breached the ancestral witch's defenses revealed their terrifying power. Despite this, Tong Tian remained in constant danger, for he was simply overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents. The Heavenly Master of Yuanshi had grown genuinely fierce, paying no mind to Tong Tian's predicament as he engaged Xuanming, Zhu Rong, and Gonggong in ferocious combat. Wielding the Panga banner, he directly clashed against the three ancestral witches without any hesitation. Fortunately, Laozi possessed a sense of conscience. Observing Tongtian's dire situation, he wielded the Taiji diagram to sweep away two of the ancestral witches, easing the burden on Tongtian. Now facing 4 instead of 6, Tongtian could finally draw a breath. He ceased his complaints, for it required no special sight to recognize the formidable power of Xianming and Jiangdi. With them having engaged Laozi, and the heavenly master of Yuanshi, Tongtian found his pressure significantly reduced despite facing 4 ancestral witches alone. Whether he could decisively defeat them was uncertain, but holding his ground and engaging in protracted combat was certainly within his capability. Laozi fought with measured restraint, growing increasingly aggravating for the ancestral witches opposing him. Meanwhile, the heavenly master of Yuanshi's battle was utterly ferocious and chaotic, whereas Tongtian's engagement primarily involved maneuvering and evading. So the 3 pure ones indeed possessed the capability to resist the 12 ancestral witches and could potentially achieve victory. Tongtian held the line on one flank, Laozi maintained his defense on another, and as long as the heavenly master of Yuanshi could breach the enemy lines, victory would be theirs. Under the relentless assault of the Panga banner, Xuanming, Zhu Rong, and Gonggong accumulated ever-growing wounds. Particularly Gonggong and Zhu Rong were gradually losing their endurance. Once they fell, Xianming would be unable to support the heavenly master of Yuanshi. Take this punch. Jiangdi paced anxiously in circles, and the other ancestral witches shared his frustration. The maddening reality was that they simply couldn't land a single blow on Laozi. Their immense power had nowhere to apply. Most agonizing of all, not only were they unable to strike Laozi, but they were also prevented from lending assistance to their companions elsewhere. The moment they attempted to break away, the Taiji diagram would instantly coil toward them, drawing them in and preventing the ancestral witches from reinforcing Xuanming's position. As one of the ancestral witches was about to break off and reinforce Xuanming, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian suddenly merged into one and struck down instantly, inflicting critical injuries upon Tianwu, the swiftest among them. The attacks of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian were far from mild. They were genuinely terrifying. However, Tongtian's temperament was not as domineering and volatile as that of the heavenly master of Yuanshi, so he did not exhibit overly aggressive behavior during combat. Tongtian's sudden surge in combat prowess instantly crushed the ancestral witches' willingness to reinforce their comrades. What had begun as a 4-on-1 engagement now left 3 of them severely hampered, the wounded Tianwu rendering coordinated support impossible. The 12 ancestral witches are defeated. Nuwa sighed heavily. Gonggong and Zhu Rong bore extensive injuries and were barely sustaining themselves, moments away from collapse and unable to continue fighting. Any breakdown on this front would rapidly cascade across the entire battlefield, sealing the 12 ancestral witches' defeat. It was not merely Nuwa. Everyone present shared the conviction that the 12 ancestral witches would fall. They would be systematically defeated by the 3 pure ones who wielded the terrifying Panga banner. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian proved equally fearsome, capable of incapacitating an ancestral witch in a single strike. Incorrect. The 3 pure ones are the ones destined to lose. Yu Yuan confidently corrected Nuwa's assessment, drawing the attention of those around him. The 3 pure ones would surely lose. Yet at present the 3 pure ones held a dominant position, showing absolutely no signs of defeat. Magical energy depletion. Was that even possible? The magical energy of a quasi-saint was hardly so easily exhausted. Furthermore, the 3 pure ones showed no signs of significant depletion. Contemplating such an outcome only raised the question of how long the battle might extend. All present were filled with bewilderment. How could the 3 pure ones possibly suffer defeat? If not for the fact that Yu Yuan's strength was too formidable to provoke, someone would surely have jumped out to contradict and mock him. Defeated? Don't you have eyes? The situation is overwhelmingly favorable. How could the Sanqing be defeated? I've told you, but you won't believe me. What can Yu Yuan do about it? Alright, let's watch the show. Watch the show. Watching a mountain peak being shattered and rocks flying over, Yu Yuan paid no heed and continued drinking. Standing behind Yu Yuan, Guiche, without waiting for Shi Wangmu to act, eagerly shattered the rocks to avoid obstructing Yu Yuan's view of the spectacle, and even chuckled twice at Yu Yuan in a sycophantic manner. Where was the majestic demeanor of a quasi-saint, great demon? The situation was overwhelmingly favorable to the Sanqing. This was a fact. However, that did not mean the 12 ancestral witches would truly be defeated. Even more spectacular events were yet to come. It's begun. Damn. Yuanshi, you should be gentler. How can you be so ruthless even towards women? Don't you know that among the 12 ancestral witches, Hutu and Xianming are not to be provoked? The ancestral witch true body at the quasi-saint level could withstand the half-hearted attacks of the Panga banner for a time, but the duration was limited. As injuries accumulated, Xianming would also fall. Indeed, seeing Xuanming's aura growing weaker and weaker, Yuanshi Tianzuan shook off Gonggong and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. He dealt a fierce blow to Xianming. With a thunderous crash, Xuanming's massive body was directly buried in the mountain. Through the billowing dust one could see the horrifying wound on Xianming, deep to the bone, nearly piercing through the internal organs. Fortunately, Xianming was an ancestral which, if it had been anyone of another race, that blow would have either killed them or left them half dead. Moreover, the wound inflicted by the Panga banner carried thick, chaotic qi, making it extremely difficult to heal. Dealing with the chaotic qi on the wound was a troublesome task. Having dealt with the most troublesome, Xuanming, Zhurong, and Gonggong also fell. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, holding the Panga banner, snorted coldly at the remaining ancestral witches, clearly intending to tell them that the outcome was already obvious. Did the 12 ancestral witches still want to fight? Tong Tian glanced around, retracted the 4 immortal swords of the Zhuxian, and quickly departed. Laozi also released the few ancestral witches who had been helplessly trapped by the Taiji diagram. The Sanqing stood together, and Laozi said to Dijiang, "You are defeated. You should retreat quickly." The Sanqing were not the kind of people who failed to recognize the will of heaven. The great battle was inevitable, but having secured victory, they would not continue to strike, nor did they wish to kill the 12 ancestral witches. The outcome was decided. Was there any need to continue the battle? However, to the Sanqing's astonishment, the group of ancestral witches stared at them with bloodshot eyes, gnashing their teeth, and speaking word by word, "You have severely wounded Xianming." The ancestral witches glared at the Sanqing, especially at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, as if they wished to rush over and tear him apart. A sense of ominous foreboding arose. Laozi frowned and said, "Dao friend's injuries in battle are inevitable. Now that you, the 12 ancestral witches, are no match for my Sanqing, you should retreat quickly. Move the Zhurong tribe away and restore peace to Kunlun Mountain." There was nothing wrong with these words. As the victor asking them to move their witch tribe away without any other conditions. Wasn't that reasonable? Ha ha ha. Dijiang remained unmoved, instead sneering coldly. "Yuan Shi, how dare you injure Xianming? Troublesome." Yuan Shi Tianzuan felt displeased at Dijiang's inexplicable words. Injured is injured. What can you do about it? Being the defeated, how dare you accuse me? If this venerable one had not shown mercy, Xianming would not be merely injured, but dead. Ha ha ha. Dijiang seemed to have heard something amusing and couldn't help laughing again, leaving people puzzled. After losing, you can still laugh. After losing, you still want to pick a fight. What are you 12 ancestral witches thinking? Turning his head to glance at Xuanming, who was being supported by Hutu and the other severely injured ancestral witches, Dijiang laughed uncontrollably. "We originally intended to give you Sanqing a small lesson. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being unkind. Let us show you Sanqing what it truly means to be the orthodox lineage of Pangu. If we ever hear the Sanqing claim themselves as the orthodox lineage of Pangu again, we 12 ancestral witches will raise Kunlun Mountain to the ground." Dijiang pointed at Laozi, his resounding voice spreading out and expanding. What a domineering statement. But is it appropriate for you, Dijiang, to say this at such a time? If you were the victor, it would be fine, but now you are a loser. What gives you the confidence to say such words? Xuanming, Zhurong, Gonggong, and Tianwu were clearly unable to fight any longer. Without them, could the remaining 8 ancestral witches still oppose the Sanqing and turn the tide? It seemed like a dream. And they even forbade the Sanqing from calling themselves the orthodox lineage of Panga, threatening to raise the entire Kunlun Mountain. May I ask what ability you 12 ancestral witches have to raise Kunlun Mountain? Many people felt that the 12 ancestral witches were overreaching. The current Sanqing were not to be provoked, nor could the 12 ancestral witches defeat them. Under Yuan Shi Tianzuan's mocking gaze, Dijiang sneered and shouted loudly, 12 ancestral witches present, including the severely wounded Xuanming. All the ancestral witches responded loudly. 12 capital heavenly demon formation. Today we will raise this Kunlun Mountain. Yes. Watching the 12 ancestral witches shouting and roaring as if they had gone mad, not knowing what they intended, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Among the Sanqing, Laozi's ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger. Tong Tian seemed to sense something, but only Yuan Shi Tianzuan felt nothing at all. The injured ancestral witches were supported and walked toward Dijiang. The 12 ancestral witches, with Dijiang at the lead, arranged themselves in a formation like a sharp arrow. What are they doing? At this moment, except for Yu Yuan, no one understood what the 12 ancestral witches were up to. When the 12 ancestral witches had lined up, Dijiang roared, 12 capital heavenly demon formation, arise. Dense, baleful qi rose around the 12 ancestral witches, shooting straight into the sky and enveloping the entire Kunlun Mountain region. The Sanqing involuntarily tightened their grips on their treasures. Seeing that the 12 ancestral witches were getting serious, Yu Yuan immediately signaled the people around him to retreat. He did not want to be struck by an axe from the Panga true body. That was no joke. Seeing Yu Yuan retreat, the others followed suit, though their minds were still baffled. Shrouded by the dense, baleful qi, the figures of the 12 ancestral witches vanished. The ancestral witches are gone. A sharp-eyed person shouted. Laozi's face changed drastically, and he roared, stop them. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian's hearts tightened. They immediately controlled their treasures to strike at the dense, baleful qi. The terrifying attacks of the Panga banner and the 4 immortal swords of the Zhuxian fell upon the baleful Qi without even raising a ripple. The attacks were useless. Within the formation, the figures of the 12 ancestral witches had disappeared. The dense baleful Qi was simply beyond the Sanqing's ability to break. To everyone's horror, within the baleful Qi, a giant's phantom slowly materialized. In comparison, the ancestral witch true bodies were like children next to this giant's phantom. The giant's form transitioned from ethereal to solid. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. A terrifying aura spread out, as if some dreadful entity had descended upon the primordial world. From Kunlun Mountain outward, all living beings for millions of miles around could not help but feel a desire to prostrate before this giant. The weaker creatures and demonic beasts involuntarily knelt down. Behind Yu Yuan, many great demons with weak willpower directly fell to their knees. Even Yu Yuan felt such a strange impulse arise in his heart, but he instantly shattered it. It was merely the Pangu true body condensed by the 12 ancestral witches, not the real Pangu. Why kneel? That would be madness. Huh, Pangu! Someone shrieked. The terrifying giant held a giant axe in its hand. Wasn't that the Pangu axe? Then the giant's identity was clear. It was Pangu who created heaven and earth and transformed his body into all things. Previously, the 12 ancestral witches always dismissed the 3 pure ones, claiming to be the orthodox lineage of Pangu, leaving many perplexed. All were transformed from parts of Pangu. Why should they claim orthodoxy while others are not? It was only today that everyone understood why the 12 ancestral witches said so. Only the 12 ancestral witches are the true orthodoxy of Pangu. The so-called 3 pure ones are nothing at all. They, the 12 ancestral witches, can condense the true body of Pangu. Can you 3 pure ones do that? Can you? If you cannot, what right do you have to call yourselves the orthodox lineage of Pangu? On what basis? The 3 pure ones' faces darkened, suppressing the urge to bow in reverence. Gazing at the increasingly solid true body of Pangu, whose aura grew stronger step by step, they felt deeply unsettled. They also suddenly understood why the 12 ancestral witches acted as if Pangu is the boss and we are second. It turned out they truly had the capital, not just pretending. As for how powerful the true body of Pangu was, Yu Yuan could only describe it with 2 words: extremely strong. Indeed, it was very strong, and its aura was still rising steadily. This was despite the fact that several of the 12 ancestral witches were injured and unable to fight, very weak, and most had not yet reached the quasi-saint realm. If all 12 ancestral witches were at full strength, none injured, and each had reached the quasi-saint realm, how terrifying would it be? Know that the 12 ancestral witches have no bottlenecks. As long as they diligently absorb baleful Qi and cultivate their strength, can continuously break through, unlike others who can be stuck halfway by a single bottleneck. This means the strength of the 12 ancestral witches could soar all the way to the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Imagine if the 12 ancestral witches reached the peak quasi-saint realm and then used the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation to condense the true body of Pangu. How terrifying would that true body be? It could probably even chase down ordinary saints. Even though the current true body of Pangu wasn't that terrifying, its powerful aura still oppressed people, making it hard to breathe, as if the sky were about to collapse. From illusion to shadow, from shadow to solid form, the true body of Pangu slowly materialized before everyone's eyes, leaving them dumbfounded. Those who had already fallen to their knees in fear dared not even glance at the true body of Pangu, demonstrating the overwhelming suppression Pangu exerted over all living beings in the primordial world. If Pangu had not died after creating the world, there would be no need for the heavenly Tao. Pangu, I speak for myself, creating a primordial world. No wonder Yu Yuan said that the 3 pure ones were bound to lose against the 12 ancestral witches. It turned out the 12 ancestral witches truly had a hidden card. Fushi swallowed, nervously staring at the terrifying true body of Pangu, and said, "Taoist friend, do you perhaps know about this?" "Know what?" "Some things cannot be casually admitted, otherwise they would bring trouble." Yu Yuan waved his hand and smiled. The 12 ancestral witches are fearless in the primordial world. They even dare to criticize the Tao ancestor. If they had no real skill, do you think that would be possible? Knowing that the 3 pure ones are disciples of saints greatly increased in power, hard to deal with, and possessing supreme treasures, they still come to cause trouble. Without some confidence, could they do that? You make a good point, Taoist friend, but this true body of Pangu is truly terrifying. Fushi had to admit that the aura of the true body of Pangu was indeed extremely powerful. Although not as terrifying as the Saint Hongjun, it was still in a category beyond defeat for everyone. How much of Pangu's power could the true body of Pangu condensed by the 12 ancestral witches unleash? No one knew. However, Yu Yuan felt that its aura did not surpass the quasi-saint realm and break into the saint realm. In other words, the strength of this true body of Pangu was absolutely at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Do not think that because it is only at the quasi-saint level you can underestimate it. As long as this true body of Pangu embodies Pangu's will, even with only quasi-saint strength, it can crush everyone except Hongjun. Even Yu Yuan did not want to face this true body. Moreover, this true body of Pangu would grow stronger as the 12 ancestral witches' strength increased. If all 12 ancestral witches entered the quasi-saint realm, with a few reaching the late or peak quasi-saint stage, the condensed true body of Pangu would definitely be able to contend with saints. If it were only the aura that was terrifying, that would be one thing, but on this true body of Pangu, strands of terrifying law power were condensed. That was the most frightening aspect. With this true body of Pangu appearing in the vast primordial world, who besides saints can oppose it? Baze, who always liked to show off, held his fan completely stupefied. Originally, he thought the Demon Clan could contend with the Wu Clan, but now that the 12 ancestral witches' ultimate trump card was revealed, Baze realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Before the true body of Pangu, who could resist? Who could defeat the 12 ancestral witches? If they could not defeat the 12 ancestral witches, where would the Demon Clan go? Turning to look at Baze, and knowing his mind was disturbed, Yu Yuan shouted in a low voice, "Wake up!" Baze shuddered, only then realizing he was drenched in cold sweat, and quickly thanked Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan slightly shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Taoist friend, do not be overly attached, otherwise you may easily give birth to inner demons. Our Demon Clan members cultivate with difficulty, do not harm yourself." "You are right, Taoist friend. I will remember." Baze smiled bitterly. He had come to his senses, but the problem facing the Demon Clan remained unsolved. The true body of Pangu is powerful, no doubt, but no matter how powerful, it is only condensed by the 12 ancestral witches through the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. Any formation has flaws, and this formation cannot be activated at will, with restrictions, must be great, just like the immortal slaying sword formation. Gazing at the ever-strengthening true body of Pangu, Yu Yuan asserted, "I can affirm that this true body of Pangu has many restrictions. After using it once, we probably won't see the 12 ancestral witches causing trouble in the primordial world for a long time. No matter how powerful a formation is, it has flaws, just like the immortal slaying formation, known as the #1 killing formation in the primordial world. The immortal slaying formation is very strong, but can Tongtian set it up casually? The preparation alone would take him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, what would be left for Hongjun in the primordial world? In ancient times, Luo, who could have dominated and controlled the primordial world, taking most of its heavenly fortune. Moreover, go ahead, stir up trouble. The bigger the trouble, the more the saints will fear your Wu clan. The more they fear you 12 ancestral witches, will see what situation you lead the entire Wu clan into when all the saints appear in the future. Originally, the primordial world had the Demon Clan being too ostentatious under Jun and Taiyi, causing the saints to dislike them. Now the Demon Clan remains scattered, while the Wu clan with no opponents stirs up trouble everywhere, causing the appointed saints to be in chaos. The three pure ones and the Western saints Jieyin and Zhunti absolutely hate the Wu clan and the 12 ancestral witches. Being targeted by saints is not a good thing. Unless your Wu clan also has a saint, you'll just have to wait to be schemed against and targeted. Moreover, the Wu clan only cultivates the physical body, not the primordial spirit. Even if they are plotted against, they won't know what happened. Being targeted by saints means they will be hit every time. The saying, "Strike the saints early or you may not be able to later," has some truth, but it does not mean you should push them to the point where they won't rest until you are dead. Roar. The increasingly powerful true body of Pangu let out a roar like a ferocious beast. This condensed true body of Pangu only possessed part of Pangu's law power and battle will without consciousness. Simply put, it was a super weakened version of Battle Machine with only Pangu's shell. The true body of Pangu opened its eyes with a roar, its pupils completely bloodshot. Wherever its gaze fell, the world turned a bloody red, eerie, and terrifying. No wonder one needed the all-heaven star formation to control the stars in order to counter this 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. This true body of Pangu was indeed exaggerated. Yu Yuan raised his hand, saw it bathed in red light, and curled his lips slightly. "Tao Ancestor, I wonder how you will handle the aftermath. Your 3 personal disciples are in for trouble, deceiving the masses with lies." Under immense pressure, Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward, holding the Pangu banner, and shouted sternly, "The great god Pangu has long since fallen. You 12 ancestral witches are merely borrowing the will of the great god Pangu. What of Pangu? You have long died. The primordial world is not Pangu's domain. A super weakened version of Pangu's shell. The 3 pure ones naturally would not regard it as the real Pangu, saving face at the cost of suffering. I'd like to see how Yuanshi Tianzuan resists this so-called will of Pangu. I hope he doesn't get beaten to a pulp. Elder brother, protect me. Let me break this formation." Yuanshi Tianzuan asked Laozi to cooperate, using the Taiji diagram to protect him while he attacked with the Pangu banner to break the true body of Pangu. Tongtian quickly set up the immortal slaying formation. As one transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, Yuanshi Tianzuan still dared not casually say, "Break the true body of Pangu." It's fine if others say it, but for the 3 pure ones to say such words would show disrespect to Pangu. After all, they were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. Saying that is like a weaned child cursing its mother. They had to use break the formation instead. The true body of Pangu appeared because the 12 ancestral witches used the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation to condense it. Saying, break the formation, is perfectly fine and no one can argue otherwise. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's plan was quite good, but Laozi and Tongtian were about to curse. Damn, can you not mess around like this? Laozi for his part could just use the Taiji diagram to protect Yuan Shi Tianzuan. If they lost, no one could blame Laozi for being ineffective or the Taiji diagram for being useless. It was simply that the true body of Pangu was too powerful. But what about Tongtian? Is the immortal slaying formation so easy to set up? You must be kidding me. Yuan Shi Tianzuan meant for Tongtian to set up the formation quickly, but Tongtian simply couldn't do it. In theory, the perfect cooperation would be Yuan Shi Tianzuan as the main attacker, Tongtian combining the 4 immortal slaying swords to assist, and Laozi responsible for defense. But the moment Yuan Shi Tianzuan opened his mouth, he demanded Tongtian set up the immortal slaying formation. That sounded like deliberately making things difficult for Tongtian. Cough. Yu Yuan burst out laughing, and everyone around looked at him in astonishment. So far, Yu Yuan was the only one who could still laugh. Even the 3 pure ones who were ready for battle looked over with displeasure. Especially Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who glared at Yu Yuan as if asking, "What are you laughing at? Do I look that funny? What are you looking at me for? Your enemy is the 12 ancestral witches, not me. Or are you, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, planning to have a fight with me at this critical moment? What are you looking at? Do you think I, Yu Yuan, am afraid of you just because your power has increased? Go play elsewhere." Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face turned green with anger. Laozi, being more steady, held Yuan Shi Tianzuan back and said to Yu Yuan, "Daoist friend, the Wu clan acts tyrannically, and your demon clan also suffers. Now this true body of Pangu is growing stronger. How about we join forces to suppress it together? Oh Laozi, you have no confidence yourself and want to drag me, Yu Yuan, into battle. Are we close?" Yu Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes and clicked his tongue. "Sorry, not interested. You 3 pure ones handle the trouble you provoked yourselves. What's wrong with me laughing? Your own words are laughable to death, and you don't allow others to laugh." However, we didn't see the joke. The 3 pure ones' faces darkened. The onlookers were baffled. Honestly, they really didn't see where the joke was. It seemed Yuan Shi Tianzuan wasn't joking. "I am utterly speechless." Seeing so many people staring at him blankly, Yu Yuan couldn't help but remark, "Any formation requires time to prepare. The 12 heavenly gods and demons' grand array could be set up so quickly only because the 12 ancestral witches were transformed from the essence blood of Pangu. The immortal slaying sword formation, known as the most fearsome killing formation in the primordial era, was said by the Tao ancestor to be unbreakable without the combined power of 4 sages, provided that Tongtian could attain sagehood. Could such a terrifying killing formation be deployed so easily? Isn't that laughable? So that's where the flaw lies. Laozi shot a glare at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, saying, "Go ahead and set it up yourself if you can." Yuan Shi Tianzuan himself was dumbfounded. He had only spoken impulsively, and since he had never studied the immortal slaying sword formation, how could he have known it would be so complicated? As a result, he ended up with a bright red face, utterly humiliated. Tongtian, feeling aggrieved, kept his eyes on his nose, and his nose on his heart, thinking, "I see nothing, I hear nothing." At this moment, he could only play dumb. If he showed even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction or complaint, Yuan Shi Tianzuan would mistakenly think he was angry about the earlier remark, and that would lead to big trouble. Tongtian had no time to sulk with Yuan Shi Tianzuan, nor did he wish to be scolded. The most important thing now was how to withstand the Pangu true body. What had initially seemed like a harmless remark now became problematic after Yu Yuan's explanation. The expressions of the crowd turned strange, making Yuan Shi Tianzuan feel extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, he felt like a complete fool. Fortunately, not everyone was named Yu Yuan who dared to offend the 3 pure ones. Even if people couldn't help but laugh, they had to suppress it. They feared that if they actually laughed, the 3 pure ones would come after them. The 3 pure ones feared Yu Yuan and dared not engage him rashly, but that didn't mean they would fear others. The saying, "once bitten, twice shy," was not just idle talk. Having been tormented and beaten by Yu Yuan several times, the 3 pure ones would never initiate a fight with him unless they felt their strength could suppress him. Otherwise, they would only end up suffering and losing face. Perhaps because this was the first time they had condensed the Pangu true body, the 12 ancestral witches had all their power concentrated, leaving them somewhat unaccustomed. Although the Pangu true body had taken shape, it did not immediately attack the 3 pure ones. Before the 12 ancestral witches could make a move, the 3 pure ones could no longer hold back. The aura emanating from the Pangu true body was growing increasingly terrifying, and if it continued, they had no idea what would happen. They had no choice but to strike first. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later and suffer the consequences. Since the battle was inevitable, why hesitate? Just go all out. Having learned his lesson, Yuan Shi Tianzuan no longer foolishly told Tongtian to fiddle with the immortal slaying sword formation. He shouted, "Tongtian, follow me. Brother, protect us." The Pango banner fluttered in the wind, unleashing a torrent of chaotic chi capable of breaking the ancestral Witch True body. The four immortal slaying swords merged into one, forming a giant sword that slashed down at the Pango True body. The chaotic chi stirred up by the Pango banner was not particularly spectacular, but the four immortal slaying swords were a different matter entirely. The creatures in the surroundings who had been kneeling in terror at the sight of the Pango True body saw a colossal sword descending from the sky, almost blotting out the heavens and slashing down at the Pango True body. Roar! The Pango True body, which had remained motionless, suddenly reacted. A roar erupted into the sky, shaking the nine heavens, rattling the eardrums of the onlookers, stirring their primordial spirits, and destabilizing the three flowers atop their heads. Facing the attacks of the Pango banner and the four immortal slaying swords, the Pango True body raised the Pango axe in its hand and struck down. A simple, seemingly ordinary swing brought forth boundless baleful aura, effortlessly dispersing the chaotic chi. Bear in mind that the chaotic chi was unleashed by the Pango banner. Even a Daluo Golden Immortal or a quasi-saint would shed a layer of skin upon contact, yet now it was forcibly scattered by the blood-red, baleful aura. Without even touching a single hair of the Pango True body, the attack vanished. The four immortal slaying swords, carrying a terrifying sword intent, as if they would cleave the very sky, clashed head-on with the Pango axe with tremendous force. Here it comes. Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes and directly hurled the chaos bell, shielding himself and the few people beside him. A blinding light erupted, followed by a thunderous roar. The ground trembled for millions of li around Mount Kunlun, and countless peaks collapsed into ruins. It must be noted that the terrain of the primordial era was extraordinarily sturdy. Even battles between Daluo Golden Immortals left little significant damage. This shows just how terrifying the impact was from the collision between the four immortal slaying swords and the Pango axe wielded by the Pango True body. Fortunately, the Pango axe was merely a manifestation, not the real one. Otherwise, the four immortal slaying swords would have been completely destroyed in a single blow. The terrifying shockwave continued to sweep outward, engulfing countless onlookers and sending them flying to unknown corners of the wilderness. Only those who protected themselves with divine artifacts escaped unscathed. Those shielded by the Chaos Bell were completely unharmed, staring in disbelief at the fearsome Pango True body. They could hardly believe that the Pango True body possessed such terrifying power. The four immortal slaying swords, having clashed with the Pango axe, let out a mournful cry, then disintegrated and flew back in the form of four swords. Even the most casual observer could see that the luster of the four swords had dimmed considerably. The combined four immortal slaying swords were comparable to a supreme treasure, but they were not one. They were merely top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Only a primeval treasure like the heaven-opening axe would have sufficed. The damage to the four immortal slaying swords caused Tontian great pain. It would take countless years of nurturing to restore them to their former glory. Damnation! His own attack was even inferior to Tongtian's. Watching the Pango True body display its overwhelming might, Yuanshi Tianzuan ground his teeth in fury. He frantically waved the Pango banner, sending streams of chaotic chi flying at the Pango True body, raising clouds of dust and causing the giant form to tremble continuously. It works. Although its defense and attack were both terrifying, the supreme treasure's assault was effective. Though the effect was not particularly obvious, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt a surge of joy. Achieving such an effect was no small feat. If he could keep striking for a while longer, he would surely break through the Pango True body. Yuanshi Tianzuan's idea was good, but would the 12 ancestral witches give him that chance? Boom! The Pango True body, as massive as a heavenly pillar, began to move. It strode step by step toward the three pure ones, raising the Pango axe high, ready to split Yuanshi Tianzuan in two with a single blow. Brother, protect me. Even though the Pango banner was an offensive supreme treasure with decent defensive capabilities, Yuanshi Tianzuan dared not gamble with his own life. He could only plead for help. Rise! Laozi did not hesitate for a moment, controlling the Taiji diagram to protect Yuanshi Tianzuan. Could the Pango True body strike Yuanshi Tianzuan? Earlier, this very Taiji diagram had caused great suffering to the ancestral witches. They could neither escape nor break through it. It was endlessly frustrating with its terrifyingly strong defense that could make you cough up blood and rage. Can it hold? Many people silently asked themselves this question, and even Yu Yuan was curious. Could the current Pango True body shatter the defense of the Taiji diagram? Although the Taiji diagram was a supreme defensive treasure, Laozi had not yet fully refined it. The full power of the Taiji diagram could only be unleashed by a sage. How much of its power could Laozi wield? That was a question. Boom! The Taiji diagram lived up to its reputation as the defensive expert among the opening treasures. It blocked the Pango True body's attack. The Pango axe was kept at bay, unable to harm Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Taiji diagram was neither shattered nor pushed back, let alone broken. Very impressive, but the question remained, how many strikes could it withstand? Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes, slightly staring at Laozi. He noticed that Laozi's expression was grim. On the surface, it seemed the Taiji diagram had no major problem blocking the Panga true body's attack, but in reality Laozi was under immense pressure. Roar! Failing to hit its target, the Pangu true body grew enraged. It raised the Pangu axe once more, ignoring the chaotic chi crashing against its body, and brought down another strike. The heavens and earth changed color, fierce winds howled, and the ground shook. All these terrifying effects appeared, proving the immense impact of this battle. The Taiji diagram performed its duty again, blocking the Pangu axe, and buying time for Yuan Tianzuan and Tong Tian. The four immortal slaying swords had taken a severe blow, and were slightly damaged, but now was not the time to worry about that. The most important thing was to end the battle as quickly as possible. Tong Tian had no choice but to steel himself, and continue controlling the immortal slaying sword formation to attack the Panga true body. Fortunately, the formation diagram of the immortal slaying sword formation was the most crucial element. As long as not all four swords were destroyed at once, the damage could be repaired. It was only a matter of time. With immense offensive power and formidable defense, the moment the Panga true body emerged, it was like a cheater in a game, relentlessly chasing and hacking at the three pure ones. On the surface, the Taiji diagram seemed to block every attack, but as the blows accumulated, Laozi found himself unable to withstand the strain. The Taiji diagram was not the issue. Laozi himself truly could not endure. Why is it said that only a sage can fully unleash the power of a primordial treasure, the most terrifying aspect in the hands of a sage? Aside from the difficulty of fully refining its restrictions and gaining complete control, it is because this treasure consumes an enormous amount of magical power. Although Laozi barely engaged in close combat, and merely defended from afar among the three pure ones, he bore the greatest pressure and the highest consumption. A quasi-saint can use a primordial treasure, but the consumption is exceptionally high, let alone a great Daluo Golden Immortal. This is also why Yu Yuan, during his great Daluo Golden Immortal stage, preferred to smash enemies with the Chaos Bell rather than engage in a proper battle by controlling it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the consumption was too great to bear. After becoming a quasi-saint, the situation improved, but he still couldn't sustain it for long. Otherwise, trouble would arise. Now Laozi faced such a dilemma, and Yuan Tianzuan was not much better off. If Laozi's consumption from using the Taiji diagram was huge, was Yuan Tianzuan's consumption from using the Panga banner any less? It was impossible to think otherwise. Only Tong Tian seemed relatively at ease using the four swords of the immortal slaying array. On the other side, the 12 ancestral witches, by employing the 12 Dutian divine demon formation, manifested the Panga true body, and their consumption was equally immense. Now it all came down to which side could endure longer. The three pure ones could not break through the Panga true body, and the Panga true body could not break through the Taiji diagram to attack the three pure ones themselves. Withdraw. Noticing Laozi's long beard trembling slightly, Yu Yuan knew that Laozi could no longer hold on. The consumption required to wield a primordial treasure was no joke. Even Laozi, with his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, could not withstand it for long, especially since he had been continuously using the Taiji diagram. In the end, he was the first to give out. He bore the brunt of all attacks, which had its limits. Moreover, Laozi also had to control the heavenly earth Honghuang pagoda to shield Mount Kunlun, fearing that the mountain might be shattered by the battle. Seeing Laozi falter, Yu Yuan immediately retreated. The others followed suit, for without Yu Yuan's assistance in deflecting the battle's shockwaves, they could not withstand the onslaught. Gazing at the Chaos Bell above, countless people showed envious expressions. It was said that the Chaos Bell was a companion-born treasure. Heavens, why were they not blessed with such fortune? With a muffled groan, Laozi's face turned pale. The Taiji diagram failed to block the Pangu axe again. The Taiji diagram was struck down, and Laozi suffered a shock from the blow. The fall of the Taiji diagram meant that Yuan Tianzuan and Tong Tian now had to directly face the Panga true body's attacks. As the Panga true body raised the Pangu axe once more, their expressions changed drastically. They controlled their treasures to fly up and resist the assault. At this moment, who cared about the wear and tear of their treasures? Treasures could be repaired. The Panga banner and the four swords of the immortal slaying array were not ordinary items and could not be shattered. But if they perished, everything would be lost. Becoming a disciple of a sage or attaining the quasi-saint realm did not mean you could not die. The four swords of the immortal slaying array and the Panga banner could indeed block the Panga true body's attacks directly, but such an action was unwise, as the treasures could easily be damaged, and they themselves would also suffer injuries. As expected, the Panga banner and the four swords of the immortal slaying array were sent flying by a single axe strike. Yuan Tianzuan and Tong Tian were shaken, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Their condition was far worse than Laozi's, who at least had only overexertion and did not suffer such severe direct blood spitting. With their treasures knocked away and themselves wounded, Yuan Tianzuan and Tong Tian were filled with shock and uncertainty. Watching the Panga true body approach step by step, their hearts sank halfway. Are we the three pure ones who are born from Pangu's primordial spirit, the orthodox lineage of Pangu and disciples of a sage, to perish here? How terrifying! The three pure ones could no longer hold on. The crowd saw this and immediately turned to flee. If not for Yu Yuan's presence, Fuxi Nuwa, Queen Mother of the West by Zhe Gish and others beside him would have likely fled like the rest. Look at Jieyin and Zhunti. They immediately retreated when they sensed trouble, quickly escaping far away. They feared that after the three pure ones were defeated, the Panga true body would attack them as well. The Panga true body appeared to be devoid of reason, and it would be terrible if it just hacked at anyone it caught. If even the three pure ones could not withstand it, they would die even faster if they stepped in. Could they still retreat? The three pure ones had retreated to the outer edge of Mount Kunlun. Any further retreat would bring them into the mountain's range. The three exchanged glances, each seeing helplessness and unwillingness in the other's eyes. They had never dreamed that they would be beaten so miserably by the 12 ancestral witches. They had thought that by reaching the quasi-saint realm and possessing primordial treasures, they would have nothing to fear from the 12 ancestral witches. Yet reality slapped them hard across the face. The blows left them dizzy and disoriented. Now they were in an even more difficult predicament. If they retreated, Mount Kunlun would suffer. Although the heavenly earth Xianhuang Pagoda remained, Laozi could no longer activate this merit treasure. Its consumption was also considerable. If they didn't retreat, they might lose their lives and be ridiculed by countless beings in the primordial world. The three pure ones had fallen into a dire situation. In truth, they had a way out. They didn't need to do anything. Just call for help loudly. Since they had taken a master, that master was certainly not a decoration. If his disciples were about to die, how could the master not intervene? Although there was no sign of activity, Yu Yuan was certain that Hongjun was watching everything. The three pure ones could be injured, they could be defeated, and even Mount Kunlun could collapse, but the three pure ones could not die. Whoever wished to kill them would first have to ask whether Hongjun consented and whether the heavenly Tao permitted it. Elder brother, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian both turned to look at Laozi. Laozi took a deep breath, showing no intention of retreating. This was his final bottom line. If Mount Kunlun were destroyed, the three pure ones would truly lose face. From then on, the three pure ones would be too ashamed to appear in the primordial world and act under the banner of Panga's orthodox lineage. If it were Jieyin and Zhunti, they would have fled long ago, but Jieyin and Zhunti could run. The three pure ones could not. They could admit defeat, be vanquished, be wounded, but Mount Kunlun must not suffer any damage. It seemed Laozi was quite stubborn after all. Indeed, if he had no temper, he would not have eventually caused the split. Sometimes being too easygoing is not good, but being too strong-willed and refusing to yield is not necessarily beneficial either. Roar! The three pure ones were unwilling to retreat further, but the Panga true body cared nothing for their thoughts. Since you won't retreat, I'll hack you to death. The Panga true body approached Mount Kunlun step by step, emitting low growls from its mouth. If it were not humanoid, and if it were truly the Panga true body, one would definitely think it was a mindless beast. For instance, some of the primordial demon gods during the Honghuang era. Among the myriad primordial demon gods, many belonged to the type without divine consciousness or clear awareness. After their deaths, their corpses along with Pangu transformed the entire Honghuang. Those ferocious beasts born without divine consciousness within Honghuang were all formed from these primordial demon god corpses. The spiritual beings born from these corpse-transformed entities naturally lacked any divine consciousness as well. However, those ferocious beasts that later absorbed sinister chi and became irrational fall outside this category. It is said that the sacred beast white tiger guarding the western reaches of Honghuang for eternity originated as a terrifying ferocious beast born from a primordial demon god's corpse. Consumed by madness and slaughter throughout its existence, even followers of the Western demonic sect dared not provoke it back then. When the Great Calamity concluded, the patriarchs of the three clans transformed into sacred beasts to guard Honghuang, and the White Tiger was conscripted to take up its post, assuming the role of the sacred beast White Tiger under the will of heaven to oversee all matters of slaughter and destruction. Enough! With Pangu's true form steadily advancing toward Kunlun Mountain, relentless in its intent to slay the three pure ones, and with the Pangu axe about to descend upon the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda, a commanding voice echoed from the heavens above. The fearsome Pangu true form froze instantly, as though rendered immobile by a binding spell. That voice! It was the Tao ancestor, Saint Hongjun. No one except Yu Yuan anticipated that Hongjun, who had already merged his body with the Tao, would intervene at this critical moment for the sake of the three pure ones. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. May the Tao ancestor be ever peaceful. With Hongjun's descent, the spiritual beings who had collapsed in terror before Pangu's true form once again prostrated themselves, this time paying homage to Hongjun rather than Pangu. We pay our respects to our master. Those who had attended Hongjun's teachings in the Purple Heaven Palace addressed him as master, and Yu Yuan was no exception. Having heard Hongjun preach the Tao 3 times, even without formal ceremony which Hongjun did not concern himself with, he rightfully earned the title of master for these individuals, making it entirely appropriate to address him as such. Master. The three pure ones bowed to Hongjun, who had appeared to resolve their crisis, yet none of them felt even a flicker of joy. Having been pushed to such a desperate strait that their master was forced to intervene spoke only of shame. One word encompassed their humiliation. Glancing briefly at the three pure ones, Hongjun gave a slight nod before turning his attention to the motionless Pangu true form. "Forgive me," he said, "scatter now." Hongjun raised his hand and waved, sending the creation jade butterfly fluttering out. It circled Pangu's true form once before returning to his grasp, and the once unassailable form crumbled in an instant. It was evident that Hongjun maintained deep respect for Pangu. He sought forgiveness before shattering the form rather than behaving as some novels depict, where becoming a sage leads one to disdain Pangu, trampling his name underfoot and spitting upon it to elevate oneself. For Hongjun, such behavior was entirely unnecessary. Pangu had long passed into history, perishing countless eons ago. All beings in Honghuang revered Pangu, and Hongjun was no different. Even after attaining sainthood, he would never resort to belittling him. With a sound like a burst, the Pangu true form collapsed, and 12 colossal figures tumbled forth, the 12 ancestral witches. Yet their condition was far from stable. Each bore severe exhaustion, and several whose injuries had already been present worsened considerably. The 12 ancestral witches had never regarded Hongjun with anything but contempt, believing saints to be nothing remarkable, but now their gaze toward him had shifted entirely. One who could shatter the Pangu true form without lifting a finger. Did he truly disregard others? He showed no interest in confronting them, but if they continued their repeated provocations, he might crush them with a single gesture. Had the 12 ancestral witches pushed too far, Hongjun genuinely could have eliminated one or two of them as an example to the rest. Fortunately, they recognized his power and exercised restraint after witnessing his formidable capabilities. After glancing at the 12 ancestral witches, Hongjun's figure vanished from Honghuang. He offered no reprimand to the three pure ones, nor did he rebuke the ancestral witches for their assault on Kunlun Mountain. He came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In truth, had the three pure ones not been driven to such desperation that they could no longer fight, Hongjun would not have intervened. Moreover, his appearance served only to prevent the 12 ancestral witches from truly killing the three pure ones. He cared nothing else. If the three pure ones were overpowered, that was simply a matter of their inferior strength. Expecting Hongjun to intervene on their behalf was impossible. It was over. Everything had ended. After shattering Pangu's true form, Hongjun returned to the Purple Heaven Palace. Both the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches appeared severely battered, yet Hongjun had merely broken the form without harming them directly. Their injuries were the aftermath of employing the 12 ancestral heaven and earth demon god formation. "Let's go." Noticing that Zhurong Gonggong Xuanming and Tianwu's wounds had deteriorated, Di Jiang immediately led those ancestral witches in better condition, carrying the injured back to the Pangu Divine Temple. Only within the Pangu Divine Temple could they absorb the sufficiently dense malevolent qi needed for their wounds to heal most rapidly. Before departing, Di Jiang cast a cold glance backward at the three pure ones. "The Dao ancestors' intervention today was not born of your three pure ones' ability. Our witch clan will not let this go, and the Zhurong tribe will not relocate. Mountains may not change course, but waters flow onward. Humph." At this moment, threats carried no weight. Di Jiang merely warned the three pure ones. The matter was far from over. The 12 ancestral witches would never abandon their claims, nor would the Zhurong tribe yield their territory. The feud between the three pure ones and their witch clan was unfinished. They should wait and see. Wretches! Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face turned green with rage. Though Hongjun's intervention had brought this great battle to a close, none of the three felt any sense of relief or triumph. Yet the 12 ancestral witches before departing took the opportunity to mock them and warn them that this was far from over. "When I achieve the Tao, I shall not spare you all." Yuan Shi Tianzuan gritted his teeth, cursing silently within. Laozi and Tantian remained silent, their brows furrowed as they watched the 12 ancestral witches depart. "Let's go." The grand spectacle had concluded, and honestly Yu Yuan found it thoroughly entertaining and satisfying to witness. The bottleneck that had been somewhat obstructive suddenly opened with clarity. He could now sever his virtuous aspect and return thoroughly pleased. As for the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches, let them fight as they please, for they were both of noble lineage and considerable strength. Unlike those who dared not claim the orthodox lineage of Pangu, yet perhaps this counted as a great clan brawl of sorts. Why did this resemble the plot of Naruto? Without reason, Yu Yuan's expression grew peculiar, and indeed it bore a striking resemblance. Isn't this quite similar to the Otsutsuki clan in the Naruto world? Brothers fighting brothers, killing, and then resurrecting, joining forces to fight their mother, finding they can't kill her, only seal her, then their descendants fighting endlessly. You hit me, I hit you. What a lively scene. The great battle between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches was also lively, the difference being that they had no mother to fight, and the world levels and power levels were not on the same tier. Watching the crowd of onlookers gradually leave, the three pure ones felt extremely displeased. Just wait until the day you encounter trouble and conflict with others. See if the three pure ones will come to watch gloatingly. Watching the show. Who can't? Fortunes change. What goes around comes around sooner or later. It will be your turn. What's scared? On the road, seeing that the others seemed somewhat silent, Yu Yuan knew that the battle between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches had shaken them. The strength of the three pure ones was understandable. After all, they were the direct disciples of the sage, entrusted with the future mission of spreading teachings, and had received the supreme treasure of creation from Hongjun, coupled with their profound foundations. Under such circumstances, it would be problematic if their strength were mediocre. What was truly astonishing were the 12 ancestral witches. The power they had erupted with at the beginning already shocked everyone. Fortunately, the three pure ones were strong enough. But later, when the Panga true body appeared, the three pure ones couldn't hold out long and were defeated. This Panga true body is too terrifying. From now on, we must avoid provoking the Wu clan and the 12 ancestral witches. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they are also a bunch of very vengeful creatures. Offend one and a whole group comes, fight a group, and 12 monsters show up. Then they conjure a Panga true body, leaving you nowhere to cry. Among these people, the great demons who had participated in attacking the Wu clan tribes had the ugliest expressions, their hearts filled with anxiety and panic. Forgive me for making a fool of myself, fellow Taoist. The other great demons dared not speak. What else could Baizhe do? He sighed and smiled bitterly. Having witnessed this today, I now realize how powerful the 12 ancestral witches are. I wonder what fate awaits our demon clan, whether we will ever have a day to stand tall against the Wu clan. Seeing that each great demon was unconvinced yet dared not utter a word, Yu Yuan smiled and said, fellow Taoist, it's not that exaggerated. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you don't stick your head out, even if the 12 ancestral witches are vengeful, they won't have the leisure to constantly trouble the demon clan. Eating, sleeping, and picking fights. That's the daily routine of the 12 ancestral witches. As long as you great demons don't keep bouncing around, they won't have time to bother you. Of course, better safe than sorry. If they don't come, fine, but if they do, you'll be out of luck. Farewell, everyone. After bidding farewell, Yu Yuan returned to the Sun Star with Shi Wangmu. During the journey, Shi Wangmu, who had been silent all along, spoke. Master, I fear the demon clan's days ahead will indeed be difficult. Perhaps. Yu Yuan smiled, unwilling to say more. What was the point of discussing this now? Anyway, after this battle, the 12 ancestral witches would remain quiet for a long time. But the next time the 12 ancestral witches appear, they will probably be 12 quasi-sages. At that time, conjuring a Panga true body. Tisk, absolutely formidable. Little sister, don't overthink. Focus on enlightenment, retreat, and cultivate. Once you obtain the opportunity to attain the Tao and become a sage, why fear the 12 ancestral witches? Back at the Tao field, seeing his sister somewhat silent, Fushi smilingly comforted Nuwa. If others are afraid, that's fine. But what are you afraid of? You are a destined sage, destined to become a sage sooner or later. Stay low before becoming a sage. After becoming a sage, why would you still fear the 12 ancestral witches? Moreover, Nuwa rarely leaves her residence, and her nature truly dislikes conflict. Under normal circumstances, she would not have disputes with anyone, let alone with the Wu clan. Thus, even if the 12 ancestral witches are powerful, it has nothing to do with the siblings. Big brother's words are reasonable. Little sister has been overthinking. Nuwa smiled and nodded. She realized she had indeed overthought. Could the Wu clan, no matter how powerful, surpass a sage? Besides, she had no conflict with the Wu clan, so why worry so much? Let things be as they are. The right path is to attain the Tao and become a sage as soon as possible. Little sister, have you sensed the opportunity to attain the Tao in these years? No, the opportunity is not so easily obtained. I'll just let fate take its course. Senior brother, what you did that day was right. I was arrogant. Because of the long distance, while others had already returned home, the Western monks Jieyin and Zhunti were still on the road. On the road, they detoured around Honghang's tribe to avoid provoking those damned ancestral witches again. Zhunti inexplicably felt a bit afraid of these ancestral witches. Damn it, it's all because I was too greedy. Zhunti was very grateful that during the previous conflict, Jieyin had told him to return to Mount Meru to rest, while he himself took on Honghang, and the Wu clan tribe members refusing to fight. The Wu clan people are like this: if you back down in a conflict, they'll find they can't do anything to you, and naturally let it go. Although you lose face, you can turn a big problem into a small one. If you confront them head on, the situation will only worsen, like the current 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones went head to head with the 12 ancestral witches, which is why it escalated to this point. This time they lost a lot of face. Holding the supreme treasure, they were still thoroughly beaten by the 12 ancestral witches. Although the Panga true body was truly powerful, some people only look at the result, not the process. In a word, the 3 pure ones were thoroughly beaten by the 12 ancestral witches. Do you have any room to argue? Even if you argue, you still got beaten. So just accept it honestly and stop resisting. It's fine. Jieyin said. From now on, we will be more careful in our actions and avoid disputes with the 12 ancestral witches and the Wu clan. If we can attain the Tao, everything will be fine. If not, we'll simply avoid going to the east. After becoming sages, they could do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't harm the interests of other sages who would care. Look at the three pure ones in Yuan. Jieyin and Zhunti took so many things and people from the east, and did they say anything? At most they would bring it up during arguments to annoy the other party, and then there would be no further reaction. Since they were all sages, there was no need to stir up too much trouble. Completely tearing apart the relationship would be bad for everyone. Thus, naturally, no one was willing to meddle. If the sages didn't care, who would dare? In a word, once you attain the Tao, you can do as you please, and you don't need to worry about the 12 ancestral witches. If you haven't attained the Tao, then keep a low profile. If you encounter someone from the Wu clan, just take a detour. The battle at Mount Kunlun had many spectators. The name of the 12 ancestral witches once again resounded throughout the primordial world, making everyone realize their power, especially the demon clan. The demons who originally lived near the Wu clan tribes fled in fear, moving to more remote regions without Wu clan tribes. They feared that if they were careless, they would be killed by the Wu clan and taken as food. They couldn't fight back, and if killed, no one would help them seek justice. If they didn't flee, were they to stay and wait for death? All the myriad races of the primordial world, even the demon clan, had to give the Wu clan a wide berth, let alone other races. They all hid in concealed places, afraid of accidentally offending the Wu clan, which might lead to their entire race being killed and taken as food. At this time, the Wu clan was at the height of their glory in the primordial world, with all races retreating and no one daring to provoke them. Fortunately, the Wu clan people were single-minded, having no interest in things like conquering the primordial world. As long as they had enough to eat and drink, could be comfortable, and cultivate as they pleased, that was enough. They couldn't be bothered to care about or think about other matters. If the 12 ancestral witches themselves didn't bother with these things, how could they expect their subordinates to stir up trouble? It's not that some great witches didn't have such thoughts, but unfortunately, since the 12 ancestral witches hadn't spoken, these great witches could only suppress their ideas. For example, great witches like Qi Yu and Xingtian had the ambition to lead the Wu clan to conquer the primordial world and dominate it. However, the 12 ancestral witches had no such intention. If they dared to mention it or secretly act on it, it would definitely be a provocation to the 12 ancestral witches, and they would be beaten half to death, with the 12 ancestral witches taking turns. Don't doubt it. The 12 ancestral witches were capable of such things. Disciplining subordinates was a minor matter. Even if the tribes had been divided, if you trampled on the bottom line of the 12 ancestral witches, no matter which tribe you belonged to, they would beat you to death. After the great battle, apart from the Wu clan, there was almost no voice from other races in the primordial world. The demon clan also kept their tails between their legs. After returning to the Sun Star, Yu Yuan began his seclusion. He smoothly severed the most troublesome good corpse, as he had never considered himself a kind person. Fortunately, although he didn't consider himself a good person, he was not the kind of bloodthirsty villain either. Moreover, he hadn't shed much blood and wasn't burdened by much karma, so severing the good corpse went smoothly with little impact. If it were some great demon of the demon clan, they would probably never be able to sever the good corpse even until death. Among the 100 demon clan members who could sever a corpse and enter the quasi-sage realm, 99 severed the evil corpse. This shows how much blood these great demons had on their hands. The heavier the killing, the easier it is to sever the evil corpse. The kind-hearted find it easy to sever the good corpse, and those with unwavering will find it easiest to sever the self. This is related to the path one walks. All 3 corpses have been severed. In the secret chamber, Yu Yuan exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. The air left his body and transformed into a sun, true fire burning. With a thought, it left the chamber and merged into the sun star. Next is the unity of the 3 corpses. Yu Yuan planned to complete the unity of the 3 corpses in one go before emerging from seclusion. At that time, it would be the moment to make a choice. As for the other destined sages, hold it in. Yu Yuan haven't yet attained the Tao and become a sage. None of you will attain the Tao. All of you hold it in. Don't even think about it. Want to attain the Tao early? Fine, but if there's no benefit, go away and don't bother me. As long as it's just delaying, not restricting, the heavenly Tao and Hongjun won't intervene. So Yu Yuan was not afraid of making a scene. Yu Yuan haven't stopped you. If you want to attain the Tao, go ahead. Why come to me? As long as you can attain the Tao, I will definitely applaud. But if you can't, then behave yourselves. What are you bouncing around for? Xi Wangmu, if any great demon of the demon clan comes to visit, tell them that I, your master, will see no one. The demon clan's affairs are their own business, don't bother me. Yes. Xi Wangmu answered, respectfully bowing toward the secret chamber. She secretly speculated, it seems the master has no interest in the matters of the Wu and demon clans. After instructing Xi Wangmu, Yu Yuan continued his seclusion and also continued refining his magical artifacts. Among the several major artifacts, only the Chaos Bell had yet to be fully refined. Fortunately, Yu Yuan had already severed the 3 corpses and reached the late quasi-sage realm. With this level of power, he was now capable of completely refining the Chaos Bell. Although it wasn't easy, he at least had the qualification. Urgently refining the Chaos Bell and unifying the 3 corpses was what Yu Yuan needed to do now. Other matters could be set aside. You have come to this today. I once said that at this time you should not provoke the Wu clan. Inaction is better than action. Now you know the terror of the 12 ancestral witches. The demon clan is oppressed by the Wu clan, their living space, shrinking step by step, countless demons killed. Only now are you anxious. What use is it? Baizhe looked displeasedly at the great demons who had come to find him. Tisk impressive. Hundreds of great demons gathered together asking Baizhe to come up with a solution. What solution could he have? Cough cough. Fellow Taoist, we are willing to name you the commander of our demon clan, please. A demon dragon, great demon coughed, voicing the thoughts of many demons. This special species, after transformation and evolution into a demon dragon, had no relation to the dragon clan whatsoever, so it was only considered part of the demon clan, not the dragon clan. Moreover, in the current primordial world, countless hybrid dragons and demon dragons would rather call themselves members of the demon clan than admit their identity as dragon clan. Although the demon clan lived with their tails between their legs, they had numbers and strength. Apart from the Wu clan, they didn't need to fear anyone else. But what about the dragon clan? They didn't even have the qualification to live with their tails between their legs. They hid in the four seas, not daring to show their heads, and anyone could trample on them. Only a fool would be willing to be a member of the dragon clan. In the era of the three ancient clans it might have been acceptable, but now, only a fool would be happy. Shut up, Qilong. Do I, Baizhe, look like a fool? Baizhe shot a glare at that demon dragon and snorted. I, Baizhe, cannot bear such a lofty position. You would be better off inviting the demon master. Perhaps he might have some solutions. The demon master's power is great, not something I can compare to. Trying to drag me out to take the blame and bear the pressure. Don't even think about it. The demon master will not leave the mountain. Changxi's face fell. He used to enjoy leading countless lesser demons to fight against the Wu clan, but now he dared not. What were the four great ferocious beasts of the primordial era? Nonsense. Now they are nearly suffocated by the oppression of the Wu clan. Kunping is a wise man, so he won't leave the mountain. Can't you see that? Baizhe rolled his eyes. Seeing hundreds of great demons staring at him, he felt speechless. He sighed, put down his fan, and said helplessly, I tell you the truth, even if the demon master Kunping leaves the mountain, it will be useless. The only one who can turn the situation for the demon race now is. As he spoke, Baizhe looked up toward the direction of the sun star. Everyone who had cultivated to this level was no fool. They immediately understood Baizhe's meaning. Yu Yuan. The master of the sun star is Yu Yuan, whose true form is the three-legged golden crow. Baizhe and Fuxi had long said that he bore the visage of a king and the posture of an emperor capable of commanding the demon race. But that one seems unwilling to involve himself in the affairs of the Wu and demon races. Qing Yuan, who had visited the sun star side. Like Kunping, he simply ignored the matters of the two races. Do whatever you want. No, it's different. Baizhe narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The demon master is not enough to command the demon race, but this one can. Moreover, this one can be moved. The demon master is difficult. Then we. Alas, let us give it a try. Everyone please follow me to the sun star to welcome the return of the demon emperor. How about it? Baizhe, regardless of anything else, first bestowed the title of demon emperor upon Yu Yuan. After all, among the vast primordial demon race, Yu Yuan possessed the greatest strength. Everyone wanted to invite him out, and addressing him as emperor was not inappropriate. When Baizhe spoke these words, the eyes of the strongest great demons lit up, while those who had never interacted with Yu Yuan had no objections. Emperor it is. As long as it can stabilize the situation of the demon race, and prevent the Wu clan from bullying them, acknowledging him as emperor is acceptable. Otherwise, if they remain a scattered mess, who knows if one day the Wu clan will come for revenge. If killed, there would be nothing left. Looking at the hundreds of great demons, Baizhe's meaning was clear. I, Baizhe, am willing to submit to Yu Yuan and honor him as the demon emperor. It's up to you whether you are willing. If so, we go together to the sun star. If not, then disperse and don't waste my time. Don't involve me in the demon race's affairs either. I want to live a few more years and don't wish to be killed by the 12 ancestral witches or chopped down by the Pangu Avatar's axe. We have no objections. We will follow Taoist friends' arrangements. After murmuring for a while, the hundreds of great demons expressed no objections. Even some ambitious great demons behaved obediently at this moment. After the battle between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches, these once arrogant and unruly great demons had been thoroughly frightened. Excellent. We still lack a like-minded Taoist friend. Wait for me to go to Buzhou Mountain to invite Taoist friend Fuxi to join us, and then we will proceed to the sun star. The hundreds of great demons cooperated obediently. This was no easy feat. Baizhe's heart raced with excitement, but perhaps they could truly move Yu Yuan. He could also take the opportunity to win over Fuxi and bring him into the demon camp. Nuwa was a future sage. Even if she didn't involve herself in the demon race's affairs, having her support, even slightly, would make the Wu clan and other sages think twice. Baizhe's calculations were meticulous. He immediately set off alone to Buzhou Mountain to invite Fuxi, not taking other great demons for fear of attracting the Wu clan's attention. Now the Wu clan hated the many great demons of the demon race. If a large group went to Buzhou Mountain, the Wu clan would definitely go berserk. But going alone was fine. He Baizhe had not participated in the previous great battle, so the Wu clan would not bear a grudge against him. From this, it could be seen that in some aspects the Wu clan were quite lovable. At least when it came to holding grudges, they didn't casually target unrelated people. Whoever hit me, I hit back. As for unrelated people, as long as they don't interfere, who cares? Oh, hundreds of great demons are willing to honor Yu Yuan as the demon emperor. When Baizhe arrived, Fushi, who was receiving him, was startled by this news. Weren't these great demons usually unwilling to submit to anyone? How come they were all so obedient now, unanimously agreeing to honor Yu Yuan as the demon emperor? Not a single one rebelled. Baizhe smiled and shook his head without explaining, believing Fushi could guess it himself. Daoist friend, how about you and I lead the many great demons to the Sun Star? This? Fushi hesitated. Baizhe was inviting him to take a side. He was originally a member of the demon race. Although he was displeased with the behavior of many demons, he still cared deeply about the demon race's affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to get close to Yu Yuan early on. Weighing the gains and losses, Fushi glanced at the place where Nuwa was in seclusion. Seeing that she had no objection, he nodded. Then, Daoist friend, please wait a moment. After I bid farewell to my younger sister, we will go together to the Sun Star. Nuwa surely knew what was happening outside, but Fushi still felt he should inform her. Although the affairs of the demon race were a great whirlpool, a bottomless pit, as the sage of the demon race, Fushi was still willing to side with them. Since my elder brother has made his choice, then go ahead. Don't worry about me, but I hope you won't regret it. Nuwa was unwilling for Fushi to involve himself in this great whirlpool, but Fushi had his own thoughts, and she would not interfere. The fundamental reason for Fushi's decision to side with the demon race was that Nuwa was destined to become a sage. Once she attained enlightenment and became a sage, if Fushi remained by her side, what would that make him? Word would spread and countless people would gossip about him. Relying on his sister's prestige, no man could accept such talk, and Fushi was no exception. When Nuwa became a sage, he would be genuinely happy for her, but to depend on her? Absolutely not. This concerned his own dignity. If they were in a superior-subordinate relationship, that would be one thing. But without such a relationship, problems would eventually arise. So Fushi was willing to side with the demon race, trying as much as possible to avoid involving Nuwa's identity. Very well, then I shall go. Little sister, don't worry about me. Fushi laughed heartily, the last trace of hesitation vanishing. He left with Baizhe smiling. In the secret chamber, Nuwa sighed. The conflict between the Wu and demon races was a great whirlpool, though anyone who entered might be unlucky. But Fushi was willing, and she could not stop him. Fushi's decision was final. It could not be changed. After long seclusion, seeking the opportunity for enlightenment, without any result, Nuwa felt restless. She decided to leave seclusion, depart from her Dao field, avoid the Wu clan tribes at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, and enter the vast primordial world. At this moment, Nuwa did not wish to have any involvement or conflict with the Wu clan. She entered the primordial world. Meanwhile, Baizhe, having invited Fushi, set off with the hundreds of great demons into the void, heading for the Sun Star to welcome the demon emperor Yu Yuan to leave the mountain. On the Sun Star, Yu Yuan was in his secret chamber attempting to merge his 3 corpses into one. Compared to slaying the corpses, merging them was much easier. Yu Yuan had already found some clues, and combining them with part of Hongjun's teachings, he felt that merging his 3 corpses would not take too long. This was undoubtedly good news for Yu Yuan. Once the 3 corpses were merged, Yu Yuan would soon enter the pinnacle of the quasi-sage realm, becoming the strongest and highest level being in the current primordial world. Except for Hongjun, he would look down upon the countless living beings, and even the 3 pure ones and other sage disciples would be left far behind. We, the many great demons, wish to worship Yu Yuan as the demon emperor. We implore the demon emperor to leave the mountain and lead our demon race. Outside the Sun Star, hundreds of great demons gathered, startling the Queen Mother of the West. She had no idea what these demons wanted. Before she could remind them that Yu Yuan was in seclusion and didn't want to see anyone, these great demons knelt in the void before the Sun Star, addressing Yu Yuan as the demon emperor, begging him to leave the mountain and lead the primordial demon race. What was this commotion? Becoming the demon emperor out of nowhere. The Queen Mother of the West felt her mind in a whirl. She wondered if she should inform Yu Yuan, but perhaps it was unnecessary. With such a commotion, it would be hard for him not to know. Merging the 3 corpses, the self, the good corpse, and the evil corpse, also undergoes cycles of reincarnation. The unity of the 3 will be able to. In the secret chamber, Yu Yuan was diligently comprehending and cultivating when suddenly a group of loud voices came from outside, booming and enveloping the entire Sun Star and Moon Star. On the Moon Star, the sisters Changxi and Xi He were dumbfounded. Hundreds of great demons were honoring Yu Yuan as the demon emperor, begging him to leave the mountain and lead the demon race. Undoubtedly, this was a display of immense sincerity. An ordinary person would probably find it impossible to refuse. Commanding the demon race was such an enticing condition. The sisters' beautiful eyes widened as they both gazed at the sun star, wondering how Yu Yuan would react and whether he would respond. Above his head, within the three flowers, the three corpses were slowly merging. But with the shout of the hundreds of great demons, Yu Yuan felt his three flowers tremble. An inexplicable and terrifying amount of heavenly destiny fell upon him. The previously stubborn three corpses instantly merged into one. What stunned Yu Yuan even more was that the remaining few layers of the Chaos Bell's difficult to refine restrictions were suddenly broken through. Dong! The Chaos Bell floated up, circling Yu Yuan, once appearing somewhat joyful. After countless years of effort, Yu Yuan had finally fully mastered this supreme treasure. Boom! Something seemed to burst open within Yu Yuan, causing his cultivation, which had just broken through to the late quasi-sage realm, to suddenly soar directly to the pinnacle. The entire sun star, due to Yu Yuan's breakthrough, erupted with solar true fire, exploding to form a terrifying three-legged golden crow that floated in the void, coldly staring at the hundreds of great demons kneeling in the void. Terrified, the hundreds of great demons quickly lowered their heads in reverence. Even Changxi and Xi He on the moon star involuntarily bowed their heads toward the sun star. In the distant depths of chaos within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked toward the sun star. The creation jade disc in his hand lit up. He gazed for a long while, then closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened, except for a faint curve at the corner of his mouth that quickly disappeared. Yu Yuan had entered the calamity, whether voluntarily or not. Since he had entered, there was no turning back. What the demon race needed was an emperor capable of suppressing the many great demons and commanding the countless demon tribes. By personally presenting this throne to him, the hundreds of great demons had effectively gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. As for whether Yu Yuan was willing or forced, the will of the heavenly Tao did not care. The title of Demon Emperor was confirmed. The demon race's destiny and the heavenly destiny of the primordial world descended, blessing Yu Yuan. Thus his three corpses, which were still in the process of merging, instantly became one. The process was so smooth it was almost unbelievable. The remaining unrefined restrictions of the Chaos Bell were all broken through, and even the azure chi of primordial chaos within him, which he had never bothered to refine, merged with him by more than half. I knew I wouldn't misjudge someone. The celestial phenomenon above the sun star showed that Yu Yuan had grown stronger again. This phenomenon caused countless solar true fires to spontaneously form a three-legged golden crow, its terrifying aura blanketing the surrounding void. What horrified the hundreds of great demons was that the aura of this three-legged golden crow was no weaker than the Pangu avatar formed by the 12 ancestral witches. The other great demons were so terrified they dared not lift their heads, silently honoring Yu Yuan as the demon emperor in their hearts. Meanwhile, Baizhe and Fushi were ecstatic. They had not misjudged. Yu Yuan bore the visage of a king and the posture of an emperor. He was their demon race's demon emperor, the ruler of the demon race. Now that the demon emperor had assumed his throne, how could they not be overjoyed? After all, everything they had was tied to this great ship of the demon emperor, or rather an aircraft carrier. We respectfully welcome the demon emperor. We respectfully welcome the demon emperor. Led by Fushi and Baizhe, the hundreds of great demons shouted in unison like millions of repeaters, endlessly repeating the same phrase, causing the sound to grow louder, more unified, and more sincere, even spreading into the primordial world. In the primordial world, the strongest beings stared in astonishment at the void, unable to understand what was happening. Welcoming the demon emperor. What trick was the demon race up to? Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? The demon race's destiny inexplicably bound to him, with vast heavenly destiny pouring upon him, causing his three corpses, which should have taken much longer to merge, to instantly become one. The restrictions of the Chaos Bell were all refined, and the azure chi of primordial chaos within him, which he had never bothered with, was more than half fused. At this moment, Yu Yuan's mind was blank. Who am I? What have I done? Why has the entire demon race's destiny suddenly bound itself to me? Why has so much heavenly destiny fallen upon me? And my power has broken through. Yet Yu Yuan's mind was full of question marks. His mind was filled with the three existential questions: who am I? Where am I? What have I done? After a long while, Yu Yuan finally came to his senses and realized what had happened. Looking up, he saw hundreds of great Yao outside the sun star, respectfully inviting the Yao Emperor to return. Yu Yuan gasped, nearly spitting out 3 meters of blood. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. Did you do this? I haven't done anything. Why is the Yao clan's fate tied to me? And what about this heavenly fate? What's going on? Yao Emperor's return. I want to kill you all. Yu Yuan exploded completely, enraged, his mentality nearly shattered. Will the Yao Emperor leave his mountain? The hundreds of great Yao shouted and bowed tirelessly, as if never weary. Suddenly, the three-legged golden crow, formed by the true solar fire, spoke. Get lost. All of you get lost, or I'll throw you into the sun star, and let the true solar fire burn your primordial spirits for a culpa. All of you get lost. Yu Yuan exploded, cursing loudly. Bastards. What is this? You hundreds of great Yao have forced the position of Yao Emperor onto my seat, causing the return of the Yao Emperor, binding the Yao clan's fate, and blessing me with heavenly fate. The most speechless thing is that the heavenly Tao has recognized it. The upheaval in heaven and earth has been corrected. Damn it. Outside the sun star, the hundreds of great Yao were all bewildered, including Fuxi and Beis. No one expected Yu Yuan to curse so fiercely, even threatening to capture them and throw them into the sun star, letting the true solar fire burn their primordial spirits for a culpa. That's over 100,000 years. It would be a fate worse than death, and you'd wish you could kill yourself with a knife. Get lost. All of you get lost, or I'll kill you. Bastards. Where's my blade? Where's my blade? I'll cut you all down. Yu Yuan, almost losing his mind, cursed incoherently. The hundreds of great Yao looked at each other bewildered. We should withdraw for now. Beis and Fuxi sensed trouble. Yu Yuan was clearly furious, as if their gathering at the Sun Star had caused something terrible. Thus Yu Yuan was very angry and enraged. Just listen to his incoherent curses. It was better to retreat now, or else Yu Yuan would really imprison them inside the Sun Star and burn their primordial spirits for over 100,000 years. Heavens, that would kill people. Retreat. The Yao Emperor has returned. The Yao clan's fate is stable. Let's not anger the Yao Emperor further. In this situation, Yu Yuan couldn't escape, as the divination-savvy Beis and Fuxi could see, so they chose to withdraw directly. Retreat. Fuxi and Beis withdrew, and the other great Yao, terrified by Yu Yuan, followed suit. Soon the area outside the Sun Star fell silent, as if the hundreds of great Yao had never been there. Only Yu Yuan's heart could not calm down. Leaving the void and returning to the primordial world, many great Yao sighed in relief. How terrifying. I felt that the three-legged golden crow condensed by the Yao Emperor was no weaker than the Wu clan's Panga true form. Indeed. But we have angered the Yao Emperor. I wonder if he will hold a grudge. I hope not. The hundreds of great Yao all looked at Beis. After all, it was his idea. He should come up with something to stabilize their hearts and ease their anxiety. Seeing the anxious great Yao, Beis said helplessly, you should all return and await news. We will be ready to welcome the Yao Emperor at any time. During this period, do not conflict with the Wu clan and do not wander near their tribes. Now that everything was settled, all they could do was wait for news to see when Yu Yuan would accept reality and come to lead the Yao clan as a true Yao Emperor. During this time, it was best for the Yao clan to behave and avoid any conflicts with the Wu clan. Beis feared that some reckless great Yao might cause trouble and bring disaster upon everyone. Fortunately, after the battle with the three pure ones, the 12 ancestral Wu were busy cultivating in the Panga temple to enhance and restore their strength, leaving no time to manage the Wu clan's affairs. With the 12 ancestral Wu absent, the Wu clan would be more stable. As long as the Yao clan remained peaceful and didn't think of attacking the Wu tribes while the ancestral Wu were away, all would be fine. Yu Yuan would eventually leave the Sun Star and enter the primordial world to lead. It was only a matter of time. As long as everyone remained calm, no major problems would arise. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. We will stay in our caves and absolutely not provoke the Wu clan. Damn. At a time like this, you still want to provoke the Wu clan. It's already good that others don't come to provoke you. Beis wanted to roll his eyes but restrained himself. He shook his fan and said during the Yao Emperor's return, please behave yourselves and refrain from inciting war. Otherwise, when the Yao Emperor descends, no one will be able to offer an explanation. Everyone take care. Most of the Yao clan were unruly and proud. Without a warning or a reprimand, they would never take anything to heart. Before it was fine, but now they had all acknowledged Yu Yuan as the Yao Emperor. Everything was settled. If you continue to cause trouble, you have seen Yu Yuan's power. When he comes to his senses and leads the Yao clan, how will you explain? The Wu clan might not even retaliate before Yu Yuan kills you himself. Without a warning, who knows what terrible things these great Yao might do when their minds go astray. Master, leave me alone. I want to be quiet. Go cultivate. Yu Yuan took a sip of spirit wine, waved his hand, and told Shi Wangmu not to disturb him. She should go cultivate. Yes, this was fun. He had fallen into a trap, and he was tricked into it. Trouble came from the sky while he was at home. Earlier, he had been planning how to deal with the saints and those who opposed him. Now all his plans were wasted and needed to be redone. Damn it. This is a scam. I'll kill you all sooner or later. These great Yao had given him a big surprise, shocking and pleasing him at the same time. The shock left Yu Yuan thunderstruck, and the joy made him want to grab his blade and cut them down. In the end, everything returned to the starting point. Fortunately, the situation in the primordial world was not so harsh for the Yao clan. As long as Yu Yuan did not imitate Jun and Taiyi, no one could do anything to him. As for the Yao clan, they would decline, but not be destroyed. No one could annihilate the Yao clan unless all living beings of grass with flesh and blood disappeared, for the Yao would never perish. The human race's fate was strong and enduring, and so was the Yao clan's, but it depended on one's ability to manage and scheme. Glancing at the Honghuang purple chi continuously fusing within his body, Yu Yuan could not help but spit out a word, damn. Others have to refine and fuse the Honghuang purple qi, but I do nothing and it fuses on its own. Can this be any more unfair? The heavenly Tao was clearly urging Yu Yuan to become the Yao Emperor, to attain enlightenment, and not to stay crouched on the Sun Star. Nuwa was unaware of what happened in the void. At that moment she walked aimlessly across the primordial world, starting from Buzhou Mountain. She did not stop her steps, her footprints covering all corners of the land. Along the way Nuwa discovered some current problems in the primordial world. Although the primordial world was said to have 10,000 races apart from the Wu clan and the Yao clan, all other races retreated and hid, afraid of accidentally offending the Wu or Yao and causing their own extinction. The Wu clan was simply unprovocable. No one in the primordial world would dare to provoke them. As for the Yao clan, just look at their numbers, that would scare you to death. Every corner of the primordial world had Yao, so one could imagine how vast their population was. Moreover, although the Yao clan currently dared not provoke the Wu clan, if other races made the Yao unhappy, they would not hesitate to kill them. Thus the 10,000 races naturally hid to avoid trouble. The 10,000 races retreated, fearing trouble that would implicate their kind. This was not a problem, but their retreat and small populations created the illusion that the primordial world only had the Wu and Yao clans. Nuwa noticed this and stopped. Along the way she saw only Wu and Yao, rarely any other race moving about. This was astonishing, but it had truly happened. Alas, the races of the primordial world are too monotonous. Thinking of something, Nuwa sighed. Although she herself was a member of the Yao clan at this moment, she felt sympathy for the other races. If only a few more races with large populations existed, the primordial world would be livelier. As this thought emerged in her mind, Nuwa suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. In the depths of her being, she felt she had found the path to enlightenment. Nuwa disliked conflict, so she walked the path of creation. Now that the 10,000 races had retreated, making the primordial world monotonous and colorless, why not create some races? With this thought, Nuwa squatted down, dug some soil, and began to mold it. As she shaped it, she instinctively used the form of the innate Tao body. Later generations often wondered why the forms of various races after transformation all resembled the human race. Was it based on humans? What they did not realize was that humans were created in this form. The first being to transform in the primordial world was Pangu, whose original form was the innate Tao body. After Pangu slew the 3,000 innate chaos demons and created the world, transforming into all things, any living being in the primordial world that could transform would take Pangu's form. Nuwa wished to create life and instinctively used this form to mold. Soon a lovely little clay figurine appeared in her hands. But it could not move, so Nuwa breathed a breath of air into it. The figurine moved and became a person, but to Nuwa's confusion it had no intelligence. It was like a walking corpse, not a true living being. Nuwa put down the figurine and tried again. This time she infused part of her own essence blood into it. The figurine became more vivid but still lacked intelligence. Soon its intelligence collapsed, and its body could not withstand the pressure of the primordial world disintegrating. What am I missing? Nuwa knew this was her opportunity for enlightenment, a chance to become a saint. But why did the created beings lack intelligence and fail to withstand the heavenly pressure? Without intelligence and the ability to endure, they could not be considered true life. Nuwa grew anxious, pondering deeply, trying again and again, but each time the result was the same. She realized she needed special soil, but where could she find it? Even if she found suitable soil, how could she solve the problem of the created beings lacking intelligence? My teacher is a saint, perhaps he has a solution. After thinking for a while, Nuwa left the primordial world, crossed the 33 outer heavens, and went to the Zixiao Palace to seek guidance from Hongjun. Since the third sermon, the Zixiao Palace had been closed. Some people often observed from afar, but each time they returned disappointed. Nuwa did not know if Hongjun would see her or resolve her doubts. By now Nuwa was no longer afraid of the celestial blaze and chaos chi within the 33 outer heavens. She traveled at full speed. There's hope. After struggling through the 33 outer heavens and arriving outside the Zixiao Palace, Nuwa saw the open doors and rejoiced, quickly stepping forward. Senior sister, Haotian and Yaoqi, still in the form of young attendants, bowed as Nuwa arrived. But Nuwa had no time for them. She strode into the Zixiao Palace, ignoring them. Yaoqi cast a helpless glance at Haotian, who twitched his mouth in anger, but dared not show it. Even as Hongjun's attendants cultivating under him and receiving occasional guidance, what did it matter? Throughout the vast primordial world, others might give them some face, but the three pure ones, Nuwa, Jieyin, and Zhunti, would not even deign to look at them. Inside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat on the high platform. Nuwa hurried to her seat and bowed to him. Teacher, Nuwa has cultivated for many years and walked the primordial world seeking the path to enlightenment. Now I have clearly perceived it, but a problem has arisen at the final step. Please enlighten me. Why do the created beings lack intelligence and cannot withstand the heavenly pressure? Even when I infuse my own vital energy and essence blood, they collapse. Hongjun opened his eyes and looked at Nuwa. How can beings inferior to grass and trees possess intelligence or withstand the heavenly pressure? inferior to grass and trees. Is my path of creation so lacking? Hearing Hongjun's words, Nuwa felt somewhat deflated and anxious. At that moment it suddenly occurred to her that the mud she had been using was merely ordinary earth. If she could find the right soil, could she perhaps create true living beings and form a unique race? Nuwa felt her heart skip a beat. Instinctively she looked at Hongjun, but he did not speak again. He merely cast a distant glance into the void, then closed his eyes. With a flick of his whisk, Nuwa was sent out of Zixiao Palace. Nuwa, expelled from the palace, stood frozen in place. She had so many unanswered questions. What did the teacher mean? Gazing into the void, Nuwa turned to look in the direction Hongjun had been staring. Yao Qi, standing at the entrance, asked in confusion, "Senior sister, are you gazing at the sun star?" Sun star? Nuwa looked down at Yao Qi, bewildered as to why Yao Qi thought she was looking at the sun star. Yao Qi pointed in the direction Nuwa had been looking and explained, "From here, if one transcends into the void, one can directly see the sun star. Unfortunately, our cultivation is too weak to pierce through it. If senior sister attains sainthood, you might be able to try. No matter where you are in the primordial world, the sun star resides within the void. If you know its location, you can look toward it, but ordinary people cannot see such a distant place, unless you become a sage. Even sages have their limitations, as proven after the investiture calamity. Because the primordial world was shattered, Hongjun forbade sages from appearing within it. They could only remain in their Dao fields established in the chaos, and without special methods they could not communicate. When major events occurred in the primordial world, sages in the chaos remained unaware, unless the event was significant enough to affect their own sect's fortune. Only then would a sage notice instantly, as it concerned their own Qi endowment, which could not be taken lightly. The teacher was looking at the sun star, meaning what I need is upon it. Nuwa thanks junior sister for the guidance. This time Nuwa did not ignore Yao Qi. Instead, she happily thanked her, then vanished into the 33rd heaven and flew toward the sun star. Trouble. Nuwa suddenly realized that if the item was on the sun star, it was effectively in Yu Yuan's hands. Obtaining what she wanted from Yu Yuan seemed exceedingly difficult. Yu Yuan might impose some terrifying condition, perhaps something romantic or frivolous. At the thought, Nuwa couldn't help but shiver. Surely not. If Yu Yuan were the kind of man who would force himself upon a woman, could Zhuangmu, his little maid, have escaped his clutches? Zhuangmu had been captured by Yu Yuan and served as his maid for years, yet she remained a virgin. This proved that Yu Yuan was not a reckless man. But then the question remained, did Yu Yuan look down on Zhuangmu, or was he deliberately saying such things? If Yu Yuan truly proposed to her, asking her to become his Dao companion, what should she do? And so Nuwa arrived at the sun star, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Little Tsundere. Yu Yuan, who was drinking alone and eating dragon meat, noticed someone approaching. He looked up and saw Nuwa. It seems the time has come for you, Nuwa, to beg me, Yu Yuan. What demand should I make? Yu Yuan raised his hand and stroked his chin. Standing outside the sun star, Nuwa's heart was uneasy. But she had to face what was coming. Regardless of whether Yu Yuan would make an unacceptable demand, she needed to meet him first to negotiate. Nuwa greets the Taoist friend. I request an audience. Come in. Outside the sun star, a gate parted in the blazing solar true fire. Nuwa took a deep breath and flew in. Yu Yuan was sitting beneath the fusong tree. He said to Nuwa, sit. After Nuwa was seated, Yu Yuan looked at her and asked, Taoist friend, you cultivate at Buzhou Mountain. What brings you to my humble sun star? Playing dumb on purpose. Nuwa sat on the chair, collected her thoughts, and said, to be honest, Taoist friend, I have comprehended the opportunity for enlightenment within the primordial world. Oh, congratulations, congratulations. Yu Yuan offered a hollow smile of congratulations. As for sincerity, it seemed utterly absent. His expression remained utterly calm, as if Nuwa had merely announced that a nest of demon cubs had been born in the primordial world, rather than a matter as momentous as comprehending the path to enlightenment. Anyone else would have struggled to remain composed, but Yu Yuan was completely indifferent. Nuwa, who had prepared a lengthy speech, was dumbfounded. That was it. Taoist friend, the script is not supposed to go like this. How am I supposed to talk to you like this? If Yu Yuan had shown surprise and inquired about the enlightenment opportunity, then Nuwa could have steered the conversation and revealed her purpose, hoping he would give her the item crucial to her attainment. But Yu Yuan's tepid congratulations struck Nuwa like a blunt hammer, leaving her speechless. After offering his congratulations, Yu Yuan fell silent, a faint smile on his face as he gazed at Nuwa, as if admiring a view. Nuwa felt extremely uncomfortable. If anyone else had stared at her like that, she would have made them regret it. But the one staring was Yu Yuan. Nuwa could do nothing about him. She couldn't beat him, couldn't out-talk him, and cursing was out of the question. If she dared to speak, Yu Yuan would surely scold her mercilessly, making her doubt her own existence. Besides, he had no fear of her status as a saint's disciple. He was like an iron hedgehog, impossible to bite into. Since you won't speak, I won't ask either. I'm in a bad mood anyway, so looking at a beautiful woman to lift my spirits isn't bad. It had to be said that those so-called celebrities and internet stars of his past life couldn't compare to a woman like Nuwa. Just looking at a beautiful woman was pleasant. Nuwa's pretty face slowly darkened. Losing patience, she said seriously, Taoist friend, I have been to Zixiao Palace. The teacher said the item I need for enlightenment is in your hands. I beg you to give it to me. I will never forget your great kindness. Yu Yuan produced the 9 heavens divine soil. Nua's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. That was it. If she hadn't restrained herself, and if she weren't weaker than Yu Yuan, she would have lunged to snatch it. Nua stared unblinkingly at the 9 heavens divine soil, her face clearly screaming, I want it. A mischievous glint flickered in Yu Yuan's eyes. He tossed the soil up, caught it, tossed it again, making Nua's heart rise and fall with each motion, afraid he might damage it. Taoist friend, if you have any conditions, just name them. As long as I can fulfill them, I will not refuse. Obtaining the item would not be easy, as she would inevitably owe a great debt. Nua felt helpless. It concerned her enlightenment. How great would that debt be? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you wanted it for free. You scared me. Yu Yuan laughed heartily. Actually, I don't have any great demands. It's just that I've taken a liking to you at first sight, so. Exactly as I feared. Nua nearly exploded with rage. She quickly shook her head and flatly refused. No, this is not negotiable. She would rather owe a huge debt than become Dao companions with Yu Yuan. Nua had no such thoughts, as she only wanted to attain sainthood, to become a supreme sage, with her primordial spirit anchored in the void, immortal and indestructible. What was a Dao companion? She didn't need one. Yu Yuan's reaction was expected. His face hardened, and he said irritably, in that case there's nothing to discuss. Goodbye. Taoist friend. I can. Before Nua could finish, Yu Yuan flung her out of the sun star. She found herself in the void, staring blankly at the sun star enveloped in solar true fire. She could have cursed her mother. Do you have to be like this, Yu Yuan? Do I have that much appeal? Dao companion. It's simply unreasonable. In the void, Nua's face was red with rage, and she paced anxiously. If Yu Yuan wouldn't let go, how could she attain enlightenment? He had a stranglehold on her lifeline. TCH, I just made up an excuse to reject you, and you took it seriously. There are plenty of women in the primordial world. Do I absolutely need you, Nua? Are you that overconfident? Inside the sun star, Yu Yuan curled his lips, put away the 9 heavens divine soil, and was in no hurry at all. Really? I haven't attained enlightenment yet. Why are you all in such a rush? Stay put. I'll talk when I'm in a good mood. With a flick of his finger, he sent Nua flying out of the sun star. His mood instantly improved. He had to admit Nua was something else. The feeling of flicking her away with a finger was truly different. Humming a little tune, Yu Yuan returned to his secret chamber to continue his seclusion. As for Nua, she could go back or stay. It didn't matter. The void wasn't his property. She could stay as long as she liked, or it had nothing to do with him. Yu Yuan intended to stabilize his own cultivation realm first. As for the already furious Nua, who cared? Do whatever you want. Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you're special. The thing is mine, oh why should I give it to you just because you ask? Do I need your gratitude, Nua? Keep it for someone else. Annoying. She had already comprehended the opportunity for enlightenment, yet she couldn't attain it. She lacked the necessary item, and that item was in the hands of the most difficult person, Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan wanted her Nua as a person. If she didn't agree, he wouldn't give her the item needed for enlightenment. Nua never dreamed that Yu Yuan would flip out so easily. Without a word, he flicked her out with his middle finger. That bastard even pointed his middle finger at her first. Surely it meant something bad. Infuriating. Not only did he point his middle finger at her and flick her out, but later, no matter what she said outside the sun star, Yu Yuan ignored her. With a black face, Nua returned to her Dao field in the primordial world. At that moment, she wished she could skin and dismember Yu Yuan. At the same time, she was shocked by his formidable power. Without using any magic treasure, with just a finger, he had flicked her out, and she had no time to react before she was outside the sun star. Although not as terrifying as the Dao ancestor, it was still a horrifying existence for Nua at that time. This made Nua desperately eager to attain enlightenment, but the more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. Little sister Yu. Fushi raised his hand to greet her as she returned, but seeing her fuming, he swallowed the rest of his words and silently poured some water, handing it to Nua. He felt that Nua needed some water to calm down. After gulping down several mouthfuls of spiritual water, Nua asked angrily, "Brother, is finding a Dao companion really that important?" Huh? Fushi was full of questions. Well, it depends. For some it's very important, for others it's optional. Fushi was the type who didn't need a Dao companion at all. His little sister referring to the Demon Emperor. Although Nua's words were vague, Fushi managed to guess something. Nua frowned, puzzled. Demon Emperor. Yu Yuan. Exactly. Fushi smiled and recounted the story of how hundreds of great demons had gathered outside the sun star, causing Yu Yuan to unexpectedly secure the position of Demon Emperor, recognized by the will of heaven. Fushi had already sided with the demon race. The demons now had a ruler, even if that ruler currently ignored demon affairs. He was still pleased. It was only a matter of time before Yu Yuan would emerge from seclusion, unless he wanted to court disaster himself. Fushi could smile, but Nua's face twitched involuntarily. She looked at him helplessly and said, "Brother, are you saying that Yu Yuan seeking a Dao companion is fated?" Naturally. Fuxi nodded with an expression of profound understanding. Although the Demon Emperor is still on the Sun Star, he will inevitably emerge. As the Supreme Lord of the Demons, how can he do without a Demon Empress? Not just anyone can fill that role. Nuwa was on the verge of tears. But why does it have to be me? Brother, do you know that I have comprehended the opportunity for enlightenment? Excellent, excellent. Fuxi nodded, then suddenly realized the implication and nearly jumped off his cushion. Is that true? Nuwa stared at her brother expressionlessly. But the item I need for enlightenment is in Yu Yuan's hands. He wants me to become the Demon Empress of the demon race, otherwise he won't give me the item to achieve enlightenment. Fuxi nearly choked on his own saliva. He quickly lowered his raised hand and stared at Nuwa in shock. After a long pause he spoke weakly, and you refused. Fuxi knew his sister too well. Nuwa had no interest in such matters. As her elder brother, he didn't want to interfere, so he had pretended not to notice. But he never expected it to come to this. If you won't be my woman, you won't attain enlightenment. Yu Yuan's move was simply too slick. Of course I refused, and then Yu Yuan flicked me out of the Sun Star with a finger. Fuxi was dumbfounded. My boss has taken a fancy to my little sister. What should I do? Fuxi was at a loss. From the perspective of the demon race, he naturally hoped that Yu Yuan, the Demon Emperor, would choose a powerful empress. Nuwa was a saint ordained by heaven. Was there anyone more formidable than her? Yet from the perspective of a brother, this matter was utterly vexing. He even felt like saying to Yu Yuan, "You scoundrel. If you have the nerve, come at me. Don't bully my sister." But the moment he recalled that Nuwa was stronger than himself and had been flicked away by Yu Yuan's finger, Fuxi immediately quashed that thought. Yu Yuan could thrash him in an instant. I dare not, I dare not. This. Haha, this. Fuxi stammered for a long while, without managing to say anything coherent. He felt caught between two fires. Helpless, he could only say to Nuwa, "Little sister, how about we calm down for a while? When everyone has settled, I will accompany you to the Sun Star." It has to be this way. Nuwa sighed. She did not want to make things difficult for Fuxi either. She rose and went to her own dwelling, leaving Fuxi alone in the hall, his expression shifting through a most dramatic range. Laozi was stuck ever since he had severed the last evil corpse. Year after year passed, and no matter how hard he tried, the three corpses refused to merge into one. Even worse off were Yuanshi and Tongtian. Neither of them could sever the self-corpse. They remained stuck here, unable to move. The Western duo Jieyin and Zhunti were in the same boat. They had barely managed to sever the good and evil corpses, only to be blocked by the self. The Honghuang purple chi had fully fused, but what frustrated them was that the opportunity for Dao attainment had yet to appear, enough to drive anyone mad. The most helpless of all was Hongjun, who had been obediently hiding in Honghuang Temple. That fellow was nearly fuming to death. After countless years of cultivation, his strength had not advanced by a single iota. It seemed he was blocked by the Honghuang purple chi. And as for the Honghuang purple chi, he had not managed to refine or fuse even a fraction of it. This made Hongjun wonder if he was simply too inferior to deserve the Honghuang purple chi. Otherwise, why would such a situation arise? Hongjun was nearly driven insane with rage. Fortunately, Xinyuanzi persuaded him to calm down, and he obediently returned to his secluded cultivation, striving to refine the Honghuang purple chi. Many years had passed since the great battle between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral sorcerers. During this time, neither the three pure ones nor the 12 ancestral sorcerers had appeared in the primordial world. All were in closed-door cultivation. Nothing major had happened in the primordial world either. Apart from the demon race's hundreds of great demons venerating Yu Yuan as the Demon Emperor, all was calm. Yu Yuan had become the Demon Emperor. This news caught everyone off guard. What they did not expect was that Yu Yuan remained his old self, showing no interest in the demon race at all, and had been cultivating in seclusion on the Sun Star all along. The demon race continued to tread carefully, not daring to provoke the sorcerer race. Elder brother, have you comprehended the opportunity for Dao attainment? Seated inside the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian both looked expectantly at Laozi, who had emerged from seclusion last. They hoped Laozi had grasped the opportunity for Dao attainment so that he could guide them. After all, Laozi was stronger. It was only natural for him to comprehend the Dao attainment opportunity. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. I have not. Laozi shook his head slightly. I wonder how junior sister Nuwa and the two from the west are faring. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, who dreamed of attaining the Dao, hunched his shoulders. I do not know. Their situation is probably similar to ours. As for the two Westerners, I am not sure. As for junior sister Nuwa, she visited the Purple Dawn Palace many years ago. Perhaps she gained something. It was not surprising that Nuwa's visit to the Purple Dawn Palace had been noticed, and the news had spread. However, no one knew the purpose of Nuwa's trip to the Purple Dawn Palace. The three pure ones did not dare to rashly go to the Purple Dawn Palace to seek answers from Hongjun. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a thought. Tong Tian's eyes lit up, and he said, "In that case, why don't the three of us go to Mount Buzhou and discuss the Dao with junior sister Nuwa?" Discussing the Dao as fellow disciples. There was nothing wrong with that, was there? and incidentally asking about the opportunity for Dao attainment. There was nothing wrong with that, either was there. Hearing this, Lao Zi and Yuanshi were both tempted. Although they believed they would be the first to attain the Dao ahead of Nuwa and the Western Jieyin and Zhunti, who could guarantee that such a thing would not happen? What if Nuwa really had comprehended the Dao attainment opportunity first? Why else would she have gone to the Purple Dawn Palace? If Nuwa had never visited the Purple Dawn Palace, the three pure ones would not have overthought it. But she had, and that was worth pondering. Seeing that Yuanshi Tianzuan was also eager to move, Lao Zi thought for a moment and said, "In that case, let the three of us go to Mount Buzhou. But I hope you two will not start a conflict with the sorcerer race." Before attaining the Dao, Lao Zi did not want any more trouble with the sorcerer race. The last incident had been utterly humiliating. Having made up their minds and reached a consensus, the three pure ones quickly packed up, brought a few small gifts, instructed their attendants to guard the mountain gate, and then left Mount Kunlun to visit Nuwa at Mount Buzhou. Nuwa was not surprised by the arrival of the three pure ones. Matters concerning Dao attainment made everyone anxious. They came under the pretext of discussing the Dao, but not long into their discussion, they began to ask obliquely about the opportunity for Dao attainment. Nuwa was not foolish, as she knew what the three of them were after. Without hiding anything, she said, "Three senior brothers, to be honest with you, I have indeed comprehended the opportunity for Dao attainment." "Is that true?" The three pure ones, all now appearing as aged immortals, widened their eyes, their bodies trembling with excitement. Six eyes fixed on Nuwa. "It is true." Nuwa smiled bitterly. "I would never deceive you three senior brothers. I comprehended the Dao attainment opportunity many years ago, and for that reason, I even went to the Purple Dawn Palace to pay respects to the teacher and seek his guidance. But unfortunately, I still cannot attain the Dao." "Why is that?" Lao Zi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian grew anxious. If Nuwa had comprehended the opportunity and still could not attain the Dao, what about them? They had not even touched the edge of the Dao attainment opportunity, let alone attain the Dao. Nuwa fell silent. For her, this was somewhat embarrassing to speak of. But the more she hesitated, the more anxious the three pure ones became. Helpless Nuwa had to confess, "The object I need to attain the Dao is in the hands of the demon emperor Yu Yuan. But Yu Yuan wants to choose an empress. I refused, and so he flicked me out with a finger and refused to see me anymore." It was clear that Nuwa held a grudge against that middle finger of Yu Yuan's. That single finger, she might never forget it in this lifetime. The three pure ones were dumbfounded. They could not believe that Yu Yuan wanted Nuwa to become his woman, and that if she refused, he would not give her the item. How could he be so reckless? The three pure ones, who had been inwardly anxious, now calmed down. This was something they could not help with. It involved the Dao partner and the position of the demon empress of the demon race. The three pure ones had no right to speak and did not know what to say. They could only be spectators, mere tools. The four fellow disciples sat together in utter speechlessness. After a long while, Tongtian could not help but remark, "This Yun is truly a man of his nature. Indeed, outsiders could hardly intervene in such matters." The three pure ones were at a loss. After discussing the Dao with Nuwa for several hundred years, they hastily ended the meeting and returned to Mount Kunlun, choosing to isolate themselves. Nuwa was in a dilemma, finding it difficult to make a choice. The challenge before her was either to agree to Yu Yuan become his Dao partner and the noble demon empress of the future, and then attain the Dao to become an immortal undying sage, or to continue refusing and remain stuck here forever. Unless Yu Yuan nodded, Nuwa would never obtain the item. At present, in the vast primordial world, only Hongjun could take something from Yu Yuan's hands, and even that would not go smoothly. Without the needed item, Nuwa could only be stuck here, unable to move. "Little sister, the demon emperor has emerged from seclusion. Have you made your decision?" Fushi, having been informed by Zhuangmu, relayed this news to Nuwa. As for how Nuwa would choose, he could not interfere. Over the years, he had repeatedly wanted to visit Yu Yuan on the Sun Star, but Yu Yuan had refused to see anyone going into seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years until today. Zhuangmu had notified Fushi immediately. Fushi had come many times, each time bringing several demon dragons he had deliberately killed. After so many visits, Zhuangmu felt embarrassed and could only tell him that she would notify him the moment Yu Yuan emerged from seclusion. "Elder brother, do not worry. Just come with me to the Sun Star." After thinking for hundreds of thousands of years, Nuwa had surely made a decision, especially after meeting the three pure ones. Very well. Fushi had nothing more to say. He led Nuwa to the Sun Star. This time, not even an announcement was needed. The solar true fire outside the Sun Star parted on its own, clearly indicating that Yu Yuan was expecting their arrival. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and Yu Yuan's aura had become even more ethereal and unfathomable, leaving Nuwa and Fushi completely unable to see through him. This meant that Yu Yuan's power had reached a terrifying level beyond what Fushi and Nuwa could perceive. "Make yourselves at home." Yu Yuan had Zhuangmu add seats and a table, set out spiritual wine and dragon meat, and began to eat and drink as he pleased. After a closed-door cultivation of hundreds of thousands of years, he had grown a bit ravenous. As they say, time in the primordial world is cheap, and indeed it was. By now, Yu Yuan's strength had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-sage realm. He was confident that he could contend with a sage for a while. A sage would find it very difficult to kill him unless it was someone on Hongjun's level. The Honghuang purple chi had fully merged with Yu Yuan, and the fortune of the demon race and the heavenly fortune had remained stable. The sorcerer and demon races had not erupted into another great war, and the heavenly fortune of the primordial world was also stable. Fuxi looked at Nuwa. Nuwa took a sip of the spiritual wine as if steeling herself. After preparing for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Demon Emperor, I can accept your terms, but I hope that after the marriage you will not restrict my freedom. I have no desire to be merely a demon empress confined to the throne. I ask for your understanding." Her choice was made. Even her form of address had changed. But to Nuwa's surprise, after she had finally steeled her resolve, Yu Yuan blinked in confusion and said, "What demon emperor, demon empress? Such nonsense. Fellow Taoist, if you want this 9 heavens fertile soil, you need only bind your fortune to the demon race, and I will give it to you directly." Nuwa's breathing grew heavy and her expression slowly changed. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Yu Yuan seemed to blaze with fire. "Was I toyed with?" Noticing Nuwa's change, Yu Yuan laughed nonchalantly. "Don't glare at me like that. Though you're still very pretty, I'm scared." She wanted to flip the table. After all that effort convincing herself, making up her mind to become Yu Yuan's Tao partner and his demon empress, he turned around and pulled this on her. As if oblivious to Nuwa's murderous glare, Yu Yuan continued, "A beauty is fine, but I'm not the type to force someone, at least not in matters like this. Since I allowed you into the Sun Star, it means I am negotiating in good faith. Bind your fortune to the demon race, and the object of Tao attainment is yours." Who doesn't like a beautiful woman? But at this moment, were women really that important? Yu Yuan had been forced onto the throne of Demon Emperor. His strength could no longer increase. Even if he continued to comprehend the laws of space and time, he would at most become a terrifyingly powerful quasi-sage. Still inferior to a sage, still not a sage. At this point, what else could he do? Attain the Tao and become a sage. Even if he became the Demon Emperor, did that mean he would inevitably share the fate of Jieyin and Taiyi? Think too much. You have the Honghuang purple chi, and so do I. You can attain the Tao, and so can I. Do you sages think you can wait until after you achieve sainthood to settle old scores? Impossible. Your uncle is still your uncle. Yu Yuan can still chase you all over the mountains, make you deter every time, and make you afraid to provoke me. Why? Nuwa demanded angrily. I am already a member of the demon race. Why must I bind my fortune to the demon race? Was there a difference? You are a member of the demon race now, but what about after you attain the Tao? Yu Yuan glanced at her and said flatly, "If you are unwilling, I will not force you." Why must her fortune be bound to the demon race? Nuwa could not understand, nor could she fathom it. After all, she could not predict what would happen in the future. Having been seated on the throne of the Demon Emperor, Yu Yuan could no longer engage in petty skirmishes as before. He needed to start scheming for himself. Whether he was always calculating, he did not care. If I am well off, everything is fine. If I, Yu Yuan, am not well off, none of you will be well off either. Another difficult choice had to be made. Fortunately, Nuwa did not fly into a rage. For someone like her who disliked conflict and did not establish a sect, whether her fortune was bound to the demon race made little difference. Nuwa had no idea how terrifying the fortune of the as yet unborn human race would be. If I do not court death, if I do not fight the sorcerer race to the bitter end, and if I also bind the human race's fortune, what can you do to me, Yu Yuan? It's a deal. After silent contemplation weighing the benefits, Nuwa finally nodded in agreement. But the moment Nuwa uttered those words, another variable emerged, though not as severe as before and without causing chaos. It was within an acceptable range. Inside the Purple Dawn Palace, Hongjun frowned, feeling a headache. Why did everything involving Yu Yuan become so complicated? The heavenly fate kept shifting, elusive and inscrutable. Even though he had merged with the Tao and become part of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun was still helpless. Fortunately, the changes in fate were all within acceptable limits, not exceeding the bounds of the heavenly Tao and the great Tao's control. So Hongjun simply pretended not to see them. Then this 9 heavens fertile soil is yours, fellow Taoist. Yu Yuan did not continue to press Nuwa and generously handed over the item. But after Nuwa put away the 9 heavens fertile soil, her gaze remained fixed on the gourd vine and the Qinquan cauldron. Yu Yuan said warily, "I still have important uses for these things, so I cannot give them to you, fellow Taoist. As for the Qinquan cauldron, even less so. It is a treasure of creation capable of turning post-heaven into pre-heaven, a most precious artifact. Where did Yu Yuan get so many good things?" Nuwa and Fuxi could not help but feel envious. "Taoist friend, this object is essential for my Tao attainment. I hope you can spare it." Nuwa still desired that gourd vine. "As for the Qinquan cauldron, I merely wish to borrow it. I will return it once my task is accomplished." Agreed. Come be the demon queen. In the past, others had always tricked him, Yu Yuan, into becoming the demon emperor. Now their purpose had been fulfilled, and it was his turn to persuade Nuwa to become the demon queen. Cough, cough. The spiritual wine in Fuxi's mouth sprayed straight out from his nose. He quickly turned away, utterly embarrassed. Shi Wangmu beside him was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. I will definitely return it in the future. Nua's face darkened as she took the borrowed items and immediately departed the Sun Star. She feared she might lose control and fight Yu Yuan to the death. Was it truly that amusing for him to torment her time and again? Ha ha, farewell Taoist friend. Yu Yuan laughed uncontrollably, causing Nua to stumble in her steps. She hurried away, unwilling to remain another moment on the Sun Star. Fuxi found it difficult to stay as well. After bidding farewell to Yu Yuan, he departed alongside Nua. Once the others had departed, Shi Wangmu gathered her belongings. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Yu Yuan and gently massaged his shoulders, speaking softly. My lord, with Taoist Nua achieving sainthood, your position grows precarious. The emergence of one saint signals that others won't be far behind. Yu Yuan had already alienated all the heavens-appointed saints. If they all attained sainthood, the consequences for Yu Yuan would be severe. Not to mention the other saints. Even Nua, once she achieved sainthood, would likely retaliate against Yu Yuan given how many times he had wronged her. Having finally attained sainthood after such hardship, releasing her frustration on Yu Yuan would be only natural. Shi Wangmu harbored deep concerns about this unfolding scenario. The situation would become untenable. Before her ascension, Nua was merely a cultivator, but now she stands as a saint. How could Yu Yuan possibly face her? The thought of their past encounters made Shi Wangmu's expression turn strange. Shi Wangmu could only hope Nua wouldn't deliberately seek revenge after achieving sainthood. No matter, would Nua come seeking trouble? The answer was an undeniable yes. Saints were not necessarily magnanimous. But if Yu Yuan had feared her retaliation, would he have handed over those items in the first place? What difference would achieving sainthood make? Nua had attained it through merit, but honestly Yu Yuan held little regard for her strength. Observe the conflicts among saints. The three pure ones and the Western two saints alike showed no reverence for her. Throughout every struggle, it was always Nua who bore the losses. While she eschewed conflict by nature, that didn't mean she would tolerate being bullied without resistance. The truth was simple: Nua lost because she lacked power. Any sentient being knows to fight for honor, let alone a saint. But her strength fell short, leaving her unable to challenge the three pure ones, even when they were divided. As for Jieyin and Zhunti, they appeared together at all times, completely neutralizing any advantage Nua might have had. Moreover, if Nua thought Yu Yuan could be bullied, she had vastly miscalculated. Her own destiny was now inextricably bound to the demon clan. Though she couldn't fathom why Yu Yuan would propose such a choice, Nua had no alternative but to accept it. Armed with the 9 heavens restoring earth, the gourd vine, and the Qiankuan cauldron, Nua entered the primordial world. On the Sun Star, Yu Yuan contemplated for a moment before dismissing his desire to witness her attainment of sainthood through merit, choosing instead to wait for her return. Once Nua achieved sainthood and grasped the significance of humanity's destiny, she would certainly explode with rage. He mused that he should first make some arrangements to prevent this woman from destroying his Sun Star. Most of humanity's fortune resided within Nua herself, and as long as the human race endured, their destiny would never wane. The mere thought of this fortune being bound to the demon clan made Yu Yuan unable to suppress his laughter. Let them struggle and scheme. All Yu Yuan would do was watch in silence. With humanity's fortune now entangled with the demon clan, even the 3 pure ones and the Western saints Jieyin and Zhunti would curse bitterly once they achieved sainthood through their own religions. The spectacle would undoubtedly be magnificent. Once inside the primordial world, Nua retrieved the 9 heavens restoring earth, something she had obtained only after much pleading, and prepared to begin her work. But before acting, she paused, producing the Qiankuan cauldron to refine the earth within it, merging her essence, blood, and vital energy into the mixture before removing it to continue her creation. Shaping the figure with its innate Tao body intact, Nua's experience allowed her to complete a small clay figurine in short order. Yet her heart trembled with unease, fearing this creation might lack consciousness like the previous ones, unable to withstand the heavenly pressure of the primordial world and collapse. Fortunately, such an outcome was averted. Upon completing the clay figure, Nua exhaled a breath of primordial energy toward it. The figurine seemed to awaken, leaping from her palm as its body grew taller and taller until it reached several zhang in height. It knelt before Nua in joy, crying out, "I pay my respects to the Holy Mother." He was humanity crafted by Nua's own hands, enhanced with her essence, blood, and vital energy, and awakened through primordial energy. Calling her Holy Mother was entirely fitting. Bearing the innate Tao body and blessed with consciousness, its primordial spirit shone pure and undefiled. Overcome with joy, Nua eagerly continued her work. Each clay figure transformed into a living human who knelt and cried out in reverence. Within her, the primal purple chi merged completely, with her being blurring the boundary between creator and creation. Her heart expanded with enlightenment. Nua raised her hand, and a gourd vine slipped into her grip. She poured the sacred waters of the 3 luminaries she had once received into the Qiankuan cauldron, mixing it with the remaining 9 heavens restoring earth, and worked the mixture with relentless strikes. Clay figures emerged, continuously growing into living humans. The first generation of humans had been created. Though few in number, they possessed exceptionally towering frames unlike later generations. This was likely due to the essence, blood, and vital energy Nuwa had woven into them, which would gradually diminish with each passing generation. You are born with the innate Tao body and pure primordial spirit. Henceforth you shall be known as the human race. Among the countless beings in the primordial world, those who took humanoid form and cultivated the innate Tao body were called humans. Since Nuwa had created beings with this very trait, she named them the human race. A new race had come into being, gifted with innate Tao bodies and pure primordial spirits. Rumble, rumble. With the completion of Nuwa's creation, the heavenly will responded and thunder cracked across the primordial world sky, startling all beings into looking upward. Countless rainbow-colored auspicious clouds enveloped the heavens as an immense surge of merit energy descended from above. The greatest portion settled upon Nuwa, a smaller measure upon the Chinquan cauldron, and the final fragment upon the gourd vine she had used in her creation. Nuwa closed her eyes like a maiden from the 9 heavens, her aura rising steadily. 2 figures emerged from within her, one robed in white, the other in black. I pay my respects to the Taoist friend. These were Nuwa's malevolent and virtuous shadows, previously unseverable. But now with the aid of merit, all 3 corpses were severed and rapidly fused into one, achieving the unity of the 3 corpses through simplicity itself. Alas, Nuwa's swift severing of her malevolent and egoistic aspects, followed by the merging of all 3 corpses, depended entirely upon merit. The severing of corpses and unity of the 3 corpses was merely the beginning. Nuwa's aura continued its relentless ascent as great Tao laws descended to encircle her, thunder rolling across the heavens, and the entire primordial world was graced with spiritual rain, a reward from the heavenly will for Nuwa's attainment of sainthood. The great Tao laws gradually permeated Nuwa's body, her aura soaring to a terrifying realm that compelled countless beings to prostrate themselves in reverence. Taoist friend, what masterful calculation you possess. When Nuwa's aura finally stilled after an indeterminate span of time, what greeted her was not joy, but simmering fury. She glared toward the sun, star, her eyes practically ablaze with rage. Before attaining sainthood, clouded by heavenly secrets, Nuwa had been in a daze. Yet now, having garnered great merit and achieved her ascension, a favorable turn of fate, she bore the collective fortune of humanity. But on the Sun Star, she had already sworn to bind her destiny to the demon clan. She had essentially lashed herself to the demon clan's vessel with no escape. Now, as Saint Nuwa perceived the fortunes of humanity through the laws that surrounded her, and the realization ignited her fury. While others celebrated their ascension with joy, she seethed with barely contained rage. Yu Yuan, I will not let this end here. Nuwa's heart ached as though bleeding within. Clearly she had suffered a grievous loss, so profound it threatened to strip away even her dignity. The fortune of humanity and the heavenly destiny claimed by saints were all bound to the demon clan and Yu Yuan himself, the current demon emperor. It succeeded. The commotion in the primordial world failed to reach the depths of the void. On the Sun Star, Yu Yuan felt little change save for the sensation of being watched, a feeling not unlike that of Hongjun's gaze. Though faint, the sensation was undeniable. Nuwa had undoubtedly achieved sainthood, perceiving fragments of heavenly destiny, and was now consumed with such rage that she yearned to strike at him upon the Sun Star. Ha ha ha. Within the primordial world, Nuwa raged in fury, while upon the Sun Star Yu Yuan laughed until tears streamed from his eyes. How about that? You stubborn little prideful one, you should have accepted being my demon queen long ago, instead of playing these games. Now you've lost everything, your dowry and your army. Do you understand the consequences? Nuwa's ascension to sainthood had unintentionally propelled Yu Yuan forward, for her destiny was now inextricably bound to the demon clan. As the heavenly will recognized demon emperor, all the benefits flowing from humanity's fortune and the world's destiny transferred from Nuwa directly to him. The realization sent Yu Yuan into uncontrollable laughter, but it soon turned awkward as he felt something within him stirring. Damn it, I can barely hold it back. His primordial purple chi was vibrating violently, threatening to break free. A clear sign he needed to achieve the Tao swiftly, for every moment of delay worked against him. Nuwa's fortune proved remarkably potent. What would have taken Yu Yuan considerable effort to accomplish was now accelerating like a rocket, propelling him forward with unnatural speed. My lord. Shi Wangmu began to speak, but before she could finish, Yu Yuan vanished. The saint seat has been restored. You may now establish your Tao sanctuary in the 33 outer heavens. This disciple accepts the decree. But she vowed silently, I'll settle this score with you slowly. Despite her fury, Nuwa dared not defy Hongjun. Even as a newly minted saint, she had sensed nothing when Hongjun communicated with her, revealing the vast chasm between them despite sharing the same rank. Glancing back at the humans below, Nuwa sighed. As the mother of humanity who had achieved sainthood, she understood their significance, yet she knew the trials they would endure to survive. She gritted her teeth and turned away, leaving them to their fate. Like newborns, humanity needed countless trials to thrive in the primordial world. Even with a soft heart, Nuwa could not intervene. Their suffering was their destined path. To abandon her own children to their fate was agonizing, yet Nuwa had no choice but to stand by and watch. Had she intervened, humanity might have weathered their early trials swiftly, but the calamities awaiting them in the future remained unknowable. Such interference would only uproot their natural growth. Removing earlier tribulations would only intensify later ones. This was the will of heaven, humanity's destined path. Fortunately, while the first generation of humanity was naive and pure as blank paper, their physiques were extraordinarily robust, far stronger than later generations. As long as they committed no grave errors, their survival was assured. Dang! As Nuwa prepared to journey to the 33 outer heavens, she suddenly caught sight of a figure hurtling toward the primordial world at extraordinary speed, even drawing upon the power of the Chaos Bell to maximize their velocity. It was Yu Yuan. How she longed to sink her teeth into him right then and there. Watching Yu Yuan surge into the primordial world, Nuwa ground her teeth in fury. Yet before he could act, she detected something amiss about him. That aura. It was the primordial purple chi. Before achieving sainthood, Nuwa would have been unable to perceive it, but now that she herself had become a saint, she could clearly sense the primordial purple chi within Yu Yuan, fully integrated and on the verge of his own ascension. What was happening? Nuwa stood stunned. Where had Yu Yuan obtained the primordial purple chi? For it to have merged so completely, placing him on the threshold of sainthood, this was beyond comprehension. Why had she heard nothing of this? With her mind consumed by questions, Nuwa instinctively followed Yu Yuan toward Mount Buzhou. Dang! Yu Yuan descended upon Buzhou Mountain, and with the tyrannical power of the Chaos Bell, he began to intercept the celestial secrets, broadcasting his voice. Great demons of the demon clan, hurry to Buzhou Mountain to see this emperor. At the same time, the great demons scattered across Buzhou Mountain were all stunned, each almost thinking their own minds had gone awry, causing hallucinations. The demon emperor Yu Yuan commanded them to go to Buzhou Mountain to meet him. His mind still buzzing with a ringing sound, Yu Yuan had no choice but to adopt a more crude method to achieve his goal. Otherwise, he could not locate all the great demons in time and send them telepathic messages. Only a sage could manage that. Soon the great demons realized that this was not an illusion, nor was there anything wrong with their minds. It was indeed Yu Yuan's voice, and it carried his aura. A voice could be mistaken, but an aura never lies. Go to Buzhou Mountain to see the demon emperor. Was the demon emperor about to emerge from seclusion? Hundreds of great demons were overwhelmed with excitement. Those who were resting in closed-door cultivation, sleeping, or even accompanying their partners, all scrambled out of their dojos and flew towards Buzhou Mountain. I Fushi pay homage to the demon emperor. Fushi in Nuwa's dojo was originally on Buzhou Mountain, so he was the first to arrive. Rise. Yu Yuan gave a nodded, and opened his eyes. At this moment he needed to constantly suppress himself, or else he would inexplicably attain enlightenment. That was not what Yu Yuan wanted. If he truly attained sagehood inexplicably, he would be at a huge loss. A faint golden light continuously radiated from Yu Yuan's body, causing Fushi's heart to palpitate with shock. Since you are here, why hide? Is the sage planning to become this emperor's demon queen? Yu Yuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Nuwa, who had been following secretly, almost slammed her head straight into Buzhou Mountain. Demon queen, you only know demon queen. Looking at Nuwa, who appeared silently with a terrifying aura, Fushi raised his hand to greet her, but quickly withdrew the words on the tip of his tongue and bowed to her. Fushi pays respects to the sage. In the past they were siblings, but now Nuwa had become a sage. Even though their sibling relationship still existed, respect for the sage could not be lacking. Brother, why must you do this? We are originally one. Nuwa was displeased and frowned, still treating Fushi as her brother. Fushi smiled and said, rights cannot be discarded. Suit yourself. Nuwa couldn't be bothered with him. Her beautiful eyes turned to Yu Yuan as she gave a cold snort. The demon emperor is truly calculating to have tricked Nuwa into the demon clan. Mutual. Yu Yuan opened his eyes, which had turned entirely golden. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This poor Taoist was left with no choice, and I hope the sage will not take offense. Yu Yuan disrespect the sage, and that is a great. Please, sage, lend a hand and send the many great demons over. Opening his mouth, he asked the sage to be the demon queen. Nuwa wanted to use this excuse to suppress Yu Yuan, but Yu Yuan's words almost choked her to death. Clearly Yu Yuan did not take Nuwa's sage seriously, and even wanted her to be free labor. She really wanted to slap him to death. Nuwa was furious, but after looking at Yu Yuan, who was calm and composed with the chaos bell floating beside him, she ultimately abandoned that idea. She raised her hand and pulled over all the great demons who had already approached Buzhou Mountain, scaring them quite a bit. As for those too far away, Nuwa could do nothing. After all, even a sage is not omnipotent. With Nuwa's help, the hundreds of great demons of the demon clan gathered at Buzhou Mountain with increasing speed. When the last great demon arrived, many spectators had already appeared around Buzhou Mountain, including the three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti. Nuwa had achieved sagehood. This was a major event. The three pure ones and Zhunti had not yet comprehended the opportunity for sagehood, so they were anxious. It was only natural for them to leave their dojos and come to investigate while Nuwa was achieving sagehood. Nuwa chased Yu Yuan to Buzhou Mountain, and naturally the three pure ones and others followed. Then they witnessed the shocking scene of hundreds of great demons gathered at Buzhou Mountain. Soon an event that made the three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti begin to question their existence occurred. The hundreds of great demons looked at Yu Yuan with excitement, knelt on the ground, and shouted loudly, "We pay homage to the demon emperor." The voices of the hundreds of great demons were loud and clear, spreading far and wide. Below Buzhou Mountain, the people of the Wu clan frowned and looked over, unable to guess what the demon clan intended to do. The 12 ancestral witches who were cultivating in the Panga temple all rushed out. However, neither the 12 ancestral witches nor the Wu clan members ascended Buzhou Mountain. They only watched from below. I, Yu Yuan, am the demon emperor of the demon clan. Today I shall achieve sagehood based on the fortune of the demon clan, using the chaos bell to suppress the clan's fortune. Heaven and earth witnessed this. Different people have different ways to achieve sagehood. Nuwa attained sagehood through merit. The three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti needed to establish a sect. Yu Yuan could only achieve sagehood by relying on the foundation of the demon clan's fortune. There was no other way, as he had become completely bound to the demon clan. Although he was also forced, just like Nuwa. They thought Yu Yuan was going to do something else, but the first thing out of his mouth was to achieve sagehood. The three pure ones Jieyin, Zhunti, the hundreds of great demons of the demon clan, and countless onlookers were all collectively dumbfounded. Only Nuwa's mouth twitched, looking helpless. The same sagehood, why was it so difficult for Nuwa, yet Yu Yuan could achieve it so easily? Could Yu Yuan really achieve sagehood? Was he mad or foolish? At that moment, many people had this thought in their minds. If Yu Yuan had not lost his mind, then where did he obtain his opportunity for sagehood? From Hongjun. But Hongjun was still at Honghuang Temple. Jun Yuanzi, who had come out of curiosity, was a bit confused. Facing pairs of curious gazes, Jun Yuanzi declared that he could swear by heaven. Hongjun was still at Honghuang Temple, and the Hongming purple chi was still within him. Compared to outsiders, the hundreds of great demons of the demon clan were both shocked and delighted. The demon emperor said he would achieve sagehood. Was it true? None of the hundreds of great demons knew, not even Fuxi and Baizhe, who were relatively close to Yu Yuan. If it were true, they would be ecstatic. The demon clan would have a sage in charge, 2 sages no less. Would they still need to fear the 12 ancestral witches? Would they still need to fear the Wu clan? Yu Yuan had always looked down on the Wu clan. It turned out he had grounds for confidence. Many great demons were already beginning to fantasize in their hearts. This Yu Yuan must be crazy. The three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti all looked toward Nuwa. After all, Nuwa had become a sage, what they could not see, Nuwa could. Unfortunately, Nuwa did not bother with them. At this moment, Nuwa had almost turned into a jar of vinegar, sour and jealous. Boom. Yu Yuan's achievement of sagehood was not as complicated as Nuwa's. In fact, the procedures were much reduced. It was unclear whether it was due to the stinginess of the heavenly Tao's will, or because the different methods of achieving sagehood led to different procedures and results. Yu Yuan gave a cold snort, and a snow-white ice phoenix fell from the clouds, its wings injured from Yu Yuan's shockwave. Speaking of which, this ice phoenix was also quite unfortunate. When Nuwa was about to attain enlightenment, it hurried over eagerly, hoping to become Nuwa's mount. Just as it was about to arrive, Nuwa chased after Yu Yuan and ran away. The ice phoenix had no choice but to follow to Buzhou Mountain. However, before it could land, it was struck down by Yu Yuan, who mistook it for a peeping Tom. Wait! Seeing that Yu Yuan was about to kill the ice phoenix, Nuwa quickly spoke up and raised her hand to protect it. Demon Emperor, this ice phoenix is fated with me. Please do not harm it. As it happens, I am in need of a mount. Nuwa's words were met with Yu Yuan's indifferent reply, as you wish. Yu Yuan was not blind. He could naturally see that the ice phoenix was fated with Nuwa. What displeased Yu Yuan was that his true form was the 3-legged golden crow, the most powerful entity among all feathered beings in the primordial world. This ice phoenix dared to fly above his head and circle around at such a moment. Was it courting death? After this minor incident, Nuwa accepted the ice phoenix. A spiritual rain descended from the sky, and a stream of merit chi landed on Yu Yuan. Although the amount of merit was not as much as Nuwa's, it was still considerable. Moreover, the gourd vine and the Qianquan cauldron on Nuwa's body autonomously flew out and came to Yu Yuan's side. Terrifying Tao laws descended one after another, encircling Yu Yuan. Was he really attaining enlightenment? Countless onlookers were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped onto Buzhou Mountain. Where did Yu Yuan get the opportunity to attain enlightenment? The 3 pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti all had reddened eyes with envy. They were disciples of the saint, destined to become saints themselves, yet they had not received even a hint of enlightenment. Instead, Nuwa had attained enlightenment first. But they could accept, for she was also a disciple of Hongjun. But what about Yu Yuan? When everyone was still filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion, Nuwa suddenly exclaimed, "You're insane." As the merit Qi descended and Yu Yuan was surrounded by the Tao laws, what made Nuwa's heart race with terror was that Yu Yuan raised his hand to collect the merit into the Qinquan cauldron, then withstood the Tao laws forcibly integrating them into his body. The normal way to attain enlightenment was to use the merit Qi to integrate the Tao laws into the body, break through realms, and become a saint. But Yu Yuan, on the contrary, stored away the vast merit and forcibly merged with the Tao laws. Was this a way to kill himself? What horrified Nuwa even more was that one by one the Tao laws were repelled by Yu Yuan, leaving only the 3 laws of fire, time, and space, which he integrated into his body. This meant that Yu Yuan would not incorporate those miscellaneous laws. He only wanted the 3 laws of fire, time, and space. A fierce golden light radiated from Yu Yuan's body, and his body actually began to collapse. Cracks appeared on his form, and golden blood trickled down along the fissures. Insane. This was absolutely insane. The many laws were rewards from the will of the great Tao during enlightenment, yet Yu Yuan only wanted the 3 categories of fire, time, and space, forcing out all the others and refusing to use the merit Qi to integrate them, instead doing it by force. This was not attaining enlightenment, it was simply courting death. At least in Nuwa's view, it was courting death. Countless beings in the primordial world, even quasi-saints, cultivated the power of laws obtained from the will of the heavenly Tao. Only saints could receive rewards from the will of the great Tao. This was a good thing for saints, yet Yu Yuan did not want it. He only wanted fire, time, and space. If Nuwa knew that Yu Yuan even wanted to repel fire, she would probably think he was seeking death. Unfortunately, he could not repel it because his true form was the 3-legged golden crow, the progenitor of fire manipulation, so he had to keep fire as well. The power of the fire law was indeed formidable, but to Yu Yuan, time and space were the most powerful. Could Yu Yuan be the first entity to fail at enlightenment and instead kill himself? The Tao laws he had repelled swirled around him, terrifying the crowd into fleeing. Even Nuwa retreated a distance, fearing that these Tao laws might mistakenly perceive her as hostile and turn against her. These Tao laws rejected by Yu Yuan were in a state of agitation. They were abandoned. Anyone who approached at this moment would surely suffer. Even a saint would not fare well. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun watched as Yu Yuan's body continuously shattered, turning him into a bloodied figure. Fortunately, Yu Yuan's blood was golden, or else he would have been dyed red. Hongjun murmured to himself, "Quite clever." Then he closed his eyes. The primordial world began to enter the age of saints, and the fate that had undergone great changes was reversed. Though some alterations remained, fortunately they were minor. Thus Hongjun would no longer pay close attention to the primordial world unless something major forced him to intervene personally. Other saints needed to go to the chaos to establish their saintly domains, but Yu Yuan did not. Because the Yao race needed to establish the heavenly court. Under countless gazes filled with shock and fear, Yu Yuan's collapsing body was enveloped by a layer of merit Qi, quickly repairing him. He continued to forcefully merge with the Tao laws, continuing to repel all laws except fire, time, and space. Yu Yuan did not absorb the merit Qi to accelerate the fusion of laws. Instead, he used the merit Qi to repair his own injuries. As for why he took the risk to repel the other Tao laws, Yu Yuan himself could not explain it. He simply felt that this was the correct path, and only by doing so would his strength become greater after attaining enlightenment. If a chaotic mess of Tao laws were all integrated into the body, but only a few could be comprehended, it would instead become a burden. Greed for more might make you mediocre in all aspects, becoming a jack of all trades. Yu Yuan did not want mediocrity, he needed extremes. Unfortunately, the fire law could not be repelled, otherwise Yu Yuan's time and space laws would have been even purer. Integration collapse, healing reintegration recollapse. Yu Yuan put on a unique enlightenment process atop Buzhou Mountain, causing others' eyelids to twitch incessantly. With the clearest mind and least panic, Laozi approached Nuwa, bowed slightly, and asked, "Saint, why does the demon emperor reject the other laws?" Even the senior brother could do nothing about it. After all, Nuwa had attained enlightenment first. Attaining enlightenment and becoming a saint put one above others. If one wished to maintain an equal status, then go attain enlightenment. Otherwise, no amount of talk would help, regardless of whether you were master brothers or siblings. Whether Nuwa still respected Laozi as senior brother was her own affair. But if Laozi, who had not yet attained enlightenment, placed himself on the same level as a saint, that would be his own problem. Senior brother. Nuwa came to her senses. The address of senior brother brought a rare smile to the usually expressionless Laozi, showing that Nuwa still acknowledged him as her senior brother and did not belittle him for becoming a saint. Extremes. The demon emperor seeks extremes, which is why he rejects the other laws. This is very dangerous. Once his true body can no longer withstand it, and the merit Qi is all consumed, he will be in peril. So that was it. Everyone suddenly understood. The 3 pure ones, Jieyin and Zhunti, even secretly wondered whether they should do the same when they attained enlightenment. Nuwa noticed this and couldn't help but lament inwardly. If you really do that, you'll be in for disaster. She then mused. I wonder where the Demon Emperor obtained the opportunity to attain enlightenment without any news leaking out. This was the doubt in everyone's mind. Laozi voiced it on behalf of all. Nuwa shook her head slightly and said, perhaps it was bestowed by the master. The Qianquan cauldron originally belonged to the master, and now it has come into the Demon Emperor's hands. Naturally, it is related to the master, who gave the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Who else could it be besides teacher Hongjun? He even gave the Qianquan Ding. Before becoming a sage, she knew nothing. After becoming a sage using the Qianquan Ding, Nuwa learned many secrets. Hongjun played this move smoothly. On the surface, he gave them the key to the opportunity of attaining the Tao for saint disciples, the Hongming purple Qi, throwing one to Hongyun for others to fight over, while secretly giving another to Yin along with a magical artifact keeping everyone in the dark. If Nuwa could see through Yu Yuan's heart and memories, she would definitely give Hongjun a double thumbs up. Teacher, you are awesome. Since it came from Hongjun, the three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti had no more complaints and stopped dwelling on the issue, settling down to watch Yu Yuan attain the Tao. Collapse, healing, collapse again, healing again. Yu Yuan had lost count of how many times his body had broken down. If not for his clan being sufficiently powerful and his profound comprehension of the laws of time and space, he would have long been unable to endure. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. Gradually, the Tao laws that Yu Yuan had rejected dissipated and vanished, leaving only fire, time, and space still being forcibly fused by Yu Yuan, and the fusion was nearing completion. The karmic merit energy that could have given Yu Yuan a powerful boost was almost entirely used by him to heal himself, without a bit spent on enhancing his strength. This was absolutely a super profligate behavior. The more laws he integrated, the stronger Yu Yuan's power became, and the more terrifying his aura. Gradually, he caught up with Nuwa, and even surpassed her without any pause, still climbing unceasingly. Nuwa felt a surge of irritation in her heart. Just moments ago, she had thought Yu Yuan was courting death, but as it turned out, his method of attaining the Tao was correct, while she had recklessly relied on karmic merit energy to fuse all Tao laws into herself, which was actually wrong. So infuriating. The three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti glanced at Nuwa with strange expressions, and then quickly left. Since they already knew that Nuwa had succeeded in attaining the Tao and Yu Yuan was about to finish, why stay here any longer? Had they nothing better to do but wait to bow to Yu Yuan? The three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti could not swallow that pride, especially since they still had unresolved grievances. Bow to Yu Yuan? No way. I'd better leave as soon as possible, go back to contemplate, and see if I can grasp the opportunity to attain the Tao. Nuwa had attained the Tao and Yu Yuan was about to succeed as well, which made the three pure ones Jieyin and Zhunti anxious. None of them wanted to fall too far behind Nuwa and Yu Yuan. Nuwa was one thing, but Yu Yuan's method of attaining the Tao clearly indicated that his strength would greatly increase after becoming a saint, especially if they fell behind him. Yu Yuan had always been domineering, the type you couldn't afford to provoke. Once provoked, you'd have no peace. The three pure ones had a significant grudge against him, and even Zhunti felt somewhat guilty, fearing that Yu Yuan would come to settle scores over the previous incident. Elder brother. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches looked up at the hundreds of great demons atop the mountain at Yu Yuan and Nuwa, their hearts filled with indescribable bitterness. Nuwa had attained the Tao. She had become a saint, and even Yu Yuan had also attained the Tao. Not a single word of news had leaked out, and suddenly they popped up and attained the Tao. It could scare a person to death. Originally, there was no conflict between the 12 ancestral witches and Yu Yuan. Dijiang even thought Yu Yuan was an interesting person. But then this interesting person suddenly jumped up and became the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Although the Wu and Demon clans had not yet erupted into full-scale war in the primordial world, hatred had already been sown. Who knew when it would explode? Yu Yuan had become a saint, and also the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. With Nuwa added, the situation of the Wu clan would become precarious. If Nuwa did not side with the Demon Clan and remain neutral, it would be fine. But if she sided with the Demon Clan, then the Wu clan would truly be in danger. At least Dijiang didn't think Nuwa was neutral. She kept exchanging glances with Yu Yuan. How could she be neutral? Something might happen and news of Nuwa becoming the Demon Empress would spread tomorrow. Dijiang would never believe that they had no relationship at all. Even if they really had no relationship, others would not think so, and that was one of the reasons for Nuwa's distress. Despite Yu Yuan's words about love at first sight and all kinds of admiration, Nuwa felt no genuine affection from him. Time and again, he was just making fun of her. He could turn hostile at any moment. It made one gnash their teeth in anger, yet feel utterly helpless. It was fortunate that humanity had just been born, or if it had gradually developed to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Given Yu Yuan's behavior, Nuwa would definitely say to him, "You rogue. Go back. We will continue seclusion." If the 12 ancestral witches cannot all reach the quasi-saint realm, no one is allowed to leave seclusion. Pass the word, the Wu clan people should stay calm. Recently, before we have confidence, we must not have major conflicts with the Demon Clan. At this moment, we must not act impulsively, absolutely not. Only when the 12 ancestral witches have sufficient strength can they show their prowess. After the battle with the 3 pure ones, the 12 ancestral witches realized the terror of saints. Easily the Panga true body that you 12 ancestral witches take pride in was dismantled. Tell me, what do you have to fight with? Being stubborn doesn't mean being stupid, retreating doesn't mean being cowardly. The demon clan has been cowering before the Wu clan all along, haven't they? What's wrong with taking a step back when facing a powerful enemy? Knowingly not a match when the situation hasn't escalated to a life-and-death enmity to go fight desperately is just foolishness. But what if the demon clan targets our Wu clan? Previously, hundreds of great demons from the demon clan flattened a Wu clan tribe. The Wu clan retaliated, killing several great demons and wiping out a large number of demon clan members, countless in number. Now the demon clan has a demon emperor, and that demon emperor is also a saint. If they target the Wu clan for revenge, the consequences would be unimaginable. Minor skirmishes, no need to mind. Dijiang thought for a moment and said, if the demon clan does not mobilize their armies to wage war against our Wu clan, ignore them. We will continue our seclusion. Without major events, no one is allowed to leave seclusion. As for the usual minor skirmishes, Dijiang didn't want to interfere neither in the past nor in the future. The Wu clan people hunt and eat demon clan members, and vice versa. Such matters cannot be controlled. However, what the 12 ancestral witches did not know was that soon a new race, the human clan, would join the primordial world, making the situation even more chaotic. Humans eating demons, demons eating humans, a complete mess. Under the premise that the demon clan had not yet started targeting the Wu clan, Dijiang chose to retreat. The 12 ancestral witches would continue their seclusion, and the Wu clan would develop as usual. As long as the demon clan didn't come knocking, let them do whatever they want. If they did come knocking, so what if they have saints? The 12 ancestral witches could tear the sky apart. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. Suppress. Seeing that only a tiny bit of law power remained, stubbornly refusing to merge into his body, Yu Yuan's whole body radiated bursts of golden light as he desperately fused the last part of the laws into himself. A flash of karmic merit energy passed, and Yu Yuan's injuries healed once again. Injured time and again, recovered time and again. Yu Yuan didn't know what he had gone through, but for the sake of power to become stronger, he had to do this. When Nuwa closed her eyes, meritorious deeds automatically merged into the great Tao's principles without any trace of pain or difficulty. The intense golden radiance illuminated tens of thousands of li around Mount Buzhou, transforming the surrounding realm into a sea of gold. Yu Yuan had only just broken through, and his still unstable holy aura spilled outward, causing great suffering to all living beings within its range. Even the members of the Wu clan were unable to escape. Congratulations to the Demon Emperor on attaining sainthood, eternal and indestructible. Under Bei's leadership, hundreds of great demons began chanting. It must be admitted that Bei possessed considerable talent for flattery, adapting to circumstances with remarkable agility. With his eyes closed, Yu Yuan floated in midair, continuously comprehending. This was the optimal period for understanding the Tao's loss. If he missed this opportunity, the loss would be entirely his own, so Yu Yuan paid no heed to the great demons below. Let them shout as they wish. Since these rascals shoved me into this position, I have long accepted my fate. Whether I am a demon emperor or a saint, what difference does it make? Who can do anything against me? Watching Yu Yuan begin his comprehension of the Tao, Nuwa's heart grew troubled. After observing for a while, she simply departed toward the 33 heavens beyond, declaring, "Today, I, Nuwa, have attained sainthood in accordance with heavenly Tao. I shall now establish a holy Tao field in the 33 heavens beyond and expound upon the Tao for 1,000 years. Those with destiny may come and listen." Each of the predetermined saints needed to establish a Tao field and then teach those who came to listen. This was considered a blessing granted by the saints' attainment to all living beings of the primordial world. The difference was that saints would not take disciples or distribute magical treasures through this process. They simply expounded the pure Tao. Those willing could attend, and whatever gain they achieved depended entirely on themselves. However, Yu Yuan was not bound by this restriction. He had no interest in teaching others. Why would he, having nothing better to do, bother expounding the Tao to someone else? Let whoever wishes go. Yu Yuan himself held no interest. All great demons attend my command. Your Imperial Majesty. Nuwa intended to establish a saint's Tao field and then expound the Tao. This was a rare opportunity, and Yu Yuan would not let the hundreds of great demons suffer uselessly while awaiting the end of his comprehension. You shall proceed into the chaos to witness the saint establish a Tao field and listen to Lady Nuwa's teachings. Many great demons harbored thoughts of going, but dared not move due to Yu Yuan's presence here. Yes, we shall obey your command. Only after Yu Yuan's decree did these great demons swiftly depart, each making their way toward the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Bei's eyes rolled as he devised a plan. Not forgetting himself, he brought Fushi along with his two attendants, the two Guoche and Xinyuan, to the void to invite the Queen Mother of the West, and the sisters Changxi and Xi He of the Moon to join them in the chaos. He feared that if these three lacked word of the opportunity, they would miss it entirely. Although Lady Nuwa's teachings could not compare to Hongjun's, they still held considerable benefit for those in the primordial world at present. It could be foreseen that once all the saints attained their Tao, and each expounded upon it, once the overall strength of the highest tier in the primordial world would receive another boost. This was precisely why after Hongjun's teachings relatively few quasi-saints appeared in the primordial world, whereas after the predetermined saints attained their Tao the number of quasi-saints continued to grow. Beyond personal fortune, this was inseparable from listening to the saints' teachings. After the many great demons departed, rays of golden white and silver light enveloped Yu Yuan, suspending him above Mount Buzhou. Yu Yuan did not bother selecting a particular location. He simply floated there in seclusion to comprehend the Tao. Since no one dared provoke him, wherever he comprehended made no real difference. Following Hongjun's Tao lectures, a batch of quasi-saints emerged in the primordial world, and the number of Daluo Golden Immortals doubled. Most of these cultivators had missed the Zixiao Palace teachings, so when Lady Nuwa established a Tao field and prepared to expound, they did not wish to miss the opportunity. This directly caused masses of people to leave the primordial world and pass through the 33 heavens to witness Lady Nuwa establish her Tao field. Saints could establish Tao fields within the chaos, carving out a new world where living beings could be born, cultivate, and grow, much like the primordial world. However, its scale could not compare, and the beings within could not match those of the primordial world. After all, in the new realm opened by a saint, no one had sacrificed their body to become all things, nor were there corpses of innate demon gods to fill it. Living beings born thus paled in comparison to those of the primordial world. One primordial world was already troublesome enough. Who would have the inclination to create some new world? Without the recognition of the heavenly will and the great Tao, all effort would be futile. Entering the chaos, Lady Nuwa began to establish her Tao field. More and more people arrived at its edges, gathering together to watch Saintess Nuwa carve out a new realm. The scene was magnificent. The crimson embroidered sphere in Lady Nuwa's hand radiated formidable power, continuously blasting apart the chaotic energy, dispersing it and driving it away. The crimson embroidered sphere was a treasure bestowed upon Lady Nuwa by Hongjun for protection, a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure. Within the primordial world, quite a few people possessed treasures of this level. The awkward part was this: those without fine treasures were fine, but the minority, who possessed supreme grade innate spiritual treasures, found themselves in an embarrassing position. Having witnessed Lady Nuwa use a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure to establish a Tao field and carve out a new world, they felt their own treasures were as useless as firewood sticks in their hands. Lady Nuwa made people realize that while magical treasures were important, one's own strength mattered equally. Without sufficient power, let alone an innate spiritual treasure, even if given a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, or even a primordial ultimate treasure, you could still wield it like a worthless club. Yet in the hands of a saint, even the most ordinary innate spiritual treasure would become extraordinarily terrifying. Countless people watched her establish the Tao field, and then reverently listened to her teachings. This should have been a joyous occasion, yet Lady Nuwa felt only exhaustion with not a trace of pleasure. If not for fulfilling Heavenly Tao's mandate to establish a Tao field and expound, Lady Nuwa wished she could directly return to her previous Tao field for seclusion to calm her frayed mindset. Before long, a new Tao field was opened in the chaos. Lady Nuwa named it Honghuang Heaven. I shall expound the Tao within Honghuang Palace. Those with destiny may come and listen. Leaving these words, Lady Nuwa did not hesitate at all and directly entered the Tao field. Within Honghuang Heaven, a palace named Honghuang Palace rose from the ground. Many who came to hear the Tao eagerly entered the palace and took their seats in the great hall. Those positions closer to the dais naturally became the best spots, and a crowd of people vied and fought for them. The scene was bustling. Only after no one entered anymore did Lady Nuwa seal the Tao field, appear upon the platform, and begin her teachings. Meanwhile, within the primordial world, Yu Yuan continued his comprehension of the laws. The news of Yu Yuan and Lady Nuwa's ascension to sainthood swept across the primordial world, but quickly subsided. For the vast majority of living beings, saints were far too distant and beyond their reach. Worth mentioning is that the two-spirit reigns awakened spiritual awareness in more flora and fauna across the primordial world. The behavior of living beings improved significantly, making the grassroots of the primordial world more lively. Saintess Lady Nuwa had begun expounding the Tao, while the human race created by Lady Nuwa had embarked upon a long and arduous struggle for survival. Even though this first batch of humans possessed powerful physiques, they could not withstand the peril-filled trials of the primordial world. Within a few years, a large portion perished. Fortunately, the survivors learned from these trials and accumulated survival experience. While human existence remained difficult, there was no crisis of annihilation. The remaining survivors began to procreate, learning to discern what was edible and what was not, comprehending where to seek refuge from calamities and fearsome beasts, and understanding the necessity of banding together to hunt and consume wild animals. They lived day after day devoid of moral principles, subsisting on raw flesh and blood. Heart is in turmoil. Upon returning to Mount Kunlun, the three pure ones appeared somewhat agitated. Even the composed Laozi grew anxious. By rights, they should have journeyed to the 33rd heaven to observe Nuwa establishing her Dao field and offer congratulations, but to avoid the awkwardness of facing Yu Yuan, the three simply fled. Jieyin and Zhunti felt the same. They had no desire to pay respects to Yu Yuan. Back at Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan paced restlessly within the Jade Void Palace, while Tongtian drank in brooding silence. Laozi frowned, longing to reprimand them, but unable to find the words. Helpless, he left the mountain alone and ventured into the primordial wilderness. Is this the human race? Unknowingly, Laozi arrived at the dwelling place of humanity. Observing their primitive existence of raw meat and blood, he furrowed his brow. Nuwa had created humanity and attained sainthood through immense merit, yet now these humans struggled even for basic survival, far from embodying the status of the world's protagonists. The human race. The human race. Laozi paused mid-step, as if an observer silently watching humanity strive and develop. They were still far from forming tribes, far from establishing surnames, so far that it was impossible to foresee how many ages it would take. Time flowed like a river. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within Nuwa's heavenly realm, after finishing her sermon, she sent all listeners away. She then enlightened 2 young attendants and remained in her realm with no intention of venturing out. Attaining the Tao was complete, but Nuwa still had many matters to attend to. For instance, she needed to go into seclusion to stabilize her strength. Do not think that achieving sainthood meant the end of cultivation. The path was still long. Besides secluding herself for cultivation, Nuwa's reluctance to enter the primordial wilderness was largely due to Yu Yuan. She feared that seeing him would drive her to fury. After all her efforts begging and pleading, she had finally attained sainthood, only to discover that it had benefited Yu Yuan instead. Though it was not as severe as making a wedding dress for another, it was hardly better. The most vital fortune of a sage had been inexplicably sold off by herself. The mere thought of this filled Nuwa with heartache. Those who attended Nuwa's sermon reaped great rewards. Although Nuwa's discourse was not as profound as Hongjun's, it was more detailed in the aspects of cultivation and relatively straightforward. Hongjun's teachings encompassed a vast array of subjects, leaving many listeners baffled in many areas. Nuwa, however, focused solely on the path of cultivation and the method of severing the 3 corpses, explaining them meticulously. This proved far more beneficial to her audience. Having gained much, the listeners returned to the primordial wilderness and immediately entered seclusion. The exception was the hundreds of great demons who, after leaving Nuwa's heavenly realm, headed straight for Mount Buzhou, where their demon emperor still resided. We pay respects to the demon emperor. Above Mount Buzhou, Yu Yuan remained shrouded in a radiance of gold, silver, and white. The terrifying aura of a sage continuously emanated, causing the Wu tribe members at the foot of Mount Buzhou to curse inwardly countless times over the past millennium. Yu Yuan's actions seemed almost deliberately aimed at the Wu tribe. Now that you have attained sainthood and comprehend the laws, could you not go elsewhere? Must you hover right above our Wu tribe's stronghold? Could you please not cause trouble above the Wu tribe's headquarters? Unfortunately, the 12 ancestral sorcerers were in seclusion within the Panga temple. Since they did not intervene, the Wu tribe members could only swallow their anger, powerless to do anything. Before the eyes of all, the golden, silver, and white lights flickered and rapidly merged into Yu Yuan's body. Clad in a golden robe, Yu Yuan appeared before the great demons. All great demons follow this emperor to the heavenly court. Having spoken, Yu Yuan paid no further heed to them and flew directly toward the summit of Mount Buzhou, charging into the 33rd heaven. The heavenly court. Hundreds of great demons were bewildered. What place was this? Despite their confusion, they chose to follow Yu Yuan. Since they did not know, they would obediently trail behind, trusting that the truth would soon be revealed. When these great demons followed Yu Yuan through the 33rd heaven, they found themselves in a unique world. Was this what the demon emperor called the heavenly court? Heavens! This was undoubtedly an extraordinary celestial realm. The great demons entered the heavenly court behind Yu Yuan, each one like a country bumpkin entering a city utterly dazzled. No wonder when he was young and watched Journey to the West, Sun Wukong and the other demons always took a dislike to the heavenly court and attacked from the south heaven gate, instead of the other 3 directions. There was a reason for it. Entering the heavenly court, Yu Yuan resolved some of the doubts from his past life. That was why Sun Wukong always insisted on attacking the south heaven gate. Passing through the south heaven gate into the heavenly court, one could directly reach the most important place, the Lingxiao Hall. The sleeping quarters were not far from it either. If you were Sun Wukong storming the heavenly court, wouldn't you also come up this way? Rather than trudging through the other 3 gates, running back and forth, wasting who knows how much time. Inside the Lingxiao Hall, Yu Yuan strode up the steps and seated himself on the dragon throne. We pay homage to the demon emperor. May the demon emperor enjoy eternal peace. The congratulatory words originally reserved only for sages could now be applied to Yu Yuan, for he was not only the demon emperor of the demon race, but also a sage. Rise. Seated on the dragon throne, Yu Yuan shifted uncomfortably. No matter how he sat, it felt wrong. Too awkward. Once the trivial matters were settled, he would have this chair replaced. The demon emperor found it disagreeable. Bai Zhe, kneeling on one knee below the steps, noted this. So many troublesome matters. After finally finding a comfortable posture, Yu Yuan thought for a moment, and then spoke. Though the primordial wilderness is vast, it is difficult to find a place for our demon race to settle. From this day forward, this heavenly court shall be the domain of our demon race. All great demons heed my command. Hundreds of great demons immediately perked up. Bai Zhe, Fu Shi, your subordinates are here. The two quickly stood. Yu Yuan said, this emperor appoints you as the left and right commanders of our demon race to command the demon army. Yes. Indeed, their efforts were rewarded. It was not in vain that they had started cultivating a relationship with Yu Yuan early on. Left and right commanders leading the demon army. This was a position second only to one above millions upon millions. Among the great demons, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe were different from the others. They did not instinctively resort to violence. They were adept at using their minds, skilled in deducing celestial patterns, and also proficient in scheming against others. Such talents were suitable for commanders. As for those great demons who only knew how to fight and kill all day long, wanting to be commanders, go play somewhere else. If the demon army were placed under their control, heaven knows what a mess it would become. Absolute chaos. Was this an appointment? Many great demons gazed at Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, envy burning in their hearts. They looked at Yu Yuan with eager eyes, hoping he would also appoint them. Weren't they considered veterans? The commanders shall lead the demon army. Bai Zhe is the left commander, Fu Shi the right. From this day forth, any demon who has not reached the quasi-sage level shall not be entitled to the title of great demon. The appointment of commanders caused no objection among the great demons, but Yu Yuan's next words instantly threw them into an uproar. Not becoming a quasi-sage meant losing the title of great demon. How many of the current hundreds of great demons would remain? Pitifully few. The great demons exchanged glances and began murmuring among themselves. Bai Zhe and Fu Shi also stared at Yu Yuan in bewilderment. Was he planning to cut them off with a single stroke? Wouldn't that provoke resentment among the great demons? For a moment, the entire Lingxiao hall turned chaotic, filled with a cacophony of voices. On the dragon throne, Yu Yuan gave a cold snort. The oppressive aura of a sage descended, instantly pressing all the great demons, except Bai Zhe and Fu Shi, to the ground. They struggled to hold on, unable to rise, fear etched on their faces as they begged for forgiveness. Ignoring them, Yu Yuan spoke as if to himself. Since the birth of our demon race, we have experienced slaughter and countless instances of devouring each other's demon cores. Such beings do not recognize the will of heaven, know no propriety, and have turned the entire demon race into a mess. If this continues, what will become of us? Have you not heard how others in the primordial wilderness speak of the demon race? Jieyin and Taiyi would not bother to rectify these issues. Their minds were full of how to fight the Wu tribe and contend for the world's fortune. But Yu Yuan would not be like that. Becoming the demon emperor and commanding the demon race, the most important task was to begin reforming it. Look at what a state the demon race had fallen into. It was an utter mess. Whenever anyone in the primordial wilderness mentioned the demon race, didn't they frown immediately? Our demon race needs change. From this day forth, those who have not reached the quasi-sage level shall not be called great demons. Those who have reached the Daluo Golden Immortal level may serve as demon generals, commanding part of the demon army. Withdrawing his sage pressure, Yu Yuan coldly gazed at the hundreds of great demons. Either follow my orders, or I, Yu Yuan, will personally kill you. The choice is yours. Since you placed me in this position, I will continuously transform the demon race. Do not think you can continue as before, causing chaos and mischief. Yes. Having been struck with the rod, who among these great demons still dared to complain? They obediently separated, with great demons in one group and demon generals in another. In an instant, the original hundreds of great demons were reduced to just over 20, the rest being demon generals. When people mentioned the hundreds of great demons of the demon race, the first word that came to mind was uneven. So Yu Yuan needed to distinguish them. Separating great demons from demon generals facilitated management and the distribution of benefits. From this day forth, demon marshals and great demons may listen to this emperor's sermon once in 1 culpa, demon generals once in 10 culpas. Those who perform exceptionally well may receive other rewards, such as refined pills or the forging of their lifebound treasures. Matters like alchemy and artifact forging were no challenge for Yu Yuan. His original form controlled the law of fire, and his comprehension of creation was not low. Alchemy and artifact forging were merely minor issues. Striking with the rod alone would be difficult to manage and might cause backlash. The best way to govern was to strike with the rod, and then offer a sweet reward. The importance of lifebound treasures, I believe you all understand. This is the Qingkuan Cauldron. When used to forge treasures, it can transform post-celestial items into pre-celestial ones. Displaying the Qinkuan cauldron, Yu Yuan noticed many red-eyed gazes. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Want to gain benefits? Then obediently follow my orders and do the work. Otherwise, not only will you receive no benefits, but I will slap you to death first. We thank the Demon Emperor. In an instant, demon marshals, great demons, and demon generals knelt in excitement, prostrating themselves before Yu Yuan. The dissatisfaction in their hearts had already dissipated, not only because they dared not offend Yu Yuan, but also due to the rewards he offered. The sages did not favor the demon race, making it difficult for them to attend a sage's sermon. But Yu Yuan gave them an opportunity. As long as you obeyed and worked diligently, you could receive it, listen to a sage's sermon, have the pills you need refined, and forge powerful magic treasures. Yu Yuan can satisfy all your needs. From this day forth, all demon generals, great demons, and demon marshals may go to the primordial wilderness to reorganize the demon race. Those with the strength of Taiyi Golden Immortal may serve as vice generals, Golden Immortals and Mystic Immortals may serve as junior generals, Celestial Immortals will be soldiers. Any member of our demon race who has fully transformed and meets the strength standards may enter the heavenly court. Let us start with you. From tomorrow, if this emperor sees anyone in the heavenly court who is not fully transformed, they shall be killed without mercy. Look at yourselves, what a sight. One has an eagle's head, another retains an ox's hoof, yet another keeps a full set of feathers. Are you afraid that others won't know you belong to the demon race? Are you worried that you don't look fierce and terrifying enough? A murderous intent erupted, startling everyone. Those who had deliberately chosen to transform incompletely were especially terrified, cold sweat streaming down their backs. They hurriedly lowered their heads, afraid to meet Yu Yuan's gaze, fearing he might slap them to death. Baizhe shook his head, slightly a hint of schadenfreude in his heart. Go on, keep prancing around. Baizhe had also been disgusted by this behavior. He had brought it up many times before, but each time it was dismissed by the other great demons, and some even mocked him for it. Now with Yu Yuan's iron-fisted command, let's see if they still dare to appear half-human, half-monster. Those who want to court death may continue. Demon Emperor, rest assured we will reform immediately. The group of demon generals was thoroughly frightened. A single glance revealed the result: 2 demon marshals, and over 20 great demons had all transformed completely, but the other great demons were enough to make anyone furious. I hope you mean what you say, or else this emperor will kill everyone he sees. With a light snort, Yu Yuan continued, from this day forth, members of the demon race shall no longer slaughter their own kind or devour each other's demon cores for cultivation. Violators will be killed without mercy. From this day forth, those in the army, except on rest days, shall not leave their posts without reason. Violators will be killed without mercy. From this day forth, one by one, heavenly rules were laid down, causing the demon generals and great demons to listen with pounding hearts, lacking even the courage to raise their heads and look at Yu Yuan. It was not merely domineering, but also bloody. How all who broke the heavenly laws could expect but one fate: death without mercy, no matter who you were. Kill. Not to mention them, even Baizhe and Fushi felt their scalps tingle just listening to this. Generals and great demons enter the primordial world to reorganize our demonic army. You 2 demon marshals will oversee registration and cleanup. Do not disappoint me. In 100,000 years I shall establish the heavenly court with you and preach the Tao for 1,000 years to our demonic descendants. Yes, my lord. Hundreds of generals and great demons immediately set to work, quickly leaving the heavenly court and returning to the primordial world to gather their subordinates, beginning reorganization. Those qualified would be assigned to the army. Those unfit would be cast out. If you wish to join the heavenly court and become part of it, you would obey the heavenly laws without question. Otherwise, death. Soon the entire primordial world was thrown into chaos by Yu Yuan's orders, with one wave after another of demons following their respective generals into the heavenly court. Listening to the demon sovereign preach the Tao in just 100,000 years. What a rare and precious opportunity. These lower demons were beyond excited. The only thing they disliked was how harsh the heavenly laws were. Violate them, and there was no chance for repentance. Immediate execution. During the reorganization, countless overconfident demons lost their heads. Those who had killed their own kin to devour demon cores for cultivation met the most gruesome deaths. Fushi and Baizhe were utterly swamped with work. Throughout the entire heavenly court, no one was busier than these 2. What else could one expect from those with both power and capability? Being a demon marshal was no easy position. Sitting in high places with great authority meant you had to deliver corresponding results. Under Yu Yuan, there was no such thing as advancement through connections. If you had ability and strength, you would rise. If not, get lost. Yu Yuan had given the great demons and demon generals 100,000 years to reorganize the demonic army, but due to the incentive system, what should have taken 100,000 years was compressed into a mere 30,000. The entire primordial world suddenly grew quiet. Countless demons entered the heavenly court, causing the population of living beings in the primordial world to drop dramatically and conflicts to decrease accordingly. When Yu Yuan's heavenly laws were spread across the primordial world, its inhabitants found it hard to believe. Wasn't he afraid the demons would rebel against such treatment? And indeed, he wasn't afraid at all. He was a saint after all. Who dared rebel? Anyone who tried was simply crushed. Beyond the terrifying heavenly laws, what intrigued people was the heavenly court itself. No one would have imagined that atop Mount Buzhou in the primordial world such a realm existed, a sanctuary for the demons. Yu Yuan truly was remarkable finding such a place. Unfortunately, the demons were currently too powerful. No one dared idle around and visit the heavenly court. Being caught by the demons would cost you your life, or at least a bloody beating. While the primordial world grew quiet, the heavenly court buzzed with activity. The army was granted the titles of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals by Yu Yuan. Only the titles of great demon and demon marshal remained. Everything else was being purged. Reporting to the demon sovereign, the 4 sea dragon kings have arrived. In the Zixiao Palace, Yu Yuan leaned against the dragon throne remade by Zhe, looking down at the trembling 4 sea dragon kings approaching. The 4 sea dragon kings had no idea what the demons intended. Not long ago, the great demon Guiche had stormed to the eastern sea, declaring that from this day forward the dragon race would fall under demonic command. The 4 sea dragon kings were summoned to the heavenly court to pay respects. Any who disobeyed would see the demons crush the 4 seas and wipe out the dragon race entirely. This order nearly frightened the 4 sea dragon kings to death. In their current state, anyone could trample upon the dragon race, let alone the demons. To put it bluntly, even if the dragon race recovered to the prosperity of the ancient 3 races era, they still could not oppose the demons. Yu Yuan could crush them all with a single slap. Regarding the dragon race, a dispensable species, Yu Yuan chose the simplest and most direct approach: bring them into the demonic camp. Either submit and join the demons, or face annihilation. Choose for yourselves. Though the dragon race still held some usefulness, Yu Yuan did not care whether they disappeared from the primordial world entirely. If they were wiped out, he would simply raise some demon dragons instead. Being able to summon wind and rain was more than enough. In his eyes, the dragon race was hardly worth anything. It would be more satisfying to slaughter them and eat their meat. Submit or perish. 2 choices, no room for negotiation. Faced with the domineering Yu Yuan, the 4 sea dragon kings were nearly in tears. Having no choice, they packed up and came to the heavenly court with anxious hearts. From the moment they entered, the 4 sea dragon kings felt like a fat piece of meat being watched by a pack of beasts. Their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. Stepping into the Zixiao Palace, the 4 sea dragon kings felt deeply uncomfortable. From below, Yu Yuan by Zhe thundered, "Have you not seen the demon sovereign? Why do you not kowtow?" The 4 sea dragon kings trembled and quickly knelt. "We, the 4 sea dragon kings, pay homage to the demon sovereign. May the demon sovereign live 10,000 years." Yu Yuan watched them expressionlessly, sending their hearts fluttering. "Your dragon meat tastes quite fine. Very delicious." Hearing this, the 4 sea dragon kings' faces turned pale. They assumed Yu Yuan intended to slaughter them all for food. "Demon sovereign, spare our lives. We, the 4 sea dragon kings, have never harbored any defiance toward the demons. We beg for mercy." "Are you crying?" All the great demons and the demon generals on guard duty in the Zixiao Palace stared in disbelief. What was the 4 sea dragon kings pulling at? The demon sovereign had merely said dragon meat tasted good. Look at them trembling out of their wits. Was it necessary? The demon sovereign hadn't said anything about destroying them. Yu Yuan himself was full of questions. "When did I say I wanted your lives, 4 sea dragon kings? I merely said dragon meat is delicious. I want you to breed more demon dragons and mixed blood dragons. What's with this grievance? Or do you think I would prefer to eat your 5-clawed golden dragons directly?" Pure blood dragon meat was undoubtedly tastier, but Yu Yuan was not that insane. He might as well keep the dragon race's royal line for now. Feeding on mixed demon dragons was sufficient. The 4 sea dragon kings stood dumbfounded. So he only wanted them to raise more demon dragons and mixed dragons for food, not to annihilate the 4 seas dragon race. Coming to their senses, the 4 sea dragon kings breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Yu Yuan. "We are grateful for your mercy, demon sovereign." Enough. I'm nearly sick of hearing this. Begone. Raise more demon dragons and mixed dragons. Select a batch of dragon maidens to serve in the heavenly court and choose some to join the demonic army. Yu Yuan waved his hand, signaling the 4 sea dragon kings to leave. In the ancient times, the dragon race was unsurpassed. Who would have thought they would fall to such a state today? Bai Zhe sighed, feeling inexplicably sorry for the 4 sea dragon kings. Instead of securing a good position, they had ended up as dragon breeders. Glancing at him, Yu Yuan said, "Bai Zhe, Demon Emperor." Bai Zhe promptly knelt down. "Lead a team into the primordial wilderness to seek out the territories of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Find them and compel them to join the demon clan. Select beautiful women from their clans to serve as maids in the heavenly court, and pick a number of capable individuals to enter the army. If they resist, slaughter them without mercy. Yes. Baize accepted the order and departed. Yu Yuan yawned. The primordial era. It had passed so long ago. The three clans no longer had any chance of resurgence. At present they could either join the demon clan or face annihilation. The choice was theirs. The Phoenix and Qilin clans had hidden themselves within the primordial wilderness, but with diligent searching they could be found. As for whether they would willingly submit, Yu Yuan did not care. Unless they wished to be exterminated, they had no alternative but to kneel at Yu Yuan's feet. As for selecting maids from the various clans, it was not Yu Yuan's intention to cause trouble. Rather, the women of the Dragon Phoenix Qilin and Celestial Fox clans were exceptionally beautiful. Would you rather spend your days surrounded by a bevy of lovely maids, or by a crowd of rough, uncouth men? The Demon Clan was surely planning something monumental. Many believed that after unifying the Demon Clan would launch a major campaign. The search for the Phoenix and Qilin clan territories across the primordial wilderness was the clearest evidence. Nothing is impossible if one is determined. With Baize, who was skilled in divining the celestial patterns, and Yu Yuan's assistance, the Qilin and Phoenix clans could not remain hidden for long. Soon the Demon Clan found them. Faced with Yu Yuan's tyrannical demands, the two clans were furious, but had no choice but to bow their heads. Submit or be annihilated. It was that simple, with no other options. The fate of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans put all the other races in the primordial wilderness on high alert, fearing that the Demon Clan might target them next. Yet their fears were unfounded. After absorbing the three clans, Yu Yuan did not move against the others. As for the Celestial Fox clan, they joined the Demon Clan voluntarily. Yu Yuan had not sent anyone to coerce them. Subsequently, the Demon Clan fell silent, leaving those who had anticipated a major offensive, perhaps even a direct assault on the Wu clan, utterly bewildered. The Demon Clan made no move at all, merely staying quietly within the heavenly court. Even the great demons within the clan, who had expected Yu Yuan to dispatch the army against the Wu clan, were thoroughly confused. What exactly did the Demon Emperor intend? But since Yu Yuan remained inactive, the great demons and generals could only bide their time, cultivating when they should, standing guard when they must. Indeed, the heavenly court was vast, leaving many in the Demon Clan with little leisure. They all had tasks to attend to, and with work to do they no longer harbored the chaotic thoughts of causing trouble as they once did. Thus the primordial wilderness entered a period of eerie tranquility. How infuriating! Within the boundless blood sea of the primordial wilderness, the ancestor Mingyi, who had nearly been slain by Yu Yuan and had fled into the blood sea to recover over countless years, finally resurfaced. He floated above the blood-red waters, glaring toward Mount Buzhou with gnashing teeth. Undoubtedly, ancestor Mingyi harbored a deep, burning hatred for Yu Yuan. But now not only did he dare not step out of the blood sea, he dared not even curse Yu Yuan in his heart. The primordial wilderness was vast, and even a sage could not know everything that transpired unless they specifically sought to divine the celestial secrets. But if you cursed a sage, they would sense it, unless you had the ability to completely seal off the heavens. Hence one must be cautious. Misfortune comes from the mouth, and this was no idle warning. If he truly cursed Yu Yuan and provoked the Demon Emperor to descend from the heavenly court to the blood sea, ancestor Mingyi would be in dire straits. At this moment in the primordial wilderness, he was the very embodiment of tragedy. Having nearly been killed and forced to hide in the blood sea, unable to leave. How humiliating. The thought of his stolen karmic fire lotus made ancestor Mingyi's 3 flowers tremble with rage. Unable to roam the primordial wilderness freely, ancestor Mingyi could only idle away his time in the blood sea, until Nuwa attained sagehood through creation. An idea suddenly struck him. If Nuwa could become a sage by creating humans, why couldn't he? No sooner said than done. Ancestor Mingyi immediately used the filthy blood of the blood sea mixed with the souls of beings devoured by the sea to shape a race of hideous, ferocious-looking beings, the Azura clan. Seeing that he had indeed created a new race, ancestor Mingyi rejoiced and continued his work. Gradually more and more Azura were born within the blood sea. When he felt the numbers were sufficient, ancestor Mingyi cried out to the heavens, "Today, I, Mingyi, have created the Azura race from the boundless blood sea. Let the heavens and earth bear witness." Though his voice was not loud, the heavenly Tao responded, amplifying his proclamation across the entire primordial wilderness. Even Yu Yuan in the heavenly court took notice, for Mingyi was a figure under his close surveillance. Any suspicious move by Mingyi would catch his attention. He had not expected Mingyi to emulate Nuwa and create the Azura. Mingyi had created a race. Was he trying to follow in Nuwa's footsteps? All beings in the primordial wilderness who heard the proclamation instinctively looked toward the blood sea. Everyone remembered Hongjun's words: besides the conventional path to sagehood, one could also attain it through immense merit. Merit was a precious thing, but how much was needed to become a sage remained unknown. Since the heavenly Tao had responded to Mingyi's creation of the Azura, it meant that merit would descend. Did this imply that they too could create beings? Suddenly this thought crossed many minds. Rumble. The heavenly Tao acknowledged Mingyi's deed. Thunder rolled, and a beam of merit descended from the sky. If the merit Nuwa received for creating humans was like a great flood, then Mingyi's merit for creating the Azura was like a trickle from a faucet. Ha ha, this is killing me, fellow Taoist. At once countless beings across the primordial wilderness burst into laughter, nearly choking. Cough cough. In the heavenly court, Yu Yuan coughed abruptly, startling the dragon maiden who was feeding him grapes. Fearing she had done something wrong and caused him to choke, she immediately knelt and said, "Demon Emperor, spare me. This servant knows her mistake. It has nothing to do with you." Yu Yuan waved his hand, dismissing her. After the dragon maiden withdrew, Yu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, this ancestor Mingyi is trying to make me die of laughter. That's quite a lot of merit, isn't it? Ha ha, it's hilarious. What was happening? Watching that tiny wisp of merit descend, just enough to help him sever a corpse, Ancestor Mingyi was dumbfounded. Countless beings in the primordial wilderness were rolling on the ground with laughter.